It was an absolute shocker. Yoo So-yeon, a certified genius born into the Joseon clan, one of South Korea's top 5 elite families with extraordinary, peerless abilities, had just lost to a total random nobody during the entrance exams for Valhalla Academy, one of the nation's top 3 hunter training institutions, Valhalla. This academy is infamous for its brutal, sky-high acceptance rate of 500 to 1, and every single year, countless elite hunters desperately dream of wearing the prestigious Valhalla badge on their chest, but fewer than 150 actually manage to graduate with it. The intense competition is cutthroat from day one. At just 10 years old, So-yoon already possessed the mana capacity of a high schooler and could even channel mana into her sword to reinforce her weapon at 13. By 16, she had challenged and defeated every single adult member of her entire clan. But that was just what was written on her official application. Rumor has it that she could even communicate directly with her clan's guardian Constellation, and that is exactly why her entire family had such massive heavy expectations for her. South Korea only has 5 elite clans because their respective guardian constellations are directly linked to each noble household. Normally, a hunter merely receives a standard blessing or signs a contract with a constellation. However, the guardian constellations of these 5 elite clans are totally different. There is the Joseon Sword God clan, the Gangsan Spear Saint clan, the Choin Blade Emperor clan, the Oun Fist King clan, and the Dojun Bow God clan. Descendants of these families receive blessings from their respective guardian gods, granting them talent that completely eclipses normal humans. There is a massive difference between receiving a blessing and direct personal contact. Directly communicating with a guardian god means signing a contract with them. If the rumors are true, then So-yeon is an absolute monster of a genius. But even a god-tier genius is nothing but a mere bug in front of Kim Doohyuk. Everyone expected an incredibly close epic showdown where So-yeon would effortlessly end the fight in a single strike. Instead, the one who got one-shotted in the blink of an eye was So-yeon. Right before the stunned, jaw-dropped faces of the reporters and Valhalla's head coach Lee Sang-cheon, the elite heir of the Joseon clan, was down. Kim Doohyuk just stares down at her collapsed body with a deeply bored expression. What is this, he thinks? Why is everyone so incredibly weak? Is this really the future 300 years later? Now why is he asking that? Simple. 3 centuries ago, inside the Tower of Destruction, the god of destruction, Barshi, and Martial God Kim Doohyuk fought an absolutely world-shattering duel. In the end, the legendary Martial God defeated the tower boss, successfully saving humanity from total annihilation. But talk about a massive plot twist: the entire structure began to violently collapse after Barshi's demise. Clutching his bleeding stomach in agonizing pain, Kim Doohyuk wondered if the tower was falling apart simply because he had put down the boss. And, as it turns out, that was exactly what happened. In those final fleeting moments of his life, his mind drifted back to his beloved disciples. Good thing he did not bring them along, or they would all be crushed to death with him. With a foolish, peaceful smile, he accepted his grim fate. But death was far from the end. The great martial god woke up reincarnated inside the body of a 17-year-old kid, 300 years after the fateful collapse. Honestly, he was just incredibly thrilled to have a second chance at life. Sure, this younger body was physically weaker than his prime, but that is nothing a little training cannot fix. Kim Doohyuk is fully confident he can regain his peak form and live a cozy, comfortable life. At least that was the plan, until a floating transparent system window popped up right in his face. You know how these system screens are, they just love stalking hunters. A sudden glaring notification announced that the Tower of Destruction would reappear in 5 years, warning him to prepare. This annoying message smacks him right in the face, sending Kim Doohyuk into a silent, raging fit. Cursing that damn bastard Barchi, wishes he had just thrown him into active lava. But there is no use crying over spilled milk. To get his peaceful, lazy life back, he vows to tear down that damn tower once and for all. But achieving that wealthy dream is still a long way off. Fortunately, the system reminds Kim Doohyuk that he can retrieve his old weapon and past memories on the 3rd floor, 5th room on the right inside Valhalla. This is the sole reason he entered this academy exam. Yoo So-yoon, the 4th day of the top 10 ranking tournament, kicks off. This time, Kim Doohyuk is matched against the arrogant eldest son of the Oun clan, a guy who lacks brains, strategy, or even refined martial arts. Yet he possesses one terrifying natural-born talent: insane raw muscle strength. Oh Se-hyuk can easily pull off physical feats that regular folks would need mana to achieve. With just a little bit of serious training, he could easily multiply his power. This overwhelming brute strength is completely innate, which alone is more than enough to label him a certified prodigy. Glancing at his seemingly frail opponent, Se-hyuk confidently assumes he will easily dismantle Kim Doohyuk in seconds, using the victory to boost his own fame. Too bad for him, that is never going to happen. The guy is a total musclehead. With just a few sharp mocking words from Kim Doohyuk, he completely loses his cool and charges forward without a second thought. Kim Doohyuk knows he cannot win a direct raw contest of pure strength in this current weak body because Se-hyuk's physical power is absolutely no joke. But having a giant body does not guarantee a win. True martial arts exist to unleash that raw power combined with sharp observation, and without both you end up exactly like this. With supreme effortless grace, Kim Doohyuk dodges the heavy strike by a mere hair, making Se-hyuk lose his balance. He immediately spins and delivers a devastating counter-strike straight to his opponent's chest, leaving him writhing on the hard floor. Having easily won this utterly boring match, Kim Doohyuk calmly turns on his heel and walks away. The surrounding reporters and clan representatives, the recruiters from various guilds, whisper among themselves, closely evaluating his skills. Among them is Chuan, the powerful patriarch of the Fist King clan. Chuan immediately realizes that Kim Doohyuk's strike is far from a simple attack. Even though his own son rarely focuses on martial arts, preferring to build up raw muscle, the boy should still easily dodge a punch from any of his peers. Yet Se-hyuk failed to evade it. Blinded by sudden rage, the boy had simply rushed headlong at his opponent, completely losing his cool. He even unleashed magic he rarely ever uses to end the match quickly, but Kim Doohyuk was already one step ahead. With a slight tilt of his head, Doohyuk dodged it easily, leaving Se-hyuk completely off balance after throwing everything into that single strike. Stroking his chin in deep thought, Chuan realizes that this kid actually moved faster than his son's absolute maximum speed. He had predicted the entire clash beforehand. That level of tactical combat reading is pure genius, and Chuan is absolutely thrilled. He glances over at the other recruiters, then looks back at our main character with an absolute grin of determination. He vows to recruit this kid into his clan at any cost. Yu So-yeon, the intermission ends and the next match begins. Doohyuk's next opponent is Choi Erin, the second daughter of the Blade Emperor clan, and the crowd goes absolutely wild. The guys in the stands cheer like crazy, and Doohyuk rolls his eyes, thinking they look like a bunch of lunatics. Why on earth are these grown men calling a 17-year-old girl their sister? It makes absolutely no sense to him. Usually his opponents rush in first, but this time both of them just stand there waiting for the other to move. Since neither of them wants to make the first move, Doohyuk decides he will be the one to start the action. Flashing a slightly villainous smirk, he takes a casual step forward, and that is the exact cue his opponent needed. Seeing her chance, Erin draws her blade and delivers a decisive slash, but the result is exactly the same as his previous fights. In a fraction of a second, Doohyuk vanishes entirely and reappears right next to her, leaving her utterly bewildered. If she only focuses on her target spot, she is basically telegraphing her moves and making it easy for him to counter. He launches a swift counterattack, sending her flying back. She barely manages to stay upright by blocking with her sword. But before she can recover, Doohyuk closes the distance like a ghost and prepares another devastating strike. He stands right in front of her, delivering another heavy strike. Let us see her try to block this one. Unable to defend, Erin takes the full force of the hit and collapses. Looking down, Doohyuk feels his strike was a bit off. But whatever, a win is a win. With that, the top 10 placement tournament officially comes to an end. Standing at the absolute top of the leaderboard is none other than Kim Doohyuk. He tiredly steps out of the arena. Massaging his sore shoulders, he is instantly cornered by a crowd of guild recruiters. What an absolute pain. Giving them a murderous glare, he bluntly tells them to shut up. The very next day, the news spreads like wildfire. Headlines quickly spread the news of how the top freshman rudely rejected and cursed out the prestigious recruiting guilds. Online forums are completely flooded with comments questioning if Kim Doohyuk is a total psychopath or just a villain. But despite the online drama, he remains the center of attention and officially enters Valhalla Academy purely on his own merit. First up is the grand opening ceremony, featuring endless boring speeches boasting about the Academy's prestigious history and achievements. Watching the Academy leaders talk, Doohyuk just stands there yawning, which starts to make the students next to him pretty nervous. He wonders if he stands out a bit too much, but honestly, that is fine. It saves him the trouble of making friends. After what feels like an eternity, the ceremony finally wraps up and the new students are randomly assigned to classes. Inside the virtual combat simulation room, their class instructor looks over the roster and starts questioning his own sanity. Why on earth did the Academy set up the class list like this? Is his teaching career already over? Supposedly, it was random, but right there is So-yeon from the Jusin clan, and beside her is Choi Jin of the Blade Emperor clan. Standing in the middle is Se-hyuk from the Fist King clan. How did three top geniuses from the major clans end up together? And to make matters worse, why is Kim Doohyuk here too? Shaking off his panic, the instructor quickly recomposes himself. He introduces himself as their homeroom instructor Kim Lee-gun and immediately smashes a button on his keyboard. The room violently rumbles as the entire class is teleported into a digital arena surrounded by a massive horde. At least 100 virtual goblins and orcs fiercely charge at them, but the students are currently shielded by a magical barrier. This defense completely blocks any physical danger from getting inside. Stepping forward, Kim Lee-gun calls out to Doohyuk. He asks if Doohyuk can clear all these monsters entirely on his own, but this instructor has a hidden agenda. He wants to publicly humiliate the arrogant freshman and knock him down a peg in front of his peers. He has only ever seen monsters in textbooks, never in real life, so of course he is terrified. Stop acting like you are examining it and just reject the test. He wants me to back out so he can take over. Kim Doohyuk thought for a long moment, then flashed a smirk. That mysterious smile irritated the instructor. Getting pretty annoyed, the man snapped at Kim Doohyuk could just get on with it already. But our guy is no fool. Why should he do chores on his very first day? He stared straight at the instructor and asked about the reward. What is the prize for passing this little test? Kim Lee-gun froze, totally caught off guard, but eventually agreed to a deal. He offered a condition. If Kim Doohyuk cleared every single beast, the instructor would grant him any favor within his power. Well, now they were speaking the same language. It was a bit light but acceptable. Kim Doohyuk agreed to the terms. Without letting the teacher ramble on, the young man reached out and demanded the sword behind him. How else could he fight? How could he fight this mob without a weapon? And so, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, our boy got ready to show off. He swung the blade continuously, landing decisive blows right on their weak spots, slitting their throats in one swift motion. As he fought, his mind drifted to the past. It had been 3 years since he last held a sword, but he still had it. Back when monsters turned the world upside down, people grabbed whatever they could find to fight, but swords remained the most familiar weapon. Just as he thought, these beasts were incredibly simple. They were merely virtual NPC monsters, nothing but cleverly programmed fakes. While Kim Doohyuk was busy slicing and dicing, Kim Lee-gun stood watching in absolute horror, breaking out into a cold sweat. It was unbelievable. The weapon he handed to Kim Doohyuk was just a standard ordinary sword with absolutely no magical properties. Yet the boy cleared them out so effortlessly, cutting through the virtual beasts like hot butter. Absolutely wild, right? The 3 heirs from the prestigious families were also losing their minds watching this. Finally, the last beast went down. Kim Doohyuk slowly sheathed his sword, turning back to face the instructor to claim his hard-earned prize. He wanted access to the Constellation chamber, and the instructor had to keep his promise. A few hours later, class finally wrapped up. Kim Doohyuk had sat through the lecture looking like his soul had entirely left his body. It was pure mental torture. His plan was simple: grab what he needed and get out. Yet here he was wasting precious time in a classroom. He had never actually been to school before or even thought about getting an education, making this experience pretty bizarre. Still, it was not entirely useless. Despite the incredibly boring lecture, he managed to pick up some crucial details, especially regarding the constellations which never existed in his past life. Simply put, they are beings destined to become gods. Most of these constellations are connected directly to hunters through special relics, granting their chosen ones extraordinary abilities. South Korea's prestigious Valhalla Academy is the 3rd largest in the world, boasting a massive vault of these constellation relics. Since their basic swordsmanship and combat logic were completely useless to him, Kim Doohyuk decided to focus on his own training. He needed to train his martial arts in the dorms, especially because this current body of his was painfully weak. His deep train of thought was suddenly interrupted by Choi Erin, the 2nd daughter of the prestigious Choi family. She bluntly demanded that he teach her swordsmanship, but since our guy did not give a single damn, his answer was a flat no. She refused to back down and repeated the demand. Having completely run out of patience, Kim Doohyuk gave her a harsh glare. "Are you hard of hearing?" he snapped, telling her to stop following him because he had absolutely no intention of teaching her. He told her to get lost, turned on his heel, and walked away, leaving the highborn lady standing there completely speechless. Meanwhile, back in the staff room, the head coach was busy trying to console a deeply humiliated Kim Lee-gun. The instructor still could not believe that Kim Doohyuk was just a high school student, especially after what he just witnessed. The boy had flawlessly wiped out 120 virtual beasts in the simulation room without ever facing real monsters. His record showed nothing special, just a penniless orphan from a sketchy neighborhood, yet he possessed this insane strength. Kim Lee-gun was convinced the kid was some sort of high-level imposter, but the head coach strongly disagreed. No spy would be insane enough to sneak into Valhalla and immediately cause a massive scene during the entrance exams. That made sense, but Kim Lee-gun kept whining about the future. If they did not handle Kim Doohyuk properly, things would get messy. They would lose all control over the 3 elite heirs. Head coach Lee Sang-cheon offered some sympathy, but pointed out a silver lining. Kim Lee-gun was actually quite lucky that the troublesome heir of the great Venchik family had been assigned to a different class. Hearing that his headache was mild compared to the next room offered some comfort, especially since Jordy Venchik was notoriously wild. Word was that the crazy heir had been expelled from a British academy for starting a riot. The next day arrived. Our hero hoped for a quiet student life, but drama seemed to follow him everywhere. While he sat lost in thought, Promising a ridiculously wealthy future, the arrogant Jordy Venchik of the infamous Vench family blocks his path with his entourage. That includes his follower Uriah Z. Felix. Reincarnated and clueless about modern nobility, Kim Doohyuk has no idea who this guy is as he approaches. He simply asks for the guy's name. Jordy glares back in pure disbelief, thinking Kim Doohyuk is just an uneducated, arrogant brat. After all, he has never even heard of the Grand Vench family. Cutting the small talk, Jordy gets straight to the point with greedy eyes. Looking at him with a predatory grin, Jordy asks if he wants to become stronger. See, in most noble clans, branch families get nothing. Direct bloodlines hoard all the wealth and power. But the Vench family operates a bit differently, thanks to their unique guardian constellation. Usually a high-ranking or S-class guardian constellation watches over a noble lineage, giving them a massive advantage over others. These godlike entities directly select a single member of the bloodline, granting them immense magical strength and divine protection to rule over others. But the Vench family bypassed this. They allowed any member to form a contract with a proxy rather than the constellation itself. This clever method lets the chosen contractor bypass any direct opposition from the gods. And thanks to this highly unusual arrangement, the Vench family wields massive authority all across Europe. Any member of their household can secure a proxy contract, completely regardless of their bloodline. Because of this, even the lowest branch families can seize real power from the main family. Backed by this immense clan power, Jordy grew ridiculously arrogant and believed he was completely untouchable. Not long ago, he caused massive chaos at the British Academy and got himself expelled. To make up for that humiliating disaster, he plans to recruit Kim Doohyuk, the star of the entrance ceremony, to his side. He boasts that if Doohyuk joins him, he will introduce him to their grand constellation. But before he can even finish his sentence, Doohyuk cuts him off completely. Are you stupid? Do I look like an idiot? You do not care about me at all. You have just been bragging this whole time. Spouting nonsense like that makes you a certified fool. Am I wrong? Jordy, who has never been insulted like this, boils with rage. He steps forward, ready to beat this uneducated trash to a pulp. But before he can even raise a hand, a sharp voice rings out. Back to your seat, Jordy Venchik. Feeling doubly humiliated, Jordy spins around with veins popping, ready to scream at the teacher. Did you just say my full name out loud? But the instructor is absolutely not one to back down from a spoiled brat. This is Valhalla Academy, not Britain. I do not care how powerful your family is. Since you are a student here, you listen to me. Shut down so effortlessly in public, Jordy has absolutely no comeback. He can only bite his lip in fury and walk away. After classes end, Kim Doohyuk feels incredibly bored. He gained zero information about the constellations today, only dealing with an idiot instead. He got zero clues about the constellations and wasted time on a fool. While grumbling to himself, Choi Erin silently creeps up. Appearing out of nowhere like an absolute ghost, she repeats her same request. Teach me your swordsmanship. Doohyuk can only sigh. He turns to face the persistent girl with a heavy frown. Are you trying to mock me as well? Meanwhile, inside a luxurious VIP dorm room at Valhalla Academy, Jordy is having an absolute meltdown after being publicly humiliated. Furious that a penniless orphan dared to embarrass him, he smashes the furniture to pieces before violently grabbing Uriah by her hair. He slams her head onto the floor. Tell me, Uriah, do you still think you are some grand imperial princess? Should I throw you out on the streets? Contact Gisera Venchik. I have a few pests who need to be dealt with permanently. Also tell Lorik that I want to meet the son of that rising family in class 2. Meanwhile, in Kim Doohyuk's room, despite the late hour, he is vigorously working out. However, his physical limits quickly catch up to him. He collapses onto the floor, panting heavily. This weak, fragile body is absolute garbage, and his current mana reserves are completely pathetic. He suddenly recalls his earlier interaction with Choi Erin. To get rid of her, he had jokingly demanded 10 million won. He expected her to back down. But Choi Erin has absolutely no shortage of wealth and did not hesitate for a second. She asked for his account details and instantly wired 100 million won right into his balance. Despite the massive sum, Doohyuk stubbornly refused. He smirked and told her that he would never teach her. Truthfully, he was genuinely shocked that a high school student could casually transfer 100 million won on a whim. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he realizes that teaching her basic skills would not require revealing any of his closely guarded secrets. That is an incredibly massive fortune, but whatever. It is just money, and he can always find other ways to earn it. Even if his personal mana reserves are pitifully low, he packs his bags and gears up for a highly lucrative mission. It is time to hunt for the secret vault. He had thoroughly investigated the surrounding area before entering the academy. Sadly, most of the ancient records hidden 300 years ago have been entirely destroyed, but research shows 4 still remain. He is absolutely certain they are hidden somewhere on the Valhalla mountain waiting to be found. He relied on the reaction of his magic stone, squeezing out every last drop of his meager mana to track them down. And just like that, his hard work paid off. A faint glowing light broke through the soil, showing Kim Joo-hyuk exactly where to dig. He immediately started digging, cursing his weak new body with every scoop of dirt. If he had known it would be this exhausting, he would have buried the stash much closer to the surface. Honestly, if it wasn't for the Tower of Destruction 300 years ago, he wouldn't be struggling like this. Back when the world was on the brink of collapse, there was simply no safe place to keep his massive stash of wealth. So Kim Joo-hyuk marked down the coordinates and buried everything. After digging relentlessly all night, the morning sun finally revealed his prize. He finally hit the outer shell of his underground vault. However, the lock was highly advanced and no ordinary key would ever fit. To bypass it, he squeezed out the tiny bit of mana he had, forming a magic sequence that slowly shaped itself into a key. It was a perfect match. At this rate, he joked that he should quit being a hunter and take up a career in lockpicking. Jumping straight into the vault, he stared at the mountain of glittering gold and jewels. Even though it was already his, he was absolutely thrilled. "My precious babies, are you all doing well?" That was all he could say as he reunited with his long-lost fortune. Now money was no longer an issue. Liquidating even a fraction of this stash would make him richer than the elite clans. He had previously infused some mana into the vault to preserve it, but today was the day he finally needed to cash in. Kim Joo-hyuk picked up the glowing gems and absorbed their rich mana. Right on cue, a warm pulsing energy flooded back into his body. It felt absolutely amazing. Next up was dealing with the rest of the stash, and he wondered if he should just leave the heavy gold bars behind. Carrying all that heavy metal out would be a total nightmare, so grabbing the lightweight gems was definitely the smarter play. But his body still paid the price. The next day, Kim Joo-hyuk sat in class, completely exhausted, his limbs feeling like lead weights. He slumped onto his desk in sheer exhaustion, completely ignoring Choi Erin, who was sitting right beside him. She kept repeating her favorite line, asking him to teach her swordsmanship, and he simply couldn't comprehend why she was being so incredibly persistent. According to what he knew, her family, the Choyan clan, was one of the top 5 clans renowned for their elite swordsmanship. So why on earth was she pestering him? When asked, Choi Erin admitted she wanted to learn from him because she had never seen anyone swing a sword better. Kim Joo-hyuk remained skeptical, asking about her father, the head of the Choyan clan, who was supposed to be a master swordsman. Before Choi Erin could even answer, the door swung open and the homeroom teacher called Kim Joo-hyuk out to the faculty office. Hearing that it was about his request to enter the Constellation chamber, our main character immediately stood up and followed him. Sensing her genuine sincerity, he tossed a quick parting message to Choi Erin on his way out the door. "Meet me at the training ground tomorrow at 6 a.m. In the office, Kim Lee-gun got straight to the point. His request to enter the Constellation room was approved, but with one condition: he could only access the first basement level. Any level below that was strictly off-limits. Though he paused for a brief second, Kim Joo-hyuk quickly agreed with a smile. He then asked when he could enter. After a moment of thought, Kim Lee-gun suggested going tonight to get it over with. The teacher expected his student to throw a massive fit about the restricted lower floors, but was surprised by how easily he accepted it. That evening, looking unusually sharp, the teacher led him to Valhalla's greatest treasure, the Constellation chamber. This highly classified area was heavily guarded, as it was the single asset that made Valhalla one of the 3 greatest academies. Kim Joo-hyuk scanned the area, silently impressed by the insane security measures protecting the facility. The outer walls were absolutely loaded with powerful defense spells, leaving no openings except for the main entrance itself. He casually turned to his teacher and asked what would happen if he somehow wandered down to the 2nd floor. Kim Lee-gun grew nervous and immediately warned him that while he wouldn't be a criminal, he would be instantly expelled. On top of that, the academy would wipe his memories before kicking him out. Furthermore, the magic on the 2nd floor was extremely volatile. Touching it would shatter his mind and drive him completely insane. With his questions answered, he was given 30 minutes inside. Right then, a glowing green system prompt flashed before his eyes, reminding him to retrieve his weapon from the 3rd basement level. Kim Joo-hyuk didn't care about getting expelled. He had enrolled at Valhalla specifically for this, and his goal was that 3rd basement floor. But after taking just a few steps, he bumped into something, and a sudden system pop-up dragged him into a strange, empty room. "Long time no see, Kim Joo-hyuk." A familiar voice echoed through the empty space. Standing right in front of him was Barch, the absolute bastard who ruled the Tower of Destruction 300 years ago. Before the Tower Lord could even finish his arrogant speech, Kim Joo-hyuk delivered a devastating punch right to his jaw. Absolutely furious, he roared in his enemy's face, telling him that he was not happy to see him at all. Barch tries to scramble up, waving his hands for Kim Joo-hyuk to calm down and just listen. But there is zero chilling out here. For every word the guy says, Joo-hyuk lands another brutal punch. Barch screams for help while Joo-hyuk just keeps hurling curses. The whole room fills with desperate shrieks. "Stop, don't hit me, save me, wait, just die already, stop hitting me. I'll hit you even harder," Joo-hyuk snaps. "I'm not usually the type to speak with my fists, but this is different. It's completely different when a bastard like you ruins my peaceful future. My wealth, my absolute fame, all gone." And all the years I wasted training those kid disciples, Barche takes the full beating, totally helpless, only able to shield his face. While Doohyuk pauses to catch his breath, the battered soul crawls up to squeak out a few desperate words. Wait, please. Master, aren't you curious about where we are? That finally makes Doohyuk freeze, wondering where they actually are since there is nothing around. Absolutely nothing exists in this void. Barch finally gets a chance to stand up, explaining that this is a fantasy realm. To be precise, it's a relic space, and this form Doohyuk is looking at is just a manifestation of this space. His real body actually vanished 3 years ago. A massive question mark pops up in Doohyuk's head as he processes this. He asks in total confusion, so you're saying you've been trapped inside this relic all along? Barch realizes his moment has come. He begins to show off, floating up high and looking down with massive pride. Yes, Master, I have become a constellation. Think being a constellation makes you cool? Doohyuk immediately throws a barrage of punches to humble that smug face. After 30 minutes, his time is up. Even if he hasn't fully digested everything, Doohyuk is forced to exit the chamber. The moment he steps out, the instructor marches over with a furious expression to interrogate him, asking if he did anything weird. Wanting to avoid any extra drama, Doohyuk brushes off the questions with a vague answer and quickly beats a retreat. He has too many mysteries to solve right now. Rewinding back to when he was beating Barshi to a pulp, he eventually calmed down enough to talk like civilized men, meaning he used his fists to make him spill the beans. Barshi was sobbing, his face absolutely battered. He explained that after Doohyuk killed him, he spent 300 years in this place. He was completely powerless the whole time, only recovering his memories when a notification told him to contact his reincarnated master. That was when a highly suspicious entity showed up. Barshi wondered if it was the same bastard who turned him into a tower master. Doohyuk kept digging, demanding to know the identity of the person who turned his disciple into the master of destruction. But Barshi didn't seem to have a clue. That specific part of his memory had been completely wiped clean. After speaking, Barshi asked Doohyuk what his own system notification said. The young man recalled that glowing blue screen. It commanded him to find his weapons and memories, though the bottom text was completely blocked out by corrupted squares. Strangely, Doohyuk didn't feel like he was missing any memories at all, still remembering everything from the tower. Barshi gestured forward. He tried to explain the logic, suggesting the memories simply hadn't triggered yet. Since Doohyuk already found his weapon, the memories should unlock automatically. But the more he listened, the more ridiculous it sounded. What weapon? He hadn't found anything. Seeing his master still struggling to get it, Barch clarified that this space actually exists inside his legendary weapon, the very blade that became a sacred relic. Barche only became a constellation because he was using that relic. Hearing this, Doohyuk felt his temper flare up again. He immediately gave his disciple another thorough beating to vent his frustration. Things were finally starting to make sense. Barch was his old student forced by some unknown entity to become a villainous tower master. To save the world, Doohyuk had to put him down. Now Barchi was somehow lingering as a soul inside his old sword. His trusty old sword had transformed into a powerful relic harboring a literal constellation inside. What an absurd mess. Doohyuk seriously considered just smashing the sword and walking away. But even though weakened, it was still remarkably durable. It could even contain Barshi the Destroyer King, so he decided to keep it around. Only the sword owner would know. Only the weapon owner could see the system notification. But while dealing with this massive headache, some unwanted visitors interrupted. A group of thugs blocked his path. Their blonde leader cracked his knuckles, trying to look intimidating as he stepped forward. Hey, you're that top-ranked freshman Kim Doohyuk, right? Your seniors are standing right here. Aren't you going to greet us? This arrogant guy was Lorik Sunrise, the eldest son of the Sunrise family and a sophomore at Valhalla Academy. Most kids would be trembling, but Doohyuk didn't care. He instantly fired back, asking if bullies even deserve respect. Outraged by the freshman's disrespect, one of the seniors stepped forward with a spear, eager to teach him a lesson. He sneered, talking about the difference between a freshman and a sophomore. But before he finished, a kick slammed his gut. Doohyuk looked down on them with pure amusement. He doesn't like talking. He prefers showing real action. Stop barking and just attack, you punk bastards. Without giving them a single second to strike, Kim Doohyuk rushes straight in first. Time to show them a real beating. One by one, they get absolutely flattened. Punches, kicks, they all go down. Only a few still stand there, frozen like statues. Doohyuk has no intention of letting them leave easily, casually twirling his sword. The grip feels pretty amazing. Come on, hurry up. This is going to be fun, unless you want your skull crushed. 3 hours ago, Lorik Sunrise, the eldest son of the prestigious Sunrise family and a second-year student at Valhalla, was summoned by Jordy Venchik. Venchik asked for a small favor. He wanted Lorik Sunrise to deal with a certain troublesome first-year student in exchange for a massive reward. This prize would greatly benefit the Sunrise family. Jordy Venchik even allowed Lorik Sunrise to use weapons, promising to clean up any messy aftermath. With such a simple request yielding a huge payoff, Lorik's Sunrise agreed instantly. He figured the top rank of the first-year class meant nothing. A freshman is just a freshman. There was absolutely no way an underclassman could ever stand a chance against a second-year contractor. That is because Valhalla students must visit the Temple of Constellations during their second semester to sign a contract with a star. Once the contract is signed, they become official contractors, allowing them to channel the massive cosmic power of their guardian constellation. Lorik's Sunrise was highly confident because his research showed Kim Doohyuk came from an ordinary background with absolutely no guardian constellation backing him. An incredibly easy win. He could take him down in seconds. At least that is what he firmly believed back then. But now standing right here, Lorik's Sunrise finally understands exactly what kind of terrifying monster he is dealing with, and it is bad. Terrified, Lorik's Sunrise watches Doohyuk calmly step forward. What on earth is that bizarre swordsmanship? He barely seems to use any physical force, yet his opponents get hit with devastating power. Countless questions rush through his mind, but his pride forces him to act tough. His lackeys still stand frozen behind him, completely terrified and hesitating on whether they should charge forward or run for their lives. Refusing to suffer a humiliating defeat, Lorik's Sunrise throws caution to the wind and screams at his underlings to attack. "What are you scared of, you bastards? He is just a first year." He talks a big game, but his heart is racing. Doohyuk stands there, resting his sword on his shoulder, enjoying the pathetic show as he watches them struggle to find their courage. "Well, look at the brave leader," Doohyuk mocks. "Whoever stands still gets beaten first." Before the words even settle, he closes the distance. A swift strike directly to Lorik's Sunrise's stomach sends him flying. Just like that, the loudmouth senior is knocked completely unconscious. All that barking only to get instantly folded. Doohyuk waits, but since the senior is out cold, he decides to help him wake up. He delivers physical therapy straight to Lorik's Sunrise's face. "Wake up, brat. Who are you and why bring a gang to attack me?" Even after getting completely thrashed, Lorik's Sunrise stubbornly grits his teeth and refuses to speak. Not wanting to waste any more time, Doohyuk loses interest. Doohyuk decides to ignore them, ordering the gang to clean up the mess before leaving. Lorik's Sunrise is left feeling incredibly bitter. He tries to salvage some dignity by shouting after him, "Do you really think you can walk around school after doing this? Even if you are the top freshman, once people find out about this, you will definitely get expelled." Truly brainless. He is playing the victim after starting the fight. Doohyuk initially wanted to ignore him but decides to stay and educate him. Think about it. You know exactly what kind of rumors will spread if you open your mouth about today, right? A bunch of second years trying to jump a single freshman only to get absolutely wrecked. Telling that would be highly embarrassing. So think carefully. If you still want to attend this academy and join a guild, keep your mouth shut. Meanwhile, back at the dormitory, Jordy Venchik is eagerly waiting for the sweet news of his rival getting beaten to a pulp. Lorik's Sunrise finally calls, but instead of the expected good news, the update is a massive disappointment. He is backing out. Desperate, Jordy Venchik tries to convince his senior to report the assault to the academy administration, hoping to get Doohyuk disciplined. He even promises to pay Lorik's Sunrise generously, offering a massive sum of money that could greatly support the Sunrise family. But to prideful fighters like Lorik's Sunrise, money is not everything. They still value their honor, so the answer is no. Furious, Jordy Venchik smashes his brand new smartphone onto the floor. He glares at Yuria Z. Felix standing behind him with pure raging anger. He demands to know if she contacted Jizura yet and where that guy is. Yuria Z. Felix seems completely used to this. She calmly replies that she indeed notified him, but since he is currently far away, it will take some time. Over in Mexico at the Arabia Academy, we find Jisara Vench, a notorious thug who loves making life miserable for others. He receives an offer from Jordy Venchik to travel to South Korea and eliminate Kim Doohyuk for a massive prepared reward. Hearing this, Jisara is absolutely thrilled, letting out a sinister grin. The next morning at 6 in the morning, inside the Valhalla training room, Doohyuk shows up with his gear completely pumped to start some intense physical training. As he prepares to practice, a sudden voice startles him. Sweating, he wonders why his instructor is standing right there. He breaks into a cold sweat and questions him right back. "Who goes there? Where are you speaking from, Barshe?" Ah, so he was hiding inside the sealed sword. Kim Joo-hyuk angrily gives him a piece of his mind. He is thoroughly surprised the kid actually managed to escape from there. Maybe he will just beat him up and lock him right back inside. Terribly afraid of his master, Barshe promises to stay completely out of trouble. He even reveals that he left a duplicate sword back there. This strange clone-making ability immediately sparks Kim Joo-hyuk's genuine curiosity. Barshe explains that since waking up, his old strength is entirely gone, but he gained this special power in return. He still has no idea why he has it. Just as they are wondering, Erin shows up to claim her promised swordsmanship lesson. But the young man tells her they are not starting yet. First, they need to focus on building up her physical fitness. They start with exercise number 1, a simple warm-up. Better physical fitness means her body can absorb and control far more mana. This makes directing her energy a breeze. Honestly, Kim Joo-hyuk finds the modern training methods of today's youth pretty bizarre. They rush straight into manipulating mana without ever building a solid physical base. Even Erin is guilty of this exact mistake. Despite her massive mana reserves, her actual combat skills are quite average. So acting like a true personal coach, he takes over. Kim Joo-hyuk kicks off a daily routine of intense practical training. Meanwhile, that very morning his academy class holds a surprise test. It is a quick written exam proctored by Lilia, a high-ranking instructor of Valhalla covering the subject of otherworldly monsters. Since she previously told everyone to study this on their own, now is the perfect time to test their knowledge. They must write down how to deal with each monster type. The students quickly get to work scribbling down their answers. Although the pop quiz does not impact their final grades, it still determines their placement for the upcoming classes. This keeps the entire room pretty stressed. Only Kim Joo-hyuk seems completely unfazed, writing something so wild that even Barchi gasps. Are you seriously going to turn that in, master? Later in the teacher's lounge, the instructor happily reviews the submitted exams. Lilia confidently tells instructor Kim Lee-gun that the students from the 5 great families performed exceptionally well, just as expected. But that peaceful moment is shattered a second later. Instructor Kim Lee-gun barely sips his coffee before spraying it everywhere. He cannot believe his eyes. Kim Joo-hyuk actually turned in absolute garbage and had the audacity to call it an exam. Fuming with rage, she crumples the paper, complaining that the boy is not just lazy but openly mocking the academy. This disrespect cannot go unpunished. During the next class, she plans to confront him and teach him a very thorough lesson. Little did he know she is the type to hold a serious grudge. A week later, inside the combat simulation room, things escalate. Lilia summons Kim Joo-hyuk up for questioning. She slaps down his exam, showing a massive 0 right in his face. She demands to know if he even took the test seriously. Clueless, Kim Joo-hyuk silently wonders if this lady has lost her mind. He calmly replies that he wrote everything with absolute sincerity. Though furious, she tries her best to keep her composure. She reads out the first question, asking how to handle a stone golem. He just stands there with a completely blank face. His answer is simple: stab it in the gut. Then comes the second question about facing 8 goblins in the woods. Without missing a beat, Kim Joo-hyuk grabs the test paper and reads his answer aloud, starting with the very first target. You simply stab them one by one and send them straight to hell. The instructor is absolutely fuming at this response. After bickering back and forth, she decides to give him a chance to prove his ridiculously simple theories in person. She challenges him to defeat the simulated monster exactly as he wrote, promising to change his grade if he succeeds. She expects him to back down and beg for forgiveness, but Kim Joo-hyuk does not hesitate for a single second. He walks right over to the weapon rack, grabs a basic sword, and steps up to the massive stone golem. The beast swings its heavy arm, but a sudden painful roar echoes out as a sword drives straight into its abdomen. Within seconds, the golem dissolves into thin air. He calmly turns back to his stunned classmates with an obvious shrug. See, you just stab it in the belly. The watching students freeze, completely shocked that he won without using any magic. Her arrogant attitude completely vanishes. Stunned, she quietly asks how he managed to pull off such a crazy feat. He looks at her as if she asked a stupid question, repeating that he literally just stabbed it in the stomach. Feeling utterly humiliated, Lilia tries to process this impossible situation. She bites her fingernails, analyzing his bizarre technique. Defeating a stone golem with basic blades usually requires at least an A-rank weapon to pierce its rocky skin. Yet this guy just shattered the beast using a completely standard academy sword. It makes absolutely no sense to her. Think the interrogation is finally over. Not a chance, because she still wants to test his answer to that second question. He is instantly teleported to a new simulation. Before he can even look around, several green goblins begin charging his way. The Barchisark goblins suddenly appear right in front of him. These guys are pretty tough to handle if you just try to face them head-on. Make one wrong move and the frontrunners will unleash their war cry skill, pulling every other goblin in the area into a massive frenzy. Usually a top-tier mage would need to wipe them out in a single shot, or you would simply have to run for your life. But that is for normal people. For Kim Joo-hyuk, running is not an option. He does not care how many there are. He simply grips his sword and charges at the very first one, driving his blade straight down through its skull. The second beast roars but immediately catches a blade to the throat, and the rest quickly follow as he tears through them one by one. Kim Joo-hyuk turns to the instructor, asking with absolute confidence if his second answer was correct as well. The teacher is completely speechless, utterly terrified. The next day, he drags Erin to the gym for physical training as usual. Though she tries her absolute hardest, she can barely keep up and ends up collapsed on the floor, gasping for air. He curiously asks if she ever trains her body. Why is she lying there, looking half dead like a sick puppy? How can she fight monsters? Exhausted, Erin tries to explain that her magic works by borrowing power from her guardian constellations. Just as Kim Joo-hyuk suspected, modern hunters rely entirely on constellations, focusing only on magic instead of raw physical strength. They think they do not need physical strength as long as their constellations grant them enough raw magical power. But the risk is way too high. What happens when they get stuck in a maze or a dungeon where magic is completely banned? Or what if they run out of mana in a drawn-out battle? Worse, what if the constellations suddenly refuse to lend them strength? There are just too many flaws. Kim Joo-hyuk lets Aaron rest while he starts another training round. Once she leaves, Barch finally speaks up. He asks his master why he is helping her train. It turns out she was complaining so much that Kim Joo-hyuk just wanted some peace. Her constant whining gave him a massive headache. While they are talking, Kim Joo-hyuk notices a familiar muscle head training nearby. It is Se-hyuk, and he has already put in some serious work. Watching his muscular back as he leaves, Kim Joo-hyuk realizes something. This guy is actually way smarter than the fools who only rely on magic. Still, he wonders what those mysterious constellations are up to. Barchi genuinely has no idea, but to avoid getting hit, the disciple quickly offers up some crucial extra information. He tells his master that completing the new system quest might reveal the secrets of those mysterious constellations. That jogs his memory. Kim Joo-hyuk quickly pulls up that annoying system window to inspect it, and there is indeed new information. The system says he must head to the Great Forest of Valhalla, the home of May Arona, to complete the quest. This forest is the final destination for their first semester. Normally, he would have headed there right after recovering his strength, but now he has to play by the rules and wait. No matter how impatient he gets, he knows he must survive until then. He cannot afford to get expelled before completing this quest. His ultimate secret must remain hidden at all costs. Meanwhile, in London, England, at the Grand Venchik mansion, the vice head Adelia sits comfortably in her chair. She listens to a report about Jasira Venchik being summoned to South Korea by Lorik. Just hearing those names gives her a massive headache. Jasira Venchik is the family black sheep and a notorious thug. He constantly used the family name to cause major scandals. At age 19, he brutally murdered 5 talented students of the British Academy over a single petty argument. By age 20, his name was completely erased from the family tree, and he went into hiding for years until now. Knowing this will cause trouble, Adelia immediately orders her men to monitor him closely before it is too late. She also sends a stern warning to Lorik, stating that if she catches him doing anything shady, he is next. He will be kicked out of the family. Adelia absolutely despises useless freeloaders who inherit power without working for it. She believes that level of authority does not belong to trash, and everything will ultimately belong to her alone. The next day, Kim Joo-hyuk's mind is completely elsewhere during class, and his thoughts are wandering all over the place. While he is daydreaming, the girl sitting in front of him hands him a mysterious note, causing his face to instantly darken as he reads. Since students are allowed to leave campus this weekend, he immediately rushes to submit his outing request as soon as class ends. So Yeon has been following him around, stuttering so much she cannot even form a single proper word, which completely annoys him. He is already irritated because she did not even reply to his note after he was polite enough to write back to her. Now she's just standing there talking complete nonsense. So Yeon actually wants to ask Kim Joo-hyuk how he defeated the stone demon so easily. But she hesitates because asking feels like a massive blow to her own pride as a top genius. Before she can even finish, the instructor suddenly pops out of nowhere like a ghost, demanding to know how he killed that stone demon. The teacher totally steals her spotlight, leaving the poor girl completely ignored and sidelined in her own conversation. On top of that, the professor tried to recruit Kim Joo-hyuk as her assistant, promising plenty of special perks, especially getting to do deep research on various ways to defeat monsters. Watching the two of them walk away, Yoo So-yeon wept silently without a word. Fine guess, he would not ask anymore. The next day, as planned, Kim Joo-hyuk hauled his pile of valuable assets to a black market to sell them off. He chose this night market to hide his identity and blend in with other sellers. This illegal black market still stands today because the entity that created it is a powerful guardian constellation known as the Hidden Ruler. Since it was actively maintained by celestial high-level players, frequented this place openly. Even though it was completely illegal, the local government showed absolutely no signs of cracking down on the market. This made finding a way inside a total breeze. Following instructions he found online, Kim Joo-hyuk arrived in no time. Looking around at the scenery, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. The purple sky and the cloudy moonlight looked exactly like the night sky he witnessed 300 years ago. But putting aside the cloudy weather, Kim Joo-hyuk quickly spotted the exact staff member mentioned in that online post. Handing over a stack of $2 million to pay the market entrance fee, he was immediately welcomed like an elite VIP. From this guy, Kim Joo-hyuk received a crisp mask along with details on the most reputable dealer. Following the directions carefully, Kim Joo-hyuk soon located Maurice, considered the absolute best buyer around. Wasting no time, Kim Joo-hyuk pulled out a bag stuffed with precious rings, which Maurice initially dismissed as cheap junk, but the moment he picked them up to inspect, he froze in sheer shock. He examined them closely. These were genuine artifacts from the era of destruction, and the others were no different. Where on earth did he get so many relics? Maurice asked him directly, but the rules here strictly forbid asking about personal matters, so Kim Joo-hyuk kept his mouth shut. Instead, he urged the old man to check quickly and name his price. Maurice stroked his chin in deep thought before admitting that he honestly had no idea. He could not properly appraise relics from the era of destruction, let alone afford them. This left Kim Joo-hyuk pretty surprised. He pressed the old man for another option, so Maurice pointed toward a tall tower hosting the elite auction hall. But getting a slot takes 2 to 3 weeks due to the backlog requiring multiple visits just to verify everything. What a massive headache. Even if it meant more money, Kim Joo-hyuk looked quite annoyed with all the paperwork. He asked if the old man could just give an estimate. Maurice typed a number, and those endless zeros made him completely lose count. He knew they were valuable in his past life, but he never expected such an insane fortune. Maurice estimated that even if he liquidated his entire net worth, it would barely cover 3/4 of the total value. Hating any unnecessary hassle, Kim Joo-hyuk agreed to sell the lot right then and there, leaving Maurice utterly speechless. Relics from the era of destruction fetch a premium due to their age, but there is an even bigger secret behind their worth: the constellations. Emerging after the cataclysm, these celestials reacted in strange ways to these ancient artifacts. Word is even a regular person holding one of these relics could forge a powerful contract with a constellation. Maurice examined the rings with extreme care, watching the mana pulse through the fine details, still humming with magic. He felt unbelievably lucky to secure such legendary treasures for a tiny, laughable fraction of their actual massive worth. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere, catching Maurice off guard, especially since he had registered anonymously for this deal. Yet the market owner Breakcast personally came over to greet him, gasping in surprise at the ring in Maurice's hands. It seemed his guardian Constellation desperately wanted that ring. Meanwhile, having finished the trade, Kim Joo-hyuk left immediately. Checking his bank balance, he was absolutely thrilled to find his financial worries were officially a thing of the past. If he ever ran short, he could just grab more from his vault. He had tons left. Just then, his phone rang. Answering it, a barrage of words fired at him before he could speak. It was Professor Lilia inviting him for lunch. Free food was too good to pass up, but there is always a catch. She immediately started nagging him again about becoming her personal teaching assistant, offering tempting benefits like full scholarships, hefty monthly stipends, and co-authoring academic theses directly with her. She promised fame, money, and recognition from the Monster Research Association, on and on. Plus, he would get to go out of the academy twice a week instead of once a month. All this chatter gave Kim Joo-hyuk a massive headache. None of these perks mattered to him. His sole focus was reaching the Great Forest Eye, which was only accessible during the final first-year evaluations. Even as a professor, she could not help him with that, so he flatly rejected her. He refused to be her assistant or write papers with her, telling her to stop dreaming. But she was not giving up. Lilia offers a deal. Share his monster counter secrets and she will trade some intel. That leaves Kim Joo-hyuk pretty curious. He asks, expecting something good. Nope, just boring gossip about Choi Aaron. He instantly loses all interest. Satiated and bored, Kim Joo-hyuk stands straight up to leave. But right at the door, curiosity gets the better of him. Why is she so brutal on those kids? They are just children. His blunt question hits her right in the soul. Lilia stammers, launching into a massive defensive explanation. Long story short, she believes a teacher must never slack off. After all, these are monsters. Mistakes mean death. Real-world encounters directly decide her students' actual survival rates. If they fail the absolute basics, they die. That is why she is harsh. Kim Joo-hyuk simply shrugs at her explanation. That is just your own selfish projection, he bluntly says. With a quick wave, he leaves. Meanwhile, over at the Seong estate, the powerful head of the Choi clan, Choi Jun-seo, summons his arrogant eldest son Choi Jin-gon alongside his second daughter, Choi Aaron, demanding to know their plans for the upcoming family placement test. If they can somehow pass this brutal exam, they might earn the rare chance to contract with their sacred relic, Choi Won-do, which is the only way to claim the succession. But failure means absolute instant exile. The patriarch unsheathes his family blade, fixing both of them with a cold, unforgiving stare. He asks if they are in. Both are pretty shaken up by the pressure, but they immediately agree to do it. With 3 weeks left until the big exam, they have a solid chunk of time to prepare. But on the way back, Choi Jin-gon shows his utter disgust for Aaron, throwing petty insults and looking down on her for entering the test. He mocks her, asking if she actually thinks she can be the clan leader. You illegitimate stray, look at you. Stop dreaming about actually winning this test. You can't even receive a basic blessing from a constellation, can you? How do you expect to fight me when I already have a contract? What are you ready to quit already? Just keep leeching off the family money because I'll make you pay back every single cent later, my dear sister. A few days pass and midterm season is creeping up. While their homeroom teacher drones on at the blackboard about The strict rules and harsh punishments for failing, Kim Joo-hyuk sits there completely tuning it out, lost in his own thoughts. These exams at Valhalla Academy are a pretty massive deal. Scoring too low on either the midterms or the finals means you get slapped with instant expulsion. That actually has Kim Joo-hyuk a tiny bit stressed. The practical test is a breeze, but the written exam is a total nightmare. He absolutely has to stay enrolled here until the term ends to reach day lim. But he has zero clue how to pull that off. Now watch, because our main character is about to get creative. He casually calls over Barchi, telling him that since he attended all the lectures, he should just take the test for him. Naturally, Barch shuts him down immediately, whining about how insanely unfair this is. But his protests do absolutely nothing. A few casual threats from Kim Joo-hyuk later, and the guy is fully on board. Once the class wraps up, Erin is already waiting. She timidly approaches, asking if they are still going to train today. Luckily, the young man was actually planning to warm up his weapon skills anyway, so he agrees to show her some moves. Swordsmanship sounds fancy, but really it's just showing her how to properly grip the hilt, the most basic rule of swordplay. Erin admits she hasn't held a real blade ever since she started her brutal physical conditioning under Kim Joo-hyuk. Normally, she would be practicing with it daily. Kim Joo-hyuk tells her to draw her weapon, but her stance is completely off, so he begins correcting her form bit by bit, telling her to squeeze with her ring and pinky fingers to lock her grip. Erin instantly notices the difference. Without even using mana, her hold feels way more stable than her old two-handed stance. He challenges her to step up and show him what she's got. He waits to see her showcase her raw power, and right away, Erin bursts forward with incredible speed. Those hellish workouts are finally paying off big time. Kim Joo-hyuk constantly shouts out adjustments for her footwork and pacing. She executes his tips seamlessly, looking leaps and bounds stronger than before. She quietly thanks him in her heart for all this help. An hour flies by and they are both pretty exhausted. Kim Joo-hyuk calls it a day and tells her to rest. Erin collapses onto the floor, completely wiped out. Watching Kim Joo-hyuk stand there totally unfazed, a sudden idea pops into her head. She eagerly asks if he will train with her again next time. Kim Joo-hyuk considers it. Sparring with someone like Erin actually helps him shake off his own rust, and guiding a prodigy like her is surprisingly satisfying. Plus, since the opening ceremony, he has noticed her highly unique sword style. Even though her breathing technique is pretty standard, her flow feels entirely different. Training with her is actually helping him reclaim his past battle instincts. If this was 3 years ago, he definitely would have gladly taken her on as his personal disciple. But unfortunately, his current situation makes that totally impossible. He found teasing her pretty amusing, so Kim Joo-hyuk casually told her he did not want to fight anymore, expecting Erin to whine and beg, but she simply agreed. It actually caught him off guard when she added that since he was always right, she would follow his lead no matter what. 2 weeks later, all the first-year students gathered at Valhalla Stadium. Everyone knew exactly why they were there except for one clueless guy. Kim Joo-hyuk kept wondering why he even had to show up. Waiting around in sheer boredom, he sighed. The homeroom teacher apparently mentioned this entire event 2 weeks ago, but he missed it. If he could, he would have probably thrown a few punches at that teacher. Right then, the head coach stepped out with the eighth instructors to explain the rules for Valhalla's midterm exam. This practical test was going to be a straightforward dungeon raid. The students had to form teams to enter an artificial dungeon, joining whoever they wanted. The recommended team size was 8 members, but they were free to adjust their numbers as they saw fit. The academy would grade them strictly on their contribution level during the raid, with a hard time limit of 5 hours before disqualification. Anyone failing to clear it within the time limit would fail instantly. As for the dungeon's difficulty, it was set to F rank. With the test officially started, chaos erupted as students began frantically scrambling to form their squads. The elite kids from the 5 great clans already figured out the trick, while other students clumped into massive groups of 20, or stuck to the standard 8-man limit. Without proper balance, fights were bound to break out. As soon as they stepped inside, the scoring began. Yet, while practically everyone grouped up to stay safe, there was one major exception. Kim Joo-hyuk decided to go completely solo. At this stage, the test was a total walk in the park. But get this, he was surprised to see Erin still standing right there. Turns out she was fully committed to following his lead now. Since he was going solo, she decided to do the exact same thing, turning down all the other groups who invited her. She coldly told them she would handle this alone because Kim Joo-hyuk said it was easy. That is exactly what she said, before stepping inside. Over at the Valhalla control room, the instructors were keeping a very close eye on the performance metrics. The scoring was brutal because the main examiner was none other than the legendary combat coach Lee Sang-cheon. Back in his prime, he was known as the Dungeon Master, a living legend boasting a 99% clear rate. Nobody understood the core of dungeon rating better than him, which explained why his grading standards were so incredibly high for these rookies. Still scanning through the feeds, the old man was fairly pleased. there was real talent this year, especially Yoo So-yeon, who displayed textbook combat skills. She handled every situation flawlessly, positioning her teammates perfectly to maximize their scores. She directed their movements with absolute precision. What was most impressive was how she kept the team coordinated mid-battle. She made sure they would all clear the dungeon together. Honestly, Yoo So-yoon was doing an outstanding job. Too bad she had to share a class with Kim Joo-hyuk, who was about to completely shatter her spotlight. Curious, Coach Lee Sang-cheon searched for his name, but what the hell, his profile was nowhere to be found. He wondered if the system was glitched since it was supposed to track every single student currently in the raid. Sensing something was off, he clicked on the cleared list instead, and there he was sitting right at the top. Kim Joo-hyuk's name stared back at him. The coach was utterly dumbfounded. He ran the dungeon entirely solo, and yet his completion time was a staggering 23 minutes and 32 seconds. Valhalla had never seen anything like this before. Unable to believe his eyes, the coach immediately pulled up the video playback. Monsters were getting absolutely shredded by Kim Joo-hyuk. Goblins, orcs, it did not matter, he sliced through them effortlessly. Within minutes, he reached the final boss room. The boss was a massive golem specially designed to test these recruits. Yet Kim Joo-hyuk shattered it with a single, effortless strike. His stats were basically equivalent to an entire 8-man party. Lee Sang-cheon could only chuckle helplessly. First place was already locked in. The exam wrapped up shortly after, leaving some students celebrating while others were barely standing. Staring at the final scoreboard, the homeroom teacher was completely speechless, but the head coach calmly explained that while he expected the kid to place first, he never imagined he would sweep the dungeon solo, without taking a single scratch. If he keeps growing like this, Korea might finally reclaim the title of the Singular One. That legendary title belonged to the absolute strongest contractor. Hearing this, Kim Lee-gun could only stammer in utter disbelief. Realizing he might have spoken too soon, the head coach laughed it off, blaming his excitement on the lack of top-tier geniuses lately. But the real shocker on the scoreboard was not even him. Look at the second spot. Choi Erin claimed second place, which left the instructors absolutely flabbergasted because nobody expected her to go solo, let alone. Honestly, she still got it done, even though it took quite some time and left her covered in wounds. He turned to the homeroom teacher in utter disbelief, pointing out that if the exam actually focused on teamwork, Yoo So-yeon should have scored way higher. But instead, Kim Joo-hyuk, Choi Erin ended up with top marks because of their raw contribution. But the results are locked in, and there is no point arguing about it anymore. Even though the instructor dropped the subject, Kim Lee-gun still had serious doubts. Having crossed paths with her back in the Chojin Guild, he knew Erin was basically a model student who did nothing but train her swordsmanship, yet here she was trying to solo a dungeon. It was pure madness. At first, he suspected that Kim Joo-hyuk had manipulated her into doing it, but he quickly shook his head at such a ridiculous thought. By the next day, the updated ranking list threw the entire academy into absolute chaos. Lorik Sunrise stared at the name of Kim Joo-hyuk sitting comfortably at the very top. Boiling with pure rage, he turned to his assistant and asked if Jisera was currently in Korea. He ordered her to get him on the phone immediately. Uriah Felix hated being treated like an errand girl, but she had to play along. Later that evening, Lorik Sunrise rushed over to a high-end restaurant to meet Jisera. The moment he spotted the scarred assassin, the guy waved him over. Without wasting a single second, Jisera started slicing into his steak, devouring the meat like he had been starved for a century. With his mouth stuffed, the assassin mumbled, asking what this Kim Joo-hyuk guy did to warrant getting taken out. Lorik Sunrise finally had his chance to vent. He spat back that the trash simply annoyed him with his low-born status, so he wanted him sent back to the dirt. Talk about a massive, classist snob who thinks he is royalty. Jisera chewed down his last piece of steak, looking up with a cold smile. He casually asked if he was allowed to just kill the kid, and Lorik Sunrise simply shrugged, leaving the decision to him. Then Jisera pointed at Uriah Felix, casually mentioning he recently slaughtered one of her family elders just for talking too much, making the poor girl shake in terror. The monster laughed, like a psychopath, telling Lorik Sunrise to get his payment ready. A week flew by, and as the top ranker of the academy exams, Kim Joo-hyuk was granted special permission to leave the campus. Naturally, his annoying senior kept nagging him, asking if he was leaving again. Refusing to waste breath on this chatterbox, the young man simply replied that he had some old records to retrieve over in Sugan. With his bags packed and tracking his location, he hiked up a quiet hill to enjoy the scenery with a nice cup of hot tea and some snacks, but his peaceful moment was instantly ruined. He stopped dead, demanding to know who this uninvited guest was, and what on earth he wanted. Naturally, Jisera ignored him entirely, choosing to ramble about something completely different instead. He asked if the boy wondered why out of everyone in the world the person standing right in front of him happened to be him. Did he really think Kim Joo-hyuk was an idiot? As the former Sword King, he knew exactly what was going on, asking if the assassin planned to make this look like a clean accident. Spot on, the killer thought it was great dealing with someone who picked up on things so quickly. In 10 seconds, both dropped into their combat stances and clashed. The young man tossed his heavy pack aside as Jisara threw a vicious lightning-fast punch right at his face. Just as the fist was about to connect, he tilted his head and dodged. The massive blow missed entirely, smashing clean through a thick tree behind him. The assassin grinned clearly, enjoying himself, and remarked that the kid was incredibly lucky to have avoided that attack. He warned that if it had landed, his skull would have shattered. But the young man just let out a bored, mocking chuckle. He scoffed back that it wasn't luck, his strike was just incredibly slow. Still looking at the splintered tree trunk, he knew this opponent was incredibly dangerous. This psycho's raw physical strength was easily on par with, if not superior to, Doohyuk. In his current state, taking a direct hit from this guy would be fatal. His fragile, unconditioned body simply couldn't handle that kind of impact, so the tactical retreat was the smartest move here. But Jisara wasn't about to let his target slip away, chasing him down with a manic grin. Just when the killer thought he had the upper hand, Kim Joo-hyuk suddenly spun around and planted a heavy fist right into his jaw, sending him flying. He followed up instantly with a vicious smile, raising his boot to stomp directly onto the assassin's face while he was still down. At the absolute last second, Jisara managed to twist his body out of the way, narrowly avoiding a face-crushing stomp that would have ended him right there. Snapping with rage, he scrambled back up, wiped the blood from his nose, and growled that the boy actually managed to surprise him. But Kim Joo-hyuk wasn't intimidated in the slightest, reminding the assassin that he was talking to the top ranker of Valhalla. The assassin fell silent. He knew that already, but he couldn't wrap his head around what kind of performance enhancer the kid had used. To gain an edge in combat, members of the prestigious Venge family relied heavily on their unique clan attribute. They possessed an innate genius for brewing highly potent combat potions. Thanks to this, Jisara was able to safely consume absolutely any stimulant. His parents had forced him to chug hundreds of thousands of dangerous enhancement potions just to artificially boost his physical stats. By the age of 16, his strength already completely surpassed a fully grown adult, and his parents used him to claw their way up the family hierarchy. But once he gained enough power, he refused to let anyone control his life anymore. He ruthlessly slaughtered his own parents and was subsequently exiled from the family by the self-proclaimed patriarch. Still, Jisara didn't care, because in this dark, unforgiving world, these days, whenever he took on a request, almost any problem could be solved with cash, making him even more reckless once his ties to the family were cut. When he got the job from Jordy Venchik, cash was offered, but he was way more interested in Kim Joo-hyuk anyway, so he settled on just taking his life. He wondered how fun it would be to mess with the top-ranked academy rookie, a guy crazy enough to trash talk and flush out all those association spies. Yet standing right in front of Kim Joo-hyuk, a different question popped up: who is this guy? Jisara kept quiet for a bit, then suddenly blurted out, "Hey, what kind of drugs are you using to get this strong? I don't think an orphan like you could ever afford whatever expensive gear or potions you're taking." Hearing this, Kim Joo-hyuk just burst out laughing, clutching his stomach for a good while before he managed to respond. "Drugs? Laughable. This idiot is totally delusional, asking if he was some steroid junkie." Jisara felt insulted by the mockery, but he still stubbornly pressed on, asking if he really did not use enhancers. Hearing this ridiculous nonsense, Kim Joo-hyuk only got more fired up for a fight. He cracked his neck and shoulders, telling the guy that of course not, you absolute idiot, this strength comes from hard training. To be honest, I could almost compare you to a hard worker, but that would be insulting to anyone with real, natural muscles. Comparing actual, honest physical gains to a fraud like you is just disrespectful. Getting blasted out of nowhere like that made Jisara absolutely furious. Pulling out his weapon, he cursed under his breath, telling himself this bastard was completely done for. But the guy must have been high on his own supply. He barely managed to unsheath his magic-infused dagger, preparing to deliver some grand villain speech before a brutal strike crashed right into his skull. "Did you really think I would just stand here and watch? What kind of idiot actually waits for their opponent to charge up their power?" Kim Joo-hyuk kept laying down the law while absolutely trash-talking the guy. Talk about zero chill. Jisara finally raised his hand, begging for mercy, but it was already too late. Kim Joo-hyuk grabbed him by the hair, pulled him close, and smiled like a demon. "You don't get to pass out yet, you drug-bloated moron. I was actually going to let you slide initially, but you just had to pick a fight. Since you promised to take care of me, I definitely can't let you leave. I have a few questions for you, so grit your teeth." Staring down that massive fist, Jisara went completely pale with terror, screaming out in sheer desperation. Talk about a massive reality check, a cheap thug trying to match a real monster. Keep dreaming. Meanwhile, back at the dorms, Jordy Venchik was eagerly waiting for the good news. He was absolutely certain that by now, Kim Joo-hyuk was already dead, never imagining that the one who actually needed a coffin was his senior Jisara. Jordy Venchik happily ordered Yuria Z. Felix to prep the car to collect the body. Right on cue, Gisera called and Jordy Venchik eagerly grabbed his phone, answering with a massive grin, asking if the job was done. But the other end was silent, offering only painful groans. Then a very familiar voice cut through. I bet you have absolutely no idea what the hell is happening right now. I wonder what look is on your face. Let me translate for your buddy, he says. If he dies, light some incense. Wait for me, Jordy Venchik. Hearing that, Jordy Venchik went completely pale, slamming the phone down before another word could be spoken. Now sheer panic set in. He was terrified his plot would be exposed, terrified of the immediate karma coming his way. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the family found out. Jordy Venchik held his head in silence, planning another way to eliminate Kim Doohyuk. He figured the guy was just some low-born commoner, meaning nothing major would happen if he just covered his tracks and laid low for a while. Meanwhile, after dealing with that musclehead, the master and disciple packed up and continued searching for the ruins. Barsh still could not understand the situation, asking why they did not just finish off that brainless idiot. Exhausted by his talkative apprentice, Kim Doohyuk finally explained. If he were still his past self, that guy's head would already be rolling, but now he was just a regular high school student. That made sense. Barsh stroked his chin thoughtfully, mentioning that he still had a few concerns about their fight. He was talking about the magic energy that the thug emitted, explaining that it felt strangely familiar. If the guy had released just a bit more, he could have verified it, but he definitely recognized that aura. Didn't his master feel it? Magic energy? Kim Doohyuk had not sensed anything special because he was never a demon, so he just ignored it entirely. Let him ramble. Going back to what Gisera confessed after having a few fingers snapped, Kim Doohyuk had gently questioned him, asking who sent him before suddenly remembering he had completely broken the guy's jaw so he could not speak. So he reached into the thug's mouth and snapped his jaw back into place. Now he could talk. Gisera tried staying quiet, but watching his fingers get broken one by one quickly changed his mind, and he finally confessed that Jordy Venchik sent him. She boasts about being Gisera Venchik of the first generation, working strictly as a hired mercenary. According to her, the legendary constellation she contracted with is from the first race to worship the Beak Mask. She also holds a constellation contract. Gisera Venchik is highly confident, bragging that with just 30 more seconds to charge her energy, the outcome would have been totally different. Hearing this nonsense makes Kim Doohyuk's head spin. He originally planned to spare her if she showed remorse, but now he thinks she really just needs to shut up. Without saying another word, he snaps her dislocated jaw right back into place. The term first generation rings a vague bell, so Kim Doohyuk decides to look it up online. Tons of breaking news pop up and almost none of it is good. Kim Doohyuk gets pretty annoyed. He ditches his research, aiming straight for Jordy Venchik. He wants to teach this absolute bastard a lesson. He cooks up a wild plan. In this digital era, high-tech leaks work much better than raw physical strength. Luckily, he recorded her entire confession on the spot. Now he just needs to find a place to leak it. Easy game. Did they really think they could mess with him? Kim immediately calls his Aunt Lilia, making her believe he's finally asking to be her assistant. He quickly shuts down her excitement, asking if she happens to know any active reporters. Kim Doohyuk gets straight to the point. The very next day, explosive news about the Venchik family plotting to murder a student at Valhalla Academy dominates the trending searches. The media spices things up, but at the end of the day it drags the Venchik family and Jordy Venchik through the mud. Netizens feast on the drama, talking up a massive storm online. Looking at his absolute masterpiece of a leak, Kim Doohyuk grins with deep satisfaction, declaring this is what modern warfare looks like. Even Barshi praises him, shocked that someone from 300 years ago could adapt to modern culture at such a lightning-fast pace. Reincarnating wasn't easy at first, and Kim Doohyuk struggled, but he spent his free time getting fully acclimated to the world by lurking on forums and constantly reading the news, making him a tech expert. Skimming the latest articles, Kim Doohyuk lets out a sigh, slightly disappointed. He only wanted to ruin Jordy Venchik, but instead the press went on a full-blown crusade against the entire Venchik family. What he didn't expect was the massive ripple effect of his actions. The family head actually holds a live press conference to apologize, putting on a highly convincing show of remorse. Yet she subtly denies any direct involvement, avoiding actual blame while promising a personal visit to apologize to the victim. No other explanations are offered. Watching the broadcast from his room, Jordy Venchik's face turns completely pale with fear. Right on cue, his father calls with urgent orders from the family head to return to England immediately. The next day, Gisera Venchik cuts a deal to reduce her sentence to just 5 years, gladly taking the fall as the sole mastermind behind the entire incident. She gets shipped off like cargo on a prison transport vessel, heading deep into the Pacific Ocean toward the infamous prison tower. Built directly by an S-Rank Constellation, this place completely strips away power, reducing mighty contract holders into ordinary, powerless humans. Jisara Venchik keeps her spirits up, thinking all she has to do is keep her mouth shut so Jordy Venchik can stay in the family's good graces. They promise a swift 5-year release, and 5 years is nothing to her. But her cozy thoughts are cut short when a bone-chilling voice whispers from the shadows, mocking her face as incredibly ugly. Jisara Venchik barely looks up before her head is clean sliced off without a single second to plead for her life. Meanwhile, at the Grand Venchik mansion, Jordy Venchik's father, Eden, and Jordy Venchik himself are bowing in deep submission before their family head. She coldly asks Jordy Venchik what he plans to do now. The terrified father and son desperately beg for forgiveness, but it does absolutely nothing to soothe the leader's wrath. Apologies do not fix a mess this huge. After listening to Jordy Venchik's pathetic excuses, her fury only intensifies. A crushing wave of raw mana erupts from her, paralyzing both men with absolute terror. She leans in right up to his face, asking him what they should do next. Jordy Venchik is completely terrified, dropping to his knees to plead. He swears he will do absolutely anything required to restore the grand honor of their family. She finds his words laughable, since the cleanest way to fix their reputation is to completely cast him out. Hearing this, his father Eden nervously steps forward to intervene, asking the head if this punishment is not a bit too harsh. She turns a freezing glare toward him, asking if he wants to join his son in exile. The old man instantly shuts his mouth, not daring to utter another word. She wants to cast them out immediately, but doing so would basically be a confession that they were behind the attack. Weighing her options, she reluctantly dismisses them with a stern warning. She orders Jordy Venchik to return to Valhalla and keep his mouth shut. Once she personally meets Kim Joo-hae, she will decide his fate. Though spared for now, Jordy Venchik is smart enough to realize his days in the family are definitely numbered. The family head is only playing along because the media is watching. He needs to act fast before his time runs out. He has to take action, since absolutely nothing can hold him back now. Jordy Venchik looks at his father and says, "Father, you also have to help me." His father has always spoiled this precious son of his, so without even asking, he knows the deal completely, simply advising him to keep things quiet no matter what. Talk about a rotten apple not falling far from the tree, both of them. A few days later at Valhalla Academy, when hearing that the head of the Venchik family is coming to apologize, Kim Joo-hyuk finds it incredibly annoying and has zero interest in meeting them. But under pressure from his homeroom teacher, and because they happen to be the Academy's biggest financial backers, he is forced to reluctantly agree. Yoo So-yeon, she steps inside, looking incredibly noble and aristocratic, though Kim Joo-hyuk could not care less. "Nice to meet you, Kim Joo-hyuk. I am the head of the Venchik family, Adalia Venchik." Kim Joo-hyuk merely replies with a half-hearted dry greeting. "Well, nice to meet you." Both of them stare at each other in awkward silence for a moment before she finally speaks up, claiming they released an official statement right after the attack. Unfortunately, they are in a tough spot where neither the media nor the public actually believes any of it. That is why she wants to speak with him, hoping to open up an opportunity to resolve this misunderstanding. She asks if he can help them, and honestly, her sheer audacity is mind-blowing. She acts as if those lies of hers are the absolute truth. What a shameless woman. But Kim Joo-hyuk replies with just one simple word, no, without even wasting a single second to think about it. To win him over, Adalia starts offering a massive list of benefits, from full financial backing all the way until graduation to securing a great job afterward, even laying out a clear path for him to become a top hunter in Korea. It sounds incredibly tempting to anyone else, but our main character is absolutely rich and couldn't care less. Kim Joo-hyuk points right at her face and snaps back, saying he doesn't need any rewards at all. He only wants to see how they live with the shame Jordy Venchik dragged across the Venchik family name. This makes her absolutely lose her mind. Dropping her high and mighty act, her face twists into an ugly, furious expression as she spits out some incredibly insulting words, calling him absolute trash. She snaps, "Who do you think you're talking to? I came to this filthy academy just to accommodate you, yet you dare act so arrogant. I should probably just kill you right here and now, shouldn't I? I wanted to show some generosity and give you a real opportunity, yet you just throw it back in my face." Her attitude is absolutely wild. It sounds menacing, but Kim Joo-hyuk isn't backing down for a single second. This guy is a master of arguing, and he calls her out instantly. "Didn't you claim the Venchik family had absolutely nothing to do with the assassination attempt? On to sell that lie, you want to throw massive amounts of money and time at me, but now you want to murder me. And honestly, even if you did try to attack, you couldn't kill me anyway." Hearing this, Adalia is so furious she wants to flip the table, but she can't do a thing. She storms out, but not before warning Kim Joo-hyuk to remember her face. Once the storm passes, Barch pipes up to complain, asking if their teacher really had to make such a scene. He is a god after all and hates dealing with this petty nonsense. Unfortunately for him, Kim Doohyuk is already highly irritated and has just found the perfect punching bag to vent his stress on. He aggressively chews out Barch, completely shutting him up. Exhausted from dealing with all these arrogant rich people, Kim Doohyuk decides to drag his weak body to the training hall, a bit early. But as the absolute king of drama, bad luck follows him everywhere. The moment he arrives at the training hall, he overhears the Choi siblings arguing. Standing on the sidelines, he hears Choi Jin-gon belittling his sister and demanding that Choi Erin skip the upcoming entrance exam, which makes him so angry that he has to intervene. Kim Doohyuk jumps straight into the argument, pointing his finger right at the guy's face. He yells, "You're a real scumbag, you know that. Why stop someone who has poured blood, sweat, and tears into training just to make them quit?" Stunned by this random guy suddenly lecturing him, Choi Jin-gon calmly asks who he is and how he dares talk to him like that. But Kim Doohyuk doesn't care who he's dealing with. He'll gladly roast anyone who gets on his nerves. He snaps back, "Why is today filled with arrogant trash showing off their fake, pathetic influence?" He tells him he doesn't care if he is some powerful president or whatever, demanding that he stop trespassing on academy grounds and trying to boss around their students. If he is done barking, then he needs to get lost. He then turns to Choi Erin for backup, and the girl who was practically invisible a second ago immediately nods in total agreement with his words. Caught completely off guard by this sudden roasting session, Choi Jin-gon decides not to argue and angrily stomps off, though he definitely leaves a parting warning for his little sister, telling her she will learn her lesson during the exam. Choi Erin looks like she just found a lifesaver, turning to thank Kim Doohyuk for saving her on the spot, but it turns out Choi Erin is actually far more unhinged than he expected, confidently stating that she wouldn't have told him to just get lost, but rather, he barely lets her finish before dragging her straight to the training room for a brutal workout. He had already wasted too much time dealing with that punk. A few days later, Kim Doohyuk packs his bags and heads to a hill near Siheng to start his treasure hunt. His driver curiously whispers, asking if he hasn't already found plenty of ancient relics and mana stones in those old records of his. But the driver doesn't understand that human greed is bottomless. Of course, Kim Doohyuk has them, but he still wants to see what else might be hidden in those remaining records. Plus, he's hoping for some kind of miracle hidden inside. If he can actually find them, he might finally overcome the major physical weaknesses of this fragile body. Meanwhile, countless reporters and journalists have gathered at the Juhoin clan. They are all there because today is the crucial day of the clan's grand selection exam. Inside, family patriarch Choi Jun-seo questions his two children one last time to be sure, as he declared before the selection exam is about to begin, and passing means being named the official heir, while failure means total banishment. He asks if they are ready, and their confident yes pleases him. He goes on to explain the rules, stating that their mission is to find the dual blades hidden somewhere on the mountain. Whoever finds and brings them back to him will be declared the sole winner of this trial. Methods do not matter, but killing is strictly forbidden. He orders them to begin the exam. The starting signal sounds. Choi Erin immediately bolts into the forest to search, while her brother takes things pretty easily and leisurely. He has a plan ready: wait for her to find the blades, ambush her to steal them, and wrap everything up nicely to secure the heir position. What a lazy parasite, expecting to reap all the rewards without doing any of the actual work. He quickly gets to work on his dirty scheme, while his sister is tracking the scent of the dual swords all over the place. Exhausted but finally pinpointing their location, the smug brother steps out of nowhere to ask some completely pointless questions. He asks if she is tracking it with magic residues and who taught her that trick. Being a good girl, she answers. She simply says Kim Doohyuk and then draws her sword to get ready for a duel. Before this, her friend had taught her to relax her entire body using only her fingertips and toes to release magic in tiny subtle amounts, before slowly spreading it across her body until she can feel the energy present in every single strand of her hair. By slowly sensing this magic, she could even pick up the subtle energy radiating from those around her. This made it easy to track leftover magic on the ground or in the air, which honestly sounds like a complete cheat code. But thanks to what Kim Doohyuk taught her, she is rapidly closing in on her goal despite her brother blocking her way. Hearing the name of the guy who humiliated him before, Choi Jin-gon lets out a sneering laugh and approaches his sister. He mocks the name Kim Doohyuk, asking if that is the same shameless loser she was hanging around with before. He sneers at the idea of him having any real talent. Insulting her is one thing, but bad-mouthing her mentor is a death wish. Choi Erin bites her lip and fires back, stating he is far stronger than him, so why is he even here? Choi Jin-gon acts like she hit a nerve. He eagerly draws his sword and unleashes a forward strike, asking her what she thinks and declaring this is the reason he is here. Believing his sister is still weak, he acts completely arrogant, thinking he is untouchable. But his arrogance lasts only a few seconds before reality slaps him hard, forcing him to block her counter. He wonders how on earth she is pushing him back and when she got this insanely strong. Choi Erin unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks, swinging her blade effortlessly while Choi Jin-gon gasps heavily for air. He mockingly complains, asking if she trained to be a wild boar at school, but Choi Erin pays no attention to his empty insults. She shuts him down instantly, coldly telling him to give up on finding the dual blades. This completely drives him mad. Being overwhelmed by his sister and told to quit is a massive blow to his pride. Choi Jin-gon snaps, lunging forward with explosive speed to strike her down. But Choi Erin is perfectly ready for it, parrying his strike and slashing upward to send him crashing face first into the dirt. With his weapon knocked away, she reverses her hilt and rams it hard straight into his gut. Taking the full force of her counter, he collapses helplessly onto the grass. She finally catches her breath, shocked that her attack ended up being a complete knockout blow. With absolutely no time to waste, Choi Erin gathers her gear and quickly heads off to claim the dual blades. But a sinister voice from behind asks if she truly thought she had won, making her freeze in her tracks. Turning around, she sees her brother completely out of control, wrapped in an ominous pitch-black layer of unstable dark mana. Shocked, she asks him how he could fall to the dark side and resort to demonic magic. Choi Jin-gon, just silent and ruthless, he lunges forward. Sword aimed at her vitals, Erin cannot dodge, taking a vicious slash directly to her abdomen. Turns out he joined the Cult of Devotion, the third most dangerous group on Earth. That explains this terrifying power. She clutches her wound, looks up in disbelief. Is selling out your soul to a cult really worth it? What about your life? A naive question that only makes him laugh. Choi Jin-gon rests his blade on his shoulder. Listen closely, he sneers. I want absolute power. I want to transcend petty human limits and claim everything. Then he rants, whining about the burden of being the Choyan clan's eldest son. Forced to be a perfect role model. He only stayed because of his old man's constant watch waiting to claim the leadership crown. The entry fee for the Cult of Devotion was the family's sacred twin blades. If Choi Erin had not competed 10 years ago, he would already have that relic. But back then, at just 12 years old, his greed got the better of him. Total loss of control. He murdered his sister on the mountain before even finding the blades. Bad luck struck. He failed to find the relic, got severely injured, and blew his exam. Now he is back. Choi Jin-gon raises his sword with a manic grin. Say hello to your dead sister. Erin sits helplessly waiting for death. Her strength is completely gone, leaving her with no way to fight back. But wait, the game is not over. Just as the blade is about to claim her life, someone steps in. Kim Doohyuk appears out of thin air, blocking the sword in a split second. He looks at the madman and scowls. What the hell are you doing? What kind of twisted brother points a blade at his sister's throat? No answer. A heavy kick sends him flying. Turns out Kim Doohyuk was just searching for a nearby treasure, stepping in right on time. Perfect timing. Otherwise, Erin would be history. Getting interrupted like this sends Choi Jin-gon into an absolute rage. He charges forward, screaming for Kim Doohyuk to stay out of his family business. Too bad, his strike misses completely. He immediately eats a brutal counter combo from Doohyuk, hitting the dirt hard. You would think the fight is over, right? Not even close. Choi Jin-gon slowly struggles back to his feet, a massive surge of demonic energy erupting from his dark sword. Completely consumed by madness, he loses all control, locking his sights onto Doohyuk for one final desperate charge. You think a mere first-year academy student can take down a syndicate leader? He roars as he closes the distance. But Kim Doohyuk is in a league of his own. The maniac unleashes a barrage of magic-infused sword strikes. Doohyuk effortlessly dodges them all, turning the tables to hand the self-proclaimed syndicate leader a proper humiliating beatdown. Backed into a corner, Choi Jin-gon pulls out a strange glowing stone and consumes it. Well, look at that. An artificial relic carrying celestial power. Instantly buffed, and overwhelming magical pressure explodes from him. Raw mana blankets the entire sky. The reporters on site and even the head of the Choyan clan are left completely stunned. Clan rules forbid interfering in a selection exam, but this situation has clearly spiraled way out of hand. The father rushes in panicking while his unhinged son remains the proud source of all this utter chaos. Choi Jin-gon laughs maniacally, boasting that this celestial contract will bury his opponent. Right on cue, system notifications flash on screen announcing the grand arrival of his constellation, the Destroyer Dragon. Recognizing the relic, the beast descends, baring its fangs with glee. It has been a long time since it felt this thrilled. After some gloating, the Destroyer Dragon activates its gluttonous eye skill. But the moment it looks at Kim Doohyuk, things change. The beast hesitates, blinking rapidly in sheer confusion. The longer it stares at Doohyuk, the more terrified it becomes. Terrified, the dragon rejects the summon, breaks the contract, and flees. A smart move to avoid getting slaughtered. Even a constellation knows when to run. Doohyuk looks at the dazed Choi Jin-gon delivering one final heavy hilt strike. Meanwhile, at the lair of the cult of devotion, their leader Hannibal gets absolutely blasted by that very same dragon. Screamed at without knowing why, Hannibal can only bow his head and take the heat, swearing to find the truth. What could terrify a constellation like that? Back at the academy dorms, Doohyuk sits happily with his hard-earned prize. He cradles the Divine Martial Manual, absolutely thrilled to have secured such a treasure. A game-changing find, the manual holds a legendary breathing technique capable of boosting magical energy to an absurdly high tier. Bo asks out of pure curiosity if this is different from his past life's technique. Doohyuk eagerly explains. The breathing method he used before was actually complete trash, just some cheap technique he bought off the market when weak. He simply mastered it out of necessity. Bo is left speechless. He bought trash and still reached top server level. Stooping so low for simple things, if it were top-tier gear, he would probably slaughter everyone. Besides, before finding the divine martial technique, Kim Doohyuk could not change his breathing technique because the old one was deeply engraved in his blood. That was why, when fighting Barshe, he was utterly defeated. But not this time. He will start anew in this life with a brand new cultivation method. Kim Doohyuk wore a sly smile and then secretly caressed the book, already having a fresh plan mapped out in his head. He decides to temporarily stop physical training for a while, because he has to master the divine martial technique first. As he was happily thinking, Barshe suddenly interrupted his train of thought, asking curiously about whether things on the mountain ended well. Kim Doohyuk, oozing with confidence, explained that since he heard someone coming, he had left right away. He also strictly warned Aaron not to drag him into this, so nothing bad would happen. Only the Choin clan was the one facing real trouble now. Since the media had arrived to cover their family's successor selection test, the shocking event quickly made headlines everywhere. It turned out the Choin clan had committed a truly shameful act. No wonder they colluded with the world's worst villain group, the Devout Sect. At least that is what the journalists wrote. But that was not all. Besides Choi Jin-gon being handed over to the police, the Hunter Association also sent them a formal warning letter. Fortunately, there was a silver lining to this crisis. Aaron was not severely injured and was rushed to the hospital. A few articles hailed her as a hero for defeating the Devout Sect member. The situation was quite complicated, but the media seemed to support her. Seeing the patriarch still looking quite anxious, a loyal subordinate spoke up. "Shouldn't we be relieved, my lord? Although this selection test ended in absolute chaos, the next patriarch has been decided, and these news articles will help her firmly secure her position as the successor." The patriarch agreed, but still had some doubts about how Aaron could defeat Choi Jin-gon by herself. A few days later, Aaron seemed to have recovered from her recent injuries. However, she could not continue training with Kim Doohyuk because her current physical condition did not allow it. Besides, he was too busy figuring out his new breathing technique to have time for intense workouts anyway. While recalling some key moments, Barshe actually managed to remember a tiny clue about the demonic energy that Jordi Venchik, Dial, and Choi Jin-gon had used. However, he felt like some mental barrier was blocking him, requiring him to fulfill the second condition before this annoying mental block could be lifted. But the second condition, the Eye of the Great Forest, was something that Kim Doohyuk could barely access. After all, he could only go there during the final exam. While scratching his head in frustration, trying to figure out how to find that great forest place, his teacher suddenly called him to the office for a talk. To be specific, an inter-school tournament was scheduled for next month, and the academy was busy selecting its official representatives. They decided to pick students with the highest midterm exam scores. Naturally, there was no way Kim Doohyuk could escape being dragged into this chore. Before the teacher could even open his mouth, Kim Doohyuk bluntly flat-out refused to go. Kim Lee-gun felt awkward but stayed quiet, looking at him before replying that he had not even got to the important part yet. With too many things on his plate to sit through this boring nonsense, Kim Doohyuk urged him to spit it out quickly. The three most prestigious hunter training academies in the world, Manhwa of Korea, Balian of China, and Hauge of America each, will select several freshman representatives to compete against one another in duels, maze escapes, and a variety of other trials. Hearing this headache-inducing list, Kim Doohyuk yawned repeatedly, still waiting for the exciting part that never seemed to come. Just as he was about to refuse again, the teacher looked mysterious and asked if he wasn't already desperate to reach the Eye of the Great Forest soon. Hearing that question, Kim Doohyuk immediately did a complete turnaround and changed his attitude. He waited curiously for the man to elaborate. Indeed, the final exam and the inter-school tournament would both be held there. It was basically the exact same thing as the final exam, and naturally whoever passed it would be exempt from the finals. That actually sounds pretty tempting. Why did he not just lead with that to save time? Hearing this, Kim Doohyuk naturally agreed to participate immediately. Meanwhile, over in the United Kingdom, the head of the Vench family, Adelia, was interrogating her servants about their ongoing plans, and the movements of the Jordy Venchik father-son duo. Her own family matters were fine, but her servant brought up some hot gossip that proved to be quite shocking. Rumor had it they were building a structure made of paper bills in the open marketplace. To put it bluntly, they were constructing it with cold, hard cash. According to his information, Breakcast was the one directly responsible for this project. However, calling him responsible was a stretch because Breakcast had absolutely no idea what his constellation was trying to accomplish. He only heard that this was a gift for someone special out there. Furthermore, his constellation ordered Breakcast to swiftly track down the identity of the person who sold the ring back then, as quickly as possible. The next day, while Kim Ligun was working diligently, head coach Lee Sang-cheon approached him. Lee Sang-cheon asks if the roster for the upcoming Inter-Academy tournament is finalized, and Kim Ligun simply nods, handing over the document. The list reveals the final participants. Lee Sang-cheon freezes when he spots Kim Joo-hyuk's name right there, completely unable to believe his eyes. That arrogant kid actually agreed to participate. Noticing his curiosity, Kim Ligun explains that the boy initially showed absolutely zero interest. But the moment he heard it would be held in the eye of the Great Forest, he flipped his decision instantly without a second thought. Lee Sang-cheon keeps quiet, but he secretly suspects the kid is chasing some hidden agenda here. Since he is the head coach, he requests the instructors to clear their schedules so he can gather the 5 selected students for a quick briefing. The 5 participants show up in full. Oh Se-hyuk, Jordy Venchik, Choi Aaron Dongjin, and of course Kim Joo-hyuk are all ready to go. The head coach gets straight to the point. There are 3 stages in total. First is a direct duel between the students. This is just like the entrance exam. The second stage is a team battle where Valhalla's 5 members must work together. They will face off against other schools, but here's the twist: all 3 teams will battle simultaneously in a chaotic free-for-all. And the final part involves the Eye of the Great Forest. Hearing about his ultimate target, Kim Joo-hyuk silently locks in. He listens carefully, not wanting to miss a single word, as Lee Sang-cheon explains the layout of this highly restricted territory. The Eye of the Great Forest is a literal tree-filled labyrinth. Unlike any normal woods, this entire area is heavily locked down. Security is so tight that not even a fly could slip in undetected. The only way inside is through the main gate. Individual tasks will be assigned on the day of the trial. Since time is running short, the head coach moves on. He quickly wraps up the details for the team fight format. With that settled, it is time to start their training. At this point, Kim Joo-hyuk raises his hand to speak up, asking the instructor if he can just train completely alone. The teacher agrees without hesitation, asking if anyone else wants the same. Choi Aaron, who always follows his lead, immediately speaks up. She wants to train in peace too. Honestly, the only reason she even agreed to join the tournament roster was because of him. Once the meeting wraps up, everyone prepares to leave. Suddenly, Choi Aaron turns to the martial god with a direct question. She asks if she should participate in the group training. Kim Joo-hyuk is quite surprised but knows her current physical condition well. He offers her a few solid tips. Inside, Choi Aaron is harboring a pretty ambitious goal of growing stronger right alongside him. She wants to help him achieve his goals just like he helped her. Yoo So-yeon, a full month passes, bringing the tournament's opening day. Valhalla's students show up in high spirits to cheer them on. Even the arrogant Jordy Venchik is here to watch the show. He secretly used his father's wealth to hire a ruthless group of professional assassins with orders to permanently eliminate Kim Joo-hyuk. They are the Samson Trio from Ninja, a veteran 3-man squad that has never failed a single mission. But that was before. Now watch targeting Kim Joo-hyuk is a whole different ballgame. Their plan is to strike during the 3rd day of trials. They will sneak into the Eye of the Great Forest by trailing another contestant. They chose this stage because of a crucial detail. Only automated cameras will monitor the forest, meaning no judges or instructors will actually set foot inside. Yoo So-yeon, the opening ceremony begins. Valhalla's president Shim Dae-gun delivers his speech, introducing the representatives of each school. Watching the students gather on the stage, head coach Lee Sang-cheon feels a bit uneasy. His train of thought is suddenly cut short by the arrival of a rival. It is the veteran instructor Jack Rover. He immediately mocks Valhalla's 3rd-place finish last year, completely forgetting his own school's poor record. Jack Rover confidently declares that this year will be entirely different, boasting that they have recruited the son of a legend. This is Logan's son, Logan J., who is currently the top contractor. The young prodigy has allegedly signed a contract with a legendary destroyer. Though he is not quite as strong as his father, yet he can still easily defeat a mature contractor. Lee Sang-cheon merely grunts coldly, telling his arrogant rival that he will understand his reaction soon enough once the match begins. The opening match features Valhalla's Kim Joo-hyuk versus Logan J from Heroes. The rules of the stadium are quite simple. Whoever knocks down their opponent first wins, even if they strike vital areas with real weapons. The stadium defense system will automatically neutralize deadly damage, converting it into incredibly painful electrical shocks so they can fight with absolute intensity. With no external interference, Kim Joo-haek, who slept through most classes, is genuinely confused as to why they even need this system. His teammate sighs and explains that they must keep their bodies uninjured to compete in the trials on the following days. The starting signal finally echoes through the crowded arena. Kim Joo-hyuk lunges forward to strike first, but his opening punch is blocked. His opponent easily stops the attack. Logan Jae looks down on him with utter arrogance, mockingly asking if he really thinks he is strong. Kim Joo-hyuk smiles politely before his face instantly turns dead cold, throwing back some incredibly provocative and challenging words of his own. He asks how long the prodigy can actually endure his strikes before twisting his fist and burying a heavy punch right into his stomach. Logan stumbles back, clutching his stomach before using his destroyer skill to charge right back. Kim Joo-hyuk barely loses a single strand of hair, dodging to the side then swinging his leg up to kick the guy right in the chest without a shred of mercy. "What are you doing?" he demands. Logan struggles to stand, clutching his stomach. Only 2 hits in, and he already feels like passing out. However, there is still something left. That ace up his sleeve. Logan drops low, using his raw power to shatter the arena floor, sending massive debris flying in every direction. He wants to use the dust as a screen to strike from the shadows, but Kim Joo-hyuk has hawk-like eyes, nothing escapes his sight. Kim Joo-hyuk quickly spots him hiding behind the flying debris. With zero hesitation, he steps up and delivers a devastating blow right to Logan's face. The round ends just like that, leaving Jack Rover completely stunned. The man can only watch in awe, muttering that this kid is a total monster. The tournament continues, and Kim Joo-hyuk dominates every single round. He easily wins one fight after another without even breaking a sweat. Finally, the tournament reaches the finals. And surprise, Kim Joo-hyuk's last opponent is none other than Choi Erin herself. The winner gets a scholarship, but since her family is already loaded, she decides to forfeit. But Kim Joo-hyuk is not having it. "I don't care about the prize," Kim Joo-hyuk says, "but don't quit. Everyone is watching, so we have to show them what we can really do." His words make Choi Erin reconsider. When the master speaks, the student has to listen. Stretching his arms, Kim Joo-hyuk promises to go easy on her. He vows not to let her get hurt, but his version of going easy is pretty wild. The match ends with Choi Erin eating dirt. She faceplants hard. It is so brutal that even Bar complains in Kim Joo-hyuk's head about how incredibly cruel he is. Kim Joo-hyuk defends himself, claiming he did hold back. He says he didn't aim for her stomach and that it was just a total accident. Her sword suddenly swung toward his midsection, so he simply swatted it away. Who knew his light tap would send her flying like that? Looking down at her, Kim Joo-hyuk realizes how much stronger he has become, though she is definitely no slouch either. But there's still a day left. He has to wait another day for his turn at the Forest Eye. Growing impatient, Kim Joo-hyuk decides to go find the head instructor. He approaches the teacher with a question. If he finishes tomorrow's test early, can he move straight to the next round? The instructor is not quite sure, so he pulls out the rulebook. It turns out that if a student finishes before noon, they can take the next test. Of course, that is only if the instructor approves of it. Hearing this, Kim Joo-hyuk's eyes instantly light up like high-beam headlights. Kim Joo-hyuk points to the book and says it is entirely up to the teacher's discretion. So can he please move on early? The head coach is completely done with Kim Joo-hyuk's antics and tells him that as long as he finishes early, he can start in the afternoon. The head coach has no choice but to confirm that if Kim Joo-hyuk finishes early and reports to the staff room, he can start. Kim Joo-hyuk can begin his new mission in the afternoon. But for now, he is told to go sleep and stop loitering around. The next day, at the Yasin Sanctuary in Valhalla, the president explains the rules for the second stage of the grand competition. It will be an intense team match where 5 representatives from each school face off in the rugged mountain terrain. Since the terrain is so rough, the audience will watch the action live via holographic screens. The competition starts in just a few minutes, but Kim Joo-hyuk is still nowhere to be seen, leaving the team extremely anxious. Yoo So-yeon grumbles under her breath, cursing his lazy soul. The moment she spots him walking over in the distance, she struts up with her head held high to yell at him. "Do you know what time it is?" she screams. "You should have been here 30 minutes early. Did you ignore the teacher's advice?" Kim Joo-hyuk seriously wants to smack her noisy mouth, but for the sake of the tournament, he swallows his pride. He scratches his head, apologizing and telling her he will handle everything. Yoo So-yeon immediately objects, pointing out that this is a team game, not solo play. She starts pointing her finger and giving him a long lecture. Knowing how hot-headed she is, Kim Joo-hyuk does not even bother to argue. He just turns to the rest of the team and asks if anyone else has any objections to his plan. Choi Erin raises her hand, saying she wants to go with him. Yoo So-yeon thought Erin would support her, but her hopes are crushed. Fuming with rage, Yoo So-yeon can only stand there screaming in frustration as Kim Joo-hyuk heads off to solo the challenge. Before leaving, Kim Joo-hyuk tells her to pipe down because she is too annoying. He needs to hurry for his afternoon forest appointment. The starting announcement blares. In no time, Doohyuk tracks down the White Lotus team and happily welcomes them with a few sword strikes. Within minutes, he wipes them out completely to secure his free afternoon. The notification of White Lotus's defeat immediately goes out. Logan reads the alert, breaking into a cold sweat. It has only been 10 minutes since the match started. Before he can process it, his teammate alerts him to a massive magic signature nearby, snapping him back to reality. Shockingly, it is just a single person. Logan reacts instantly, shouting orders for his team to assume defensive positions. Their frontliners summon magical shields, the mages prepare their stat buffs, and the others reinforce the barrier. Logan waits behind them, ready to strike. They prep everything as if they are facing a massive, terrifying army of monsters. "This is insane," a team member mutters, completely baffled. But wait, he is just one guy. Do we really need to go to these extremes? Those who have faced Doohyuk before quickly step up to set her straight. His power is way beyond some average high school student. While the opposing team remains on high alert, a teammate suddenly warns that the active magic is starting to fade. Thinking they retreated, Logan lets out a sigh of relief. Little do they know Doohyuk has been watching from the treetops this whole time, waiting for them to drop their guard. He suddenly dives down, landing a brutal strike right to the opposing captain's face. Before the others can even process what is happening, they get completely overwhelmed. Every single one of them gets flattened without landing a single blow. It is equal opportunity hands. One hit per person and game over. Watching the elimination alerts pop up, Doohyuk hoists his sword, totally pumped. Now, he can finally head out to the eye of the Great Forest. Meanwhile, in the Valhalla monitoring room, the instructors are still struggling to accept the reality of it all. The match was over in 23 minutes, and Doohyuk did the entire thing all by himself. One of them cannot help but point out that 20 minutes of that was just him walking. The actual combat only lasted 3 minutes. For a national-level tournament to be completely hijacked by Doohyuk is honestly a major embarrassment. The academy president strokes his chin with a worried frown. Today's schedule is totally ruined, which is going to cause some major issues. Hearing this, the head coach immediately pulls out the rulebook, pointing out that they can start the next match today if there is enough time left. Left with no other choice, the president and the instructors agree to the backup plan. Over in the waiting room, the Valhalla Academy team sits in a gloomy, dead silence without exchanging a single word. Yoo So-yoon has been glaring daggers at Doohyuk this entire time, absolutely burning with frustration. She was about to step up as the appointed captain, but before she could even do anything, he completely stole her spotlight. To make matters worse, she lost to Choi Aaron in yesterday's duel, which only fuels her anger even more. Though Yoo So-yoon heard that Doohyuk actually trained Choi Aaron, so she was secretly planning to swallow her pride and beg him for lessons. Right then, an official announcement flashes for all students, revealing that the next phase has been bumped up an entire day. Before the team heads out, Doohyuk drops a quick warning. He tells them he is going to the Eye of the Great Forest alone, so everyone else needs to survive on their own. But hey, if they get into real trouble, they can always call him. Even after his speech, Yoo So-yoon keeps staring, forcing Doohyuk to break the ice. He casually asks if she has something on her mind, calling her a little bird. Instantly triggered by the nickname, she blows up and snaps at him. By 1 p.m., all the participating teams gather right in front of the labyrinth gates, just like before. The eager crowd watches the live stream screens. Before they enter, the president goes over the survival game rules and the grading criteria in much greater detail. The Eye of the Great Forest is a massive jungle-like maze filled with towering trees. It features an incredibly unique, one-of-a-kind environment, where rain never stops pouring. The local monsters are relatively low level, so they are not much of a threat. Instead, the heavy downpour and dense undergrowth are the real dangers here. This entire trial is a test of pure survival, pushing each student to their limits. After 5 hours, whoever remains in the best physical condition will score the highest. Crucially, the president warns that fighting between teams is strictly forbidden. With that, the match officially begins as the head instructor yells for them to start. Meanwhile, at an abandoned Valhalla warehouse, 3 members of a deadly assassin group gather, preparing to make their move inside the Eye of the Great Forest. Just minutes into the trial, every single camera inside the maze goes dark. Communications with the main gate are instantly cut off. The head coach immediately realizes this is a life-or-death crisis for the students, urging the staff to launch a rescue mission. But the moment they arrive at the entrance to rescue the students, they are met with an absolutely horrifying sight. The guards are already dead, the gate is completely destroyed, and heavy rubble blocks the way. It will take at least an hour just to clear a path. Meanwhile, inside, before Logan can even react, Ian drives a blade straight through his stomach. Utterly baffled and bleeding, he wonders how Ian ended up behind him. Ian sneers, asking if he still does not get it, and tells him to look ahead. Logan gasps in absolute shock, seeing 2 identical versions of his attacker. As Logan turns pale, the Ian in front of him grins maliciously and stabs him in the chest. He calls it a clone technique, leaving Logan zero chance. Lydia then asks Ian if he is finished, but Ian admits he left Logan to bleed out slowly just for fun. Right then, a red-haired girl suddenly stumbles onto the scene. Seeing an eyewitness, Samson clicks his tongue, declaring they should just eliminate her too. Ian tells Lydia to keep her stealth active to remain hidden. Lydia snaps at him to hurry up and end it already. With a twisted grin, Ian obeys, lunging straight toward the red-haired girl. At that exact moment, Doohyuk is leaping through the trees, searching for the hidden ruins of Megarona to find the sacred relic. He needs the sacred Chanjam to trigger the event. He wonders if the so-called ruins are right at the entrance, but there are only endless trees. Just as he sweeps through the dense forest, searching for any sign of a building, he suddenly spots a blonde girl. Standing there in a daze, she suddenly panics and screams for him to stop. But Ian obviously will not stop just for some desperate scream. 3 trainee hero students from the hero team have already collapsed, making things incredibly difficult for the Samson assassin squad. Lydia is totally sick of dealing with them. Every time another annoying witness pops up. Even Ian is no longer having fun, getting totally irritated. But right then, his eyes lock onto a brand new figure, their actual main target. Kim Doohyuk has walked right into their trap. Ian smugly notes that the kid probably heard the screams when he stabbed his friends. That is why the kid rushed over here. Ian sneers that he kept the others alive just to make things fun. Meanwhile, Doohyuk immediately locks onto those ominous words about a target. Looking at the bleeding students collapsed on the dirty ground, Doohyuk calmly turns to the blonde girl to give her instructions. He tells her to stop the bleeding for the survivors while he sweeps away these pests. They are still breathing. Taking a quick look at the wounds, it is clear the assassin deliberately missed their vitals. He wanted them to suffer and slowly drain their life through blood loss. What an absolutely sick, twisted hobby. Doohyuk coldly warns them that he is in a terrible mood, demanding they answer his questions. He wants to know if they snuck in here on purpose. If so, he will end this quietly. Ian can barely believe his ears, shocked that a mere high school kid would have the guts to trash-talk him. Ian is utterly convinced this clueless brat has no idea what kind of trouble he is in. That must be the only reason he is barking so loud. In reality, Doohyuk is completely isolated in this massive labyrinth. Ian boasts that his squad already destroyed the only exit. They even wrecked the overhead surveillance drones. The assassin mockingly wonders if the academy instructors will ever find out. Let us think about that. Even if they notice, there is no way they can get inside. Since the entrance has completely caved in under heavy boulders, clearing the blocked path will take at least an hour. Ian is super proud of this airtight plan. Ian smiles, completely confident in his team's little trap. But for Doohyuk, an hour is just the maximum time needed to hunt them down in this endless rain. That 1 hour is plenty of time to stroll through this massive rainy forest and track them down. Ian has absolutely no clue what this kid is whispering. The contract killer is fully prepared to send him straight to hell. He unleashes his signature clone technique once again, but this time something is very off about it. Instead of skewering his opponent like before, his daggers are driven straight into the muddy ground. Ian completely loses track of where Doohyuk has suddenly vanished. "You guys are dead meat," a cold voice echoes. Before the words even settle, Doohyuk's sword smashes directly into the middle of Ian's face. Blood sprays everywhere as Ian is sent flying, face-planting into the dirt like a discarded rag doll. Lydia watches in absolute shock. While the 2 girls stand there, completely frozen, Doohyuk instantly teleports behind them, delivering a swift, brutal blow to their heads. Just like that, all 3 members of the Samson assassin squad are completely knocked out, left sprawling face down in the dirt. He turns to the blonde girl, commanding her to use her magic to stop the victims' bleeding. If she cannot handle them all alone, she should head west toward the Valhalla Academy students. The blonde girl immediately gets to work doing her absolute best. Right then, Ian groggily wakes up, panicking as he sees his 2 teammates lying completely beaten beside him. Doohyuk instantly steps in, mocking how incredibly weak his partners are. Ian desperately raises his dagger. "Before I beat you to a pulp," Doohyuk says, "you need to answer me. You called me your target. So who hired you?" Ian is a villain, but he has professional assassin principles. There is no way he will leak his client's identity. This is the first time Doohyuk has run into such a stubborn assassin, making things slightly awkward. Ian is also experiencing at first utterly baffled by such a bizarre opponent. But this time he is going to unleash his true strength. Unfortunately, his clone technique fails to surprise Doohyuk at all. Ian is shocked when his clone hits nothing but thin air. He cannot comprehend how this kid is easily dodging every single strike. The assassin furiously demands to know why he keeps despicably attacking from behind. But wait, why should Doohyuk ever fight fair when dealing with assassins? And why does he keep aiming directly for Ian's nose? Is the guy trying to ruin any chance of a future nose job? Kim Joo-hyuk stubbornly demands the client's name again, but Ian firmly refuses to protect his assassin honor. Well, Kim Joo-hyuk shrugs, then he will just keep swinging. Ian silently curses that Kim Joo-hyuk is the real villain here. Later, when head instructor Lee Sang-cheon finally arrives with a rescue squad, they find the students already gathered and tending to each other's wounds. The scene completely catches the instructors off guard. Instructor Jack is the first to react, rushing over to check on Logan. The boy has already received healing magic, so besides some stiffness, so other than his body being slightly stiff, there's no major issue. Jack Rover literally cries tears of absolute joy. Instructor Lee frowns as he surveys the area, asking the students what happened. Logan steps forward and explains they were ambushed by a group of hostile intruders. The trio consisted of one man and two women. Lee Sang-cheon immediately deduces they are the Samson assassins urgently, asking where they are now. Logan calmly points to a nearby tree. Slumped right against the trunk are Lydia and Ian, completely knocked cold. Kim Joo-hyuk single-handedly took care of the entire squad. Lee Sang-cheon is utterly speechless. Has that kid already reached such a terrifying level? The surrounding ground is heavily dented, proving the assassins took a brutal beating. Logan adds that while drifting in and out of consciousness, he vaguely saw Kim Joo-hyuk's fight, and it was absolutely mind-blowing. Logan does not hide his deep admiration. He admits that Kim Joo-hyuk completely dominated those villains whom Logan could not even touch. He realizes that when Kim Joo-hyuk fought them in their exam, he was not even using half of his actual strength. Logan admits bitterly, confessing that he used to think he was strong for a high schooler, but now he sees how arrogant he has been. Observing his students' depression, instructor Jack steps in to offer some warm words of encouragement. Students cheer up because Kim Joo-hyuk is just an absolute outlier, but Logan mentioned they were a group of 3. So where on earth did the third guy go? The blonde girl says Kim Joo-hyuk dragged him away, and right on cue, the glasses-wearing girl gets slammed down like a sack of potatoes. Turns out she already spilled everything about who sent them and what their goal was. Kim Joo-hyuk stands with his hands in his pockets explaining the situation. Lee Sang-cheon asks if he is okay, but that is a silly question. How could anything happen to someone like him? Lee Sang-cheon smiles in relief, saying they can discuss details later, back at the academy. The instructors help the injured students get to the hospital while the Valhalla students are told to head out, find the White Lotus Guild, and inform them that the inter-academy competition has officially concluded. Back home after getting soaked in the rain, Kim Joo-hyuk lets out a heavy sigh of relief. Today was exhausting, so he immediately flops onto his bed. Barch asks a question about the fight. Why did you use mana to attack those villains? Barch chimes in, always curious. Kim Joo-hyuk had increased his mana specifically for that. Plus, running around all day yielded some pretty sweet results. He managed to secure the Great Forest Eye, a rare relic of Valhalla, and the jewel from the House of Meg Arona, which he casually stuffs inside his pocket. Honestly, getting this treasure was a real close call, cutting it super close with the time limit. Luckily, it is finally done. Flashback to when they were still in that forest, the nearsighted assassin girl finally wakes up. Before she can even open her eyes, Kim Joo-hyuk orders her to stand. He asks what her ability is, leaving her completely dazed as if he spoke in alien tongues. But Kim Joo-hyuk keeps talking. He points out that while he has no idea where she is from, they must be an assassin group. Usually such teams consist of 2 direct combatants and 1 support member at the very back right. That is standard tactical formation. The glasses-wearing girl freezes up, completely caught off guard by his sharp deduction. Since she was positioned in the rear, her ability is likely support-based, not built for direct physical combat. So what is it? The girl scowls and tells him to screw off, refusing to talk. But as she tries to activate her skill and escape, Kim Joo-hyuk instantly lunges forward, shutting down her spatial disruption. She gasps in shock, realizing he saw right through her. Her power creates a subspace to move through larger dimensions. Right, grabbing her firmly, Kim Joo-hyuk gives her a dark look. He demands she use her spatial ability to help him locate something, promising no harm will come if she just cooperates. Of course, he flashes a highly threatening smile. And we all know how that turned out. Thankfully, her spatial teleportation worked wonders. Still, Barshi calls him out for not actually letting her go unscathed. Kim Joo-hyuk did that because she stubbornly refused to reveal which assassin guild she belonged to or who hired them. But even without her confession, Kim Joo-hyuk already knows the truth. Those 3 assassins are from the Samson squad under the Yushin faction, and their employer is none other than Jordy Venchik. He originally planned to leak this ambush to the media like last time, but then he thought about the massive headache of rushing blindly into the Wenrick mansion. He really did not want to end up needing stitches on his head again. At least he secured what he came for. Now the next step is uncovering his lost memories through a deep sleep. Both Kim Joo-hyuk and Park Jae are eager to recover those lost moments, and the system notification window is already flashing. Time to turn off the lights and head to bed. But even right before sleeping, Kim Joo-hyuk is convinced he is not missing any memories. Well, whatever, let us see what this dream reveals. In his deep sleep, he finds himself back inside the Tower of Destruction. After Park Cho says his final farewell to the world, the falling boulder about to crush him suddenly freezes in midair. In fact, the entire surrounding space is completely frozen. Suddenly, a mysterious dark shadow emerges from the stillness. With hollow pupilless eyes, the entity promises to remember his name and the world he protected before vanishing into the dark. Kim Joo-hyuk jolts awake from the dream, unable to believe that those strange, vivid visions actually happened in his past. He turns to ask his companion if any memories came back, but Barsh shakes his head, saying he has absolutely nothing. He mentions he might have been a tiger in his past life, which makes zero sense. There is no way Barsh was a tiger. He was once the ultimate boss of the Tower of Destruction, so trying to act cute like a little cub is ridiculous. Plus, his memories do not show anything unusual. Did Barsh really not witness the bizarre entity that Kim Joo-hyuk saw? Honestly, it does not matter much since Barshi was the one who sliced him up in the first place anyway. He asks if Barshi remembers anything about that name or if there is any clue tied to it. Barshi is not quite sure. In short, this whole journey feels like a massive joke, revealing only tiny useless fragments. And to make matters worse, Barshi's description of the name is incredibly vague. But right at that moment, another system window pops up. It points to the secret room of Aleph Johnny inside the Valhalla Royal Palace. It is time to uncover the truth. That secret room of Aleph Johnny inside the Valhalla Royal Palace. Kim Doohyuk immediately thinks about asking Lilia for more details about this place. The training room at Valhalla always has 3 regulars showing up early before classes start: Kim Doohyuk, Choi, Aaron, and Oh Se-hyuk. But today is different because Yoo So-yeon actually shows up too. Seeing Oh Se-hyuk, she flinches and asks what he is even doing here. He asks if she is blind since he is clearly lifting weights. Se-hyuk also wonders why she is hanging around this place today. Embarrassed, she mumbles that he might be here for the same reason. It is a massive blow to her pride, but she wants Kim Doohyuk to guide her. Se-hyuk snorts, saying he is different. He always trains here, and it has absolutely nothing to do with wanting help from Kim Doohyuk. In fact, Oh Se-hyuk knows exactly why Yoo So-yeon wants this guidance. She probably wants training because she recently lost her match to Choi Aaron. Yoo So-yeon bows her head, admitting that is the truth. Remembering their duel at the inter-school tournament, she had constantly attacked during the match, yet she could not knock Choi Aaron down. Instead, Aaron coldly sliced right through her sword energy with one clean, effortless swing. Her pride deeply wounded, Yoo So-yeon unleashed 3 blasts of energy at once, but Choi Aaron easily dodged them, charging straight for her face. Choi Aaron won that fight. It is clear she has grown incredibly strong since the academy opening ceremony first started. Yoo So-yeon openly admits this, but she believes Aaron got this strong purely thanks to Kim Doohyuk's training methods. She notes that despite working hard on her magic and sword skills, no one outside her family has ever trained her before. She has never done proper physical weight training, so she wonders if this is the exact reason why Choi Aaron surpassed her. Oh Se-hyuk thinks about it for a second, then flatly tells Yoo So-yeon she should ask Kim Doohyuk instead of bothering him. Not wanting another useless conversation, Yoo So-yeon resolves to swallow her pride and overcome her embarrassment once and for all. She walks right up to him. Kim Doohyuk wipes his sweat and looks at her with a highly unfriendly expression. He coldly asks what she wants, calling her a rude girl. Yoo So-yeon is shocked by the insult but forces herself to stay calm. Closing her eyes, she asks if he really trained Choi Aaron. Then she yells out that she wants his guidance too. Just then, instructor Lee Sang-cheon walks into the room and immediately asks Kim Doohyuk if he has a moment. Kim Doohyuk completely ignores Yoo So-yeon. He tells the instructor he only has a few sets of exercises left to finish. Lee Sang-cheon tells him to wrap it up quickly and meet him after showering because someone is desperately waiting to see him. That guest seemed truly desperate, claiming there would never be another chance if they could not meet right this second. Kim Doohyuk finds this highly unusual, so he agrees to meet. Yoo So-yeon stands there completely ignored and cut off yet again. She is close to tears from her bad luck, but then Doohyuk calls out to her, calling her a rude girl. He tells her to ask Choi Aaron for the routine he designed and follow it. If she does well, he might consider teaching her. It turns out he did not ignore her after all. Choi Aaron overhears this and is actually willing to share the training routine. However, Aaron also mimics Doohyuk and calls Yoo So-yeon a rude girl, which immediately sends Yoo So-yeon into an absolute rage. Meanwhile, Kim Doohyuk follows the instructor to the meeting. Out of sheer curiosity, he asks who the desperate guest actually is. The instructor hints that he should know exactly who it is. The mysterious visitor waiting at the training hall is none other than Jordy Venchik. He looks incredibly gaunt and haggard compared to just a few days ago. Jordy Venchik stammers, begging for his help right away. Falling to his knees at Doohyuk's feet, he cries out, "Please save me. I am so sorry. Please, just save me." As Jordy Venchik continues to wail, Kim Doohyuk points at him and asks the instructor what on earth is going on here. Lee Sang-cheon thinks the boy is just playing dumb but explains that they discovered Jordy Venchik made a deal with the assassins. Considering the latest suspicions about the level 1 hits, he is the clear mastermind behind both cases. To make matters worse, the media found out. The press now has full details about Jordy Venchik and his connection to the mastermind of the brutal Valhalla Academy assault. Talk about playing dumb, Kim Doohyuk was actually the one who leaked all of this secret info to the press. Doohyuk asks why he needs help, since the powerful Venchik family should be protecting him and taking him away anyway. Lee Sang-cheon explains that the Venchik family already made an official announcement completely cutting all ties with the boy. Even his father is facing the exact same cold treatment. The family has absolutely no intention of helping them this time. Left completely defenseless, he is about to be thrown straight into prison, which is why he is begging for help. Jordy Venchik screams for a second chance, yelling that this entire situation only blew up because of Doohyuk's testimony in court. Seriously, is this guy trying to beg for his life or give orders? That tone is absolutely ridiculous. Jordy Venchik has no idea how pathetic he sounds, keeping his voice raised to beg. Naturally, Kim Doohyuk is completely unimpressed. He flatly rejects him, but Jordy Venchik clings on like a leech, weeping and swearing he will never show his face to Kim Doohyuk again. But Kim Doohyuk doesn't care. Jordy Venchik tries bribing him with cash instead, and that is when instructor Lee gets highly tempted to step in but has to hold back. Besides, Kim Doohyuk doesn't need cash anyway. Jordy Venchik starts losing his mind, glaring at Yuria before grabbing her roughly. He shouts that he will give her to him, pointing out her royal British heritage. Having her would easily elevate Kim Doohyuk's status in the world. Jordy Venchik desperately pitches the deal, trying to bargain for a reasonable way to salvage his already ruined reputation. Kim Doohyuk glares at him, asking if she is just a piece of property to trade. Kim Doohyuk is about to explode with anger, but Jordy Venchik is completely blind to the mood. He is too focused on fixing his own stupid mistake. He claims she belongs to him, showing off a glowing curse mark as absolute proof. He even offers to transfer the seal right then and there. Seeing this, Instructor Lee frowns deeply. This is a vile restriction spell cast with dark magic. It is basically a taming curse that forces the victim to obey every single order. No ordinary contractor could ever hope to break a curse like this. Yet this utter madman actually decided to use it on a fellow human. Kim Doohyuk coldly mutters that he has seen trash like him before, spoiled elites abusing innocent people. He reaches his hand toward Yuria, letting his pure energy flare up as he grabs the curse and rips it away. Just like that, the curse is shattered. Kim Doohyuk turns to his teacher and asks if he can punch the guy. Just once. His face is pitch black. Instructor Lee scoffs, asking if he really thinks a Valhalla teacher would allow students to fight. But then the instructor grins. He has been sick of this trash too, so he quickly adds a little loophole. If the target is a criminal, that is a different story. Besides, Valhalla does not care about the Venchik family anyway. So go ahead, he says he will handle the fallout. Jordy Venchik stands there utterly stunned, never expecting to face this. He cannot even react before Kim Doohyuk grabs his shoulder calmly, warning him to clamp his jaw shut so he keeps his teeth. With a brutal, merciless punch, Kim Doohyuk sends the spoiled brat flying backward. Talk about instant karma. Barchi mutters that he honestly thought his master would end that guy's life. This anger is definitely nothing new to them. If this were 300 years ago, Kim Doohyuk would have killed him without a second thought. A dark memory still haunts him. Back then, one of his disciples was sold into slavery using that exact restriction curse. Remembering it makes his blood boil. Knowing his master had survived similar horrors, Barche wonders in shock if Kim Doohyuk had once been a slave himself. Yuria runs after Kim Doohyuk out of breath. She catches up, bowing deeply to thank him properly for saving her back there. Kim Doohyuk tells her to skip the thanks. From now on, she can stop worrying and just live her life in freedom. Deeply touched, Yuria bursts into tears. The very next day after classes end at a cozy cafe near the academy, Lilia suddenly drops a few highly cryptic words. She mentions that the Hala Royal Palace is located in China. To be specific, the palace is actually a massive labyrinth currently controlled by the powerful White Lotus Association of China. They happen to be one of the top groups visiting Valhalla for the upcoming inter-school competition. But here's the catch. Unlike before, they have suddenly banned all outsiders from entering their private labyrinth. Kim Doohyuk finds the concept of owning a labyrinth totally absurd. In his era, literally anyone could enter one without permission. If he wanted to, he could easily tear the entire place apart, though causing a scene would be pretty inconvenient. He asks Lilia if there is any sneaky way in. She sighs, admitting it is going to be incredibly tough. While the White Lotus members get free access, outsiders are completely blocked off. Plus, time is running out fast. Lilia suddenly covers her mouth, realizing she just blabbed too much confidential info. She really has a loose tongue. Usually, she tries to trade information with him for a high price, so spilling secrets for free is a major loss. She pouts, demanding he share some valuable secrets of his own, instead of just sitting there and listening for free. Kim Joo-hyuk just stares blankly, so Lilia holds up 3 fingers, demanding 3 juicy secrets in exchange for her help. Kim Joo-hyuk simply thanks her for the coffee and stands up to leave, prompting a panicked Lilia to grab his sleeve. She begs him to sit back down, promising to share one final massive secret if he agrees to listen. Leaning in close, she whispers that the Valhalla Royal Palace has actually been chosen as a major venue. It will host the massive world tournament next semester. Kim Joo-hyuk shrugs, doubting this is even a real secret. He figures all the instructors must already know. But Lilia quickly shakes her head, claiming her sources are top tier. This upcoming tournament is a massive deal, far bigger than the standard matches they usually hold in Korea. It is basically the Olympics for hunters, bringing together top academies from every single corner of the globe. This is a world of gathering and competition. In other words, it is like a grander, highly unpredictable school tournament. Since it takes place in the second semester, there is still plenty of time. But Kim Joo-hyuk wonders if there is any way to enter sooner. He really wants to speed up his quest progress. This leaves Lilia quite flustered since she has absolutely no ties to the White Lotus Guild. After thinking for a bit, she says she cannot guarantee anything, but it might be possible. Still, she needs him to do her a small favor. Kim Joo-hyuk's face twists as he asks what she wants. Why look so sour? It is a fair trade, so why make a face like she is robbing him? She tells him to join her at the Global Monster Research Organization. It will only take a single day, so there is nothing to worry about. Before long, they arrive in Tottenham, North London, where the headquarters of the Global Monster Research Organization is located. Flying all the way to London for a single day, realizing he has been totally scammed, Kim Joo-hyuk loses his temper right on the spot. But technically, they did reach the destination in one day. Thrilled to have finally tricked Kim Joo-hyuk, Lilia beams with pure joy. She tells him she is actually allowed to stay through the weekend and Monday too, so they should just relax and have some fun. She sure knows how to abuse her authority. He sighs and asks what she wants to do, but they just stare at each other. Cut to Kim Joo-hyuk, holding a sword, standing face to face with a giant wild boar. Outside the chamber, 3 middle-aged researchers watch him closely. They frown, keeping their eyes locked on his every move. Staring at the beast, Kim Joo-hyuk recalls Lilia's promise that this would be easy. She only wanted him to help her generate some big news. Something like the infamous hunter Kim Joo-hyuk taking on a challenge at the facility. Calm and collected, Kim Joo-hyuk thrusts his blade right into the center of the boar's forehead. The beast does not even have time to squeal. It gets logged out of existence by the system in a flash. Outside, the testing panel announces the swift wild boar test is officially complete. Next up is the golem. Kim Joo-hyuk clicks his tongue, wondering how many more tests are left. An hour later, he finally collapses onto a sofa. He lets out a heavy groan, complaining about how much of a hassle Lilia's favor turned out to be. She really downplayed the whole thing. He thought they were only supposed to defeat 3 monsters. Why on earth did they end up testing a whole dozen of them? Lilia avoids his gaze, muttering that she does not really know why either. Shaking that off, Kim Joo-hyuk brings up another strange detail. The atmosphere at the lab was incredibly bizarre. The moment they walked in, everyone stared, snickered, and treated them with complete disrespect. He asks if she has some history with these people. Lilia takes a sip of water, remaining silent before finally opening up. They resent her because of a recent research paper she published which directly challenged their decades-old monster defense strategies. But those old testing methods are completely outdated anyway. All they do is swing swords at targets until they are defeated. Still, Lilia explains that the organization clings to it as their safest, most sacred tradition, refusing to change their ways. Kim Joo-hyuk points out that someone else from the facility should have done the test, but Lilia firmly objects to that. Her face turns serious. To her, they are just conservative old fools using outdated strategies to boost their own power and status. In this modern intellectual society, people are supposed to collaborate and build their reputation together, not play power games. Kim Joo-hyuk cannot help but comment on how pathetic those people are, but he still wonders if she really needs to keep publishing. After all, academic papers are just sheets of paper, unless the public actually recognizes and accepts their worth. She replies that she does not care how toxic society is. Finding the right strategy to fight monsters is what truly matters to her. That goal is the only reason she can tolerate their cold, mocking stares. In this regard, Lilia is incredibly devoted to her principles. Now that her business is settled, it is finally time for Lilia to fulfill her side of the bargain for Kim Joo-hyuk. She says it is perfect timing that they came here because the head of the White Lotus Guild has also just arrived. Word is she frequently visits this facility, likely to observe the verification tests. Hearing this, Kim Joo-hyuk's eyes light up with hope. He quickly gets up to search for her before she leaves. Right at that moment, a woman approaches him to strike up a conversation. It turns out she is indeed the president of the White Lotus Guild. She introduces herself as Sue Yoon, the leader of the organization. Kim Doohyuk politely greets her back and asks if there is something she needs. Sue Yoon admits she came to ask him for a favor. Specifically, she wants him to deal with a certain target. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Lilia grabs her drink and quietly slips away. Once Lilia leaves, Kim Doohyuk asks Sue-yoon for the details of the request. She explains that although she currently leads the White Lotus Guild, her true loyalty lies with the Seol clan. Her family was actually the very first to settle in China after the Great Apocalypse. Thanks to that historic feat, they rose to prominence, established the White Lotus Academy, and successfully trained generations of elite contract holders. By chance, a brilliant prodigy was recently born into their household, a young talent often praised as a reincarnated genius. At just 13 years old, this child can already overpower average contract holders, easily outmatching senior guild members who are twice his age. In fact, the boy has even defeated some of the guild's strongest veterans, making him both a pride and a major concern. Even the top leader of our Shui clan fell right at her feet. In the end, perhaps because she believed she had nothing left to learn out here, she locked herself inside the White Lotus Palace. She never came out. So Kim Doohyuk asks, does he need to knock some sense into this arrogant girl? He catches on fast, knowing this is exactly what Sue Yoon wants. It sounds easy enough, but he has a question. If the goal is just to teach her a lesson, surely there are others far stronger than him. After all, when it comes to magic, the White Lotus leader is no slouch either. Sue Yoon is quietly impressed. He has a sharp eye. Even though she hid her power, he still saw right through it. She gives him 2 reasons. First, this is because they require everyone to fight entirely with physical strength. Absolutely no magic. Second, she is also 17, making her the exact same age as Kim Doohyuk. Sue Yoon has watched him closely. His recent fights prove very clearly that he possesses incredible physical power. And if an academy student like him crushes this girl who thinks she is above every 17-year-old on Earth, her massive ego will shatter. That is why she came to ask for his help. If he did not agree to come here today, she was fully prepared to track him down later anyway. This is honestly a sweet deal. Only a fool would pass it up. But of course, a favor like this does not come cheap. Sue Yoon is completely fine with that. She tells him to name his price, but Kim Doohyuk is already loaded. He wants something else instead. He asks her to open the gates to a specific place. Just like that, they jet off to China. They land right at the White Lotus headquarters. Kim Doohyuk is amazed they made it here on the same day. She even booked him a private jet because he mentioned he only has free time until Monday afternoon. His payment of choice is simple: an entry pass to the Ala Royal Palace. To Sue Yoon, that is easy. She agrees without hesitation. Kim Doohyuk follows Sue Yoon inside the White Lotus headquarters, heading straight for the training room. On their way to the gym, Kim Doohyuk brings up the inter-school tournament, noting their fighters lack drive. He wonders if the person he is about to face is the reason behind their broken spirits. That is exactly it. After facing this monstrous kid, many members realize their own limits and quit. Students and professors alike just walked away. Sue Yoon admits she is praying Kim Doohyuk can humble her. Only a good beating will snap her out of it and resolve the tension gripping the entire clan. Kim Doohyuk also hopes this girl can actually put up a real fight, or this trip is a total waste of time. Stepping through the magic circle leads straight to the secret training chamber. He asks for her name first. Her name is Yeon Lang. She's a wild tiger stripes girl with wolf fangs, demanding to know who he is. She warns him to get lost right away, but Kim Doohyuk has barely even set foot inside the room. He is not about to take her attitude. He lunges forward instantly to teach her some respect, but she catches his fist cleanly with just a single hand. Things are actually getting pretty interesting now. She throws a swift counter, calling him foolish. The girl definitely has a sharp tongue on her. She mocks his simple surprise punch, but Kim Doohyuk just lets out a very confident smirk. He quickly grabs her wrist and launches another heavy punch while she stares back in complete shock. She tilts her head to dodge, but Kim Doohyuk slams his fist straight into her wrist instead. She grits her teeth, realizing this guy has absolutely zero chivalry as the blow sends her flying back. Holding her bruised arm, she demands to know who he is. Kim Doohyuk just gives a very smug grin. He tells her she clearly cannot comprehend the true strength of a 17-year-old student like him. Frustrated that she cannot land a single hit, she backs away to carefully analyze his next move. But he stays glued to her, asking where she is running before slamming a heavy strike into her gut. Come on, man, go a little easy on her. But honestly, we have to give her some credit. She knew she could not dodge that attack, so she jumped backward to soften the blow. But that was enough. Kim Doohyuk recognized this right after he intentionally took the first punch. Even among his disciples from 300 years ago, almost nobody at her age could move like that. Meanwhile, Yeon Lang is silently sizing him up, but she remains incredibly confident that she is far better than fighters who are much older than her. This absolute jerk, Yeon Lang silently promises to throw her next punches with double the power, Seeing her smug smirk, Kim Joo-hyuk already knows that his previous hit was not enough to teach her a lesson. Outside, Shuei Yoon watches the fight unfold through the security cameras. Her assistant hesitatingly calls out to his lady. Assistant Ha admits his upcoming question is a bit delicate, but he still asks if things are actually going well. While inviting an academy student from another school to the White Lotus Palace is completely unavoidable, the fact that Kim Joo-hyuk currently has the upper hand does not guarantee he can defeat Yeon Lang. Besides, the assistant believed Shu Yoon never lost to Yeon Lang in the past. But the truth is, Shu Wei-yoon actually suffered a defeat against her once. Even if that match allowed full magical energy, Sui Yoon still could not guarantee a victory over that girl. This piece of news leaves Assistant Ha quite shocked. The reality is that back then, the gap in mana levels between the two of them was already almost non-existent. And that was years ago. Right now, Yeon Lang has likely grown much stronger in both physical prowess and magical power. If so, Assistant Ha has even less faith in Kim Joo-hyuk taking her down. He simply cannot believe the boy could be stronger than the current Shu Yoon. Honestly, even Shu Yoon herself is not sure about that. But Kim Joo-hyuk has defeated plenty of notorious, dangerous criminals and even secured massive victories in major tournaments before. So even if Yeon Lang wants to win, she is going to struggle hard, and losing to him is nothing to be ashamed of. Back to the battle, Yeon Lang bares her claws to unleash her ultimate move, the 9-yin Whitebone Claw. Sweeping both hands together, she tries to redesign Kim Joo-hyuk's hair, but he easily dodges, so she quickly aims a knee strike to reshape his nose. A violent crash echoes. Yeon Lang is still grinning, thinking she hit his head directly, but her face instantly turns pale as she clutches her knee and stumbles back. Hey, is your head made of solid stone, or what? She angrily protests. Kim Joo-hyuk casually shrugs, saying he has no idea since she was the one who threw the knee. He uses forehead to block, yet her knee is the weaker one. Yeon Lang is absolutely furious but completely helpless. She has thrown every single attack in her arsenal, yet this annoying guy stands as solid as a boulder. Her pride is severely damaged, but she must admit that Kim Joo-hyuk's physical capabilities are on a completely different level. You have not used a single bit of your magical power until now, right, Yan? Lang asks. Kim Joo-hyuk confirms it, stating he only did that to indulge her preferences. But now he wants to play a different game. Time for her to break her own rules. Against you, I have to go all out if I want any hope of winning, Yan. Lang declares, flaring her massive mana. Kim Joo-hyuk knows this is the ultimate sign that he has completely shattered this brat's pride. So you are gathering your magic. If that is what you want, I guess I should show off a little too, right? The massive mana radiating from Kim Joo-hyuk is so overwhelming that even Yeon Lang is left speechless. But now, she stops relying on pure physical skill and goes all in on a single mana-infused punch to end the match right here. Without hesitation, Yeon Lang drives a heavy fist straight toward Kim Joo-hyuk's face. Seeing her rushing to finish the fight, he cheekily stands completely still, letting the attack come close, right in front of his nose. Yeon Lang rejoices, thinking she secured a direct hit, but nope. Kim Joo-hyuk bends his body like rubber, dodging effortlessly, in the blink of an eye. Playtime is over, let us wrap this up, he thinks. He then buries a devastating punch straight into her stomach. Her eyes roll back as she gasps out one last curse at this monster, then collapses cold onto the floor. Game over, baby. Just as requested, I beat her and dragged her out. Kim Joo-hyuk carries Yeon Lang by the collar like a helpless chicken, dropping her right in front of Sui Yoon. Seriously, who carries a girl like that? Sui Yoon stands frozen in utter disbelief, shocked that Kim Joo-hyuk actually defeated the fierce Yeon Lang. She anxiously asks if he got hurt anywhere during the clash. Kim Joo-hyuk casually shrugs, saying he is perfectly fine, but he cannot say the same for her. Shui Yoon goes on to ask if it was a tough fight. He replies she was decent, but he is honestly a bit disappointed by how it ended. With that, Kim Joo-hyuk tosses her onto the hard floor. The sudden pain wakes Yeon Lang up, and the moment she sees Shui Yoon, she immediately glares with pure hostility. Shui Yoon decides to set her aside for now and focus on Kim Joo-hyuk's reward first. You said you wanted entry to the royal palace of Valhalla, correct? I have been waiting for this. Sui Yoon says she can let Kim Joo-hyuk in right away depending on when he wants to go. Naturally, he wants to do it immediately. After all, opportunities are best served hot and fresh. Yeon Lang watches their retreating figures until they disappear. Assistant Ha eventually has to step in, urging her to go treat her injuries. Only then does Yeon Lang snap out of it, asking for the name of the guy who beat her. Assistant Ha quickly replies that his name is Kim Joo-hyuk. Kim Joo-hyuk, let me tell you that man is easily one of the absolute strongest people in the world. Yeon Lang speaks with deep admiration, and deep down she desperately wants to fight him again. Meanwhile, in a dark and mysterious space, a strange shadowy creature sporting massive horns echoes those words about being the strongest with a questioning grin. What is this place? Is this really a labyrinth? Kim Joo-hyuk looks at the royal palace of Harla standing before him, unable to hide his absolute disappointment as he recalls Shuei Yun's previous warnings about how dangerous this area is. This labyrinth is basically a giant castle. Just watch out for the living armor and he will be totally fine. Shuei Yun details all the key warnings. Simple enough. But Kim Joo-hyuk wants to know how long he has inside. Shuei Yun replies that he gets roughly 5 hours today, and if he needs more time, he must return tomorrow. 5 hours is plenty of time for Kim Joo-hyuk to explore, but first he has to deal with the living armor blocking his way. Time to stretch and leap straight into the action. With a few textbook perfect strikes, he shreds them to pieces. The armor is easily reduced to scrap metal. By now, he has already casually searched about 20 different rooms, but there is still no sign of Aleph Johnny's secret chamber anywhere. Bo finally has to speak up and point to the right. His companion guides his impatient master. The door looks a bit fancy, but otherwise seems like a completely normal room. Kim Joo-hyuk is highly skeptical of this advice, but he opens the door anyway and finds a portrait of a very grumpy man. The guy in the painting looks incredibly pissed off, like someone stole his money. As for the office itself, it looks completely normal. But is this actually the workspace of that Aleph guy? Bo insists that they have definitely found the right place. He points to Aleph Johnny's name written right on the frame. Kim Joo-hyuk is genuinely shocked his companion can even read it. Bo is not entirely sure how, but some unlocked memories from earlier seem to have given him the ability to read the text. This is definitely the spot then. But finding the secret room inside here is going to take way too much time. He decides that smashing everything to pieces is much faster. It is pretty clear he just really enjoys destroying things. His excuses are pretty terrible, but the room is getting demolished either way. Fortunately, his chaotic search actually pays off. He tears up the floorboards and discovers a hidden trapdoor. He climbs down, but it is pitch black and he cannot see a thing. Just as he starts to get annoyed, a system notification pops up. Suddenly, a mysterious red-haired witch appears right before his eyes. Kim Joo-hyuk gives her a highly smug, provoking greeting. The red-haired witch just offers a gentle smile and welcomes him in. She invites him to sit so she can answer his questions. Kim Joo-hyuk quietly takes a seat as she prepares to introduce herself. She introduces herself as a guide. Seeing his surprised expression, she quickly explains that it is not her real name. It turns out her true name was stolen from her, which is a tragedy that hits incredibly close to home for Kim Joo-hyuk. He is also a victim of that name-stealing shadow, so he never expected to meet someone else who suffered the exact same fate. He confesses he used to think it was nonsense, but now he desperately wants to know what this actually means. More importantly, how do they get their names back? Kim Joo-hyuk is eager to resolve this bizarre situation as soon as possible. The witch explains that names hold immense power and every living being is bestowed with one at birth. Every single action, effort, and achievement they accomplish throughout life is directly represented by that one deeply meaningful identifier. A name backed by glorious deeds brings massive strength, which is precisely why the enemy is actively stealing them. He absorbs all the power locked within those stolen names. She then asks if he already knows what happens to the victims. They end up becoming constellations, though she points out that Kim Joo-hyuk himself is a very special exception to this rule. She is fully aware that he is a reincarnated soul. Kim Joo-hyuk is stunned to realize she knows his deepest secret. She asks if he still doubts her, addressing him directly as the reincarnated human who holds the system interface. It feels as if she can read his mind completely. Kim Joo-hyuk admits he does not even understand the system himself. He has no idea when the screen prompts will pop up, which makes her laugh to help ease his tension. But his annoying attitude returns instantly, and he tells her to stop babbling and start giving him the actual explanations. He demands to know the identity of the person behind the Tower of Destruction, and she reveals his title is the Labyrinth Lord. He sent that tower to Earth solely to harvest names and boost his own strength. Kim Joo-hyuk finally has a clear target, but something still feels off to him. How could a regular dungeon boss pull off something as massive as this? A global operation of this scale should be completely impossible. Suddenly, a shocking realization hits him, and he freezes. The witch smiles, asking if he has finally figured out. He is finally putting the pieces of the puzzle together. Earth itself is actually just one massive labyrinth. Kim Joo-hyuk rejects the claim immediately, asking if she honestly expects him to believe that. She replies that she has zero reason to lie to him. Kim Joo-hyuk decides to play along for now, assuming the story is true. She explains that causing a massive crisis on Earth simply makes his job of stealing other people's names a lot easier. When chaos reigns, people naturally focus on fighting monsters and saving lives, leaving themselves completely vulnerable to having their names stolen. Others will even exploit the panic to commit evil deeds. Under these conditions, keeping your own name safe is almost impossible. No one can just steal another person's name and claim their power, only the final victor gets to do that. If what she says is true, all of Doohyuk's former disciples have now been turned into constellations, and of course he deeply hopes they can all reclaim their names. Still, the thought makes Doohyuk's chest tighten, prompting him to speak with bitter sarcasm. No matter what he does, he is still just playing right into the Labyrinth Lord's hands. But then the red-haired witch disagrees. His reincarnation and arrival here is already a massive wild card that the enemy never saw coming. Then Doohyuk wonders if the Labyrinth Lord was also the same entity who reached out to them through the system notification windows. But on this he is dead wrong. According to the witch, the entity who gave Doohyuk his second chance and delivered the system notifications was not the Labyrinth Lord. Naturally, he wants to know who it is, but the witch simply has absolutely no clue either. However, she is certain there must be a deep connection between Doohyuk and this mystery savior. For now, she refuses to let this chance slip away. She uses her magic to conjure a mysterious ring, handing it over. She tells him she is short on time and cannot explain the details, but this ring will be their key to launching a counterattack against the Labyrinth Lord. Doohyuk is annoyed and wonders why she cannot just stay and explain. But she explains she is actively being hunted by their enemy. Thankfully, all the necessary conditions have already been met, and she promises he will run into her again soon. Before he can even process this, she quickly sets a new meeting. For 2 days later, warns him not to lose the ring and snaps her fingers to send him straight back. Doohyuk grits his teeth. He is completely overwhelmed by everything he just learned. So much for playing nice. Living peacefully is impossible. Looking at the ring, he can feel it actively tracking his location. It seems his next moves are already set. He decides to gather every single remaining magic runestone scattered after the ancient Great War. This time, Doohyuk is going to hoard every single one to skyrocket his power. Even if he is still currently outmatched in terms of raw strength, his sheer growth potential will let him reach the peak way faster than that bastard. Meanwhile, on a northern Pacific island, a powerful man reads the news about the Samson assassin group being completely wiped out by a mere academy student. That student is none other than Kim Doohyuk. Furious, the man crushes his tablet screen, cursing those absolute useless idiots. Honestly, he could have just donated that tablet instead of smashing it. This hothead is Hannibal, leader of the Fae. One believers who has been closely watching Doohyuk ever since a constellation warned him. After all, this brat has even defeated Choi Jin-gon, a contracted warrior. That is exactly why the young master of the wealthy Bentrick family hired Hannibal's forces. They even deployed the elite Samson squad just to be safe, yet they still failed miserably. Talk about an embarrassing mess. Just then, First-Class Commander George walks in casually, asking if the boss is currently having a bit of trouble. Hannibal snaps back, reminding George to call before entering. He might be embarrassed, but his commanding presence still remains. But George keeps teasing, saying he only showed up because the boss looked so stressed out over Kim Doohyuk. The kid is indeed a major thorn in Hannibal's side. George sighs, noting they already lost a valuable agent to him. Hannibal asks if he means the guy currently plastered all over the news. Yes, that idiot who essentially committed suicide. George was actually the one who sent that agent on a secret mission without informing the rest of the organization. Unsurprisingly, the agent totally botched the job and even let his identity slip to Doohyuk before getting caught by him. Yet he was just a pawn for George to extract intel on the Bentrick family, afraid of any possible leaks. George personally silenced him before he could be imprisoned. Hearing this, Hannibal asks if he can clean up the rest now. He is talking about the surviving Samson members. George is more than willing to do it provided it pleases Hannibal, but the boss is still highly fixated on Doohyuk. George speaks up, advising him to hold off for now. He actually makes a very solid point, warning that the mysterious Yu-Gi-Oh group currently has their eyes on the boy. This unexpected piece of intelligence catches Hannibal completely off guard. He wonders if it is the same group of runaways. George confirms it, noting that while their own organization is bad, the Yu-Gi-Oh group is on a whole different level. No one knows what they are after, but they already wiped out the entire private combat forces of Rogan himself. Hannibal has heard rumors about this, and he is glad George warned him about Yu-Gi-Oh actively pursuing Doohyuk. If anyone interferes with the target of those lunatics, they will immediately become their sworn absolute enemy, and nobody wants that. So the best move is to sit back, let the beasts tear each other apart, and reap the rewards. Meanwhile, things are getting extremely tense for Doohyuk as he suddenly finds himself surrounded by a squad of black-clad hostiles. But it is not because he is looking for a single answer. Kim Doohyuk coldly demands to know who they are, asking if they know that this is Valhalla territory. He wonders what kind of brave or foolish idiots would show up at this ungodly hour. Their leader is acting on orders from Adalia Venchik. She still holds a massive grudge after being humiliated by Kim Doohyuk, so she wants payback. She sent people to ambush him. They spent a lot of time preparing, needing a contractor capable of creating a hidden dimension in the vanguard while ensuring their target was locked tight inside the Valhalla region. Adelia also wondered why they needed someone who could actually bend space, Simple, everyone on this mission works directly under the Bentrick family, so they absolutely cannot risk being exposed. Adelia highly values their caution and is eager to know if they have prepared everything she requested. The chief butler proudly confirmed that they had arranged a highly potent mana stone. Transition. I have arranged a flow stone packed with abundant energy. Adelia was very pleased with this option and prepared to make her move. Meanwhile, the chief butler will join the intelligence team, and once the hidden dimension is fully completed, he will immediately take charge of leading the assassination squad. The butler understood, but still wondered if establishing this sanctuary was a stepping stone to summon a constellation. That was exactly the case, and the ultimate goal behind Adelia's current massive operation. The butler's anxious attitude, however, displeased her greatly. Is facing a mere high school kid scaring you out of your wits? But as she spoke, she released a crushing amount of mana. Why is she flexing her power like that? The butler quickly composed himself, and Adelia retracted her energy with a smile. It is just a precaution, no need to worry. Sounds totally reassuring, right? Furthermore, with a recent incident that occurred, the Constellation, who usually remains silent, suddenly reacted. Adelia saw a notification window. Beak Mask wanted her to explain in detail. Extremely irritated, she decided to summon the Constellation to demand answers. Back to the ambush. The chief butler ordered his team to initiate the space disruption. A group of people immediately deployed. A barrier around Kim Doohyuk, who stood there looking completely clueless. What is this, a hidden dimension? Honestly, whose idea was it to gather a whole mob to jump a high school student? The butler remained stoic, though inwardly annoyed by the kid's incredibly sassy mouth. Whose idea was this anyway? Was it the head of the Bentrick family? The butler was stunned and nearly cursed, demanding to know how the kid figured it out. Honestly, not knowing would insult Kim Doohyuk's high intelligence. To this self-proclaimed smart crowd, that out of all his enemies, only 2 groups use dark magic, while the rest do not. So who else could it be but the Bentrick family? At this point, the butler sensed serious trouble and quickly changed his orders. Since they were trapped in here as well, hiding their identity was entirely useless. He ordered them to call in the assassins. Just like that, a massive squad was deployed in an instant. Aren't you embarrassed? What if the academy students swarm this place? Kim Doohyuk smirked, while the butler coolly replied that it didn't matter. They were only following their master's orders. Kim Doohyuk shrugged his shoulders and sighed, wondering if their master has absolutely zero shame. Kill him, the butler commanded sharply. Who is he trying to kill? Look at your own level first. Kim Doohyuk faced the entire group alone while grinning. The assassins were sent face-planting onto the dirt. The butler aggressively slashed at Doohyuk, but was instantly mocked as swinging a sword, all you know how to do. Just then, 2 more goons leaped in. He decided to show these guys what a proper sword strike actually looks like. His blade slammed into the ground, freezing the assassin in place. Taking advantage of their shock, Kim Doohyuk delivered a fatal kick, sending him to permanent rest. You guys won't even give me time to breathe, he complained. Seeing him distracted, the butler prepared to stab him from behind. Unfortunately, his opponent basically had eyes in the back of his head and easily dodged. While he was stunned, wondering if this was really a high schooler's ability, Kim Doohyuk kept complaining and landed an armor-piercing strike. Of course, no one who took such a direct hit could stand back up. The butler was no exception. He had once thought a mere kid in high school could never achieve anything. Now experiencing it firsthand, he finally understood why Adelia had prepared such a massive trap. And just as he fell, the head of the Bentrick family finally appeared. Adelia looked at the fallen troops, most of whom were stronger than typical contractors. How on earth did they still get beaten unconscious by this kid? It was truly unbelievable. She refused to let this continue, demanding he feel proud because he was about to witness the sacred relic of the Bentrick family. Ordinary people never get such an opportunity, she declared, releasing a blazing golden mana. Kim Doohyuk playfully replied, asking if he should feel proud over seeing a dull knife. The head of the prestigious family is thick-skinned enough to bring a whole mob to bully a high schooler. What did she just say? Truly shameless. But her attitude is another story. Furious, Adelia curses and lunges at Doohyuk with a small knife. Right then, the meteorites suddenly start to glow. The knife in her hand begins to stretch out as a blinding light flashes and a golden notification window pops up with 3 dots ending with a shocking word: Master. At the same time, the glowing gold meteorites radiate, a brilliant shimmering light that instantly freezes time for everyone in the room. Not a single person can move. Even Adelia cannot escape this fate. Everyone is frozen solid like statues while Doohyuk stands there completely unaffected. Even though Adelia is totally paralyzed, her mind remains fully conscious, and she quickly realizes that everyone else has turned stiff as a board. Meanwhile, Doohyuk is casually examining and admiring his newly gold-plated knife. That is when another golden notification window pops up. This unexpected message leaves even Doohyuk deeply confused. Just then, the brilliant golden light begins to take the shape of a person wearing a rather comical crow mask and glasses. But once she takes it off, she reveals a stunning, incredibly stylish beauty. Talk about a massive glow-up. She looks completely different now compared to when they first met back when she was chained up in a prison cell full of hatred. At that time, Doohyuk was still known as Kim Doohyuk. Looking at her fierce expression, he asked if she hated all of humanity. Gritting her teeth, the blonde girl snapped back, telling him to stop acting like he understood her. What did he even know about life? Kim Doohyuk calmly replied that while he did not know everything, he knew enough because he had once been a slave himself. He explained that when he was young and powerless, a slave trader kidnapped him. Just like her, he had lived in chains, bound to a life of servitude. Then he asked the ultimate question: did she want her freedom? Honestly, what a redundant question to ask a literal slave. She practically screamed in frustration, grabbing the enchanted collar around her neck, shouting that because of this cursed thing, freedom was an impossible dream. She told him to stop mocking her and get lost, warning him that the cruel slave trader would return very soon. She had completely lost all hope of escaping her grim fate. The true cruelty of that collar was its brutal design. It could only be removed by the owner's hand or upon the owner's death. But even then, there was a catch. Sometimes, even if the master died, the collar would remain locked forever. In her case, it seemed she was stuck with that exact nightmare. That was when she realized her despicable master was already dead, plunging her into absolute final despair. But Kim Doohyuk simply smiled and asked what she would do if he had a way. Before she could even process his words, he grabbed the metal collar and began analyzing its complex structure. By deciphering the magic woven into these chains, he explained, reverse engineering the spell to slowly dismantle it was not exactly his specialty, but breaking this lock was no big deal. That was the only way she could end her misery. As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Doohyuk shattered the magic-bound collar around the blonde girl's neck. In that exact moment, she was moved to tears, overwhelmed with emotion because she was finally free from the heavy chains that had tormented her for so long. His task complete, Kim Doohyuk stood up and prepared to leave, telling the young girl that she must now learn to choose her own path. He asked if she wanted to go home or find her family, but she sadly replied that the slave traders had already slaughtered her family and burned down her home during the kidnapping. Hearing her tragic story, Kim Doohyuk hesitated for a moment, before declaring that he would travel the world and crush the skulls of any slave traders he encountered, just like today. Then he asked if she wanted to tag along on his journey. Naturally, she accepted. Only a fool would refuse such an offer. Pleased with her answer, Kim Doohyuk told her to show him proper respect. Since she considered him her master, she had to use polite formal language instead of speaking like a savage. The newly appointed master lectured her strictly, and she quickly obeyed. When the blonde girl asked for his name, Doohyuk proudly introduced himself. But right as she was about to introduce herself, the memory suddenly cut off. Now the savage girl from his past has grown into a sharp, gorgeous, and incredibly stylish woman. Unfortunately, she no longer has a name because she became a constellation. Doohyuk is confident he knows her better than anyone, yet her actual name totally escapes his memory. Now he finally understands the fortune teller's warning about the Demon King stealing constellation names. Since there is no other way, he is just glad he still remembers her old nickname. Hello, you little savage. It has been a while. Hearing this, Adelia gasps in absolute shock. How dare this guy call a mighty constellation a savage? Yet the very constellation Adelia worships immediately calls him master. Wielding her golden relic knife, she swings it to restore everyone's consciousness and asks Doohyuk how she should deal with these scumbags. She even asks if she should slaughter them. He replies no and says he has a much better idea, stroking his chin with a wicked smile. The next day, the homeroom teacher nearly suffers a heart attack upon seeing a massive 9-figure sponsorship donation. And yes, it is specifically designated for Doohyuk. He almost had a stroke when he saw a sponsorship check with 9 zeros, accompanied by a special note designating it entirely for student Kim. Kim Doohyuk's name is right there on the school's funding list. The more instructor Kim Gun stares at it, the more he feels like something is very off. He just cannot pinpoint the issue. 5 billion gold is a headache-inducing amount. He says he guesses the boy saw it, but the old man already knows. Indeed, Kim Doohyuk is looking at it now. But it is not just the homeroom teacher who is puzzled, as Lee Sang-cheon also finds it strange. Kim Gun originally assumed the Venchik family suddenly grew a conscience and felt guilty for almost destroying the academy, so they sent the funds. But that explanation still makes no sense to Lee Sang-cheon. Back when Kim Doohyuk was attacked by Gisera Venchik, they definitely sent hush money. At that time, the massive donation was just a desperate move to protect Jordi Venchik and the family name. However, the Venchik family already drew the line by disowning Jordi Venchik and kicking him out. If that was not the case, they would be causing an uproar to get Jordi Venchik out of detention rather than throwing money at Kim Doohyuk like this. There must be some crazy conspiracy behind this. Honestly, you just know they have something dirty up their sleeves. Given his usual hot temper, they expect the kid to be throwing a massive fit and picking a fight with the Venchik family. Lee Sang-chon sips his coffee and suggests that asking the boy directly is the easiest way to get an answer. It is much better than sitting around guessing. And this time, Kim Joo-hyuk delivers a completely unexpected answer. He agrees to take it. Kim Lee-gun gapes in absolute disbelief, but the boy casually asks who in their right mind turns down 5 billion gold. Fair point, but Kim Lee-gun still smells a rat. Since Kim Joo-hyuk is eager to leave, the instructor quickly shares his new perks. Not only is the boy sponsored, but Valhalla Magic Academy also received a huge donation alongside his funds. By Academy rules, he can now move into a premium dorm, but the student remains completely indifferent for now. He feels his current dorm is perfectly fine and says they can handle the transfer some other time before walking off. Instructor Kim is left utterly speechless, unable to fathom when the kid developed such a relaxed attitude. But whatever. It is not his loss, so why overthink it? Turns out this whole situation started when the young master cooked up a plan. He wanted to deal with Adalia and her band of assassins, so he had the wild girl wake her up to talk. As Adalia kneels trembling on the floor, Kim Joo-hyuk crouches down to speak. He notes her summoning Constellation will likely ignore whatever he decides to do to them, and then mockingly asks what she thinks he should do next with her group. With a smirk, he reveals her Constellation declared they forced the Venchik family to serve him so he can do as he pleases. Adalia is still struggling to process the situation, asking if this is about the ancient family oath of absolute devotion. The legendary multi-generational pledge is now being used by him to command her, leaving her completely bewildered. Hearing this, the wild girl snaps, snapping that the oath obviously means they must obey her master now. She demands to know if she only just realized it, prompting Adalia to ask if this student is truly her guardian's master. The Constellation confirms it, stating that despite his changed appearance, the magic is undeniably her master's. Hearing enough, Kim Joo-hyuk tells her to shut up and focus on her own skin, though being targeted by assassins is incredibly annoying. He originally wanted to wipe them all out, but their combat tier and actual strength are completely genuine. To live comfortably, he needs to exploit these killers to do his dirty work, but honestly, managing them directly is a chore. Instead of doing that, why not use someone who already has years of experience in the field? According to Adalia, despite only being the vice leader, she has been running the family for 4 years. During that 4-year span, she successfully restored their declining power, making them the strongest family in all of England. So Kim Joo-hyuk directly orders her to keep running the clan and support his operations on a massive family-wide scale. He tells her not to ask questions, warning that if she ruins his plans again, she knows the consequences. As the master signals, the crow-masked Constellation vows to personally oversee everything so another failure never happens again. Suddenly, her physical manifestation begins to turn into a brilliant golden light, slowly starting to fade away from sight. She mentions her time is up, as physically appearing on this plane requires a massive amount of magic power. This means consuming dozens of mana-filled stones, which explains why they brought a mountain of those gems. With her energy depleted from using her special skill, she notes she will need to rest for quite a while. Kim Joo-hyuk never expected a Constellation to face such heavy restrictions. Regardless, she feels witnessing her master's rebirth with her own eyes makes it all entirely worthwhile. Concerned, Kim Joo-hyuk gently tells her to go get some rest. Before departing, she puts her mask back on, warning him that some of his other disciples have also become powerful constellations. She promises he will meet them soon before taking her leave and completely vanishing into thin air. She completely vanished as if she had never been there. Those words left Kim Joo-hyuk trapped deep in his own thoughts. He had a bad feeling. But who was coming next? Plus, his disciples might have all become constellations, but when would they meet? He had already run into 2 of them himself, Barksh and Moron. Meeting Barksh, system alerts made it inevitable. But Moron, pure luck. Now a massive crowd of constellations had gathered, so tracking down each one felt pretty pointless. Honestly, who has time for that? Meanwhile, Barksh had stayed totally quiet since they met the guide. Did you call Master? Barksh asked, materializing instantly. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately asked why he was so quiet. Barksh explained he was just sorting out his thoughts. His memories had cut off the second Kim Joo-hyuk entered the secret chamber. To him, it felt like Kim Joo-hyuk had walked right back out. Then a few more memories returned. Do you remember how incredibly weak and fragile you used to be? Kim Joo-hyuk teased, trying to break the heavy tension in the room. Barksh got flustered, muttering that he could never remember such trivial things. Yet he actually had grasped the concept of names, a secret that Kim Joo-hyuk already knew about. More importantly, the Labyrinth Master was the exact person who gave him the name Barksh. Lost in thought, Kim Joo-hyuk walked into class and sat down, but his mind was completely elsewhere. So the villain who stole his identity and handed back the name Barksh was definitely the Labyrinth Master. Barksh confirmed it. That guy gave him power but also ended up killing him, which made total sense given the raw strength of the Tower Lord. However, that dark energy completely warped his personality. Back when Barsh ruled the tower, he was pretty stiff, probably due to that identity and power forced upon him. Luckily, his current self was pretty close to his original personality. It made zero sense to him. How could that absolute freak steal or grant identities so easily? As for this, even Barsh had no idea how it worked. Kim Joo-hyuk clicked his tongue, realizing this entire world was a massive maze that allowed the master to harvest everyone's souls. That was how he controlled identities. Barsh was totally lost, wondering what a world maze meant. Kim Joo-hyuk called him an idiot for missing such a crucial detail, so they spent the entire class whispering. In the end, the shocking truth finally clicked for Barshi. Kim Joo-hyuk was frustrated, but they were still trapped in the enemy's playground, meaning they couldn't act just yet. Fortunately, the guy gave them a fighting chance. Game on. Now they just had to bide their time. The very next day, right on schedule, the guide made her appearance. Kim Joo-hyuk was caught holding a lunch tray. He stood there looking utterly clueless. The guide stared in absolute disbelief, asking what that shiny silver object was, snapped immediately, grumbling that it was just his food tray, and demanded to know why she called him. Right in the middle of lunch. Seriously, even monsters let you eat in peace. Why did she drag him away right before lunchtime? Fine. She promised to plan better next time. Shifting back to business, Guide asked if he brought the ring. Of course he did. He urged her to get moving instead of stalling around. He noted the ring did not seem to boost his stats, wondering how she expected to fight back with it. She kept it simple, telling him to put it on and clear the labyrinth, but she made it sound so incredibly simple. Which maze was she talking about? Most labyrinths were heavily monitored, right from the start. The guide quickly reassured him that absolutely any labyrinth would work for this goal, and warned that the labyrinth master would soon spawn more. What did his world call those events again? Right, monster outbreaks or massive cataclysms. It simply meant that whenever a new dungeon opened, hordes of monsters would flood out completely, destroying the surrounding land. Before Kim Joo-hyuk regressed, these disasters popped up everywhere, making safety an absolute luxury. Ever since his rebirth, things had calmed down, finally letting him enjoy a peaceful life. Now his luck was running thin again. Where and when would this threat strike? And how bad would it be? She predicted it would hit in 3 months, targeting a country called South Korea. That was crazy. He lived there, but without a precise location, there was no way he could stop the disaster. Unfortunately, she kept quiet, terrified the labyrinth master would track her down. He had to just settle for these incredibly vague clues. Nothing ever came easy. Still, one weird detail lingered in his mind. If the world was already a giant labyrinth, why would another maze start growing inside it? The labyrinth master was doing this on purpose, possibly to forge even more fake identities. He had already decided. It is settled. The Lord is getting everyone acclimated before the Tower of Destruction appears. Now does Kim Joo-hyuk have to wear this ring and clear the dungeon when the disaster strikes? Exactly. But first, the guide still wants to know how Kim Joo-hyuk usually handles clearing out these dungeons. He explains that since the spawn monsters are quite troublesome, he normally ignores them and smashes the core stone instead. Once destroyed, the dungeon vanishes. Kim Joo-hyuk always keeps things quick and neat. That is usually the fastest route, but this time he absolutely cannot do that. Wait, what is he supposed to do then? Old lady, put on the ring and defeat the boss. Why, there is a good reason. Even though his world is currently just a labyrinth, the labyrinth lord cannot just randomly summon a massive disaster like this or a tower of destruction. He must use the power of the identities he has stolen. Simply put, these labyrinths are built from stolen identities. Among all the components created this way, the power of those identities is concentrated heavily inside that boss monster. If he wears the ring and defeats it, he can absorb the identities from the labyrinth lord. That will start their grand counterattack. However, Kim Joo-hyuk still has some doubts about this. Is it true the enemy has absorbed countless identities? How can they defeat him with just one? That is a very good question. Naturally, the labyrinth lord will not care if a single identity goes missing from his collection. His goal is to make everyone adapt before the tower arrives, so instead of stealing identities back, the actual key to this plan is clearing the dungeon as fast as possible. Once that happens, the labyrinth lord will realize the dungeons are vanishing before anyone can adapt, forcing him to change his strategy. He will trigger an event by sending countless identities down to their world, giving them the perfect chance to absorb as many as possible. Since the absorbed identities will grant them massive power, Kim Joo-hyuk questions this idea, and honestly, would you trust it? If they do that, how are they any different from the labyrinth? Lord Kim Joo-hyuk is quite serious, which surprises the guide. She assumed Kim Joo-hyuk was the type of person who would not care about these things. Who does she think he is? He only feels comfortable doing the right thing. First off, they will never harm innocent civilians to steal their identities. Besides, if the Labyrinth Lord steals someone's identity, it gets bound in heavy chains, completely preventing them from reincarnating or becoming a constellation. They will be trapped forever. Furthermore, if he uses the power of the identities he absorbs, those trapped souls will finally be free from their chains. The guide reassures him now. But if Kim Doohyuk still feels uneasy, he can do whatever he wants. Besides, he will get to know what kind of people those identities belong to before actually absorbing them. Kim Doohyuk has no further objections. Now they just need to wait for the disaster to strike. The guide promises to reveal the exact time and place later on. Until then, Kim Doohyuk should gather a team to stop it. Wait, did she not just say he only had to defeat the boss? The guide explains that even though the monsters inside the dungeon will die once the core is destroyed, the monsters that have already escaped will remain, so they must be stopped. See you later. With a snap of her fingers, Kim Doohyuk is instantly warped right back in front of the counter. Damn it, he told that annoying guide to warn him before teleporting him. Still, she mentioned building a team to prevent the disaster. Before his regression, he always used to handle these threats alongside his disciples. Doing it completely alone is too slow, and preventing damage is key. So, should he take on some disciples in this life as well? Just then, Kim Doohyuk runs into an old acquaintance, Yeon Lang. What is she doing here? Yeon Lang explains that after losing to him, she did some reflecting and wondered why she was spared. Then she shares a shocking realization: she lost simply because he is stronger. Seriously, how did she just realize something so completely obvious? But she continues, saying she used to think they were actually quite similar. Kim Doohyuk is not buying that at all. She describes him as someone who easily dominates everyone with pure talent, never having once experienced defeat. It is incredibly rare for a grown adult. Yeon Lang is extremely proud of this theory, but Kim Doohyuk knows she is completely wrong about him. He is actually someone who has worked incredibly hard to get where he is. However, she claims that was just her past assessment and her view has changed. The strikes he used on her were not just basic attacks, but refined body movements born from boundless combat experience. She admits she was absolutely furious when she lost, but after cooling down, the reason for her defeat became entirely clear. She was severely lacking in real combat experience, and she realized that fighting him actually pushed her to grow and become significantly stronger. Now she wants to keep fighting him until she wins. What is his response? Fight me. Not in a million years. Kim Doohyuk tells her not to bring her bizarre logic to bother him, but Yeon Lang still tries to hold on to him. She is desperate for a fight, having traveled all the way from China just to brawl. To Kim Doohyuk, however, that is not his problem. He suggests that instead of wasting time here, she should focus on properly practicing her own family martial arts. Yeon Lang explains she never learned properly, having only received formal lessons until she was about 6, leaving her to self-train afterward. She had to learn everything alone, only to get crushed by Kim Doohyuk later. Even the contractors in her family despise her, but she does not fear them. Since they barred her from the family daily training, she took matters into her own hands. She demanded they send sparring partners so her skills would not rust, but then they suddenly threw fully grown contractors at her instead. That is why she kept winning those battles. Fortunately for them, she adds, they did not have too many people left to send. Kim Doohyuk feels like what Sue Yoon described matches her situation, though the underlying meaning is entirely different. Clearly, Yeon Lang has talent. Her love for battle is genuine, yet the leader of the White Lotus Society implied she is a ruthless monster who hunts everyone down. This contradiction makes him slightly curious about her family drama. He wonders if her confinement in the White Lotus Palace was actually forced. Yeon Lang replies that staying there was actually partly voluntary. She was simply sick of being labeled the family troublemaker. Besides, none of that matters to her anyway, because she is far stronger than any of the elders back home. And more importantly, she has finally found someone vastly stronger than herself who is none other than Kim Doohyuk. She believes that by sparring with him, she can grow stronger without her family's useless teachings. But who said they were sparring? Kim Doohyuk flatly rejects her. This triggers Yeon Lang, who immediately begins whining and desperately pleading with him to change his mind. He remains completely stone-faced, but deep down he cannot help but find this entire situation rather bizarre. Clearly, Yeon Lang was isolated by her own Sui family and confined in the palace, so why does Sui Yoon want her back? Kim Doohyuk does not know the full story, but from the family perspective is not keeping her there the safer option. Annoyed by her relentless pestering, Kim Doohyuk finally snaps and tells her to let go of him. She immediately lights up with pure joy, eagerly asking if this means he is actually going to fight her now. He warns her that since they are on campus, they cannot make a scene, so she should follow him to the gym. Yeon Lang happily agrees to the plan. Once they arrive at the gym, Choi Aaron and Yoo So Yoon look over in confusion. Even Oh Se-hyuk watches them with curiosity. Kim Doohyuk tells her to wait a moment while he changes his clothes. Yeon Lang signals that it is no problem, but as he grabs his bag to leave, Choi Aaron immediately corners him. Thinking it is Yeon Lang again, he impatiently tells her to wait, but Choi Erin calmly demands to know who this newcomer is. He explains she is just a crazy girl he met at the White Lotus Society who came all this way to fight. Upon hearing this, Choi Erin transforms from a quiet girl into a raging ball of fire, instantly directing her hostility toward Yeon Lang. Yeon Lang is no fool and immediately notices the intense glare, prompting her to call Choi Erin out right then and there. She asks what is with the look and if she wants to fight too, which Choi Erin obviously rejects. Yoo So-yeon silently observes. Judging by her hair color, Yoo So-yeon deduces that she might belong to the Shue family. Even Oh Se-hyuk is quite surprised by this. It is wild that she flew all the way from China just to spar with Kim Doohyuk. Yoo So-yeon everyone gathers at the Valhalla stadium. He complains that this duel was supposed to be strictly between him and Yeon Lang. Why did the entire group follow them here? Choi Erin immediately provides a logical excuse, claiming she is only there to keep an eye on her and prevent any trouble. Yoo So-yeon chimes in that he is merely tagging along with Choi Erin, offering his own pretty convenient excuse for showing up. Oh Se-hyuk completely tosses logic out the window by telling them to just pretend he is not even there. Meanwhile, Yeon Lang begins stretching, clearly thrilled for the fight as she boasts about how much stronger she has become. She asks if he is ready for her to go all out. In this moment, Kim Doohyuk recalls the guide warning about forming a team. To prevent an impending disaster, he needs allies. He turns to Yeon Lang and asks if she truly wants to get stronger. She eagerly nods in agreement. He then proposes that if he wins today, she will have to become his official disciple. Yeon Lang is completely dumbfounded. Her entire goal was to beat him, so how did they suddenly jump to a master and disciple relationship? Kim Doohyuk acts like it is the most natural thing, explaining that as his disciple, she can finally achieve her goals. He tells her to begin. Yeon Lang declares she absolutely hates having a master, fueling her determination to win this match. She assumes her combat stance instantly. For her opening move, Yeon Lang leads with a sharp, lightning-fast elbow strike. Kim Doohyuk has to admit she has gotten significantly stronger. Seeing this, Yeon Lang instantly lets her arrogance show. Unleashing a massive wave of blazing mana, she confidently declares that while he blocked her last strike, he will not get so lucky this time. Yeon Lang's overwhelming mana forces Arin and Yoo So-yeon to brace themselves. Yoo So-yeon gasps, wondering what kind of monster White Lotus has unleashed. That mana pool is absolutely colossal, with a concentration that is far denser than what Kim Doohyuk displayed back during the tournament. Even Oh Se-hyuk watches in awe. Yeon Lang charges forward with every ounce of her magical talent, certain that landing just one single strike will do it. It will be a fatal, soul-shattering blow. Even if Kim Doohyuk manages to block it, the raw shockwave of her magic will still tear him apart. But wait, what on earth is he doing? Kim Doohyuk mirrors Yeon Lang's exact stance, completely throwing her off guard and leaving her stunned. He smugly tells her that he also prefers a direct head-on clash. Instantly, their loaded fists collide with an explosive force. Despite pouring everything into her mana and tightening its concentration to the absolute limit, Yeon Lang feels her body getting relentlessly pushed back. She can sense that Kim Doohyuk does not actually possess that much raw magic. This means he has somehow grown leagues stronger than before. Yet he is still the very same person. He casually remarks that he only does head-on clashes once, leaving her utterly confused. He adds that on the second try he always counters, and right on cue his knee drives straight into her stomach. Even though she braced herself, the brutal strike sends her crashing to the ground. Once again, she fails to land a single clean hit. Kim Doohyuk beams, thrilled to have recruited yet another disciple. By the time Yeon Lang finally wakes up, she immediately laments her crushing defeat. He praises her durability, admitting he expected her to be knocked out cold until tomorrow morning, yet here she is already wide awake. Yeon Lang cannot tell if that is a genuine compliment or pure mockery. Regardless, she has no choice but to accept her new master. She was ready to demand a physical rematch without any magic, but realizing her teacher is far too sharp, she decides to just submit. She proudly dusts herself off and asks if this officially makes her his very first disciple, looking quite pleased with herself. But the reality is a flat no. Yeon Lang is utterly baffled, wondering if he actually went around recruiting middle school kids as disciples. Not quite. However, Choi Erin was indeed the first person he mentored in this lifetime, and she fiercely claims that pioneer spot. Technically, she was not his first either, but he knows better than to invite trouble by over-explaining things to this curious crowd. It is best to avoid their endless questions. Meanwhile, Erin decides to call her Miu, which immediately sends Yeon Lang into a wild rage. She thinks Erin is just mocking her, but Erin is completely unfazed, asking why such a cute nickname would make her so mad. Yeon Lang snaps back, demanding Erin use her real name and stop making up weird nicknames. Erin just smiles, insisting Miu sounds adorable. This sparks an endless bickering match between a hot-tempered warrior and a girl who is utterly obsessed with making everything cute. Watching them squabble gives Kim Joo-hyuk a wave of nostalgia, reminding him of how his past disciples used to bicker the exact same way. But the bickering quickly goes too far. When Kim Joo-hyuk casually calls her Miu as well, Yoon Lang practically blows a fuse. He reminds her that Choi Erin became his disciple first, making her the senior sister. He warns her not to be disrespectful. He tells Erin to also show some respect to her new junior sister. Hearing this, Erin blushes, thrilled that Kim Joo-hyuk recognized her seniority. Grinning like an innocent angel, Erin proudly promises that as the senior sister, she will gladly tolerate her junior's tantrums. Yoon Lang literally shakes with rage. Deciding that today's practice is officially over, Kim Joo-hyuk tells everyone it is time to head home. Except Yoon Lang has absolutely nowhere to go. She only came here for a quick duel, never expecting to be recruited on the spot. Hearing he was at Valhalla, she had rushed straight over. He offers her his spare dormitory room to stay in for the time being. Yoon Lang happily accepts the offer. But then Erin suddenly calls her kitty, instantly igniting another exhausting round of loud, petty bickering. Kim Joo-hyuk fails to stop them in time, and it is late evening before he can finally escape the endless catfight and head home. Dealing with their constant squabbling consumed his entire day, but at least he secured 2 highly capable permanent members for his disaster prevention team. Meanwhile, Yoo So-yeon is still focusing on basic physical conditioning, meaning she is still far from ready to actually learn proper swordplay. As for Oh Si-hyuk, he cares about absolutely nothing but building raw muscle, so he is not really a reliable option right now. Right then, Adelia calls him to report that she has fully sorted out the funding issues along with several other tasks he assigned. She wanted to check in before their meeting, so Kim Joo-hyuk takes this opportunity to instruct her to begin recruiting contract holders. He warns her that a massive disaster is coming in 3 months, prompting Adelia to ask where he got this highly sensitive information. But he refuses to reveal his source, admitting that while the exact scale remains unknown, a catastrophic event is absolutely guaranteed to happen. When Adelia asks if they should focus on Korea, he confirms, and she promises to reach out to top-tier contractors and major guilds. He reminds her to keep the entire operation strictly confidential, knowing that public panic would only make matters far worse. She then hesitantly asks if he can put in a good word for her once his guardian Constellation finally decides to wake up. Adelia has been utterly unable to contact Moron, who has been deep in slumber after completely exhausting her power during the last battle. He needed more strength to meet him, but it turns out one day just wasn't enough. So Kim Doohyuk agreed to Adelia's proposal. The next day in Valhalla's gym, Kim Doohyuk and Choi Erin kept running like mad while Yoon Lang still struggled. She couldn't adapt to this extreme pace, yet her face twisted in pure exhaustion. Once they finished, she collapsed onto the floor, gasping. She wheezed that she was practically on her way to heaven, loudly accusing Kim Doohyuk of straight up trying to murder her. But he just shrugs it off, telling her she's still breathing and actually caught up much faster than he originally expected. He thought she would have collapsed by noon, but her basic stamina is surprisingly solid. Now he wonders if he should slow down. Right then, a strange woman appears out of nowhere, suddenly asking if someone named Yoon Lang is there. She looks a lot like Shui Yoon, but her motives are a mystery. She immediately asks Yoon Lang why she left without telling her mother. Yoon Lang's face twists as she grinds her teeth. Seeing Seo Yeon-hwa feels less like meeting a mother and more like seeing a ghost. Kim Doohyuk is confused too, asking if she's the mother since he thought a shaman named Sui-yun was her actual parent. Seo Yeon-hwa freezes for a few seconds before asking if Kim Doohyuk is the one who brought Yoon Lang all the way here. Wait, who answers a question with another question like that, but she just ignores it to formally introduce herself. Skipping the small talk, she reveals her name is Seo Yeon-hwa, the proud head of the prestigious Seo clan. She announces herself as Yoon Lang's new adoptive mother, adding that Shui Yun, the leader of the White Lotus Guild, is her sister. So that explains the family tree. But Seo Yeon-hwa is annoyed that her sister didn't call her when Yoon Lang left the palace. Instead, her sister sent Yoon Lang straight to this place. Still, the lady quickly brushes that minor detail aside. She shifts straight to the real plan, dragging her daughter back home. But Yoon Lang is absolutely not having it. She furiously asks why she should return now, especially when she was completely ignored and abandoned by them in the past. Shaking with rage, she tells her mother to get lost and stop acting like they are family, as it makes her sick. Seo Yeon-hwa doesn't seem to care at all, calmly explaining that casting her aside back then was an order from the Constellations. She claims Yoon Lang already knew this, but Yoon Lang snaps back, saying she only heard it from a servant, not her mother, and that was only very recently. As Yoon Lang fumes, Seo Yeon-hwa remains totally unfazed by her daughter's intense rage. She shrugs it off, stating she only came because a constellation directly guided her to summon Yoon Lang back to the clan. She tells her this is a golden chance to be recognized, demanding she stop embarrassing her. Yoon Lang can only scoff in disbelief. She realizes this is the sole reason her mother suddenly wants her back, which the cold-hearted woman readily admits without hesitation. Talk about a terrible parent. Furious, Yuan Lang demands she leave immediately so she can get back to training with her classmates. With a dark expression, Yuan Lang warns her that this is Valhalla, not the Seal clan or the White Lotus Association. She tells her not to cause any trouble here, but Seo Yunhua simply asks if she knows why she came alone. She coldly states she came without guards, specifically to drag Yuan Lang away quietly. Before Yuan Lang can react, her mother strikes. The sudden blast forces Yuan Lang back, leaving a massive burning red mark right across her arm as she braces herself. The mother coldly warns her that she will not hold back, prompting Yuan Lang to promise the exact same thing in return. Without another word, Yuan Lang launches herself forward at insane speed, determined to make her mother regret laying a hand on her. Reminding her mother that she won their last battle, she leaps high into the air, pouring every ounce of her strength into a heavy fist aimed right at Seo Yunhua. But her mother stands perfectly still, blocking the blow completely unfazed. She easily deflects the strike silently, admitting that Yuan Lang has definitely grown much stronger during her time away from home. Yuan Lang yells that she trained herself to the bone because she refused to be left behind in some dark, empty place. Her mother simply replies that if she wants to improve, she should return to the clan and study under real masters. With a quick flick of her wrist, she throws Yuan Lang off balance, catching the girl completely off guard with her skill. She wonders when her mother became this powerful before hitting the ground heavily, quickly pulling away to regain her footing. She launches a swift counter kick, forcing her mother back a step. Seo Yunhua nods calmly, appreciating the strength behind it. The praise only irritates Yuan Lang further, and she snaps at her to shut up so she can focus on winning. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Choi Aaron asks Kim Doohyuk if they should call their coach over to stop this madness. But reporting that the mighty head of the Seal clan is starting a massive brawl inside Valhalla without any guards, demanding to drag her daughter away would definitely cause absolute chaos. Still, Kim Doohyuk is completely fed up with this woman. Choi Aaron totally agrees abandoning your own child only to suddenly show up demanding her back is just plain garbage behavior. Dragging her back over an emergency, Yuan Lang must be so disappointed. Just look at her throwing that fist, wanting to completely crush her opponent. Meanwhile, Seo Yunhua plays the righteous parent, telling her daughter to stop this nonsense and just head home. She claims it is for safety. But Yuan Lang snaps back that her mother is the one who will get hurt and kicks. The blow lands hard. Seo Yunhua clutches her stomach, forced back, while Yuan Lang smirks. She put everything into that strike. Even with a block, she should be injured. But just 2 seconds later, Yuan Lang is absolutely horrified. Her right leg is completely frozen solid. Seo Yunhua just smiles, asking if this is the first time she has ever witnessed such a spectacular power. Summoning Frost in her hand, she proudly introduces their family's constellation. This is the supreme power of the Frost King. Return to the Seal family and you can master this ability. It is a promise sealed through a sacred constellation contract. Yuan Lang can feel it. Her mother is much stronger than before, so she actually went as far as borrowing power from their guardian. To most, borrowing this power is incredibly reckless, but to the head of the Seal family, it is nothing but common sense. In this current era, she considers it standard. Any member of a prestigious constellation-backed family would naturally do the exact same. Did Yuan Lang really think her mother fought using only raw physical strength? A foolish delusion to satisfy her daughter's childish test. Assuming her daughter has learned her lesson, she asks one final time, "Are you ready to give up and return home?" The answer is a flat-out no. Seo Yunhua sighs at her immaturity, then closes the distance with terrifying speed. Appearing right in front of Yuan Lang, she warns her not to expect a safe return. The girl can only curse her frozen leg. She cannot dodge, and her mother is already aiming a devastating strike directly at her right arm, looking to shatter it. She wants to break the arm and deal with the consequences later. That way, Yuan Lang will never defy the family again. But that brutal plan is cut short. Honestly, did she really think he would just stand there and let her do it? He blocks her path with total composure, shocking the matriarch. He extends a leg, casually creating a barrier between them. He asks with deep annoyance if she was really about to shatter her own daughter's arm. Seo Yunhua just scoffs. She claims she is simply disciplining her child as a mother, telling Kim Doohyuk to mind his own business. That only fires him up. He finds her excuse hilarious, wondering out loud if this toxic parenting style is trending lately since he heard it before. Seo Yunhua is completely baffled. How is this high school kid able to block her frost attack without instantly freezing solid? Even worse, his counter actually managed to injure her. That means only one thing. His mana output completely dwarfs her own. Turning back, Kim Doohyuk calmly orders Choi Aaron to take Yuan Lang outside to safety, and she immediately moves to assist. Yuan Lang immediately starts protesting. She shouts that she can still fight and that this family drama is her own business. He tells her to shut up and look at her leg. Can she even feel her foot right now, let alone fight? If his own disciple gets crippled, should he just stand by and watch? Move back, he tells her, his voice absolute. Blushing and deeply touched, she obediently retreats behind him. Seo Yeon-hwa watches in shock. Can high school kids take disciples now? How amusing. But she warns him to stop playing master. This is where his little game ends, she says. She came only to retrieve Young Lang. Yet, he continues to meddle, acting like some righteous protector who actually has a say. Kim Joo-hyu coolly replies that he is not being dragged into anything, they just happen to share the exact same protective goal. Seo Yoon-hwa scoffs, unable to understand what kind of relationship has someone putting their life on the line like this. Charging forward, she decides to test this self-proclaimed master's strength. Let's see if his actual skills match his bold words. Kim Joo-hyuk notes that despite her cold beauty, her aggressive temperament is identical to Yeon Lang's. Like mother, like daughter apparently. Even though he landed a solid kick earlier, fighting her head-on like this burns through a massive amount of his active mana. He focuses on dodging while aiming for her joints. But despite her age, Seo Yeon-hwa moves with terrifying speed. Her blade grazes his shoulder and she instantly follows up with a deadly horizontal sweep. Luckily, his reflexes are incredibly sharp. He easily avoids the strike, but this old lady is completely wrecking the school property. Can she not fight without destroying everything? She unleashes a massive barrage of ice spikes, completely shattering the gym walls. Kim Joo-hyuk silently curses at the collateral damage. Her frost magic is insanely powerful. But he really needs to remind her that all of this expensive equipment belongs to the school. He yells out that she must pay for all this destroyed equipment before fleeing. Seo Yeon-hwa just scoffs at the demand. She replies that she might consider it if he wins. What a ridiculous attitude, wrecking public property and acting completely shameless. But the bickering has to wait as her palm strikes straight for his neck, intending to freeze his throat in one swift move. Dodging now is completely pointless, as it will only give her the chance to flood the entire area with even more frost. Blocking these small attacks is a waste of mana, so he decides to smash her technique directly. Kim Joo-hyuk throws a sudden kick straight into Seo Yeon-hwa's wrists, sending her attack shooting into the ceiling. While she is grimacing over her deflected mana, Kim Joo-hyuk rushes right in. With a dark smile, he delivers a brutal body blow. This is a completely effortless victory. Absolutely no flashy moves were needed at all. Yeon Lang never expected that Kim Joo-hyuk could so easily crush someone wielding the power of a constellation. Even Seo Yeon-hwa has to admit he fights impressively. But naturally, borrowed power can never match a true absolute god of war. Besides, that massive power gap is exactly why Yeon Lang sought him out to become his disciple. Still, Seo Yeon-hwa insists that despite his strength, she will still take the girl. This is their guardian constellation's absolute will. Even if she fails, thousands of followers under their lord's command will still hunt Yeon Lang down. What a ridiculous joke. Yeon Lang is highly frustrated that her own voice carries absolutely no weight. She feels like a mere speck of dust. Seo Yeon-hwa reiterates that the constellation's will is supreme, defining their entire purpose of existence. Yeon Lang turns pale with absolute fear. Must she really fight her own family again? Even if she completely hates it, that is enough. Seeing his new disciple caught in this painful dilemma, Kim Joo-hyuk frowns and immediately decides to step forward. He directly asks how he can meet their constellation. Seo Yeon-hwa is too stunned to even reply to his bold question. Kim Joo-hyuk repeats himself irritably. Since they will not stop chasing Yeon Lang on their deity's orders, his choice is simple. He will just defeat their constellation. It is as simple as that. Seo Yeon-hwa is left completely horrified by his boldness. Is he out of his mind? Usually, humans can only face a constellation when it physically manifests in this sacred sanctuary. But that requires massive mana and rarely happens. Plus, they would never risk bringing harm to the family by deceiving them. They cannot risk the deity's wrath or sanctification. Seo Yeon-hwa explains, but Kim Joo-hyuk already knows there is another way. He mentions touching the sacred relic and entering the mental world. Hearing this, Seo Yeon-hwa is completely shocked. She never expected an outsider to know this. If Kim Joo-hyuk touches the relic of the Seo family, he will face the King of Deep Eyes. Unlike this world where power is suppressed, the mental world is the constellation's ultimate domain. A normal human would be instantly crushed by its raw pressure. She asks if he still wants to go through with this. Of course. Why should he be afraid? The matter is settled, but they cannot do it immediately. Allowing an outsider to touch their sacred relic is a decision Seo Yeon-hwa cannot make on her own. Yeon Lang's return is delayed for 1 week. Until then, no one will attack either of them. This works out perfectly. But the family head still has a condition. If he is defeated in the mental world and returns back here, what will he do? Giving him this free opportunity is their loss. Yeon Lang is disgusted by her shameless greed. What a ridiculous woman. Still, Kim Joo-hyuk has no problem taking full responsibility for the outcome regardless of the results. If he wins, they can never touch Yeon Lang again. He will train and protect her as his own official disciple. Those are his terms. Seo Yeonhwa agrees and leaves to prepare, though she silently curses his absolute arrogance. 1 week later, Kim Joo-hyuk finally stands face-to-face with the King of Deep Eyes, the Seal family's patron deity. A few days prior, inside the Valhalla dormitories, Kim Joo-hyuk had offered his unused luxury VIP room to Yeon Lang. This room is over 100 square meters and easily worth 10 billion won. Yeon Lang is left completely stunned. It looks like a wealthy family's home. Even better, she gets to live here completely alone. Kim Joo-hyuk explains that this was originally his private suite, but since he requested a different room, this place was left vacant. Blushing deeply, Yeon Lang quietly asks why he is being so kind to her. Whether it is Seo, Yeonhwa, or others, it is her family's issue, so he could have easily ignored it. Is he doing this just because she is his disciple? That is part of it. But honestly, Kim Joo-hyuk just despises seeing people use high status to oppress others. He hates the arrogant demand for obedience, which is why he meddled. He asks if his interference made her uncomfortable. Absolutely not. It is just the first time anyone has cared for her this much, and she is deeply grateful. Kim Joo-hyuk laughs teasingly, warning her that once her painful, brutal training begins, this gratitude might quickly vanish. That sweet moment ends. Kim Joo-hyuk has another important question. He asks if their guardian is the king of deep mountains or the king of snow depths. He needs to know what they are dealing with. Having been distant from her family, Yeon Lang is unsure. Even though her relatives borrow his power, she hears. He rarely interferes. In fact, some family members do not even realize he is their patron constellation. Wait, hold on. Why did the Deep Snow King order to drag Yeon Lang back anyway? She has absolutely no idea because honestly she doesn't share any kind of connection with him. She wasn't even chosen by a guardian constellation like the rest of her family, so she is completely in the dark. Fortunately, Kim Joo-hyuk already has a plan to handle this his own way. He tells her to just rest up because once they arrive at the Seal estate, she's going to be his tour guide. With that, Kim Joo-hyuk takes off, leaving a blushing Yeon Lang behind. Back in his room, he calls Adelia to ask for a quick favor. But first, he casually mentions that he just threw hands with the head of the Seal family. Adelia is completely shocked, panicking over why he did that. Kim Joo-hyuk explains the guy came to drag his own daughter away, so they had a little clash. Naturally, they trashed some of the academy's training equipment, which is why he needs her to cover it up. Since it is just a matter of replacing some broken gear, she can easily handle it. But he also wants info on the Sale family's constellation. Even as the heir of the Vench family, Adelia only knows that their constellation is the Deep Snow King, who rarely interferes in family affairs. Since the Seals are incredibly secretive, she is pretty much out of the loop. Remembering moron, Kim Joo-hyuk asks if she has woken up yet. Adelia disappointedly replies that there is still no reaction. Kim Joo-hyuk nods and falls silent, deep in thought. Adelia then hesitantly chimed in, asking if he could check on his disciple's constellation and maybe put in a good word for her. Kim Joo-hyuk just scoffs, noting how overly comfortable she's gotten lately before threatening to hang up. She quickly screams an apology, but he ends the call anyway. It is wild that absolutely nobody knows anything about this Deep Snow King. Even the Barche finds it strange, but not because of the king. No, the Barch is actually questioning Kim Joo-hyuk himself. Our protagonist has no clue what the spirit even means by that. The spirit points out that Kim Joo-hyuk usually just fights first without asking questions. He admits that's true, but even as he grows stronger, he knows his current power is nothing compared to his past life. Charging in blind against a completely unknown force is just plain reckless. Besides, the mental realm is the constellation's home turf where they can unleash their full might. Yet why did Barshi grow weaker inside that domain? With Barshi's normal level of strength, his authority should easily rival the other gods. But if Kim Joo-hyuk plans on fighting inside the mental realm, Barshi offers to share a few secrets. It turns out power in that realm has absolutely nothing to do with physical body stats. Wait, what does that even mean? It makes zero sense to Kim Joo-hyuk. He asks if his combat ability relies on his physical vessel. The spirit just sighs, asking if Kim Joo-hyuk is joking. For normal people, that logic holds true both inside and out. But Kim Joo-hyuk is far from normal, and he needs to remember his true origin. Kim Joo-hyuk finally gets the gist of what the spirit is trying to say. Now there is only one move left: go to the temple and defeat the god. A week later, Kim Joo-hyuk arrives at the Seal estate with Yeon Lang. The family is lined up to greet them like visiting royalty. Seo Yeonhwa stands right at the front of the crowd, smirking. She mocks them, saying she thought he would have run away by now. Kim Joo-hyuk fires back that he isn't that irresponsible, demanding to know if he can finally touch the relic now. Naturally, petty insults do not faze him. Honestly, his own sharp tongue is usually the one driving everyone else insane. Grimacing, Seo Yeonhwa tells him to follow her. He pats Yeon Lang on the shoulder, reassuring her that he will be right back. She leads him into a chamber buried under pure white snow. Yeon Lang's beloved stepmother reaches deep into the freezing drifts and pulls out a wooden chest. Unlocking it, she admits that upon returning home, she actually wondered if their god would lose to him. And then she imagined how amusing it would be to force him to serve their family as a slave once he gets defeated. Kim Joo-hyuk could not care less about her fantasies. He just wants to get this over with and sleep, demanding she hand over the glove. The moment his hand brushes the glove, Kim Joo-hyuk is pulled right in front of the Deep Snow King. The god sits on an icy throne, looking incredibly smug with one leg propped up. He demands to know who Kim Joo-hyuk is, but our guy just raises a fist and tells him to state his name first. He knows this deity is not one of his disciples, but there is something strangely familiar about him that he can't quite place. The Deep Snow King is baffled that some random kid just barged in threatening to kill him. He remarks that they can exchange names, only if Kim Joo-hyuk survives their meeting. Instantly, the god summons a barrage of razor-sharp ice arrows around his fist. Kim Joo-hyuk just smirks, unimpressed by the basic ranged attack. He leans back like Michael Jackson to dodge the incoming icy shards, which crash heavily into the ground behind him. Unharmed, he effortlessly vaults onto the pile of shattered ice to gain the high ground. The Deep Snow King is genuinely impressed that he managed to dodge. He knows that his previous attack is impossible to avoid with a simple jump. He figures Kim Joo-hyuk must have used high-level magic to cover that distance. It is clear to the god that the boy standing before him is no ordinary challenger. Being trapped here for so long made me forget my own name, so I will tell you my title instead, he says, stepping down to approach. He approaches Kim Joo-hyuk. Outside, they call me the Deep Snow King, he boasts. Kim Joo-hyuk grimaces as a freezing blizzard suddenly kicks up out of nowhere. But those who worship me call me Chaos Heaven, he continues, while those who fear my wrath call me the Snow Demon. Combining those two titles, I am known as the Chaos Snow God. Man, why does he have so many names? Is a total tongue twister. Is that so? And I am Kim Joo-hyuk, the main character replies. The Chaos Snow God promises to remember that name, then raises his hand, conjuring massive ice pillars around Kim Joo-hyuk. They surround him to block any chance of escape. Right then, the Chaos Snow God hurls a massive punch, sending a barrage of sharp ice pillars straight at him. The ice pillars hurtle toward him. Blocking these deadly frozen spikes with bare hands would hurt like hell, so Kim Joo-hyuk immediately draws his favorite sacred sword. He draws it to defend himself. The Deep Snow King stares at the weapon, finding it strangely familiar as Kim Joo-hyuk unleashes a powerful strike to shatter the oncoming glacier. The two opposing forces clash with immense pressure, but seconds later, the Deep Snow King himself is suddenly targeted by his own redirected ice pillars. He finds it hilarious that Kim Joo-hyuk is trying this trick, since every snowflake in this place obeys his command. And watch this, appearing right in front of him out of thin air. Kim Joo-hyuk flashes a wicked smile and swings his blade upward from the ground. The Deep Snow King effortlessly catches the lethal blow with nothing but his bare hand. So you use those ice pillars as a distraction to get close to me, he scoffs. Nice try, but you are still far too weak. Is that so? Are you sure about that, big guy? Your hand is shaking like crazy. Try taking this next hit and tell me if I still seem weak, Kim Joo-hyuk sneers. He twists his wrist, igniting a blazing red flame that punches straight into the chest of the Chaos Snow God. Kim Joo-hyuk grins like a demon as he sends this powerful god flying back like it is nothing. The Chaos Snow God crashes hard into his throne. It must have been ages since. You took a heavy punch like that, right? Damn, that actually hurt. That strike was packed with magic, and that sword of yours. I see. You are a martial god, are you not? Well, that is just a title my followers gave me, but yes, you are correct. In the Chaos Snow God's memory, the name of a legendary martial god is still vivid, Kim Joo-hyuk. Although he did not know him personally, he had witnessed the terrifying power of Kim Joo-hyuk 300 years ago. Back then, it was also in a frozen mountain range. The Chaos Snow God was ambushed by a horde of monsters. He fought with everything he had, but the army was simply too massive to handle alone. Just as he was about to unleash a final desperate attack to drag them all down with him, the martial god suddenly appeared. He wanted to ask why Kim Joo-hyuk was standing before the horde shielding him. But before he could speak, the pitch-black blade swung, and Kim Joo-hyuk wiped out the entire monster army in a single split second. All of his questions instantly dissolved along with the beasts. Only sheer awe remained. The magical strike that just hit him felt exactly the same. Even if the face was different, this was definitely him. Are you not going to make a move anymore? Kim Joo-hyuk asks. In that case, I will throw the next strike to settle this. Why even ask, old man? Very well, martial god, I have wanted to have a real clash with you for a very... I will fight you with everything I have. Meanwhile, over in the reception room, Yeon Lang is receiving a very warm welcome from the Sale family. She can clearly see dark shadows crowding right outside the door, along with several pair of highly unfriendly eyes watching her every move. This is exactly the reason why she did not want to return to the Sale family in the first place. Remembering how Kim Joo-hyuk told her to just rest up while she was here, Yeon Lang blushes. If he had not asked her to guide him, she would have wrecked this entire mansion by now. Just then, the eldest daughter, Seo Ji-rim, and the second daughter, Seo Bo-ri, step into the room. Yeon Lang looks at them blankly, coldly asking if they came here to pick a fight. Seo Bo-ri hesitates for a moment before speaking. "No, we just wanted to see you," she stammers. Fighting does not mean they are going to gang up on her, but why act so hostile then? If you two only came here to stare at me, you might as well go stand outside with the rest of those shady people by the door. Seo Ji-rim scratches her head awkwardly. Feeling like there has been a huge misunderstanding, she explains that they actually came here to apologize. She figured a face-to-face apology would be much better. Hearing this, Yoon Lang is so shocked that her eyes nearly pop out of her head. "An apology? That sounds completely unrealistic to me," she retorts. Seo Bo-ri nods, confirming their genuine intentions. "Since you had to leave for the White Lotus Palace right after our duel, we never got a real chance to talk. I know it is extremely late now, but I wanted to talk to you about how we isolated you from everyone else. We are truly sorry for that." Yeon Lang is completely taken aback, wondering if these two have lost their minds or got possessed by ghosts. After all this time, they came all the way here just to apologize. You can say whatever you want, but are you only doing this out of fear? Hearing Yeon Lang bark at her like that, Seo Bo-ri bursts into tears, forcing Seo Ji-rim to quickly step in and defend her sister. "I know it seems like a half-hearted apology, but we had no other choice. We tried to find you so many times before, but our mother kept blocking us. There was really such a restriction. Apparently, even excluding her from the family training sessions it was her command. Wait, wasn't she isolated because they were jealous of her? Yeon Lang had always thought so." Seo Bo-ri also confessed that Yoon Lang was right, but honestly, they felt far more proud than jealous. It was great for the Sui family to have someone so powerful. But while they were thinking that, Seol Yoon-hwa called both of them in and said that from now on, Yeon Lang must be barred from training. She claimed Yeon Lang would be a threat to them in the upcoming battle for the next family head. She warned that even with her backing as the family leader, all the other elders would still choose Yeon Lang. Whether they liked it or not, they had no choice but to obey their mother and join hands with the entire clan to isolate Yeon Lang. But their precious mother miscalculated one key detail. Both of her daughters had absolutely zero interest in becoming the family head. In fact, they believed they should not care at all. As Yoon Lang wondered why that was, Shue Yoon opened the door and walked in, promising to explain everything to her. While the sisters were talking, the primal snow god was busy unleashing attacks with every ounce of his power. A rain of razor-sharp ice pillars comes crashing down on Kim Doohyuk. He sprints like mad to dodge before leaping forward, high into the air toward the beast. The Frost Deep King responds by launching a solid ice punch into the sky. From that icy sphere, sharp icicles sprout to surround him. Finding it incredibly annoying, Doohyuk shatters the whole thing with a swipe and charges again. "Are you trying to distract me with these weak, pathetic attacks, so you want something big? Fine, let's do this." A massive ice magic circle suddenly forms right in front of Kim Doohyuk and detonates with a deafening roar. Doohyuk did not expect the primal snow god to pull out a move like that. He admits it's a pretty nice surprise. The monster intended to freeze him completely solid, but somehow, Doohyuk manages to slip away, only getting dusted with a little snow. The beast calls him a true martial god, but Doohyuk tells him to save the fake flattery. It is almost embarrassing. Still, he has to admit this guy is different. If he was this powerful in his past life, he would have remembered him. This opponent must have trained heavily here, gaining incredible insights and making massive breakthroughs in his ice magic. That explains why he is way stronger than before. Doohyuk sighs, wishing they could have crossed paths a lot sooner. The primal snow god does not get it, so Doohyuk explains it is actually a compliment to his impressive power. After all, he forced Doohyuk to draw his sword. The primal snow god cracks a rare, fierce smile. He trails off, conjuring an even bigger fist made of pure ice, and declares he will surpass him today. As the massive ice fist comes hurtling forward, Doohyuk flashes a devilish grin and slashes with his sword. They pass each other in a flash. The primal snow god smiles bitterly, admitting he is not even close to his level. He falls to his knees, utterly defeated, while Doohyuk stands tall. Outside, the white glove glows with a mysterious light. A strange blue light continues to pulse from the glove. Standing guard nearby, Seol Yoon-hwa realizes this fight is taking way too long. She assumes Doohyuk used some cheap trick, so their family Constellation is probably just playing around with him. Suddenly, she notices the blue light flickering violently. This only happens when a mind gets damaged inside the spirit realm. Yet Doohyuk looks completely fine without a scratch on him. Stunned, Seol Yoon-hwa calls out to him. Doohyuk casually announces that he just beat their constellation. Of course, she refuses to believe a single word. But a system notification pops up right in front of her. The Frost Deep King has declared his ultimate respect for him. This completely breaks her brain. How on earth could a mere high school kid actually overpower a godlike constellation? She absolutely refuses to accept this reality. He shrugs and tells her to just ask the Constellation himself if she doubts him. Seo Yeonhwa collapses onto the floor in utter disbelief. Doohyuk walks over and pats her on the shoulder with a smug grin. He reminds her of their deal to leave Yeonlang alone, then suggests modifying those terms a little bit. Doohyuk heads straight to the guest room to pick up Yeonlang, casually telling her to pack up and leave immediately. Only then does he realize how crowded the room is. Meanwhile, Shueyun is thrilled to see him standing there. She never expected him to show up. He remembers her as the leader of the White Lotus Guild and is surprised to see her. Yeonlang asks if he is finished. He tells her he will fill her in on the way out of this mansion. There are too many nosy people around anyway. Frankly, he is tired of their petty judging stares waiting for him to fail. As the sun sets, the duo leaves the Shui family estate behind. He wonders if this counts as running away together. Yeonlang suddenly asks if he lost because he returns so quickly, nearly making him trip over his own feet. She keeps overthinking the whole situation, assuming he had a miserable time fighting alone without any divine protection, and that went for the Constellation too. Yeonlang desperately wanted to know what kind of deal her dear stepmother proposed in case Kim Joo-hyuk actually lost. He told her straight up she wanted him as a slave to the Seal family. Yeonlang gasped in shock, realizing what that meant. Serving those arrogant high-ups forever was the prize. Kim Joo-hyuk found her reaction pretty amusing and secretly debated whether to tease her. But Yeonlang looked so weighed down by guilt, mentioning she heard everything from her sister and aunt. She sighed, saying she should have stopped him. Her stepmother, Seo Yeonhwa, was a total madwoman willing to gamble her own life just to secure the head of household position. She had targeted that throne since youth. Her sister, Shueyun, tried warning her to let go of her endless greed. Yet once she grabbed power, she became completely bottomless. She wanted to rule forever, staying constantly on guard against the clan elders. In her eyes, even her own flesh and blood were threats to her throne. That paranoia drove her to keep everyone under absolute surveillance. Fearing Yeonlang's natural talent, the matriarch used the other siblings to completely isolate her from the rest of the clan. Somehow, even the family guardian Constellation shared that cold stance. It was a miserable situation for the young girl. Quite ironic considering Yeonlang never wanted that leadership anyway. Hearing this, Kim Joo-hyuk shook his head. The woman was seriously unhinged. He initially wanted to let her wild imagination run a bit further, but her self-blame was getting way out of hand. So he had to break the news right then and there. He had already completely dominated their supreme guardian Constellation. Yeonlang thought it was a joke, but his serious face said otherwise. This whole mess actually started when that god summoned her back. She was dragged home right after leaving the White Lotus Temple. But get this, the reality of what happened is way more twisted. That Constellation did not care about the family's internal affairs at all, so Kim Joo-hyuk had simply asked him directly. Back in the mental void, he did not just leave after winning. Instead, he shook the sleeping Snow King awake for some answers. The sleepy deity grumbled, asking what he wanted. Kim Joo-hyuk demanded to know why the god had ordered Yeonlang to return. Turns out the current matriarch begged him for it, claiming her youngest daughter desperately needed the guardian's sacred protection. She claimed Yeonlang would only listen to her divine patron, so the god casually ordered the mother to bring the girl back. How ironic. Everyone assumed the deity had abandoned Yeonlang first, but hearing this, the Snow King just looked utterly confused. He claimed it was his very first time hearing such a thing. In fact, he barely even knew her name. That meant the god himself was playing right into the matriarch's hands. Seo Yeonhwa had completely fooled everyone around her. She spread false rumors to sow confusion, manipulating even her own family's deity just to secure her hold on the throne. Yeonlang trembled with sheer rage. She never imagined her stepmother would deceive the entire clan and their divine guardian for herself. Ruining a young girl's life just to stay in power forever was absolutely sickening. So Kim Joo-hyuk took things into his own hands. He ordered the Constellation to instantly nullify the ancient contract. Meanwhile, Seo Yeonhwa received a sudden terrifying system alert. The Snow King was stripping away every ounce of power he had ever granted her, breaking their pact entirely. Her face twisted in sheer despair. Stripped of everything, she was ruined, meaning Yeonlang would not even have to dirty her hands. Blushing, Yeonlang whispered her thanks. Kim Joo-hyuk simply shrugged it off, declaring their family drama solved. It was time for physical training. But as they walked away, they remained completely unaware of a mysterious figure in a skull mask watching from the shadows. The masked spy asked his two-horned master if they should keep tailing them. The answer was no. Track down Kim Joo-hyuk's enemies instead. Over at a secret hideout, an eccentric gathering of bizarre misfits sat in silence, sizing each other up. A purple-haired guy with a jagged tooth-patterned mask asked why they were gathered. The blindfolded, white-haired leader answered. They were summoned by the Constellation Lord. Everyone knew that, but was not the original order to eliminate Kim Joo-hyuk. Why find his enemies instead? Simple, the mighty Constellation changed his mind. Purple Hair pressed on, asking who took the initial tracking mission. Skull Mask spoke up, asking what kind of guy Kim Joo-hyuk was. Skull Mask described him as an absolute anomaly. She had tracked and investigated Kim Joo-hyuk's background but found nothing normal. Surprisingly, they could not find a single scrap of useful background. Absolutely nothing of value showed up. All they found was that he grew up in an orphanage with zero parental records, so she kept tailing him, waiting for the right moment. But instead, she witnessed the kid completely dismantle the elite combatants and leadership of the prestigious Seoul clan. Right after that, the Constellation suddenly ordered them to stand down and start finding Kim Joo-hyuk's enemies instead. News had reached the master that the boy easily crushed the Seoul family guardian. Before she could finish, a direct transmission arrived. The Constellation demanded to know if the Holy Stone was fully prepared. Yes. He then asked if his enemies were identified. Skull Mask listed 3 powerful factions: Vents, Yu Sinja, and the Yu clan. The blind man recognized those shadow organizations instantly. The Ventrix are a massive, highly prestigious family from the United Kingdom. Oddly enough, they have suddenly turned quite friendly toward Doohyuk. Right now, nobody can really tell if the two sides are allies or enemies. On top of that, Purple Hair managed to dig up some rumors. Word is a group of B-rank assassins is currently targeting Kim Joo-hyuk, though they haven't made any official moves yet. The blind guy thinks they are just trying to build hype for themselves by pulling a stunt like this. His latest order is simple: eliminate all of his enemies. As soon as he arrives at the gym the next morning, Joo-hyuk gets 3 messages from Choi Erin, all just repeating his name. She says she is skipping practice today to go home and retrieve something. Sounds pretty important. What could it be? It would be great if she brought back a holy relic. After all, the guardian constellation of the Choi clan is likely his former disciple. He recalls fighting the Seoul family's constellation and checking the artifacts they gathered, but none of them are anything special. With the looming disaster drawing closer, and the Tower of Destruction coming, every disciple matters, but now everything is getting pushed back. He heard the White Lotus Guild has quite a few relics, and he is seriously thinking about paying them a visit. Right as he is wondering, a man in a Black Panther mask approaches. Joo-hyuk vaguely recognizes him as someone from the black market. The man suggests they step outside to talk so they do not draw too much attention. Joo-hyuk tells Yeon Lang and Do Soon to wait for his return. Yeon Lang has zero objections since she finds keeping watch incredibly easy. But Do Soon wonders why they have to do this. Joo-hyuk does not explain further and simply walks away, leaving the 2 girls behind. They are currently bickering with each other. Meanwhile, the messenger introduces himself, though Joo-hyuk already guessed where he was from. His mask and outfit made it pretty obvious. But isn't the black market supposed to strictly protect the identities of its traders? Showing up at the academy and calling him out like this is a major breach of trust. The Black Panther mask tells him to relax. He explains he is only here as a messenger to deliver a letter sent directly from the true owner of the black market. This is a constellation known as the Master Behind the Scenes. He tells him to read it and visit the market if he has the answers. What does having the answers even mean? The messenger explains that the letter went out to several other people as well as the constellation is searching for anyone who can decipher the text. He admits he has no clue what the letter actually says or means, so if he understands it and wants to respond, he should head over. The Master Constellation is waiting for him there. With that, the messenger leaves. Barsh immediately pops up to gossip, demanding to know what the letter says since he could not read it himself. Joo-hyuk decides he needs to visit the market. Barsh is shocked by the quick decision, but Joo-hyuk simply smiles. He created those characters. With a smirk, Joo-hyuk walks down the street with his hood up. Barsh floats beside him, starting up another chat. It seems lately, he has been heading out quite often without needing to report it. Barsh is not wrong. Joo-hyuk explains the situation. He made a deal with their white-haired instructor. Seriously, her name is Lilia, such a beautiful name, yet he never uses it. Miss Lilia told him that since his previous performance was great, he only needs to report monster data and how to take them down. Barsh is still incredibly curious, asking if he really created the very script written in that mysterious letter. Joo-hyuk confirms it. Barsh wonders why he is so eager to go since those characters are from 300 years ago. Joo-hyuk wonders if he should tell Barsh that this trip is actually part of his training. Perhaps he might uncover something new. But he decides to keep it to himself. After all, there is no real point in over-explaining the details to his companion. He threatens to enter their mental space and beat Barsh up if they do not change the subject. Barsh sighs and instantly complies. The night is pitch black as Joo-hyuk pushes open a massive iron gate, stepping into a familiar area. He genuinely thought he would never set foot in this dark market again, yet here he is. Joo-hyuk stares at the sky. The deep purple hue of the sky is likely caused by the constellation he is about to meet. 300 years ago, the sky looked exactly the same. A young man in a black cat mask greets Joo-hyuk right at the door, asking if he came because of the letter. Joo-hyuk nods and asks where to go next. The guide tells him to follow along, leading him away. Joo-hyuk asks if he needs a mask too. The guide says it is not necessary and leads him through a quiet detour instead of the main market streets. They arrive in District 7. Standing inside a towering skyscraper, Doohyuk looks out of the view. Suddenly, Barsh chimes in and tells him to look closer. He points out that the yellow sections of the building are actually made of cash. He asks if this building was here last time. Doohyuk honestly cannot remember. Just as he is pondering, the master of the black market finally arrives to greet him. The master gets straight to the point, asking Doohyuk if he has brought the answer to the letter. He does not waste any time. Doohyuk confirms he has it but notes the letter cannot be answered in a normal way. The master is quite surprised. He demands to know what Doohyuk wants to do. Doohyuk asks to borrow a pen and paper. The guy feels like he is being mocked. The other three people who claim to have the answers turn out to be total frauds, the useless things they brought with them. That drawing only fuels the rage of the Holy Spirit. Meanwhile, the young man scribbles on a paper and shows it to the black cat. It completely matches the description given by her constellation. But what does it actually mean? Well, it simply means no. Right away, the black cat's constellation reacts to the blunt answer with absolute fury. They immediately tell Kim Doohyuk, "You have been verified, so go see her as soon as possible." Kim Doohyuk has no problem with that and agrees immediately. The black cat pulls out his sacred relic and instructs him. If he touches this, he will be teleported straight to the mindscape. In a blink, Kim Doohyuk finds himself standing before a girl with long purple hair. She gasps that even though his appearance has changed, she can still recognize his familiar magic. Kim Doohyuk greets her, noting it has been a long time. Luminous. The red-eyed girl holds her cheeks, screaming in pure ecstasy. She cries out that she is so happy to see her master again. Luminous then drops to her knees respectfully. Kim Doohyuk asks why she is kneeling and tells her to stand up, winking at her. She obeys but asks if her master still remembers those secret letters. Kim Doohyuk replies that she did not forget them either, since he was the one who created them. Both of them think back to when Luminous was first rescued by Kim Doohyuk and Moron. He recalls that after making her his disciple, he realized she knew no language or letters at all. She could only express her thoughts with a nod, stubbornly refusing to learn any written language. So he had to teach her by co-creating a completely new language with her, hoping that if she liked it, she would actually find the motivation to learn. That allowed him to teach her all sorts of other skills like martial arts. She giggles and thanks him, saying it is all because of her master that she can read and write. She then asks if he understood the hidden meaning behind her message. She wrote that she missed him and asked if he would marry her. Kim Doohyuk sighs, explaining that was exactly why he wrote no as his reply. She whines and demands to know why. Kim Doohyuk tells her he has no time for such things right now, so they can talk about it later. He points out that the world is too dangerous now, just like 3 years ago. She nods, looking quite dejected and hesitant, but then she perks up and asks if he saw the massive building outside. Kim Doohyuk asks if she means the one covered in cash. She beams and says that entire tower is a gift for him, suggesting he move in. Kim Doohyuk rejects the offer without a second thought. His blunt refusal drives Luminous absolutely wild. She starts firing a barrage of questions, and her frantic energy is enough to give Kim Doohyuk a major headache. Staring at her dramatic meltdown, Kim Doohyuk suddenly remembers why he gave her the bright name Luminous in the first place. He simply had no other choice with her. While she is still screaming in his face, Kim Doohyuk reaches out and delivers a sharp forehead flick. He tells her to chill out and stop getting so worked up. Clutching her bruised forehead, she looks at him with teary eyes, asking why. He hates her gift when it is exactly what he wanted. Kim Doohyuk sighs, asking when he ever ordered her to build a tower of cash. She confidently insists that he did. She vividly recalls the exact moment he claimed that he wanted to live in a skyscraper plastered in dollar bills. Back then, she had asked him if he meant a literal money tower, and he confirmed it should be as massive as a mountain. She had wondered if that was his ultimate dream, and he casually agreed. He told her that once peace returned, he wanted to live in a house covered in cash, though that day was still far off. He then told her to study hard and get stronger, so they could end the disaster for good. Only then could he do whatever he wanted. He then ordered his disciples to get back to training. From that day on, Luminous swore to grow powerful at any cost. She was determined to make her master's dream a reality, even if it took lifetimes. 300 years later, now that peace is finally restored, she has successfully completed that tower. Kim Doohyuk is stunned. He asks if she built the entire tower solely because she knew he would eventually be reincarnated. She beams and nods. She explains that a system notification popped up to warn her of his eventual return, even though she had no idea what body he would inhabit. Kim Doohyuk can only stare in disbelief, muttering that she must have gone completely out of her mind. Luminous just giggles. Kim Doohyuk realizes she is already far past the point of sanity. She then asks if it is still too early for them to enjoy true peace. After a long talk, she bites her nails and reluctantly agrees with Kim Doohyuk's grim warning. The Tower of Destruction will soon return, bringing another devastating cataclysm with it. She laments that he has to fight again, when he should be resting in his new life. After cursing the heavens for this unfairness, Kim Joo-hyuk changes the subject and mentions that he is currently staying at the dorms of Manhwa Academy, flatly refusing to live in her money tower. Luminous looks completely devastated by his rejection. She sighs and asks if she can borrow his hand for a quick second. Kim Joo-hyuk raises an eyebrow, completely confused, but reaches out anyway. Luminous slides a unique ring onto his finger, explaining that she acquired this special accessory from the market. With this, he can travel freely through the marketplace without any unwanted trouble. It also allows him to easily make trades and withdraw cash from any of the local banks, making travel a breeze. She begs her master to accept this incredibly useful gift. Kim Joo-hyuk thanks her and slips it on. He realizes that at this rate, he is going to end up with a ring on every single finger. Otherwise, people might think he is crazy. He says he will leave today and his master agrees. Outside, a purple moon shined brightly. Standing under the bright purple moon, the black cat suddenly received a telepathic question from the underworld ruler. He asked if that person had left yet. The black cat found the phrasing weird but politely answered. He said the target had returned to Valhalla Academy. The ruler went silent, then suggested they should just buy the school. The black cat almost passed out in shock. Why buy Valhalla Academy, he wondered. Did this involve Kim Joo-hyuk? The Constellation had easily handed over the market's ownership ring. What was Kim Joo-hyuk planning anyway? What did a 17-year-old have to do with constellations? He wondered what their connection to that person actually was. Unable to hold back, the cat asked. The Constellation sent back a single word: sky. Luminous told him not to misunderstand. That person was his sky. Meanwhile, on a mountain peak, a white-haired guy and a blonde guy both took heavy hits. Both got struck right in the face. Their assailant walked forward as the 5 gang members watched warily. Rogan, the Absolute Destroyer, demanded to know who dared touch his son. He was absolutely furious. He raised his mana-infused fist, telling them to die. The punch slammed into all 5 of them with a loud boom. The entire group was blasted to pieces. While Rogan stood there posing, some bony figures watched from afar. They wondered why the Destroyer was here. Since he wanted revenge, they decided to let him deal with the grunts. They would head straight for the leader. Rogan turned around coldly, sensing some presence but saw no one. Meanwhile, the gang leader Yusin stood in a pitch-black void, completely clueless about where he was. He had heard reports of an intruder followed by a sudden explosion, and then he was abruptly teleported here. This definitely was not his office. As he complained, a pair of glowing red eyes flashed in the darkness. Suddenly, Yusin found a massive hole gouged directly into his chest. He let out a terrified scream. The shapeless shadow monster stood before him, holding his beating heart. It told him he would not die. He would survive as long as it permitted. Still, the pain was agonizing and Yusin was hurting bad. Yet Yusin still analyzed the strange domain and its absurd power. He realized this was a constellation's mental space. Noticing the terrifying mana and the goat mask, he asked if this was the guardian deity of the Tuji family. Tuji praised him for figuring it out quickly. He confirmed he was indeed the guardian constellation. Yusin mentioned the noisy battle outside, asking if Tuji's family was the one attacking them. Tuji replied that it was likely Rogan causing the commotion because he discovered they targeted his son. Yusin felt a wave of terror just remembering Rogan's furious face. He knew he was in deep trouble. Trapped with enemies on all sides, he had no idea how to survive this disaster. Even if Yusin wasn't directly responsible, Tuji noted that Rogan would still slaughter every last one of them. Yusin was stunned, asking why they were targeted since they both shared the same goal of defeating Kim Joo-hyuk. Tuji admitted Kim Joo-hyuk was indeed their target, but then asked if Yusin knew their selection criteria. Yusin didn't know, so Tuji explained they only target those who brag about being the strongest. It did not matter if they were actually strong. Yusin was baffled, asking why Rogan was targeted before. Tuji sneered that Rogan was just trash, boasting about his strength, completely unworthy of the title. Yusin quickly defended himself, saying he had never claimed to be the strongest. But Tuji pointed out their fatal error: they tried to harm the one truly worthy of that title. Crimson flames erupted behind Tuji, ready to incinerate anyone instantly. Yusin couldn't believe things had come to this. He still did not understand how they had harmed the one worthy of the strongest title. But one thing was clear: if he did not fight back, this crazy constellation would definitely kill him. No matter how powerful this mental domain was, Yusin believed his own sacred relic could break through. Gritting his teeth, Yusin prepared to strike. He believed defeating the deity would set him free. With survival on the line, he unleashed his attack with absolutely zero hesitation. Tuji casually observed the incoming strike, noting the sacred relic Yusin carried. Ignoring the god's chatter, Yusin poured all his power into a massive dark tentacle punch. A loud blast shook the area as purple smoke erupted. Once it cleared, his attack had hit nothing but a wall. He couldn't help but curse inwardly when Joo-hyuk successfully dodged his attack. Sensing a blind spot, he immediately whipped around to look. He looked back warily, but to his utter surprise, there was nothing there. Absolutely empty, and panic quickly set in. He vanished. He couldn't even sense Doohyuk's presence anymore, let alone that massive surging pool of magic. Was this really possible inside his own domain? To completely mask such an overflowing surge of mana, where on earth was he hiding? Right behind you, idiot. How dare you lay a single finger on my master, the absolute strongest existence of us all? Doohyuk's hand pierced straight through his body. No easy death for him. The next morning over at Doohyuk's dormitory, he read the news and nearly fell backwards in shock. Barch popped his head out. Were the Yin and Yugo guilds really wiped out so suddenly? But wait, didn't you fight both of those powerful clans before? Well, yes, I actually planned to eventually destroy them once he finally left Valhalla, but it seems he doesn't even have to worry about that anymore. Wait, is he leaving Valhalla? Isn't he going to graduate? Yes, because back then the system notification window told him to join. So he did. Now that he has fulfilled every single system requirement, there is no reason to stay in this academy anymore. But he isn't leaving right this second. He will make his move once this massive calamity is completely over. Fair enough, Barchi couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. Meanwhile, inside the headmaster's office, Valhalla Academy Director Shim waited. Shim Doohyuk stared in surprise at the visitor, asking who he was. Smiling, the guest introduced himself as Breakcast, owner of the black market. Keeping his usual style, Breakcast got straight to business. No point in beating around the bush, he wanted to cut to the chase. He demanded to buy the academy, asking if the director's heart was holding up. What Shim Doohyuk was completely thrown off. But he quickly regained his composure, asking if the visitor was truly the head of the black market. He confirmed it was indeed true. Shim admitted he had never set foot there. Breakcast laughed, noting that almost everyone claims that on their very first encounter. Regardless, Shim refused to sell Valhalla to such a shady organization. Breakcast simply smirked, asking if that was really his final answer. Instantly, a briefcase packed with cash materialized right before Shim Doohyuk. He was asked if this changed things, but Shim still flatly refused. He told Breakcast he was highly mistaken. Shim asked if the visitor even knew what went through his head when he founded the school. Back when he was a hunter, Korea was helpless against dungeons and monsters. When ordinary humans commit crimes, they easily get arrested. But what about monsters? When the beasts invaded, the helpless government had to beg private guilds to go and deal with them. The state even tried to create its own unit of contractors to fight back, but they chose their recruits so recklessly. Ultimately, the unit fell apart, proving far less effective than standard guild members. That was when he decided to build an academy. He decided to build his own academy. He wanted to train hunters to become strong enough to stand proud alongside other superpowers, and now here he was managing it all. Excellent graduates from Valhalla were currently serving as elite hunters across top guilds. They worked in other vital industries too. Thanks to their efforts, the monsters in Korea were being pushed back at an incredible pace. The country even held the absolute world record for the fastest clearance rate. So did Breakcast understand why he refused to sell? Breakcast admitted it was a truly beautiful story, but he clarified that he had no intention of changing their educational methods. The school's policies would remain exactly the same. However, the true owner of this entire academy would now be him. Shim asked how he could trust his word. In response to that doubt, Breakcast simply snapped his fingers once again. The briefcase of cash suddenly doubled in size. More money should do the trick, right? But Shim maintained that money was not the issue. Yet Breakcast pretended not to understand, repeatedly snapping his fingers to add more. There was so much money, Shim was left speechless. Briefcases covered his desk entirely. And of course, with that much cash, who wouldn't cave? He told Breakcast to take good care of the place. The old man was officially retiring. Breakcast quickly swapped out the headmaster nameplate. The school had officially changed hands. He reported to Luminous that he had successfully acquired Valhalla Academy. Hearing this, Luminous immediately issued a brand new order. The ruler of the underworld ordered a gate to be created between the building and Valhalla Academy, meaning the central building. He also ordered security cameras to be installed everywhere. Breakcast wondered if they weren't already set up across the academy. Just put up more, the ruler replied. This meant they were now allowed to closely monitor those pests tailing their master. Luminous wore an incredibly sinister smile. After school, Barch suddenly voiced his concern about the academy feeling unusually chaotic today. Doohyuk didn't pay much attention, guessing the teachers were busy. Barch added that their self-study time was much longer than usual. Doohyuk teased him for noticing such details, admitting he was getting creeped out. Right then, Choi Erin suddenly called out to him. He asked if she was back from family visits. She replied she had been sitting in class all day wondering how he missed her. He admitted he was asleep the whole time. When she asked if he was heading to the gym, she decided to tag along. Erin wants to show them something, keeping it highly mysterious. The main squad gathers in the gym to see what she has planned. She slowly starts assembling a weapon. But wait, that doesn't look like the ordinary blade she usually carries around. Erin confirms she went back home specifically to retrieve this. Kim Joo-hyuk senses a massive surge of magical energy radiating from it. It is a treasured family heirloom. This prompts Yoo So-yoon to let out a loud, dramatic gasp of pure shock. Could it be the Blue Moon's sword, the relic of Choi Jin-ga? Erin confirms she passed her trials to get it. As the rightful heir, she passed her family's brutal trials to earn it, but leaving it with a high schooler feels extreme. Since the family had approved it, she turns to Kim Joo-hyuk and asks if he is fine practicing with it. He shrugs. No problem. Honestly, there is pretty much absolutely nothing this guy cannot easily handle. But before they begin, Kim Joo-hyuk asks to hold the legendary weapon. Instantly, Yoo So-yoon jumps up in anger. How dare he ask to touch a family heirloom carrying a constellation's power? He just scowls in frustration. Ignoring her complaints, Erin hands it over anyway. Yoo So-yoon yells at her for being way too easygoing. But as soon as Kim Joo-hyuk grips the hilt, an incredibly familiar warmth ripples through his hand. Suddenly, the gym fades away, and honestly, you won't believe who's waiting for him in this ancient arena. It is Choi Jin-ga, the legendary Constellation, greeting him as big brother Kim Joo-hyuk. What a wild coincidence. Kim Joo-hyuk hesitates, then finally remembers. It's him. Is that actually you after all this time, kid? Jin-ga protests that he's fully grown now, then pauses to wonder if he ever actually told Kim Joo-hyuk his real name. Back then, they did nothing but clash swords, completely ignoring introductions. Now he's actually forgotten his own human name. Becoming a constellation stripped him of those mortal memories, but Jin-ga quickly smiles, saying he'd still call him kid anyway. Kim Joo-hyuk tells him to be serious, realizing Jin-ga managed to rise all the way, becoming a full constellation. Meanwhile, Jin-ga just grumbles, forced to accept that in Kim Joo-hyuk's eyes he will always remain a little brat. Looking at his old rival, Kim Joo-hyuk thinks it is pretty wild how a kid like that became a godlike entity. Flashback to 3 years ago when Jin-ga was barely half of Kim Joo-hyuk's height, yet already demanding to fight the Sword King. The brat boldly demanded a duel, pointing out that among all the adults here, Kim Joo-hyuk was clearly the strongest. Moron's face darkened instantly. This tiny kid dared to address his master so casually. He quietly asks if he should just take the annoying brat out, but Kim Joo-hyuk tells him to calm down. Stopping Moron, Kim Joo-hyuk turns to Jin-ga, asking why a little kid is so obsessed with fighting. The boy wanted to create the ultimate swordsmanship, a style that can make absolutely anyone strong. When monsters slaughtered his family, nobody knew how to fight. That tragedy drove his dream to protect everyone. He wanted to make absolutely sure nobody else would ever have to go through that same devastating pain. To do that, he had to defeat the strongest warrior so his own swordsmanship would become the best. Kim Joo-hyuk cracked his neck and laughed, quite impressed by the boy's sheer guts despite his small size. But the kid couldn't even hold a proper sword yet. He offered to fight if the boy called him brother. Moron's face twitched, sensing his master was totally scamming a child, but Jin-ga was completely oblivious. Eager for battle, the kid agreed instantly. Kim Joo-hyuk just grinned and threw a direct punch right at him. Back then, the kid was a total pest, demanding a fierce duel every single week without fail. Just once. If Kim Joo-hyuk had lost even once, maybe the boy would have finally left him alone. Jin-ga grumbles but admits he's still incredibly grateful for the pointers Kim Joo-hyuk gave him after every beating. That guidance was exactly how he developed his invincible swordsmanship. Kim Joo-hyuk smiles, remembering the legendary style. He says if Jin-ga had just become his disciple, he could have trained him much better back then. Jin-ga admits he thought about it but wanted his swordsmanship to be purely his own style, not his master's. Stubborn kid. Kim Joo-hyuk chuckles, admiring his pride as he wanted to forge his own path. Now he finally understands why Choi Erin's moves looked so familiar to him this whole time. Jin-ga proudly boasts about passing his legendary martial arts style down to his mortal contractor, though he admits it has changed quite a bit from the style Kim Joo-hyuk once knew. After all, modern hunters prioritize magic over actual physical training, altering the way swordsmanship is used. If they practiced the technique in its original form, their bodies would suffer from too much strain, so he adjusted a few parts to let them learn it much more easily. Still, it is a long way from becoming the ultimate style. Is that so? He never expected him to reincarnate into the body of a mere high school student like this. Kim Joo-hyuk suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Jin-ga if he received a notification window or anything similar before they met. Jin-ga said no, wondering why he was asking. It was pretty strange. Luminous said she knew about her reincarnation through a system window. He couldn't ask Moron, but Barch definitely knew. Also knew he would reincarnate. It seemed the system notifications were only sent to those with a direct connection to him. That made complete sense. Jin-ga smiled and called out to Kim Joo-hyuk, saying this was destiny, and eagerly asked to fight him. Kim Joo-hyuk agreed, wanting to see how strong the kid had gotten. Jin-ga grinned, saying it had been too long since he felt this excited. Kim Joo-hyuk charged forward with his signature killer look, and Jin-ga met him head-on. Back in reality, a smile played on Kim Joo-hyuk's face. He had a great time. Kim Joo-hyuk handed Erin her sword back, noting that her Constellation was actually a pretty decent guy, and told her to chat with him often while practicing. Erin, being incredibly obedient, happily agreed to Kim Joo-hyuk's advice. Meanwhile, her poor Constellation had been utterly beaten to a pulp, lying miserably inside a crater, complaining that this was just not fair. Not fair at all. Meanwhile, over at the Sui clan in China, the family elders had gathered around a massive round table. Shui Yun spoke first, respectfully asking the elders why she had been summoned. The three great elders sat before her, and the eldest matriarch spoke, noting that the matriarch's seat remained vacant, which was why they called her in. They desperately needed to elect a new matriarch as soon as possible. Another elder wearing a traditional head wrap chimed in, explaining they wanted to ask the White Lotus Guild leader to take the role, but by their strict traditions, the guild leader couldn't hold the position. He asked if she had any other candidate in mind. An elder with a long beard added that whoever they chose, they must find someone far better than the previous matriarch Sui Ling. She was a cunning woman who used the family's guardian Constellation as a personal tool to keep her throne. Shui Yun pondered in silence for a brief moment before replying that she understood. But over on the other side, a fierce battle was brewing. While her chosen candidate remained a secret over here, Yeon Lang was gearing up for an explosive high-stakes clash against Erin. Both girls were locked in a tense stance, ready to tear each other apart. Kim Joo-hyuk stood nearby, warning them to keep their mana usage to an absolute minimum and rely solely on physical strength. Furthermore, since that sword was a holy relic, she had to keep it sheathed the entire time. Erin readily agreed, showing absolutely no complaints about the handicap. Yeon Lang, brimming with supreme confidence, scoffed that Erin could draw her blade if she wanted. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately snapped back at her, reminding her that she was fighting completely barehanded. Getting sliced open during a simple friendly spar would cause endless trouble. He then turned to Yoo So-yoon, asking why she was even here. Yoo So-yeon pouted, arguing that he didn't complain when she watched him spar with Yeon Lang. Truth was, she was highly curious about Yeon Lang, who had completely dominated her in their previous training session, and now she wanted to see Erin fight. Although Erin had grown stronger under Kim Joo-hyuk's guidance, Yoo So-yeon still had doubts. But here is the thing, would Erin really stand a chance? Erin urged Yeon Lang to listen, warning the kitten she would get hurt. She really didn't want to accidentally injure her teammate. Yeon Lang shook with rage, screaming at her to stop calling her a kitten. With that, she lunged forward. Erin didn't panic at all, raising a solid defense and turning the hilt outward. Yeon Lang's fist slammed hard against the hilt. The shockwave of their raw clash sent Yoo So-yeon stumbling back, completely stunned. But Kim Joo-hyuk's expression remained deadpan. Yeon Lang gritted her teeth, realizing that punching a steel hilt was a terrible idea. Even so, she managed to push Erin back. Seizing the momentum, Yeon Lang immediately launched a flying knee straight at Erin's face. Erin was not about to ruin her pretty face by taking that knee head-on, so she quickly dodged and swung her sheathed sword. She aimed right at Yeon Lang's exposed midsection. Caught off guard, Yeon Lang hurriedly blocked, taking a painful blow in the process. Forced to retreat, Yeon Lang grunted as Erin immediately went on the offensive, unleashing a lightning-fast horizontal slash. Yeon Lang ducked just in time. Even without mana, the sheer pressure of the swing cracked the concrete wall behind her. She silently admitted this pointy-haired girl was insanely strong, but Yeon Lang wasn't done yet. Sprinting back, she wondered how she had achieved such rapid progress. But before she could finish that thought, her arm slammed hard against Erin's scabbard. She didn't care what secret tricks Erin had up her sleeve, she was going to feed her a direct fist right now. Erin took a pretty heavy hit, but her sheathed holy sword managed to absorb a good portion of the devastating impact. Yeon Lang had watched Erin spar with Kim Joo-hyuk before, but she was never this fast. Her movements were completely different. In a flash, Erin closed in and swung her blade straight at Yeon Lang's waist. Fortunately, she was quick enough to dodge, avoiding getting sliced open. But still, she still took a pretty deep hit. Erin called her a good dodger, but getting called that annoying cat nickname only made the painful sting worse. Yeon Lang snapped back, asking how an attack like that could ever hit her. But deep down, Yeon Lang knew that all of her direct moves were completely read by Erin. Her stamina was running low, and if she kept blindly rushing in, she would exhaust herself first. The match would turn into a total one-sided beatdown. Her only play was to take a hit and find an opening to strike back. Both girls reset their stances, but Erin rushed forward first, bringing her blade down in a heavy sweeping overhead strike, and Yeon Lang gritted her teeth to block it, slipping past Erin's guard to deliver a devastating uppercut straight to her chin. Erin's head snapped back as she crashed hard onto the floor. Yeon Lang gasped for air, while Erin, despite the severe pain, quickly grabbed her sword to push herself back up. Right then, Kim Joo-hyuk called a halt to the match, telling them both to stop and go get treated since they were injured. He would give his feedback later. Erin immediately agreed, following his instructions. Looking at her, Kim Joo-hyuk thought she wasn't bad. Ever since contracting with the Sword's Constellation, she had been communicating with that kid on a regular basis. Her skills had skyrocketed in an incredibly short period. Turning his head, Kim Joo-hyuk checked on Yun Lang, who was still gasping for air, sitting nearby and catching her breath. When he asked if she was okay, she nodded quietly, staring at her trembling hands. Her risky move had saved her. She had intentionally stepped inside Erin's strike zone because taking the hit at the tip would have completely finished her. The tip of a swinging blade always generates the maximum amount of destructive force, meaning she would have been cut down instantly. She survived simply because she closed the gap blocking near the hilt where the kinetic impact was far less lethal. She wondered if Erin's sudden surge in raw power was directly connected to her holy relic. That thought suddenly made her think of her own family's heirloom gloves. Didn't they have a holy relic too? Either way, she decided today was enough. A few days later, Kim Joo-hyuk met with the witch once more, and she proudly announced that she had finally tracked down the disaster's exact location. Seeing her smug expression, Kim Joo-hyuk simply asked where it was. The witch smiled and revealed that it was located in Seudong Castle. When he asked about the exact date, she told him it would happen in 3 weeks, which seemed highly accurate given the last incident. He confirmed if his task was to clear the dungeon as fast as possible. She agreed, leaving him to wonder about the escaping monsters. The witch reminded him that she had previously advised him to form a team, asking if he had found any useful recruits yet. Kim Joo-hyuk thought of his 2 disciples, Soo-ha and Yun Lang's group. He reluctantly told her that he did have some decent people in mind. She suggested hiring local contractors to assist, which sounded reasonable, though she reminded him that he alone had to eliminate the final boss. He had to keep that in mind as they finalized the strategy. Kim Joo-hyuk then summarized their plan of action to ensure everything was clear. He would place the ring inside and speedrun the dungeon. Instead of completely destroying the structure, they would bypass it entirely. They would head straight for the boss room. She confirmed the plan, prompting him to ask what his next move should be. Smiling, the witch manifested a glowing purple stone, explaining that it was a single-use teleportation crystal he would need to use. Infusing it with mana would instantly bring him back to her. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at it, completely surprised by her sudden caution. He asked why she could not just snap her fingers to summon him like usual. The witch explained there were strict limits to her magic. She needed to carefully monitor the boss's movements during the outbreak, meaning he had to leave the moment the raid was complete. With the plan set, she told him to get ready, promising that they would meet again in 3 weeks for the final strike. The red-haired witch snapped her fingers, sending him back. Walking down the street, Kim Joo-hyuk immediately started organizing his battle plan. First, he would contact Adelia to prepare the Ventric family contractors. As for the young disciples he was currently training, they were strong enough to tag along without getting in the way. Since the operation fell on a weekend 3 weeks away, he could easily invite them out. He called Lilia first to set up a meeting, but she instantly cried out that he was in big trouble. Her loud, dramatic sobbing blasted through the speaker, forcing Kim Joo-hyuk to pull the phone away from his ear before asking what happened. Through her tears, Lilia wailed that she had just been fired from Valhalla. Kim Joo-hyuk reacted with complete indifference, totally unsurprised by the news. He casually dismissed it, telling her she probably deserved to get fired anyway. She complained about how incredibly cold and heartless he was being. Classic blunt Kim Joo-hyuk, showing absolutely zero sympathy. Lilia might act a bit clumsy around him, but she was actually a highly competent instructor. Even if her evaluations weren't perfect, she had still managed to publish a great research paper about monsters outside the academy. Kim Joo-hyuk remained silent, finding the situation highly unusual. It made no sense to fire a regular instructor mid-semester instead of during break. Lilia continued to cry, complaining that even if the academy president had recently changed, this sudden dismissal was just way too unfair. Hearing that Kim Joo-hyuk was stunned to learn about the new president, Lilia quickly warned him it was a secret, though she was clueless herself. They had to keep quiet so not a single article got published. Kim Joo-hyuk found this whole situation incredibly suspicious. What is going on that requires changing the president in secret? If Lilia gets fired, he won't be able to easily go outside anymore. Should he really drop out now? He decided to head straight to the president's office and ask around about what happened. Kim Joo-hyuk, you don't need to, but he didn't listen and hung up immediately. Right at that very moment, Kim Joo-hyuk received a text from Yun Lang. She said she heard she got expelled from Valhalla, and he asked for what reason. He was completely floored. Why did she get kicked out so suddenly? Why was everything happening all at once like this? It was too bizarre, with so many incidents piling up around him. He needed to meet the new president right away. He arrived only to find Braycast sitting in the president's chair. His hunch was right. So did you actually become the president? Not exactly. Braycast replied that he was just an external president. The real owner was the holy constellation he served. So did he expel Yun Lang and Lilia because of Luminous? Yes. Why? Braycast wanted to free his master from those foxes. They dared challenge his master, so he was ordered to expel them without hesitation. He also mentioned wanting to kick out a student named Choi Aaron. but the master's message said no, told him to hold back and revoke the expulsions. The Constellation didn't care about anyone only teaching and using them, but he felt displeased knowing they were expelled because of him. A notification screen flashed before broadcast. The master of the underworld spoke back in a highly disappointed tone. Fine, the master agreed. But why did Breakcast buy Valhalla? Was that an order from his Constellation? Breakcast explained he heard Kim Doohyuk refuse to live in the market building because he was staying in the dorms. Therefore, buying Valhalla meant his master could stay there comfortably. It was a simple plan, and he even connected a special room from the academy directly to the market building. Only authorized people could enter, so Kim Doohyuk could use the room freely without any issues. That worked out. Breakcast asked if he needed anything else, which meant he could run the academy however he liked. He had no plans to interfere with training, but he could help. So Kim Doohyuk asked him for a quick favor. 3 weeks later, in the city of Shueyeon, a white-haired youth stared in absolute horror at the nightmare unfolding before him. Monsters of all kinds swarmed from the sky to the streets. Smoke and fire choked the air as beasts ran rampant. It was a total bloodbath. The white-haired boy was still in shock. He only came here because of some family matters. But what was with all these monsters? Just then a piercing shriek echoed. A girl was running for her life. A monster grabbed her bag with one hand and swung a massive blade with the other. The white-haired boy dashed forward, shielding her with a barrier of raw mana. He charged up a lightning-infused punch and slammed it right into the beast's face. After taking it down, he urged her to run because more goblins were on the way. She thanked him quickly. Our hero gulped, realizing these real beasts were a different breed compared to the virtual ones in the Academy's simulators. The heavy impact of each strike gave him literal goosebumps. Even though he managed to easily defeat a single goblin, could he really handle an entire horde of them all by himself? The white-haired fighter cursed under his breath. He had to take out at least half of them. But while he was busy planning his next move, Yeon Lang and Choi Aaron blew past him like a gust of wind, leaving him dumbfounded. Yeon Lang punched a goblin square in the jaw. Choi Aaron sliced through several more in one clean sweep. The horde collapsed instantly. Just then, Yu So-yeon arrived and grumbled. Were they already done? The white-haired boy recognized her, and as the other girls turned around, he recognized them too. Why were they here? One of the girls pointed and told him he should probably ask the guy standing over there. He looked back and saw Kim Doohyuk walking up with his hands in his pockets. Let's flash back 2 weeks. Kim Doohyuk and Breakcast had summoned Yoon Lang, Choi Aaron, and Yu So-yeon to the conference room at Valhalla. Yoon Lang asked why they were called when physical training was already done. Kim Doohyuk said he had a private matter to discuss. He pointed out the black cat sitting nearby that was the Academy's new president. Yu So-yeon was completely shocked by this. She asked what happened to the previous president. Breakcast chimed in saying the old principal had retired and handed the position over to him. Still, the girls hadn't heard a single rumor about any change in leadership. Breakcast explained this secrecy was for a reason. Yu So-yeon, all the Academy students would be notified anyway. They were just finding out a bit earlier. He introduced himself as Breakcast, looking forward to working with them. Yu So-yeon just stared blankly. Breakcast Kim Doohyuk then added that the new president came because he proposed a brand new department, and the president approved it. This was going to be a highly exclusive class where students would be pushed to their limits. Under this setup, students can choose their own extracurricular activities without sitting through traditional classes. He asks if they want to join the special class. Yeon Lang points at herself, asking if that means things basically stay the same for her. That is right, but he brought her in to participate. She will still train, only now she can go out and hunt monsters. He tells her it is a quick way to grow stronger. Thrilled, Yeon Lang immediately nods, agreeing with the idea. She joins without hesitation. Choi Aaron also agrees on the spot if Doohyuk wants it, leaving only So-yeon standing there in confusion. Wait a second, she mutters, trying to process this. She asks if the new academy chairman is actually the Breakcast market boss. He confirms it, asking how she knows about the place. So-yeon admits she always thought the black market was just an online myth. She never expected it to be real, wondering how an underground crime boss could step into the public eye like this, even run Valhalla Academy. Breakcast casually shrugs, saying he simply runs multiple businesses. So-yeon still has one massive burning question. How did Doohyuk get his special class proposal approved so easily? She wonders if the two already knew each other beforehand. Though So-yeon claims to be lost, she is actually the sharpest mind in the room. Doohyuk does not even hide his connection, with Breakcast sending her thoughts into overdrive. She already knows he is insanely powerful, but having ties to the market owner takes things to a whole new level. This guy is operating way beyond the scope of any normal academy student. Doohyuk notices her intense stare but completely ignores it, simply asking if she is in. Honestly, who would ever pass up such a sweet deal? Breakcast turns back to the group, dropping a quick reminder about the perks of this elite program. Naturally, skipping basic classes and written exams comes with a catch. They must actively represent the school in public events and exhibitions. This includes live debates and high-profile practical exams. Breakcast explains his reasoning, admitting he had to balance the school's reputation. As the new chairman, he has to keep the peace. Giving students ultimate privileges means they need to prove their worth. If they are getting top-tier treatment, they need to satisfy the other students and coaches who are watching closely. The first members of this special class must show overwhelming strength to silence any doubts from the rest of Valhalla. That part is a non-issue given their talent. However, the academy cannot just let its strongest prospects vanish without a show. Having Valhalla's absolute best hidden away without any public achievements would be a huge waste of marketing potential. He wants Doohyuk to take on public activities to boost Valhalla's overall prestige rather than just hunting monsters in secret. Slaying beasts in the wild is great, but putting on a display of dominance right in front of the academy is even better. This is not just a personal favor from Breakcast, it is an official request from the newly appointed chairman. Doohyuk cannot help but wonder what suddenly made this shady guy take his role as chairman so incredibly seriously. He figured Breakcast bought the school on a whim, but the merchant quickly corrects him. Running a massive business takes effort. If the academy fails, he loses his investment. Doohyuk cannot argue with that logic, so he lays out the terms. Yeon Lang shrugs, noting that the conditions do not really affect her. She is still fully on board for the ride. Both Choi, Aaron, and So Yeon are equally determined to seize this opportunity, which puts a quiet smile on Doohyuk's face. With the team assembled, their first official class activity begins. Naturally, he drags everyone straight into a dangerous dungeon. To his surprise, they run into a familiar face at the entrance. Sehhyuk is standing there completely baffled by their arrival. He was just visiting family for the weekend when the monsters broke loose, and now he wants to know their business. Ignoring the questions, Doohyuk draws his sword and tells Choi, Aaron, and Yeon Lang to prep for combat. The powerhouse trio moves. Before them is a massive horde of winged stone-armored goblins. Doohyuk smirks, drawing his blade as he delivers a cold warning. With a single devastating swing of his sword, he completely obliterates the first wave of charging monsters, showing absolute confidence. He charges forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes that drops every goblin in sight, rolling his shoulders with casual ease. He mutters that the warm-up was decent, leaving the onlookers completely shell-shocked. Sehhyuk has never seen such overwhelming power before. His jaw is practically on the floor. He cannot help but wonder if Doohyuk has always been this much of a beast. This swarm included high-ranking demons that students only read about in textbooks, yet this guy slaughtered them all instantly. A shadowy figure suddenly materializes right beside Doohyuk, whispering an urgent report about the disaster unfolding in the area. The source of the outbreak is a nearby dungeon located 5 kilometers away, surrounded by a massive dense horde of beasts. Doohyuk asks about the Bentrick family agents, learning that they are busy evacuating civilians and trying to contain the chaos. He wonders if the Constellation moron has finally woken up, but the shadow agent confirms there is still no response. 3 months have passed since she went off the grid, and she remains completely silent. Regardless, it is time to hunt. It is not that difficult. Honestly, she is only good for handling small fry enemies anyway. Ah, got it. Tell those guys from the Venchich family to stop playing dress-up in their fancy cloaks and start helping with evacuations by healing the injured citizens. Wait, what? Newly arrived brother seems completely stunned by such a harsh critique, but hey, doing that will help restore the tarnished image of his family, right? Fine. Even though the kid has a pretty foul mouth, his logic is actually solid, so they have to go along with it. So can they head to the center of the disaster now? First, Doohyuk tells Aaron and Yeon Lang to go eliminate the monsters attacking the civilians and help evacuate them to safety. The 2 girls accept the order without hesitation. Next, Yusun is told to clear a path to her family's estate alongside Oh Sehhyuk. Yusun is not pleased upon hearing this. Why pair her with a total musclehead who has no brains? Oh Sehhyuk just glares back at her with a furious look. This squad is already looking incredibly united. But Doohyuk does not care about that, so can they finally head out to the center of the disaster? Meanwhile, a massive horde of monsters stands guard in front of a tiny gate. The Venchich heir gazes into the distance and points it out to Doohyuk. That slightly raised mound looks like the entrance to the maze. The two stand on a roof looking down to plan their approach. The high-level monsters are fewer in number, but they are still dealing with a massive crowd. He suggests gathering all their family agents to concentrate their forces and pierce through a single point, with Doohyuk following behind. This Venchich heir is pretty eager to play the strategist, but his plan fails to impress Doohyuk. That standard tactic is honestly pretty mediocre and takes way too much time. Still, it seems like their safest option right now. He asks if Doohyuk has any other ideas. Doohyuk flashes a pretty sinister smile, saying he does. The guy gets totally spooked seeing Doohyuk climb onto the railing. Before anyone can stop him, Doohyuk dives right off. The goblins waiting down below look pretty stupid. but they are surprisingly quick to sniff out an enemy. They spot Doohyuk before he even lands, but despite that, their reactions are still slow, making them easy targets for his direct sword strike. Up on the roof, the heir watches, with his jaw completely dropped. Did he just wipe out that entire horde in a single blow? Now those rumors about a high schooler being an incredibly powerful contractor actually makes sense. Is his strength really on par with a constellation? Doohyuk has no idea what the guy is thinking. He just looks at the pile of monster corpses and mutters a quiet nice. Prior to this, Doohyuk formed a contract with Luminous to borrow her skills. It is turning out to be pretty handy, so he needs to hurry inside. Oh, that is right. She told him to wear this ring to defeat the dungeon boss, didn't she? Doohyuk slips the ring onto his finger, remembering her advice. With preparations complete, he is pretty eager to tear this dungeon apart. Meanwhile, back at the Venchich Castle in England, the lights are still burning. Adelia is still awake, analyzing the situation. News of the disaster has only recently broken out, and the Korean government is barely grasping the details. According to her latest reports, about 50% of the local residents have successfully evacuated to safe zones, and she heard that Doohyuk is smoothly guiding his team directly toward the center. But is he really planning to step into the center completely alone? Is he actually planning to single-handedly destroy the maze, the source of the disaster? While Adelia is lost in thought, a gold window pops up beside her. Her constellation asks how much time has passed. Adelia is absolutely thrilled. Oh my god, Constellation, you are finally awake. It has been nearly 3 months. The entity pauses, asking where his master is. Well, Doohyuk is currently busy slicing through a horde of monsters. Badger chimes in with his usual commentary, noting that while Master's sword swings look standard, he is slaying them mercilessly. Is this the Murim style? Where did that come from? He has been quiet for so long, only to spout complete nonsense. Apparently, some of his former disciples who scaled the Tower of Destruction back when he was its lord used to call it that. Disciples, that is just a fancy name they randomly gave to their monster hunting swordsmanship. Calling it Murim style is honestly pretty lame. Is that so? Doohyuk realizes this maze is much larger than he initially estimated. Fighting monsters one by one will make him late. Time to use his ultimate move. Mana floods from his body, expanding across the ground. Badger is confused, asking what he did. Shut up, Doohyuk snaps. He is tracking down the dungeon's core by tracing the flow of mana. Usually, a dungeon boss spawns right at the core, meaning the densest concentration of mana marks their target. There it is, right at the bottom of the maze. Badger notes. The dungeon's structure is not easily broken. Right, which is why he decides to borrow a technique from his disciple. Unleashing a dark, purple strike downwards, fractures immediately ripple through the stone. In a flash, the ground splits and crumbles away. Doohyuk dives straight down into the abyss. You must be the boss, he mutters. Standing right before him is a young man clad in knight armor. An ant knight wearing medieval armor and wielding a heavy spear quickly takes a battle stance. Doohyuk watches him with pure curiosity. His opponent is highly intriguing. A boss wielding a spear. While battling a long-range weapon is somewhat disadvantageous, he can easily manage it. He just needs to rely on his refined swordsmanship or special class skills. But the absolute priority remains destroying the dungeon core. That glowing stone sitting right behind the monster is definitely the core. The best way to handle this boss is simple. He will counter instead of blindly swinging. Suddenly, the boss takes a deep lunge, driving his spear forward with incredible force. The attack flies straight at Doohyuk, but he is no sitting duck. Dodging like a breeze, he effortlessly evades the incoming strike. He quickly analyzes the boss's move. Trying to get close to maximize your power, are you? Seeing this, the general immediately pivots. With a swift motion, he sweeps his sharp spear in a dangerous arc. Doohyuk leans back, barely dodging while letting out a gasp. This spear range is absolutely no joke. It is basically like having a magical sword tied to a pole to dramatically increase the reach. The boss retreats, gathers momentum, and leaps forward once more. This time, he unleashes a rapid succession of thrusts to pierce him. Staying deadpan, Doohyuk blocks every single strike perfectly. But internally, he grumbles about how annoying it is that the boss keeps distance. This keeps him from counterattacking. Suddenly, the general channels immense power into a massive thrust, tearing up the very ground below. Doohyuk leaps into the air to dodge. Seeing this, the boss kicks shattered rocks right at him to catch him off guard. While Doohyuk deflects the debris, the general springs up. With a smug grin, the confident boss swings his spear downwards with fury. Remaining expressionless, Doohyuk spins his blade to block. The heavy collision creates a massive shockwave, briefly rattling the massive boss. Ultimately, the impact blows Doohyuk backward. Panicking Watcher instantly starts firing a million questions about why he is losing. Doohyuk sighs internally, wondering if his companion is blind. Can't they see that this retreat is actually completely intentional? His real target is that glowing blue stone sitting behind the boss. The goal has always been to lure him away from the core. Now that the boss is out of position, he wonders if he should even bother using his Constellation powers to resolve this fight. Perhaps handling it his own way is better. Infuriated by the disrespect, the boss charges back to reclaim his dominance. With the range now perfectly closed, Doohyuk executes several dazzling sword forms before instantly flashing directly behind the enemy. The boss grits his teeth in sheer rage. But within barely 5 seconds, his entire massive body is violently torn into pieces. Suddenly, the ring on Doohyuk's finger, which is normally completely dormant, reacts. It begins to glow with a strange energy. It emits a bright blue light, rapidly vacuuming up a dense cloud of dark smoke. Watcher notes that something was definitely absorbed. Doohyuk inspects the ring. He realizes it must have absorbed a name exactly like the guide described earlier in their journey. Not that Watcher would be able to hear any of these thoughts anyway. But then a sudden realization hits the hunter. Wait, did his companion say he got pushed back? He gives a terrifying grin and asks if someone wants a beating, scaring Watcher. The companion quickly stutters an apology. Shaking his head, Doohyuk decides they need to escape before the entire dungeon collapses. But just as they turn, his attention is drawn to the boss's discarded spear lying quietly on the ground. He wonders why it wasn't absorbed by the ring and if he should take it. Suddenly, the spear begins emitting a red mana. It radiates an ominous crimson energy. Meanwhile, deep within a colossal ancient tree, a dark figure sits silently in a grand hall. Hidden in the shadows, he rules. A hooded subordinate bows deeply, reporting that the recent catastrophe has finally been resolved. The master inquires how many days the disaster lasted, only to receive a shocking answer of a mere 2 hours. The previous one lasted 5 days. Utterly astonished, the maze master wonders how the duration could have shrunk so drastically. He assumed the difficulty had increased significantly after creating mimics of the strongest constellations and copying their unique skills. The servant confirms his theory, leaving the master curious about who could have cleared this dungeon with such impossible speed. The subordinate admits the maze vanished before he could even register what happened, prompting the master to postpone his investigation. They will look into it later, but for now they must accelerate their plans. They need to scatter those special names. Spreading them everywhere will ensure the upcoming disasters are far more grand. Assembling the absolute strongest constellation titles together, they will employ a completely new method of dispersal, ensuring the Hunter Association remains entirely powerless to react in time. He orders his servant to prepare immediately. Bowing, the subordinate obeys. The master grin, eagerly anticipating the taste of powerful souls. Meanwhile, news of Doohyuk's rapid dungeon clear hits the media, spreading like wildfire across the entire awakened society. Naturally, this monumental achievement draws widespread attention, catching the eye of a mysterious platinum-haired youth with a bizarre eye mark. Staring intently at the news screen, he mutters that right after wiping out the elite assassination squad, Doohyuk also managed to end this massive dungeon outbreak. Absolutely brilliant. A cold, wicked smile slowly creeps across the young man's face. Not exactly a saint. He is the perfect target, highly suitable for boosting their guild's reputation. This guy is Ruby, leader of Keat, the Alchemist Jones Guild. He turns to the side with absolute excitement, saying they will make a massive fortune if they can take him down, asking what his companion thinks. Sitting with Ruby is a hooded figure in black, wearing a cracked mask showing only a single eye hole. The man replies that he is right, though it will be pretty risky without thorough preparation. Of course, this target has definitely been on guard since they first noticed him. If back during the festival and competition at school, Kim Doohyuk reached rank A, then now he must be close to rank S. Exactly, so I guess I must personally step in on this task. This time, Ruby says, shocking the masked man, but he continues to excitedly give orders to gather all the guild members and begin their plan to eliminate Kim Doohyuk once and for all. Meanwhile, at the Vana dormitory, Kim Doohyuk finally drags himself back home, letting out a sigh of relief. He immediately collapses onto his bed, complaining about being completely exhausted. After complaining, Kim Doohyuk realizes he has completely absorbed the power from that stone, and his strength has grown quite a bit since. His first days at school, though, is still a far cry from his peak days. His magic capacity is low, and there is a limit on the energy output whenever he casts a spell. This is why he gets exhausted so quickly, despite only clearing a single dungeon disaster. He still has a long way to go, and honestly, things are about to get way crazier. Actually, much easier than expected. He wonders if that boss was named by the dungeon lord or not, since it seemed pretty weak. But either way, thanks to the assistance and power of his disciples, no major problems have occurred yet. He thinks he now understands why people of this era are willing to pay such a steep price to contract with a constellation. When a name is bestowed upon someone, they can actually possess power comparable to a constellation. You look quite troubled, master. Right. At that moment, Barch appears to check on him. It is because of those constellations and names he guesses his master went straight to the guide right after defeating the boss, asking what she said. Kim Joo-hyuk silently recalls the moment he finished the disaster and immediately teleported to the guide. There she was. Seeing him, she cheered happily. There you are. Did you handle that disaster? Yes, he replies that he defeated the boss quite easily and cleared it properly. Kim Joo-hyuk looks over at the stone as it gradually crumbles and gasps. The guide smiles and explains that it is fine since that stone is just a one-time item, then asks about the spear. He explains that it dropped from the boss and for some unknown reason, his ring did not absorb it, so he brought it along. She finds it quite strange and hard to believe herself at first, but she quickly changes the subject, asking to see the ring, so Kim Joo-hyuk takes it off and hands it over to the guide. She inspects the ring, which glows with purple magic, before noting that it has successfully absorbed the correct name. Handing it back, she warns him that this is only the beginning. As she mentioned before, names can be passed down to entirely different people. There is a high chance that high-level names will be used by the Dungeon Lord from now on. Many stronger enemies will appear, and she will try to find out exactly who they are, though many will likely come from the Tower of Destruction that he once passed through. Just thinking about those bastards makes Kim Joo-hyuk feel incredibly annoyed, knowing he will have to face them quite often. Honestly, who wouldn't be stressed in his shoes, making his head hurt? She tells him to hang in there and says they will meet again soon. Before those names spread too far, she hopes he can eliminate some of their forces. Now he lies in bed complaining about how she mentioned that more powerful and high-level names might be passed down again. Barch replies that he understands, wondering about the people from the Tower of Destruction. He was once inside it, yet cannot seem to remember anyone there. Well, on the first floor, there are only basic monsters. That is true, those people might not have any names to lose, making it highly likely they are from the second floor or higher. Indeed, the number of annoying pests will only rise as they are granted names. Wait, if those guys from the tower descend, won't Barch also turn back into a dungeon bug just like them? Barch's interface completely glitched out in shock. What? No, absolutely not, he says. Didn't he tell his master that he was forced to become a member of that tower? Damn it, his stuttering only makes him more suspicious. Try calling the Dungeon Lord a piece of trash, Kim Joo-hyuk challenges. Barch practically uses all his life to curse that phrase twice. With a sly grin, Kim Joo-hyuk tells him there is no need to repeat it. He passed. Barch sighs in immense relief. Still, Kim Joo-hyuk feels something is quite off. Even if forced, why doesn't Barch have that power? Looking at all his other disciples and constellations, even if they cannot directly interfere with this world, they can still easily provide a portion of their power to their contractors. Yet this disciple of his, this turned out to be the only constellation left with absolutely zero power. Looking back, he recalled hearing that his real name was never actually stolen by the Dungeon Lord. That explained why he reincarnated as a human instead of starting out as a constellation. Plus, the people who knew him in his past life still recognized him. They still called him by his old name. But whatever, overthinking it now wasn't going to solve a single thing anyway. For now, training remained his absolute top priority. Until he clawed his power back to the level of his past life, he would focus on getting stronger. He would keep searching for answers to this whole mess. The next day, right after school, Jin Hyuk grabbed his gear and headed straight to the gym. He kept thinking about the time Kim Joo-hyuk mowed down monsters like grass. The more he pictured it, the stronger Kim Joo-hyuk seemed, yet he still resisted admitting it. He hated admitting that kind of strength. Even so, after seeing what Kim Joo-hyuk pulled off in that disaster dungeon, even though Jin Hyuk couldn't offer any help, he had to confess that the guy was on another level. And it wasn't just Kim Joo-hyuk either. Even the 3 disciples he trained were exceptional. Those disciples trained under Kim Joo-hyuk were casually taking down beasts. If only he could get that kind of personal training too. With that in mind, he aggressively flung the gym door open and yelled out for Kim Joo-hyuk. Instead, he only found Yeonlang wiping away sweat with a flushing face. The two stood there, staring, utterly frozen in awkward silence. Just half an hour earlier, Yeonlang had been running herself ragged when Kim Joo-hyuk called a halt. He told her that was enough, and Yeonlang let out a relieved sigh as Kim Joo-hyuk handily passed over her towel, earning a quick thank you from her. Kim Joo-hyuk teased her about finally stopping her complaints about falling behind, and she confidently declared she was ready for the next level. He reminded her how much she complained at the start, but she defended herself, saying she had no idea the results would be this amazing. Erin chimed in, grumbling that she hated it, but admitted their whining little kittens seemed to have caught up with the pace after all. Meanwhile, their newest addition, Suyeon So-yeon, looked completely wrecked as she lay flat on the floor, panting heavily from the sheer exhaustion. She gasped that the training was absolute madness, yet incredibly thrilling, prompting Erin to ask if she had expected anything less from watching them. Suyeon admitted she never realized it would be this exhausting, to which Erin suggested she should just quit and go back if she couldn't hack it. Hearing that Yu So-yoon's face darkened instantly before she let out a smirk, saying that even with the hardship, this place was far better. She vowed to work hard and keep up with everyone, leaving Erin with nothing to do but quietly click her tongue at her determination. But Shuei-yoon had sharp ears and caught the sound, immediately confronting Erin about the tongue click, which left Erin surprised she had actually been heard. Under Kim Joo-hyuk's highly amused gaze, Shuei-yoon playfully shrieked that she would leave Erin in the dust, prompting Kim Joo-hyuk to quickly step in. He explained that while he originally planned to analyze her fighting style after sparring, her lingering physical exhaustion from her transformation made him reconsider. It meant she should just maintain her current routine for now. Mixing light practice with proper rest was definitely the smarter move. Erin agreed with his assessment, and Shuei-yoon did not object either. Kim Joo-hyuk then turned to Erin, saying he was heading back to practice magic. Erin decided to tag along with him. Yeonlang quietly watched them interact, her gaze lingering on how natural they seemed together. Kim Joo-hyuk told Erin she did not have to copy everything he did and should focus on her own goals since he was starting upper body work. He suggested they all take the initiative to train independently. Erin wondered if that was fine given they had the gym to themselves. He assured them that since they owned the space, they could train whenever, and he would drop in to correct their forms. With that settled, Shuei-yoon threw up her hands and decided to head out as well. Noticing that Yeonlang had been unusually quiet, Shuei-yoon asked if she was staying behind to train. Yeonlang nodded, mentioning she was not too tired yet and wanted to keep practicing. Shuei-yoon smiled, telling her not to overdo it before waving goodbye. So-yoon, the room cleared, leaving Yeonlang completely alone with her thoughts. One thing was absolutely certain to her. She had grown significantly stronger since she first started training under Kim Joo-hyuk. Especially when she entered her deep focused state, the terrifying monsters she once struggled to defeat now felt completely trivial. Yet Kim Joo-hyuk remained on an entirely different level. She had never witnessed anyone else slaughter monsters with such clean efficiency. He had grown astronomically stronger since their first duel. The speed of his rapid growth was nothing short of mind-blowing. The realization made Yeonlang freeze. Wait a minute, why did she end up as his disciple instead of trying to surpass him? She fully admitted he was strong. To be completely honest, she still remembered the crushing pressure of facing him in combat. Training alone to surpass a monster like him was just too unrealistic, which was exactly why she wanted his guidance. But as she recalled the moment he stepped in to block a heavy strike from her mother, Yeonlang's cheeks began to flush. She reminded herself that he was the one who helped her resolve the messy inheritance dispute within her family. He had even provided her with a secure hiding place to keep her safe from her family's overbearing control. Plus, his special training had yielded incredible results in just a matter of days, justifying why she continued as his student. At that thought, Yeonlang's hand trembled, dropping her towel right onto the floor. She realized she was in serious trouble. Her heart raced wildly at the mere thought of him, and the faster it beat, the more she desperately wanted to see him. It is not that Yeonlang doesn't take her solo training seriously, but she only wants to train with Kim Joo-hyuk. She tries to calm down, telling herself they will keep training together. She is not a creep, so she needs to stop overthinking. Yet her mind immediately drifts to that handsome guy drying his hair, proving some habits are just impossible to break. Yeonlang shivers and warns herself, calling herself an idiot for letting her wild imagination run completely out of control. She repeatedly punches her own head, but her face stays bright red. Then she spots the towel Kim Joo-hyuk left behind. Her face flushes even deeper. Yeonlang convinces herself that she only wants to wash his towel for him. She grabs the towel, continuing her self-delusion, claiming nobody else would ever think to wash it for him. She is just helping Kim Joo-hyuk out. But staring at the towel only makes her flustered, her breath quickening in embarrassment. She runs off but can't stop thinking about her crush. Since nobody is around, she decides to just wipe her face. She raises the towel to sniff his scent, but right then, Oh Si-hyuk walks in and catches her red-handed. He has no clue what's actually going on, just surprised to see her alone, but she completely panics. Convinced he saw her sniffing the towel, her killer instincts kick in. She demands if he saw her embarrassing act. Se-hyuk is totally confused, but with a blood-red face and teary eyes, Yeonlang prepares to swing a heavy punch. She drives her fist right into Se-hyuk's stomach, nearly knocking the tough guy out as he groans in pure agony. He collapses onto the floor, completely defeated. Horrified by her own reaction, Yeonlang screams out and flees the room. Later that night at the van dormitory, Kim Joo-hyuk is training hard when his phone suddenly rings at this crazy hour. He wonders why Adelia is calling so late, but she quickly apologizes, knowing it is past midnight in Korea. She has urgent news: his disciple Constellation has finally awakened. He asks if she is free today, and she gladly agrees. Adelia tells Kim Joo-hyuk to grab the relic and wait. It has been so long since she met her disciples elsewhere. Meanwhile, warning screens flash rapidly on his interface, throwing the breakcast into a total panic over what's going on. He wonders if the CCTV footage made the Constellation this angry, but the system just keeps spamming notifications. The breakcast curses internally, wishing that video had never been broadcast on the screen in the first place. 10 minutes earlier, after finishing up his paperwork in the president's office, the breakcast realized night had fallen. Running an academy is truly exhausting, so he decides to run one last security check before heading home. Ever since Luminous bought the school, she insisted on regular CCTV checks, so he has to stay on top of it. The breakcast knows his boss actually wants him to monitor the creepy girl who's been stalking Kim Doohyuk. Assuming she is just overreacting, he suddenly spots someone in the gym and clicks the camera feeds, expecting Kim Doohyuk. But instead of Kim Doohyuk, he finds Oh Se-hyuk lying completely knocked out cold on the gym floor. Panicking at the sight of a potential corpse, he quickly zooms in and realizes Se-hyuk is just unconscious. Suddenly, Luminous appears right before him, and the ruler of the underworld demands to replay that security footage. Obliging his demanding Constellation, the breakcast immediately cues up the tape to see exactly what went down. Watching Se-hyuk stand there initially brings a sigh of relief, but Luminous commands him to keep playing it through. The footage shows Yeon Lang glaring at Se-hyuk with a hostile look before delivering a brutal blow that knocks him out. The breakcast is left completely baffled, wondering why on earth Yeon Lang would suddenly attack Se-hyuk like that. With no audio on the tape, he can't make any sense of it, but Luminous certainly does. The underworld ruler orders him to rewind the footage on Yeon Lang, and watching her, Luminous grows absolutely furious. This girl actually stole her master's sweaty towel to sniff it, and she only attacked Se-hyuk because she got caught. Now those endless spam notifications finally make perfect sense. The furious ruler vows to tear her to shreds. The breakcast sighs in disappointment. These angry tantrums of hers are becoming way too frequent lately. In the past, she would get mad over absolutely nothing, but lately anything involving Kim Doohyuk sets her off instantly. Wait, didn't she claim to know Kim Doohyuk incredibly well? She even went as far as calling him her master. Is Kim Doohyuk really her master? But she existed long before this student was even born into the world. No, the logic doesn't matter. Right now, he must find a way to stop her rage before she destroys everything. Suddenly, a voice calls out from the door, asking if Beckett is still inside, and his survival instinct kicks in. He replies immediately to the visitor, who is none other than Kim Doohyuk, asking to talk despite the late hour. Doohyuk asks if they can go for a walk, but stops, stunned by the mess inside. What on earth is going on here? Are you talking to someone? Yes, but never mind that, just use your skill to get me over there. He wants to go to England. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ruby's guild gathers a massive crowd to scheme against Doohyuk. They are planning a coordinated strike to eliminate Kim Doohyuk. Their primary target also goes by the Korean name Barchikang. A square-masked subordinate reports that 200 magic barriers guard Valhalla to keep all intruders out. 100 of those defense circles are active inside Doohyuk's room. Barchikang is surprised but refuses to back down. He shrugs it off. Those barriers are completely useless against his constellation. Barchikang's patron constellation, the Eternal Alchemist, is absolutely essential for bypassing all magic and defenses. Once those magic barriers are down, their strike team will breach the dorm and capture Doohyuk. They will use advanced stealth magic while the remaining members eliminate all of Doohyuk's friends. He means the students who fought to stop the previous dungeon disaster. Not only will they take down Doohyuk, but they will also crush them. This massive move will make their names famous across the globe. Though some might call targeting high schoolers cowardly, they do not care. To them, being called cowards is a compliment. It is time to begin. These guys are cold-blooded killers with zero mercy for the young or old. But right as they prepare to move, a sudden voice cuts in. "I knew you were up to something," the intruder says, catching them off guard. 4 familiar figures step out from the shadows. It is time to deal with this guild. There is no point in spying on them anymore. It is time to execute their constellation's instructions and eliminate Barchikang's crew today. Barchikang is utterly speechless, barely able to stutter a word. Purple hair sweeps her hair aside to reveal a chilling tattoo-like mark on her neck. Barchikang stares at it in pure horror. It is the mark of the legendary one-horned god. Purple hair scoffs, wondering if their target is genuinely too stupid to understand his situation. Skull Mask lunges straight down, aiming his blade right at Barchikang. A massive golden shield erupts, absorbing the impact. Barchikang stands completely unbothered, his defense holding strong against the surprise onslaught. Skull Mask is stunned. His lethal high-speed strike should have easily shattered a mediocre barrier like that without any trouble. Barchikang demands to know why they are attacking him, unleashing mana to blow his opponent back. Skull Mask digs his twin blades into the floor to stop his momentum, barely keeping himself from getting thrown across the entire room. He roars in anger, promising to show them the true power of an S-tier constellation. Crimson mana erupts around him, catching Purple Hair by surprise. The blind guy calmly confirms the identity of their opponent's patron. He reveals that Barchikang is contracted with the Eternal Alchemist. Barchikang is shocked to realize they know his deepest secrets. They laugh. His fate was sealed the moment he targeted Doohyuk. He is quite famous especially because of the incredibly powerful relic from the Ruin era that he currently has equipped, an ancient artifact from the Ruin era. Purple Hair complains that finding an S-tier patron was a total waste of effort. The cloaked figure agrees, noting that these ancient treasures are highly sought after since they harbor incredibly powerful entities. The legendary alchemist named Joe became famous overnight just by stumbling upon one of those items and obtaining S-tier status. That event triggered a massive surge in market demand for artifacts from the Ruin era. But even with such an incredible power backing him, Barshikang only managed to build a pathetic low-level criminal syndicate. Hearing his life's work insulted, Barshikang snaps and raises a hand crackling with intense, volatile magical energy. He refuses to listen to their mockery and fires an explosive barrage of magic circles directly toward the four intruders. 5 massive magic circles materialize in the air, raining down a barrage of sharp, spear-tipped chains on the targets below. Barshikang teleports a magic barrier right behind Purple Hair's head. She barely dodges the sudden explosive strike, cursing loudly at how dangerously close that attack came to blowing her head off. She grumbles about the sheer number of hidden traps scattered throughout this annoying lair. It is incredibly frustrating to deal with. Barshikang knows they can sense his attacks, but he remains confident in his home field advantage. Even without knowing their specific abilities, he is certain he holds the upper hand in this tight battle. He has hidden 1,200 active magic traps across this mansion, making it impossible for them to dodge forever. Combined with his ultimate absolute defense barrier, Barshikang is fully confident his victory is already guaranteed. He would never lose to their magic, nor would he die by their hands. If not for this desperate situation, he would never have used this. But now that did not matter. Barshirang swung his arm for another punch and roared for them to die. Yet this time, the enemy stood completely still, asking if he planned to kill them with those meager magic circles. Why did they not feel any pressure at all? The purple-haired girl sure had a big mouth. No wonder she covered her face, otherwise she would have been beaten up countless times. Meanwhile, Barshirang was questioning his entire life. He had clearly activated the spell. But then the blind man chimed in, saying he detected a magic circle the moment they stepped in. According to the blind assassin, there were roughly 1,200 tiny magic circles containing a simple low-tier blood chain spell. And those 1,200 magic circles had already been blocked and neutralized. Barshirang was bewildered, asking what they were talking about. If they were neutralized, he should have known. The blind man corrected him, stating they did not neutralize them but merely blocked the explosion. Now the purple-haired girl declared it was time to warm up. Before Barshirang could even think, she immediately went on the attack. She slammed her axe into the ground, forcing Barshirang to leap back to avoid the sharp light spikes, thrusting upward. Normally, a shockwave of this level could be stopped by his absolute defense, but to his horror, the strike pierced right through. Barshirang ended up wounded. The purple-haired girl grumbled that she lacked power, noting she probably needed to put a bit more strength into it. Barshirang stood dazed, wondering what just happened. How could his absolute defense fail? But as he was distracted, a blade lunged straight for his face. He dodged quickly, but a sharp edge still sliced his cheek. The cloaked assassin had struck. Barshirang lunged back with a heavy punch. The cloaked figure blocked it, admitting his opponent was surprisingly good at raw combat than expected, rather than just relying on Constellation power. Meanwhile, Barshirang was internally cursing their insane strength. These bastards were incredibly strong. He had almost landed a clean hit, but they retreated and defended in time. Besides, if his absolute defense was no longer working, he had absolutely nothing left to deal with these monsters. He asked if they really thought he would just give up after coming this far. The assassins only stared in confusion. Barshirang cried out that he had no idea why they targeted them, but pleaded for this relentless slaughter to end. Over 100 of his members were already dead. If they hated him being a villain, he promised to stop everything. He had nothing left, so what did they think? The Skull Mask leader replied that Barshirang was totally misunderstanding the situation. Being a villain was not the issue. They were only here because he had targeted someone he was absolutely forbidden to touch. Barshirang gnashed his teeth in fury. His only recent target was Kim Doohyuk. Did they really come here because of him? Was the world's worst criminal organization acting on behalf of a mere high school kid? He knew words would not save him now. These people were not easily swayed by talk. In sheer desperation, he decided to utilize his ultimate trump card to survive. An insane, monstrous wave of magic surged as the system announced an urgent prayer. The unchanging alchemist had answered his desperate call. Pouring a massive amount of magic power to create a holy sanctuary and summon his constellation was his only option left. There was no other option. Summoning the unchanging alchemist would permanently drain his magic power and his very life force. Even if it cost him his life and all his power, he needed to summon his constellation to have any chance at winning. However, the skull-masked leader calmly stepped forward politely, apologizing for interrupting the Grand Alchemist while he was so busy. He calmly stated that there was a special message from their own guardian constellation specifically for the Grand Alchemist. He revealed that this foolish Barchi-Rang was trying to harm that person. Hearing this, alchemist John almost lost his mind. The unchanging alchemist instantly turned and demanded to know if it was true. Barchi-Rang stammered, claiming he only targeted Kim Joo-hyuk. He cried out that this was a huge misunderstanding, but alchemist John simply cursed him as an absolute idiot. The Constellation immediately severed his contract with Barchi-Rang, vanishing while stripping away all the power he had ever granted him. The skull-masked leader chuckled, congratulating alchemist John, noting that their guardian Constellation declared he would personally deal with him. What back at the academy, Kim Joo-hyuk could hardly believe the shocking information he was currently receiving. There was normally no way to meet Constellations while they remain in their own territories, prompting Doohyuk to hold his head. He realized the only way to meet them all at once was through sanctification, which was the most widely known method. However, sanctification alone did not solve everything, since each contractor had to perform the ritual entirely on their own. They could not receive any external help at all, and the process demanded a massive amount of the performer's magic power. Of course, a contractor with a true holy contract could summon their constellation by sacrificing their own spiritual energy. However, that unorthodox method was rarely used. Doohyuk pondered this, wondering what would happen if he held two ancient relics instead. What if he holds both artifacts at once? Won't that let him meet both constellations at the same time? Adalia is pretty worried about that. That is actually pretty difficult. First off, holding an artifact to meet a constellation means your mind gets transferred over to a special space, specifically the thought region of the constellations. This is a sacred space inside the artifact, acting as the unique sanctuary for that specific deity. Because of this, the spaces of two relics cannot overlap. Furthermore, even though constellations hold massive power, there is still a catch. They can freely bestow this power to their chosen disciples, but at their core, they are still strictly limited to their vessel. This container is the artifact itself, and they rely on its power, so as long as the constellation inside remains active, they are stuck. Hopping to another artifact is simply out of the question. Finally, even if you do hold two relics at once, a problem remains. His soul is one of a kind. Because of this, his consciousness can only enter one thought region at any given time. Hearing this for the first time, Kim Joo-hyuk gets pretty confused. Bo pops up to chime in, saying she thought the master already knew this stuff. Standard academy curriculum, apparently. Kim Joo-hyuk snaps. Why did she not tell him before he came here? He warns her to prepare for a spiritual beating. Bo whines in distress, but her protests fall on completely deaf ears. Turning back, Kim Joo-hyuk asks another question. Meeting face-to-face is impossible, but can he still talk to them? Adelia and Breakcast answer together. Honestly, ever since he arrived, his screen has been flooded with a mountain of notifications. A massive wall of text hovers next to both girls. Breakcast speaks up to deliver a message from Luminous. Luminous says it has been a long time, kid. Adelia relays Moron's reply, calling the other a crazy woman. The two girls keep relaying the petty bickering between their gods. Kim Joo-hyuk gets a massive headache watching this unfold. He thought he raised them better, but apparently not. He barks at them to cut the fighting and just listen. Both of them already know about Mujiri and Ban Wang. Yet the mastermind behind this chaos is still out there. The villain is actively plotting to manipulate their entire world. Kim Joo-hyuk warns them that recent disasters were just the start. Everything was orchestrated by that absolute bastard. Now things are bound to get significantly worse. It is the calm before the storm. This is just a prelude. The guy hasn't even made his real move yet. Until Kim Joo-hyuk regains his peak power, he will temporarily borrow everyone's strength. Adelia immediately chimes in to enthusiastically speak for her holy constellation. She says, of course, master. Breakcast then quickly relays a similarly eager and passionate response from her own deity. Her god is fully prepared to help. Kim Joo-hyuk smiles, noting that this is the only time these two actually cooperate. At this point, Kim Joo-hyuk is still separated from three of his disciples. Tracking them down is his next big priority. Looking at Breakcast, he asks if the space passage connecting this place to the academy is still fully open. He plans to visit pretty frequently. He confirms if the portal they used to get here is still fully active. Breakcast confirms it is connected to the entrance. Kim Joo-hyuk decides to head back to Valhalla Academy first. Kim Joo-hyuk advises them to get to know each other since they represent his disciples and will meet quite often. They nod in agreement. Adelia breaks the ice, asking Breakcast if he really runs the market. Breakcast confirms it, but adds that he is currently acting as the director of the Valhalla Academy Center. She says she heard about it, but wonders why he took that role. He chuckles, saying it is similar to her situation. Specifically, why a member of her family is serving Kim Joo-hyuk. She gets it. It is all about the constellations. After thanking her, the scene shifts to late at night. Four mysterious figures gather around a table of magic stones. One notes most enemies are dealt with and Barchi Yang has vanished. The leader then issues their next order. They are ordered to protect the target closely. They note it will be hard to do so without raising suspicion. The leader replies it is unnecessary. They just need to step in and act whenever he is in actual danger. so they should just hide their presence and shadow him. They ask if that is really all they have to do. They are told they can reveal themselves if he utters a specific word. The crew is stunned by the choice. Nobody understands the meaning, but 2G is absolutely certain. The next day at the Valhalla training hall, a scene unfolds. To everyone's shock, a beat-up Doohyuk is begging Kim Joo-hyuk. He desperately asks him to accept him as a disciple. Our main character flatly refuses him. Doohyuk is not surprised by the rejection, muttering about those wild rumors. Kim Joo-hyuk demands to know what rumor. Doohyuk claims he is building a harem by only training female disciples. This makes him absolutely furious, wondering who spread that trash. He quickly defends how the situation actually went down. He explains that those girls begged him first and Yeon Lang is actually his only official disciple. Unless you have a death wish, stop saying I'm building a harem. Managing these three alone keeps me way too busy. Do you honestly think I have time to look after you too? He was utterly disappointed that he got rejected just because Yoo-woo had to prioritize those three first. Honestly, having another ally to fight the monsters would be great, making their side much stronger. Suddenly, he had a bright idea. Yeon Lang, why don't you train him me? Since fully utilizing your body's synergy in battle is crucial, you need way more real-world combat experience. Right, I get it. I'll start warming up first. You two should discuss whatever is needed. Sehi cheerfully agreed, get to know each other, so your training goes smoothly. Now Sehi and Yeon Lang stood face-to-face, tension thick in the air. What, you stepped on my face when I was knocked out? Were you embarrassed about wiping my sweat? If so, I'll be way more careful from now on. Hearing this, Yeon Lang realized. She totally misjudged him. Still, she felt relieved. Her embarrassing moment stayed hidden, quickly playing along by saying exactly from now on, be careful. But please just tell me don't hit me. With that settled, Yeon Lang excitedly dragged Sehi to start training. Meanwhile, Yoo-woo finally felt a sense of relief. But right as he exhaled, Aaron leaned in with a question about next week's holiday break. Are you planning to go anywhere? Wait, is it vacation time already? We haven't even taken our final exams yet, have we? Didn't we only do some multiple choice test? Aaron smiled. That was the final. Typically, final exams focus strictly on combat skills, which makes the written part ridiculously simple. Besides, we are currently not in an active combat period anyway. Yoo-woo had absolutely no clue that written test was their actual final. Plus, they got exempted from the physical exam by clearing that dungeon. But honestly, that doesn't change my plans. I'll still show up here to train because I really want to push my limits. Aaron immediately insisted on joining. Yoo-woo groaned, telling her to stop shadowing him and go do something else, but she refused. She wanted to train and get strong just like him. Still, she had to head home eventually for her elite family air lessons. Even Seojin insisted on staying back to train. 1 week later at the Hero Academy in America, Principal Barsh stared at the sword. The crimson blade sat glowing on his desk, keeping him deep in thought. Not long ago, Logan, the destroyer, had paid a visit. He didn't come to see his kid, but to announce he wiped out the pests bothering them. Logan rated those thugs as absolute trash. Their leader was already torn to pieces before Logan even arrived. Barsh assumed it was an internal conflict, but nobody knew the truth. Logan regretted not getting to finish the guy off himself. But there was another issue. He had initiated the attack searching for clues, specifically seeking traces of blood and void, but came up entirely empty-handed. This mysterious villain group was the one responsible for ending Logan's father. Barsh pointed at the glowing weapon, asking about its origin. Logan claimed he took it because it looked cool, the Barchesert blade. The infamous weapon that drove its wielder to slaughter the entire Blood Moon Guild. Barshi thought it vanished, but somehow it resurfaced. It was just sitting in those bastards' base. Recently, Logan noted that the blade had been trying to link with his mind. Barshi warned him not to let it corrupt him, but Logan joked that if it had, the academy would already be ashes. He was totally fine, though the sword's constant whispering was getting annoying. He wanted to lock it up inside the academy's vault. Principal Barshi agreed, but couldn't help asking what the whisper said. Logan didn't hesitate. It keeps demanding to find its master. Now Barsh stared at the crimson blade. Because the constellations inside the vault reacted violently, the weapon couldn't be safely stored there. This left him pondering the blade's cryptic message. Did the powerful constellation bound inside this insane sword actually belong to someone? Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the garden classroom. Barsh stood stunned, wondering if it was a mere accident during the quiet school break. But there shouldn't be any students around. Suddenly, a red-skinned, white-haired intruder smashed right through Barchi's desk, looking like a literal demon. Confronted by this terrifying blood-red beast, Barchi demanded to know who he was, and if he led the group that previously attacked. The demon simply stuck out his tongue in mock confusion. What group? I operate strictly solo. Hearing this, Barchi was stunned. This monster had breached the legendary academy's defenses and magical wards completely alone. He couldn't wrap his head around it. His horrific appearance was clearly non-human. When Barsh demanded to know what he was, the demon laughed, amused by the question. Usually, he'd slaughter anyone asking such things, but since he was in a great mood after finally reclaiming his true identity, he'd indulge. He teased whether he should share it. Barches silently questioned. The phrase got his name back, but the demon continued declaring his body was the reincarnation of Lester. Barches' eyes widened. Reincarnation. He heard of that demon lineage. The monster then introduced himself as Akaoni. Akaoni. Barch replied that it was quite an unusual name for these parts. If that was the case, he offered to introduce himself too. Standing tall, Barche adjusted his clothes under the demon's confused gaze and declared that he was the principal of this prestigious institution. In his prime, he was an absolute legend. Suddenly, without warning, Barche vanished, moving faster than the eye could follow. He reappeared instantly in front of Akaoni, driving a green glowing devastating punch straight through the demon's chest, leaving everyone stunned. Is it true? Did you really contract with a constellation that has explosive burst power? President Beck is utterly shocked hearing this. You already know my power. The red demon sneers, looking down at Beck like a fly. Beck remains completely frozen in sheer shock. The beast didn't take any damage at all, even though that previous blow was a massive fiery strike. This guy is truly a monster. While Beck is lost in thought, the red demon quickly flexes his arm and prepares a counterattack. His blazing hand reaches out. The burning touch scorches skin, triggering a massive explosion that shatters the academy walls. Beck is blasted back, completely paralyzed by the pain. The brute relishes the thrill of wild battle. He drags Beck all the way outside, violently kicking him down. He drives the old man straight into the dirt with another heavy stomp. Beck slowly staggers back up, his body aching. This monster's power is absolutely insane. The red demon laughs. Oh, you're not dead yet. You really are quite resilient, unlike the others. Beck looks over at the piles of fallen bodies. He finally realizes why no backup has arrived despite such a massive battle occurring here. The devil has already slaughtered everyone. Beck grinds his teeth in pure rage as green mana begins to surge violently from his body. Beck clenches his fists, channeling his remaining energy, and slams them directly into the ground. Sharp green energy spikes erupt everywhere. Seeing the sharp green spikes flying toward him, the red demon just sneers. A colossal explosion erupts, though Beck doubts it did any real damage. The explosion was only a distraction to block the demon's line of sight. Now Beck quickly prepares his true final strike. He unleashes a barrage of devastating shockwaves, panting heavily from the extreme exertion. The red demon chuckles. Not bad. But if you want to satisfy me, you'll need an explosion way bigger than that. The devil swings a heavy fist toward Beck. Beck barely manages to raise his arms to block, but the moment their flesh touches the old man's skin, instantly blisters and burns. Then his entire arm violently explodes. His body is completely broken, and he honestly just wants to retire from being the president. Fortunately, he's only knocked out. The red demon looks down in amusement. Oh, so you are actually still alive. The demon ponders. Even back when I was a constellation of rebirth, I had never seen a contractor this incredibly strong. Beck gasps, what, you are a constellation? The devil proudly smirks. Yes, I am the constellation known as the Tyrant King. A system window immediately pops up in front of Beck. The violent art lover is shocked. The violent art lover is shocked. The system repeats this warning. Beck is left wondering what this bizarre reaction means. Could this guy really be a constellation? The red demon laughs hysterically, stating he has nothing left to play with. It is time for you to die. He reaches out to crush Beck's head. But right at that moment, a voice calls out, hey horn guy, pick on someone your own size. Kim Doohyuk has arrived. He stands there casually, resting his sword on his shoulder, hands in his pockets, wearing an incredibly smug grin. His sudden entrance leaves both Beck and the red demon utterly dazed. Beck weakly tries to look up, squinting at the young boy. He wonders who this kid is. He looks so familiar. Suddenly, a specific name flashes in the old principal's fading consciousness. Wait, it cannot be. When he clearly sees the boy's face, Beck is completely struck with disbelief, silently murmuring a name. It is Kim Doohyuk from Valhalla Academy. In sharp contrast to Beck's absolute shock, the red demon just sneers with immense disdain. The beast glares down at the boy, asking who he is and if he simply came here to throw away his life. Kim Doohyuk casually replies with a highly mocking tone, telling him to stop talking nonsense because he is here to beat him. He confidently stares at the beast and adds, by the way, I actually know exactly who you are. The red demon frowns. The demon grunts in confusion. Kim Doohyuk glances at his head and remarks, those oversized, ridiculous horns of yours. He closely inspects the monster's features, chuckling as he points out the jagged teeth and that bright red skin. The boy confidently declares, you are the red demon, the pathetic loser from the second floor of the Tower of Destruction. Hearing the word loser, the red demon roars in absolute fury, demanding to know who this insolent brat is. Doohyuk just laughs. He looks back with taunting eyes, calling him an idiot. A surge of brilliant green mana erupts, completely enveloping his body. He arrogantly tells him to take his beating, promising it will jog his memory. Seeing that green mana, the demon's eyes narrow. The beast mumbles that the energy feels strangely familiar. But consumed by rage, he instantly lunges forward to attack the boy. The demon screams out, "I do not care, die." Facing the oncoming strike, Kim Joo-hyuk calmly raises his sword. He blocks the attack effortlessly. The red demon is stunned that his devastating punch was stopped by such a simple, ordinary sword. Suddenly, Joo-hyuk's eyes spark with excitement as he goes on the offensive, swinging his blade and slashing the demon's arm. Clutching his bleeding arm in pain, the beast suddenly realizes something as a wave of intense familiarity washes over him. The overwhelming pressure radiating from the boy makes it all click. The demon gasps, "You are the martial god." He stares in complete disbelief, noting he never expected him to reincarnate into a new body. Kim Joo-hyuk simply smiles. With a cold glare, he calmly asks if that is so. He never expected the losers he once defeated to run around playing at being constellations, but the red demon refuses to back down, spitting back in protest. He claims the humans started calling them constellations after they lost their names and bodies. They had no choice but to accept the worship of mortals. With a confident smirk, the red demon boasts that things are about to change. Now that he has regained both his name and physical body, everything is different. Pointing a finger directly at Doohyuk, the demon sneers. Taking that last hit made him realize something. The red demon laughs mockingly, noting that Doohyuk has grown far weaker than he used to be. Facing the demon's taunts, the martial god remains completely unfazed. Doohyuk calmly replies that the beast is merely stating the obvious. After all, he is currently just a high school student. The red demon smirks and softly reacts to the news. So that is how it is. Instantly channeling dark magic into his fist, the red demon charges forward with a savage roar. This is his chance to take the hero's life. Doohyuk quickly raises his blade, parrying the heavy fist just in time. But as he blocks the strike, he senses something is off. Swirling embers of fire suddenly erupt from the demon's palm. A deafening blast shakes the area, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Doohyuk leaps backward to escape the fiery shockwave. The red demon presses his advantage, charging through the smoke. Yet Doohyuk merely watches him with a completely bored expression. The beast strikes again, shattering the ground beneath them. Believing he finally crushed his target, the demon bursts into wild laughter. Cackling maniacally, he glares at Doohyuk and asks if he is just going to keep running like a coward. Doohyuk frowns as he calculates his limits. He is still a long way off from regaining his peak power. Back when he fought the Seal family constellation in the mental realm, he had access to almost his full former strength. But facing a fully manifested constellation in the real world is a completely different story. He watches his opponent closely. As the red demon continues his relentless onslaught, Doohyuk sinks into deep thought. This fight is turning out to be quite troublesome. If a mere second-floor loser can push him this hard, dealing with the stronger enemies later will be a massive pain. His silence only convinces the red demon that he is worried. Laughing like a madman, the demon declares that running is useless. The gap closes rapidly as the enemy closes in. Screaming that he is going all out, the demon unleashes a massive blow. A giant explosion erupts, sending dark smoke billowing into the sky. Watching from the sidelines, Elder Barch is left utterly stunned. He cannot believe the sheer scale of the destruction. He realizes the monster had been holding back against him this entire time. A wave of anxiety washes over him for Doohyuk's safety. The boy had dodged before, but surviving a blast like that seems impossible. Suddenly, a powerful voice echoes through the dust. "Maybe it is time to stop being stubborn and rely on my disciple a bit." And just like that, clean off. The blinding sword strike cuts straight through the red demon's entire arm. The severed limb thuds heavily onto the ground. Screaming in pure agony, the red demon drops to his knees, clutching his stump. He writhes in the dirt as pathetic groans escape his throat. Meanwhile, Doohyuk stands there calmly, raising his blood-stained sword. Struggling through the pain, the demon demands to know how he survived. He was supposed to be caught in the blast. Doohyuk simply flashes a relaxed smile at his confusion. He admits that he didn't actually dodge the explosion at all. He simply sliced right through it. His incredibly casual tone leaves the red demon completely paralyzed with fear. Gritting his teeth, the beast senses a strange new energy. He wonders if this human is borrowing power from someone else. Realizing he stands absolutely no chance, the demon spins around and runs. He decides that escaping is his only option. It took him too long to reclaim his identity to die here. He refuses to perish before achieving anything of value. Trying to justify his cowardly retreat, he tells himself that survival is everything. He runs blindly to save his own skin. Watching the pathetic sight of the fleeing monster, Doohyuk sighs in deep annoyance. He calls him a bizarre and deeply hypocritical bastard. The beast destroyed the school and slaughtered countless people, yet runs the second he feels his own life is threatened. Doohyuk channels a heavy surge of magic into his blade. That hypocrisy, he notes, is exactly why he is a loser. With a sharp glare, he locks onto his target. He swings his sword forward with a surge of raw excitement. The flying slash tears through the air, catching the red demon before he can escape. It cleanly slices his face in half. In a matter of seconds, the demon's body splits down the middle. Doohyuk casually turns his back on the dying beast. With the deadly strike landing perfectly, the monster is finished. Doohyuk walks over with a satisfied grin, holding out his ring. Within seconds, the massive body of the red demon is pulled inside the artifact, vanishing completely from the battlefield. He examines the glowing ring with quiet curiosity. He wonders if it can truly absorb a creature of this level. A sudden groan of pain cuts through his thoughts. Snapping back to reality, he remembers Elder Barch and quickly rushes over. Doohyuk apologizes for not being able to protect him from that guy. Barchi groans in pain but answers that he is still alive. Doohyuk pulls out his phone, explaining his healing magic is weak and offering to call an ambulance. Barch looks up with deep gratitude. He thanks the boy warmly. Then President Barche asks with sudden curiosity if he is indeed Doohyuk from Valhalla Academy. Doohyuk pulls his phone back slightly, surprised that even the faculty here know his name. President Barche forces himself to sit up. He laughs weakly, saying the kid is just that famous. Worried, Doohyuk suggests he lie back down since the medics will take some time. Barchi looks at the young man and gently introduces himself, saying it is fine, even if his introduction was delayed by the massive chaos. He introduces himself as President Barchi, the head of the board at the Hero Academy, trying to offer a polite smile despite his injuries. Bowing his head slightly, Barche offers his sincere thanks, adding that he should have said it sooner. He is deeply grateful for defeating that monster. Doohyuk simply shakes his head, replying that he actually arrived a bit too late. Checking his phone, he tells the president that help is nearby. The president smiles weakly and thanks him. Now that the older man seems stable, Doohyuk decides it is time to make his quick departure. He bids the president farewell and takes his leave, and honestly, you won't believe how easily this kid pulls off his next move. Before stepping through, the boy calmly mentions that his job here is done. With those final words, he turns his back on the battlefield. He steps through the glowing rift and vanishes entirely, leaving President Barch staring at the empty space in deep quiet thought about the boy. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out to him. It is Rogan, running toward the scene in a desperate rush to find out what happened. Rogan panics when he sees the president slumped on the ground and rushes over, demanding to know what kind of chaos went down here. He explains he rushed over the second he heard about the attack on the academy. Breathing heavily, Barch quietly calls out his name. Watching the ambulance pull up to the scene, Barchi tiredly tells his friend that they should discuss the details later once he is treated. Later that afternoon at the hospital, many students and staff from the academy are being treated for incredibly severe, life-threatening injuries. Compared to them, President Barche got off pretty easy. Most of the victims survived the brutal onslaught, which is an absolute miracle. They have Doohyuk to thank for ending the threat so quickly and calling the medics. Rogan walks over to his bedside, arms crossed. Frowning, Rogan demands to know exactly what went down. President Barche sighs and begins recounting the terrifying details of the entire battle. Listening to the story, Rogan can barely believe his ears. He asks in utter shock if Doohyuk from Valhalla really did all this. He took down an actual official constellation all by himself. President Barch nods, confirming the unbelievable feat with a grim expression. He admits he does not know if the boy is a constellation himself, but his tactical mind and raw magic are absolutely off the charts. Rogan hesitates, noting that while top-tier contractors can sometimes defeat lower-ranking constellations, this kid is only 17 years old. Barch confirms his age, asking if Rogan knows him. Rogan frowns, recalling the kid's face from a previous encounter. Rogan explains that Doohyuk is the monster who utterly crushed his own son during their duel. But that is not even all. The kid has captured countless high-profile villains, making his name famous among all elite contractors. Suddenly, Rogan realizes something else. He asks how this is even possible, considering the gap between a regular villain and a constellation is like night and day. Barch remains quiet for a moment, thinking it over. Then he speaks up with a look of pure uncertainty in his eyes. He mentions sensing a deeply strange, overwhelming magic radiating from the young man right before he delivered the final crushing blow. Barch suspects that power belongs to the mysterious constellation the boy contracted with. Skeptical, Rogan wonders if a 17-year-old could do that. Getting a contract at 17 sounds completely absurd, but President Barch remains absolutely certain about what he felt during the fight. He adds that the immense magic energy felt strangely familiar. Stunned, Rogan asks what he means by familiar, prompting a heavy sigh from Barche. Taking a deep breath, Barch slowly explains that if his memory serves him right, that energy was a carbon copy of something else. It felt identical to the power he once sensed at the black market. Rogan gasps, remembering the rumors about the entity ruling that place. Rogan notes that the ruler of the black market is known as the Anonymous Leader. He wonders if the kid signed a contract with her. Barch shakes his head, unable to confirm it, though the magic signature was identical. After a long pause, Rogan asks where the boy is. Barch admits he is not entirely sure, but he believes the young man has already returned to Valhalla Academy. Rogan's eyes go wide. He demands to know how that is possible, considering Valhalla Academy is located all the way in Korea. Rogan cannot comprehend how someone could travel back and forth so instantly. Barch hesitates for a moment before finally speaking up. He suggests that the boy might have used high-level teleportation. Hearing this, Rogan is left completely speechless by the sheer absurdity. Barshi nods slowly, explaining that the moment Doohyuk prepared to leave a dimensional rift literally tore open right in front of him. Looking up, he muses that this spatial teleportation must be a unique blessing from his contracted constellation. Suddenly, a cold chill fills the room. A dense, suffocating aura of killing intent erupts from Rogan, deeply shocking the injured president. Snapping out of it, Rogan quickly tempers his rage. He calmly notes that very few contractors can actually use teleportation, adding that he knows how few constellations even possess this ability. Rogan's grip tightens his dark voice, warning him not to speak another word. He demands to know if Doohyuk is connected to the organization he is hunting, intending to investigate immediately. Later that night, at Valhalla Academy, inside a dark room, Breakcast stands waiting, solemn, alert, ready for whatever comes next. A spatial portal rips wide open. Doohyuk steps out with a heavy sigh and freezes upon seeing Breakcast waiting. Startled, Doohyuk demands to know if he was waiting. Breakcast simply bows. Yes, he indeed is. He stares at Doohyuk. His master's orders are very clear, support him with absolutely everything. He watched the fight to prevent any unexpected mishaps. This completely shocks the young, inexperienced warrior. Did he really watch? Breakcast nods, explaining that he opened his spatial rift to observe the entire battle. Doohyuk clicks his tongue in disbelief, admitting that the ability to spy through space like that is pretty terrifying. He quickly clarifies that this unique technique allows them to spot incoming attacks from rival constellations before they land. Recalling the guide's explanation about protecting the Academy's busy market, Doohyuk nods along, finding the logic quite sound. He suddenly remembers her warning him that a highly dangerous titled figure from another faction would be arriving sometime next week. At the time, he had asked if she meant one of those elite enemies from the Tower of Destruction, but the guide had only given a vague answer, admitting that it was a very strong possibility, which left him curious. Noting her unusually vague response, the guide had smiled apologetically, explaining that surveillance from the Labyrinth Lord had intensified. She added that while her presence is still entirely hidden, the Master is becoming incredibly cautious about any information leaks. This sudden threat caught Doohyuk completely off guard, making him ask if things were truly getting that dangerous. She then hesitantly drops another clue, revealing that the titled individual will target the Hero Academy in America. Though he has heard of the Academy, he admits he cannot look up its location once he leaves this place. The guide simply instructs him to watch the Academy closely and neutralize any arriving constellation as quickly as before. He happily agrees, but the guide's expression turns solemn as she warns him that future meetings will be much harder. When he asks if it is due to the increased surveillance, she merely smiles and gives a quiet nod. She advises him to lay low, but offers a parting gift, teaching him how to use the special ring. After she asks him to remove the band, Doohyuk quickly slides the ring off and hands it over. Holding it, she explains with a serious look that the ring actually has two primary functions that he must learn. First, it can convert a constellation title into pure energy, and second, it allows him to copy their skills. After explaining these incredible functions, she quickly adds that both of these methods come with distinct and heavy limitations. With the first option, he cannot absorb a title's entire power because they are simply not the actual Labyrinth Lord. Instead of absorbing it fully, they can only extract the faint remnant power left behind by defeated evil constellations. Holding up a second finger, she warns that the drawback of the copying method is his inability to upgrade those skills. Curious, Doohyuk asks if even she lacks the power to upgrade them, which she quietly and immediately confirms. For instance, if he absorbs a constellation title featuring the water serpent shot, that attack's power will always remain locked. No matter how strong he personally grows, the force of the projectile will only ever equal the original owner's strength. Ultimately, success depends on his tactical use of the ring, though she hopes he might bypass these limits someday. Snap back to the present, and Doohyuk stares intently down at the mysterious band resting in his palm. His eyes narrow with a sharp, cold determination as he focuses on his singular goal of achieving absolute power. He resolves to systematically absorb every single drop of constellation power he can find to fuel his own growth. Right then, the ring suddenly crackles with a brief surge of raw energy before fading just as fast. Watching the spark vanish, he raises an eyebrow in confusion, silently wondering if that brief pulse was really it. He closes his eyes to gauge his internal strength, but feels absolutely no difference from before. His silent internal monologue is completely shattered when a remarkably polite voice suddenly addresses him by name. He snaps back to reality, realizing Breakcast is still standing there, and quickly apologizes for spacing out. Breakcast politely reassures him it is no trouble, leading to an awkward silence before Doohyuk speaks up. He asks why the spy reached out to him, and Breakcast gets straight to the point about the Red Devil defeat. Hero Academy Right Blake recalls each of his strikes and speaks up. Is that special technique you used to defeat? The red demon, the spatial/He-Wook, admits it without hesitation. Yes, that is the one. Blake thinks to himself that it went exactly as expected. Suddenly, he makes a request asking if he can demonstrate it. He-Wook freezes for a few seconds at the sudden proposal. Caught off guard, he asks a question of his own. You are contracted to the same constellation. Can you not use it? Blake hesitates before answering that yes, he is, but the truth is pretty embarrassing. He admits he is not nearly as good at the spatial/ as He-Wook. He asks if He-Wook can teach him. Scratching his head, He-Wook suggests it might be better to ask the constellation, but ultimately he agrees to the request anyway. Blake bows respectfully in gratitude. That very night, the two of them venture into the mountains, searching for a suitable spot to practice the spatial/. Suddenly, Blake stops in a secluded area. He points out a small clearing deep within the forest, announcing that this place will work out just fine. He-Wook draws his sword, getting ready to demonstrate. Blake watches in silence, completely bewildered. He begins channeling mana into his blade, and gives a serious lesson explaining how to focus mana into the sword first. Once enough power accumulates, he swings. He tells him to release the energy exactly at the moment of the strike. A massive slash tears through the quiet air. As the strike passes, the wind howls furiously. An ancient tree directly in front of him takes the full force of the blow. Its thick trunk is sliced completely in half in the blink of an eye. Lowering his weapon, He-Wook speaks up casually. He shrugs and tells him that is basically all there is to it. He turns around with a light smile, asking if it is easy. Behind him, trees lie shattered, leaving behind clear traces of terrifying destructive power. Blake stands frozen in shock. He remembers the mechanical voice of his own constellation. Its instructions for the spatial/ were incredibly vague and fragmented. The ruler of the lower world would just say to twist the hips slightly, then ask why he could not do it. That is why he asked He-Wook, the master of his constellation, for help. Yet this overly simplistic training leaves him doubtful. Still, he figures a teacher is only as good as their student. He-Wook notices his silence and gets curious. He raises an eyebrow, asking if he needs another demonstration. Blake quickly shakes his head and says it is fine. Suddenly, a strange sound catches He-Wook's attention. Way off in the distance, the mountains suddenly begin to rumble violently. His earlier attack had actually sliced right through the mountain. The next second, the entire peak splits in two, collapsing. Watching this insane scene play out, He-Wook stands completely speechless. In a panic, Blake turns to him, totally flabbergasted. He asks if He-Wook literally sliced the space of the mountain behind them. He-Wook nods blankly, his mind racing. He only intended to clear a path through the forest and had even adjusted his mana. How is the mountain split? He looks at his ring with growing suspicion, wondering if this is because he absorbed the title from it. The thought makes him incredibly excited. He only absorbed a fraction of its residual power, yet he is already this strong. He calls it a day, promising to teach him the proper stance next time. Blake nods in agreement, heading back. He clears the branches ahead of them while muttering. He grumbles that he will definitely clear these bushes next time. Meanwhile, He-Wook is lost in his own thoughts. He had his doubts at first, but his power has definitely grown. His gaze grows incredibly sharp. He vows to absorb those bastards from the Tower of Destruction if they dare show up. Meanwhile, deep within a desolate forest under a massive tree, an old house stands hidden in the thick fog. Inside, a white-haired man stares intently at a bizarre object. It is known as the Gear of Rebirth. This servant of the Labyrinth Master gazes at the Gear of Rebirth with a contemplative expression on his face. Tiny specks of light continuously drift from the gear while his face grows increasingly cold and distant. Suddenly, a low voice breaks the quiet atmosphere. It calls out the name Sparrow. A hooded figure emerges from the shadows. This seems to be their secret code. The servant of the Labyrinth Master responds to him, acknowledging him as Bladelot. The red-haired man drops his hood, asking if the title arrangements are complete. The white-haired man calmly replies that they are. Approaching the Gear of Rebirth, the red-haired man notes that the second-rate fighters have been distributed pretty evenly. His eyes drift to the spear held by his partner. He demands to know if that is why he keeps holding on to it. Getting no response, he angrily snaps, demanding an answer. The white-haired man finally speaks up in a slow, calm manner. He tells him there is no need to know, pointing out that his partner has his own weapon anyway. The red-haired man touches the sword at his hip, scoffing. The white-haired man simply responds that to him they are all the same. His cold response makes the red-haired man snap. Gritting his teeth, the guy boils with pure rage. He was only chosen by the Maze Lord 300 years ago, yet he dares to speak as an equal, just because they share the same rank. What an insolent bastard. Red Hair's eyes flare with raw, vicious hatred. If not for the Maze Lord's favor, he would have killed him long ago. But suddenly, a strange light flashes from the gear. The reincarnation gear instantly catches the red-haired guy's attention. He gasps in shock, wondering how a title could just vanish. White Hair slowly nods, confirming it seems to have come from America. Furious, the red-haired guy barks out if the titles were arranged right. White Hair keeps his cool calmly, stating he followed the Maze Lord's instructions to the letter without any mistakes. Red hair frowns, deeply unsettled. Sure, some targets were bound to disappear, but isn't this happening a bit too early? Yanking his cloak tight, he turns to leave, grumbling that he needs to report this to their master right away. He warns Whitehair that he will deal with him later. Whitehair just nods calmly, telling him to go ahead. With that, the red-haired guy storms off, leaving his quiet counterpart staring thoughtfully at the rotating reincarnation gear. Deep in the shadows, a hand grips a weapon, tightening with tension. Later that night, an exhausted Braycast returns from the forest. Sinking into the chairman's chair, his eyes lock onto Rogan. He asks what he can do for him tonight. A thick, suffocating tension fills the office as Rogan stands tall, staring down with a dead serious expression. Braycast feels the heavy weight of that stare. Wanting to break the silence, he takes the initiative to speak. He asks the peerless Rogan what brings him here. After a tense pause, Rogan finally speaks with grave seriousness. Rogan explains he is looking for a certain student. Instantly, Braycast already has a pretty good idea who it is. Could his sudden visit be related to how Doohyuk completely defeated that Constellation back at the Hero Academy? Braycast thought he had done a good job keeping a lid on that information, but it seems it leaked to Rogan anyway. Standing up politely, Braycast suggests they take a seat, as this conversation is bound to be a long one. Rogan readily agrees, and the two sit opposite each other, ready to get down to business in earnest. Cutting straight to the chase, Rogan lowers his voice, demanding to know the truth about a certain student here. He asks if Doohyuk was indeed the one who went to the Hero Academy and defeated the Constellation there. Rogan sounds completely certain of his facts. With a slight hesitation, Braycast confirms it. Rogan's expression turns even icier as he states he has two main questions he needs answered immediately. First, how did Doohyuk even know about that Constellation, let alone how to counter its attacks? Braycast stays completely silent, unable to answer. Rogan presses on, raising his voice for his second question. He demands to know how the kid traveled straight from here to America. Anticipating an excuse, Rogan cuts him off. He warns Braycast not to dodge, mentioning that Bay felt the distinctive magical signature of the black market. He demands answers directly from the master of the black market. Realizing he is cornered, Braycast finally sighs. He admits that since Lord Bay sensed the magic beforehand, Rogan must have already pieced everything together. He finally confirms that the Constellation Lord did indeed unleash her massive power during that incident. Rogan narrows his eyes, asking if she is the master orchestrator. Braycast slowly nods in confirmation. Rogan presses even further, asking if Doohyuk signed a contract with this mysterious master orchestrator. Braycast calmly explains it was merely a temporary contract, adding that personal circumstances prevent him from sharing details. But despite his secrecy, he knows exactly what Rogan is truly dying to find out right now. Braycast locks eyes with Rogan, asking if he suspects Doohyuk is one of the blood messengers. The question hits a major nerve, making Rogan freeze, completely stunned by how easily Braycast read him. After a brief tense pause, Rogan grunts, admitting that this makes their little chat much easier. Braycast explains he previously investigated the group in the past because of how they affected his black market business. At first, he wrote them off as just another gang of generic villains, but things got interesting. It turns out they are indirectly linked to Rogan, who grimly reveals those bastards murdered his father. Rogan explains that after gaining power, he spent his time hunting down every villain he could find to track them. Yet he could never find the ringleader, as if they all vanished into thin air overnight. The only clue he ever uncovered. Rogan's eyes suddenly turn razor-sharp as his voice drops low. Black Cat agreed, stating that every member of the Blood Messenger faction is a contractor who can use teleportation. He explained that he discovered the same thing, admitting he was just like him, unable to track down their movements. He firmly stated that Doohyuk is definitely not a member, even if he can travel to America in a flash. It is simply the power of the Constellation Master that he serves, which leaves Rogan completely stunned by the revelation. Rogan asked with surprise if it was the Master of Staging's power, and Black Cat calmly nodded, confirming it was true. He calmly explained that it is a fraction of her abilities, specifically her knack for detecting Constellation attacks faster than anyone. Rogan sighed in relief, finally relaxing after hearing this, realizing that was the secret behind the boy's teleportation skill. Black Cat politely agreed, but then Rogan's tone suddenly hardened, demanding to know if he expected to be let off that easily. Rogan pointed directly at him and questioned him, suggesting that his black market might also be part of the Blood Messengers. Black Cat immediately fired back, his voice turning cold as he told him that his assumption was pushing it too far. Even if they run a black market, they are nothing like those ruthless murderers who kill for survival, making Rogan raise an eyebrow. Refusing to back down, Rogan argued that suspicion is only natural before picking up his glass to take a slow drink. He pointed out that very few contractors in this world possess the extremely rare ability to teleport like that. Black Cat quietly acknowledged his point as Rogan took a calm sip of water, claiming his doubts are completely justified. Suddenly, he slammed his glass onto the table and pointed right at him, his expression turning incredibly serious and grim. He accused the black market master of backing his own student, finding no other logical reason for such massive support. The only explanation that made sense to him was that both of them belonged to the notorious Blood Messenger faction. Black Cat remained perfectly calm, suggesting that if Rogan is so suspicious, he should hire a private detective to investigate. He admitted their connection is special, but reiterated that they have absolutely nothing to do with those dangerous blood cultists. His eyes sharpened with a cold glint as he gave a stern warning, telling him that he is stepping way out of line. Rogan clicked his tongue in pure annoyance, but Black Cat simply stared back, speaking with absolute gravity and serious intent. He made it clear that he was being polite by answering, even sharing crucial details about the Constellation Master's divine power. But if Rogan continues to push them into a corner based on baseless rumors, things are going to get extremely messy. Bowing his head slightly, he politely asked to end their meeting there, dropping a very clear hint for him to leave. He suggested they resume their conversation next time once all of Rogan's groundless doubts have finally been cleared up. Standing up, Black Cat requested that he keep everything shared today a secret, especially the details about his master's skills. Rogan gritted his teeth in sheer frustration, cursing the arrogant man for trying to shut down the conversation like this. After working so hard to get here, he refused to let him walk away, stubbornly asking what would happen if he refused. Black Cat tilted his head and shifted his gaze, his voice sounding casual but carrying a terrifying, bone-chilling tone. He quietly warned that if he refuses, they will have absolutely no choice but to eliminate him on the spot. That chilling response poured fuel on Rogan's burning anger, instantly pushing him over the edge as he stood up. He burst into a cold laugh and locked eyes with him, mockingly praising his incredible courage for making such a threat. He dared him to try, but Black Cat calmly replied that he obviously could not defeat the absolute strongest contractor. After all, Rogan is known as the Matchless One, the most powerful contractor alive. But his calm tone suddenly shifted. He coldly warned that if Rogan continues to cross the line, the Constellation Master will personally end his life. Rogan stared back in disbelief, but before he could speak, a chilling, disembodied voice suddenly echoed throughout the room. The voice demanded that he leave since he had his answer, causing the surrounding pressure to spike with sheer hostility. Luminous threatened to destroy him if he caused any more trouble, prompting Black Cat to softly repeat her exact words. Rogan angrily dismissed it as absolute nonsense, but before he could finish his sentence, a system alert suddenly popped up. The system warning sent by the destroyer of all things ordered him to leave immediately without causing any more trouble. Freezing in his tracks, he realized he could not push any further, grumpily waving his hand as he backed off. He reluctantly agreed to leave for now, but vowed that his next visit would not end empty-handed like today. Once Rogan finally left, Black Cat let out a quiet sigh of relief, realizing how dangerously close things had gotten. Deciding he must control information better in the future, he resolved to brief Adelia Venchik on today's intense encounter. As evening falls, a cool breeze sweeps over the quiet city, reaching a peaceful apartment complex where Doohyuk resides. Doohyuk sits cross-legged in his room, deeply focused on recalibrating his mana. Finishing his training, he lets out a long sigh. Doohyuk watches the energy swirl in his hand with keen interest. After using his cultivation technique to control the flow of his mana, he can clearly tell just how incredibly strong he has become. Simply by training his mana properly, he has instantly gained 30 days of experience compared to before. He shrugs his shoulders to loosen up, but his physical strength is only slightly higher than his mana. Because of that, he can barely feel any real changes. Inside his body, the drive to train ignites once again. He resolves to focus heavily on his physical strength, to bring his physical power back into balance with his mana. If only one of those aspects becomes too strong, he will have a much harder time in combat. Facing tough opponents requires perfect synergy. Suddenly, Doohyuk calls out, asking if Baksh felt anything unusual when he met that red ogre last time. Baksh helplessly sighs and replies, no, asking if his master is still suspicious. Doohyuk closes his eyes, explaining that he is just being cautious, in case the Labyrinth Lord's brainwashing spell suddenly flares up, potentially turning Baksh back into a Tower Master. Baksh immediately objects, stating he has no power left to sense anything. But suddenly remembering something, he speaks up to ask, by the way, did his master feel anything at the Hero Academy? Doohyuk grunts, furrowing his brows, and asks if there was something else besides the red ogre. Baksh nods, confirming he felt a very familiar trace of mana inside that school. Doohyuk grows dead serious, his sharp eyes demanding to know what he means. Baksh affirms he shares some senses with his master, making him absolutely sure about it. Suddenly, Doohyuk lets out a sinister smile, eyes flashing with pure excitement. He relaxes his body, muttering that they will likely have to head back to the Hero Academy very soon. On a full moon night atop a mountain rising from roaring rapids, the quiet atmosphere feels eerily silent. Inside an old ruined building shrouded in pitch darkness, pale moonlight filters through shattered windows. The constellations have fully gathered. Meggy sweeps his gaze across the room, asking in a low voice if everyone with names is present. Hook quietly responds that almost everyone is here except for a few. Meggy frowns, demanding to know how many are missing. The vampire sneers, replying that the red ogre is gone. Hearing about the red ogre, Megi's face instantly darkens. He grits his teeth, cursing that idiot for making trouble after keeping quiet for 300 years. With eyes blazing in fury, Megi demands to know if that brainless fool really went and got himself killed. The vampire smirks with pure contempt, saying that fool must have let his guard down and underestimated his opponent. Such a pathetic way to go. Hook crosses his arms, pointing upward coldly, muttering that if they die here, they go back up there to wander for another 300 years. The vampire snarls in disagreement, claiming that while they were sent here to cause mass destruction, which they can do easily, that foolish ogre simply went too far. Megi narrows his eyes, asking if anyone else is currently unreachable under special circumstances. The air suddenly freezes as Hook slowly speaks out a single name, Watcha. Megi raises his eyebrows, asking if he means that bizarre corpse-obsessed freak. Hook nods to confirm. Megi lets out a mocking sneer, saying he hopes that freak does not end up dead from showing off like the red ogre did. But suddenly, Hook's expression turns grave as he speaks up, saying, "They just received word." Megi spins around instantly, urgently asking what he said. Watch's voice echoes with absolute confidence, promising to unleash utter chaos at the upcoming global competition. The next morning, Vanna Gym is buzzing with energy. Doohyuk diligently lifts weights, pushing his physical limits to the absolute edge as sweat pours down his forehead. He sneaks a glance around the gym while training. He notices that Choi, Aaron, Hae-woo, and June have all arrived. Looking around, Doohyuk notes that everyone is here except for Yeon Lang. She had sent him a text earlier, explaining she was visiting her family for a few days. He had casually agreed to it, yet he cannot help but wonder about her. Is her relationship with her family not extremely strained? Well, she will return when she is ready. After a while, Doohyuk tells them they can take a break. The three of them stop their exercises and nod in agreement. Doohyuk quickly wipes off his sweat. Just as he is about to sit down, someone walks over and calls his name. He turns to see Choi Aaron, who curiously asks where Yeon Lang went. He simply explains she went home for a few days to handle personal business. Hearing this, Choi Aaron pouts, complaining they promised to train together, but she ghosted. She thinks Yeon Lang should have given her a heads up. Doohyuk chuckles, defending Yeon Lang, asking if Choi Aaron did not do the exact same thing by skipping training to go home. Choi Aaron stammered. Cornered, she quickly cuts the conversation short, telling everyone that Kim Doohyuk wanted them to get ready for sparring practice. She immediately agrees with a quick nod, and Choi Aaron hurries over to notify the other two. Just then, Batch speaks up with a question. He asks why the master suddenly looks so incredibly proud. Kim Doohyuk just smiles to himself, thinking how absolutely hilarious this whole situation is. Looking at the three, Kim Doohyuk realizes that even after reincarnating, he is still teaching his disciples. Batch nods quietly in agreement, but the smile quickly fades from Kim Doohyuk's face, replaced by a lingering touch of regret, as he admits he is still slightly disappointed. Batch asks what he means by that. Kim Doohyuk sighs, wishing all his former disciples could gather like this and talk freely. But unfortunately, those constellations can never cross paths. After a quiet moment of deep thought, Batch suddenly chimes in. He reveals that the constellations actually used to gather together in the past, leaving Kim Doohyuk completely stunned. Batch explains that a mysterious door suddenly opened in the illusion realm a very long time ago. His eyes drift as he recalls being trapped in hopeless despair, staring at that mysterious door and wondering what lay beyond. Driven by pure curiosity in that quiet, dark place, Batch finally opened it, while Kim Doohyuk listens with absolute focus. He asks if all the constellations were gathered there. Batch nods, explaining he fled quickly to avoid being recognized as the tower's former master. Every single constellation there had apparently stepped through a similar door that had materialized inside their own illusion realms. They all shared the same look of utter disbelief. This piece of news sends Kim Doohyuk into deep, calculating thought. He asks what became of the door, but Batch just shakes his head, explaining it vanished completely after 2 short days. The entire space likely dissolved with it. Kim Doohyuk suddenly thanks him, calling it incredibly useful information, leaving Batch totally dazed. Blinking in confusion, Batch asks what he means. Kim Doohyuk just smiles secretly, deciding to look deeper into this mysterious door. Later that afternoon, a serene and elegant atmosphere fills the grand hall of the Chinese White Lotus Guild. Sui Lian, the guild leader, can't hide her joy upon seeing Yeon Lang, calling this unexpected visit a pleasant surprise. She expresses surprise that Yeon Lang reached out first, while Yeon Lang hesitates slightly before speaking up. She respectfully asks to see the sacred relic of the Shui family. Shu Lian gently agrees with a soft smile. She says it's a simple request and suggests they head back to the estate immediately. Yu So Yan, they are on their way. During the journey, Yeon Lang's expression darkens as she asks what finally happened to Seal Yeon Hwa. Xu Lian calmly explains that she was forced to step down as family head after her contract with the Constellation was severed. She adds that the woman has also been completely banished from the family, sending Yon Lang into absolute shock. She screams in disbelief at the banishment. Xu Lian nods gently, her eyes flashing with irritation as she brings up the disgraced leader. She explains that Seol Yunhua seized power by deceiving a constellation and using brutal force, which the family finally discovered. And check this out, it was all thanks to Kim Doohyuk, a student who met the constellation directly and exposed her lies. He exposed how she manipulated the god, prompting the elders to immediately banish her. Hearing his name makes Yuan Lang blush. She tries to hide her blushing face while quietly repeating his name. Shui Lian notes that the family head position remains completely vacant. Yuan Lang tilts her head in curiosity, asking why her aunt doesn't just take the vacant seat herself. Shui Lian laughs and shakes her head, explaining that the White Lotus Guild leader is strictly forbidden from becoming the family head. Her voice turns serious as she emphasizes the urgent need to find a suitable successor to lead the family. But before she can finish, a violent tremor shakes the ground. A sudden earthquake. Panicked, Yuan Lang points ahead as massive raging flames engulf the main Shui family estate. With her worst fears coming alive, Shui Lian sprints toward the burning mansion. Fast. She urges Yuan Lang to follow, and the young girl quickly runs alongside her, desperately asking what is happening. Sensing her aunt's grim silence, she presses for answers. Sui Lian reminds her that they are the strongest family in the country. But because of Seol Yunhua's past tyranny and ruthless suppression of rival families, things are changing fast. With her gone, other powerful factions are seizing the opportunity to take the crown of China's #1 family. Shui Lian grits her teeth, furious that these rivals would target their innocent clan members first. Yuan Lang curses in anger as they finally reach the compound. The gates are locked. They smash through the barricaded doors without hesitation, but the sight waiting inside makes Yuan Lang freeze. Bodies lie scattered across the bloody floor, and masked figures stand among the corpses with blood still dripping from their swords. Hearing the intrusion, the assassins slowly turn their gaze toward the doorway, ready to strike again. They turn around instantly, casting a freezing glare at Shui Lian and Yuan Lang. Both of them seem completely frozen. Terrified of the horrific sight, fully masked figures hold weapons, dripping with blood, glaring with intense eyes at the duo. They stare directly at them. Countless bodies litter the ground, staining the entire area red as the masked men quickly raise their weapons right at them. Yuan Lang stands speechless while Shui Lian cries out in fear, calling them complete monsters. Seeing the two appear, the masked leader sneers, asking if there are still survivors left. But then he suddenly stops. He observes them closely, noting their hairstyles. Another masked man behind him speaks up, identifying them as members of the main Shui family. Hearing this, the leader asks if they are related to Seol Yunhua, the very person who ruined their entire plan. After getting confirmation from his allies, the leader grins. He orders his men to slaughter them just like everyone else here. Suddenly, Yuan Lang calmly asks her aunt if the Shu family force other clans to surrender by slaughtering their people. Shui Lian shakes her head, answering with absolute certainty that they have never done anything like this. She only defeated the other clans barehanded to force their surrender, but she never actually took a single life. Hearing this, Yuan Lang clenches her fists tightly. Her voice trembles as she tries to hold back her rising fury. She admits she thought she would never care about this family again, but this cruelty is simply going too far. With that, Yuan Lang charges forward like a wild tempest. Shu Lian frantically cries out her name in sheer panic. Seeing her charge, the masked leader panics for a split second before quickly regaining his cold composure. He swings his sword down with a furious shout. The blade tears through the air, yet Yuan Lang does the unthinkable. She blocks the razor-sharp steel with her bare fist. The masked man gasps in absolute horror at her raw power. Fueled by pure rage, Yuan Lang launches a relentless assault. Before the enemy can even process what is actually happening, she delivers a devastating punch straight to his chest. The impact is absolutely massive, sending him flying backward. He crashes into his comrades, knocking them down. Nearby, a long-haired thug and his bald partner yell out in shock. They cannot believe she took down 2 men instantly, but before they can react, a freezing wind rushes past them. Yuan Lang is already right behind them. She leaps high into the air and unleashes a devastating double kick. Both thugs crash to the floor, writhing in agony before passing out. Sui Lian stands watching in absolute disbelief. Yuan Lang has become incredibly strong compared to her days at the estate. Shui Lian simply cannot help but wonder just what kind of training she underwent with Du Xiu. She is completely lost in her own thoughts. She is so distracted that she fails to notice an enemy sneaking up from the side with his sword raised. It looks like a direct hit, but in a flash, Shui Lian casually raises her hand to deflect him. The thug is sent flying through the air. Once this battle ends, Sui Lian plans to make Yuan Lang the successor. It was the original plan all along. Meanwhile, deep inside the main building, the battle is still raging fiercely. The eldest daughter of the Shu family, Shu Shilin, is growing exhausted from fighting off endless waves of attackers. Her younger sister, Seo Bo-ri, is in no better shape, clutching a shoulder wound while gasping heavily for breath. Sui Shilin surveys the chaos. The surprise attack caught them off guard, leaving absolutely no time to prepare. They seem to be an alliance of different clans, likely striking now because they know the family is leaderless. She casts an anxious glance toward her sister. Even if the elders manage to flee, they cannot hold out. While the elders escape to safety, Seo Bo-ri is clearly running on fumes and cannot fight much longer. Shu Shilin grits her teeth in pure frustration, a mix of helplessness and anger burning in her chest. She refuses to die in a place like this. Suddenly, a massive crash nearby completely catches her attention. Yun Lang is tearing through the enemies with her bare fists, while Xue Lian supports her with lethal precision. Her sharp ice magic pierces through the air, sending the attackers screaming in agony across the battlefield. The sudden display of power leaves the two sisters completely stunned. Recognizing their rescuers, Seo Bo-ri bursts into tears. She calls out to her aunt and Yun Lang. Yun Lang quickly scans the bloody battlefield with a serious expression. She tells Penny that they can catch up later, but first, they need to wipe out these bastards. Seo Bo-ri nods in agreement quickly, wiping away her tears as a newfound hope surges within her. Xue Shilin chuckles, joking that she never expected their family's two absolute strongest members to arrive. With their powerful arrival, Xue Shilin feels a surge of energy, ready to fight with everything she has. He charges forward, shouting for them to fight with all their might. His sudden explosive power catches the masked grunt completely off guard. The thug takes a heavy punch straight to the face. Seo Bo-ri agrees, swinging her blade with a cold, ruthless strike toward two opponents. The masked men scream in agony as her sword tears through them. She keeps up the pressure, her strikes incredibly fast, sharp, and cold. She refuses to give them even a single second to counterattack. But right then, a sneaky attacker suddenly creeps up right behind her. He raises his blade to strike, but before he can swing, a heavy foot crashes straight into his face out of nowhere. Midair, Yun Lang delivers a brutal kick to his head before landing gracefully right behind Seo Bo-ri, holding the line. Standing firm like an unbreakable shield, Yun Lang feels a bit too shy to look at Seo Bo-ri directly, nervously stuttering her concern. "Are you okay, sister?" she asks, correcting herself. Seo Bo-ri is so deeply touched that tears stream down her face as she wipes them. "I am fine, thank you," she whispers. Meanwhile, the remaining masked thugs start panicking, completely terrified by the sheer power of the Xue family. Suddenly, a chilling voice cuts through the air, asking them if they are scared, just as a massive hand violently grabs a thug by the head. The bald leader glares with razor-sharp eyes, demanding to know why they are just standing there watching instead of actually fighting. The terrified grunt turns completely pale, trembling as he begs for forgiveness. But the bald leader only growls in a dark, heavy tone. He speaks slowly, warning everyone around that those girls are running wild only because his own men are acting completely weak. With a brutal grip, he lifts the useless lackey high into the air, calling him a pathetic, worthless piece of trash. He literally crushes the thug's head with his bare hand, sending a violent spray of blood across the ground in an instant. The four members of the Xue family stand frozen in absolute horror at this sheer display of raw, unfiltered cruelty. Suddenly, Xue Lian speaks up, realizing that despite the mask, this giant's massive build and raw power give his true identity away. Looking directly at the bald brute, she reveals his name. He is Qian Huanghao, the powerful leader of the rival Qian family. Exposed, Qian Huanghao pulls off his mask with a mocking laugh, muttering that hiding his face was apparently a waste of time anyway. He proudly admits it, confirming that he is indeed the Grand Patriarch and absolute authority of the notorious Qian clan. With ultimate confidence, he explains that everyone surrounding them is a loyal warrior of his clan, gathered for one grand purpose. They have assembled here today to take back their rightful throne as the single, unchallenged supreme clan of the entire nation. Yun Lang immediately snaps back, pointing out that they did not just gather, they slaughtered innocent people and caused utter chaos. Qian Huanghao just smirks casually, replying that they are only repaying exactly what the Shu family head did to them. He raises his blood-soaked hands, calmly offering them a deal simply because he respects their stubborn, fiery fighting spirit. Looking down on them with pure contempt, he says he will give the four of them one final generous offer. If they willingly agree to become lifetime slaves to his clan, he promises his forces will stop the assault and withdraw. This insulting proposal makes Yun Lang explode with rage, shouting that he only acts tough now after their master nearly scared him to death. She tells the bald coward to get lost, prompting a loud, mockingly angry laugh from Qian Huanghao as he curses her arrogance. He admits their master gave him a nightmare, but his sharp gaze locks onto Yun Lang as his expression turns lethal. Without their master here to protect them, he screams, his eyes burning with malice. The Xue family is absolutely nothing. He immediately hurls a massive, devastating punch straight at Yun Lang, but she refuses to back down and instantly prepares her counter. Standing in the back, Sui Lian smirks in absolute amusement, and honestly, she has every reason to. She quietly notes that this young girl is actually way stronger than the previous leader of the entire Sui clan ever was. Qian Huanghao fires a flaming fist, but Yon Lang matches his intensity as they prepare to clash head-on in an epic collision. Right as they are about to impact, Yon Lang gasps in surprise as everything suddenly seems to grind to a complete halt. She wonders if he is frozen like a statue, but then she instantly realizes what is actually happening in this moment. Her opponent's massive frame is moving in ultra-slow motion, allowing her to read every single subtle shift of his weight. She remembers her brutal training sessions with Du Sixu, and a cheeky grin spreads across her face as it all clicks. Realizing this is the incredible fruit of her hard training, she wastes no time exploiting this massive godlike advantage. She effortlessly slips right past his flaming strike and delivers a heavy counterpunch, immediately turning away with cold indifference. Qian Huanghao staggers backward from the sheer impact, coughing up a heavy mouthful of fresh dark blood in complete disbelief. Staring blankly at her, he cannot process how a mere girl just broke him. Just a second later, his knees buckle. The mighty patriarch crashes hard to the dirt. His loyal minions watch in utter horror, whispering if their leader was just defeated. They scatter in all directions like cockroaches, screaming for everyone to run. This cowardly retreat only makes Yon Lang shake with rage. Fuming with rage, she screams at the fleeing Qian clan, calling them absolute trash, who are only running away because they cannot win. Once they disappear, Yon Lang turns to her sisters, suggesting they head over to help the fallen members, and Seol Shirim instantly agrees. Nodding, she turns to Seol Yun with a warm smile, admitting she finally understands why her aunt nominated Yon Lang as their next clan leader. Expressing her full approval, Seol Shirim looks back at Seol Yun and voices her agreement before pointing over toward young Seol Bayer. She asks if she feels the same way, and without a single moment of hesitation, Seol Bayer softly chimes in to say yes. Seol Yun stays quiet for a moment before smiling and saying she understands, though her gaze suddenly sharpens with deep, serious intent. Nearby, Yuan Lang is already busy helping the wounded walk. Following that brutal battle, Seol Yuan suddenly escorts the young girl to a frozen landscape. Looking around the freezing snow-covered wasteland in complete confusion, Yuan Lang asks where they are, wondering how they left the house so quickly. Seol Yun quietly replies that this must be her very first time visiting the area, gently calling out Yuan Lang's name. Pausing, Seol Yun explains that this is the Constellation Room, the sacred vault guarding the most precious relics of the Seol clan. This frozen plain acts as an impenetrable barrier protecting their treasures, and Yuan Lang nods along, taking in every single word. After Yuan Lang confirms she understands Seol, Yun looks ahead and notes that they have finally arrived at their destination. Suddenly, she thrusts her arm deep into the white snow, reaching for a hidden prize buried beneath the frozen drifts. Pulling out a treasure box, Seol Yun pops it open, revealing the sacred relic belonging to the ruler of the deep snow constellation. Yuan Lang steps closer to inspect it, quite surprised as she remarks that it looks exactly like an ordinary everyday glove. Staring at the glove, she cannot help but wonder if possessing this weapon would make her faster and stronger, just like Choi Aaron. Suddenly, her face flushes bright red as another warm thought hits her, making her feel incredibly flustered and shy. If she gets stronger, Kim Joo-hyuk will definitely watch her train more, and they can finally attend the special class together. Seeing her blushing expression, Seol Yun lets out a soft, knowing chuckle and asks a sudden question. She asks if she really likes the holy relic, prompting a very honest, soft nod of agreement from the girl. Seol Yun adds that she knows she did not just reach out to satisfy her curiosity, but because she truly needs this weapon right now. Yuan Lang is too embarrassed to answer at first, but after a few quiet seconds, she shakes her head in polite denial. She insists she only wanted to look at it, explaining that she plans on returning to Korea soon, but her aunt cuts her off. Smiling warmly, Seol Yun looks at her with absolute gentleness, teasing that her red face has already spoken the truth for her. She tells her there is no need to lie, promising she has no intention of scolding her, and then directly asks about her goal. Left with no choice, Yuan Lang finally confesses, admitting that the energy radiating from the gauntlets is incredibly powerful. She sheepishly says that while it sounds incredibly sudden, she really wants to form a direct contract with the constellation sealed inside. Although she does not know all the details, she is certain this is her only path to gaining real, overwhelming power. Hearing this, Seol Yun asks if her intense training alongside Kim Joo-hyuk has not already made her strong enough. Yuan Lang explains that she is chasing a completely different kind of power, though she cannot share any more details just yet. After a brief silence, Seol Yun offers a rather unexpected proposal, asking if she would be willing to become their new clan head. Yuan Lang is absolutely stunned by the suggestion, her eyes widening in sheer shock as she practically screams in disbelief. Flustered, she asks where this is suddenly coming from, protesting that she has never once considered taking on such a massive role. Seol Yun calmly shifts the topic, asking if she knows what kind of pacts one can forge with a constellation. Yeonlang seriously lists blessings and contracts, and her aunt nods in agreement, confirming that she is absolutely correct. She explains that there are actually 3 levels, including standard contracts and true contracts, which catches Yeonlang attention. Yeonlang recalls learning about this back at Valhalla Academy, noting that while standard pacts can be made with multiple people, a true contract is exclusive. Seol Yoon confirms this is true, looking directly at her as she continues her explanation. She explains that a true contract grants unparalleled godlike strength that regular common contracts simply cannot compare to. Shocked, Yunlang asks if that is really true, prompting a very serious expression from her aunt. She points out that when a clan has a guardian constellation, it typically only signs a true pact with the clan leader. Reminding Yunlang of her goal to grow stronger, she advises that taking leadership is the fastest route to forging that ultimate bond. Although this highly tempting offer seriously shakes her resolve, the young girl immediately tries to dodge the heavy responsibility. She protests that she is only 17 years old, but Seol Yeon falls quiet, softly admitting that it might seem that way. Thinking back to their recent battle, she somberly adds that their clan is currently facing multiple serious threats with no stable leader. The patriarch position remains empty, and today's raid is proof of that instability. Seol Leon gently advises her, saying that as a member of the Seol family she cannot stand by and let this chaos continue. That is why she wants to nominate her. She wants Yeonlang to lead as the new patriarch of the Seol clan, mentioning that her sisters have already agreed. The family has fully aligned on this. A startled Yeonlang asks about her sisters, but Seol Lian quickly reassures her with a gentle smile. She tells Yeonlang not to worry about the heavy politics. A 17-year-old should enjoy her youth instead of carrying the burden of the entire family. Seol Lian promises to handle the heavy lifting herself, though she expects her to grow. She simply wants her to develop the strength and character fit for a true leader, which is why she suggested this grand path. Yeonlang falls silent, weighing the heavy proposal. After a brief moment of quiet contemplation, she makes her ultimate choice. She will do it. Yeonlang confidently points to herself, declaring she will become the next patriarch of the Seol clan. Overjoyed, Seol Lian smiles happily and presents the sacred relic in her hands, asking her to take the first crucial step. She instructs Yeonlang to take the relic to the astral realm and claim the recognition of the powerful Constellation Lord. Yeonlang takes a deep breath, nods, and steps forward. She reaches out to touch the mysterious gauntlet. The moment her fingers make contact, a massive burst of energy erupts, instantly transporting her to a strange, unfamiliar realm. She finds herself in an endless frozen void where the primal frost god sits arrogantly on his throne, staring down. Shaken, Yeonlang takes a step back as the cold deity flashes a bizarre, unsettling smile within the frozen expanse. Meanwhile, back in reality, Seol Lian keeps her eyes glued to Yeonlang, holding her breath in tense anticipation. Her eyes widen and a relieved smile plays on her lips. Right on cue, Yeonlang slowly wakes from the trance. She holds the gauntlet firmly and turns to give Seol Lian a reassuring nod, signaling her absolute success. Seol Lian exhales a long sigh of relief, her racing heart finally settling. Fast forward a few weeks later in America. Kim Doohyuk and Choi Erin arrive outside the soaring tower of the prestigious Hero Academy, where massive crowds are gathered. The Academy Stadium is absolutely electric, with wild cheers echoing through the stands as everyone anticipates the upcoming showdown. Countless elite students from all sorts of rival academies pack the arena floor, turning the entire venue into a massive sea of bodies. Kim Joo-hyuk takes in the overwhelming crowd with a bored, half-hearted gaze, completely unbothered by the heavy tension. Honestly, this is such a drag. He never expected them to launch a world championship right at the start. Just a few days ago, the academy director had called him in for a very sudden private meeting. Kim Joo-hyuk had frowned, questioning why the director was summoning him to the office during their precious school break. He was busy training, but the director apologizes sincerely for interrupting his focus to ask for a huge favor. Shocked, Kim Joo-hyuk wonders why on earth the director would need his personal help, and the man nods seriously. The director confirms the favor and asks if he knows the new school semester starts next week, earning a blank shrug. Kim Joo-hyuk admits he completely forgot to check the calendar. Leaning back, the director reveals the world tournament is also scheduled. He mentions hearing about it briefly before. The director explains it operates similarly to the previous high-profile tournament. That previous event took place right before he took office, but this global tournament is on another scale entirely. With a grave look, he points out that every top academy worldwide will be sending their absolute best representatives. It will not just be the big 3 academies competing, but international institutions sending their peak prodigies as well. To make it simple, the director says it behaves like an elite selection match, but specifically targeting the first-year class. Confused, Kim Joo-hyuk questions why they are focusing on freshmen instead of more experienced second- or third-year students. The director explains that older students are usually busy with actual guild training and field missions as active hunters. Kim Joo-hyuk suddenly realizes the logic, remembering that this academy is primarily built to produce elite active hunters. The director nods, resting his hands on the desk. After all, the main goal is graduation and deployment. Forcing upperclassmen to compete too often would distract them from securing stable spots in the top hunter guilds. Freshmen, however, need the massive exposure to attract high-tier guilds and massive corporate sponsorships early on. After laying out all the details, the director finally makes his pitch, staring directly at the young powerhouse. He asks if Kim Joo-hyuk will enter the world tournament as the official champion representing Valhalla Academy. Kim Joo-hyuk fixes him with a blank stare, asking if that is the grand favor. He quietly considers the offer. He asks where the battleground will be, and the director smiles, revealing it is located at America's Hero Academy. Hearing this, Joo-hyuk is completely shocked. That place, was it not just attacked and utterly destroyed a short while ago? Blackett looks at him and says he heard that thanks to him there was no major damage, and after that, the academy was fully rebuilt. Next, Blackett shifts the topic to the upcoming tournament. It seems they are hosting the World Championship in America on a fixed date. This has been a long tradition, even if it means they had to race against time. Joo-hyuk slowly speaks up, asking if that is so. His cold attitude makes Blackett say gloomily, "Never mind if you do not want to be our representative. I will ask another special class student," but before he can finish, Joo-hyuk cuts in and says he will participate. Blackett stares blankly, unable to believe his ears, asking what he just said. Joo-hyuk calmly explains he is joining because he wants to visit Hero Academy. Suddenly, Bar appears out of nowhere and asks if it is because of the familiar magic power he felt earlier. He nods, agreeing it might be related to his disciple. Then Blackett suddenly asks him if he wants to bring another student along with him. Joo-hyuk falls into deep thought, wondering about bringing another student. Blackett nods and starts to explain the details. In the World Championship, each academy sends 2 representatives. If you did not go, I was going to choose a student from the special class. Do you have any suggestions? Joo-hyuk thinks it over carefully and asks to send Yeon Lang. Aside from him, she is probably the strongest. But Blackett reminds him that although she is in the special class, she is not actually a student of our Valhalla Academy. Joo-hyuk is startled as he suddenly remembers this fact. Ah, that is right. After considering it, Joo-hyuk makes his final decision to go with Choi Arin instead. She has maintained excellent form during battles lately. Blackett nods in agreement. Then Joo-hyuk recalls the guide's words and falls into deep thought. Feeling anxious about several things, he decides to bring along Mi's abilities as well. He recalls how the guide suddenly appeared in front of him earlier, saying in a panicked voice that they are in trouble. As he sat thinking in his room, her sudden appearance and terrifying warning shocked him into asking what went wrong. Why did she call him so abruptly? He approached her, asking if she had not said they would not meet for a while. The guide hurriedly apologizes, explaining that the situation is extremely urgent and she had no other choice but to come. She gasped for air, apologizing for her sudden arrival before warning him that the red demon was not the only one. She coldly delivers the grim news that everyone from the second floor of the Tower of Destruction has appeared. Hearing this, Joo-hyuk tenses up and stretches his neck, muttering that before his reincarnation, those bastards would be nothing. But in his current weak state, things will be quite difficult. The guide anxiously says they likely will not act yet. The Labyrinth Lord must have ordered them to hold back, since mindless killing would only ruin their reputation. The guide trembles in fear, expressing her deep unease about what these monsters might plan to do next. She warns him that warning him beforehand like she used to will be difficult now, so he must stay vigilant. Joo-hyuk smirks confidently, questioning the need to be careful. Honestly, who could even threaten this monster? He seriously reminds her that she is the one who needs to be careful, cautioning the guide not to overdo it. Otherwise, she might get caught by the Labyrinth Lord. The guide chuckles softly, mentioning it has been a while since someone showed her this kind of genuine care. She smiles, accepting his warning, and promises to be extremely careful. Back in reality, Joo-hyuk stands in the arena feeling uneasy. At least he managed to form a temporary contract with me to secure extra powers before arriving here. But has he been overthinking things? Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out. Calling his name, Choi Arin approaches. Joo-hyuk turns to ask what is up, and she blushes before speaking. She heard from the director that he recommended her as the second representative of Valhalla Academy alongside him. She smiles, thanking him and promising to do her best to avoid being a burden. Joo-hyuk simply nods in response. It is no big deal, so she should just relax since they are guaranteed to win anyway. Choi Arin smiles warmly. Meanwhile, 2 pairs of eyes watch Joo-hyuk intently. The brown-haired man among them is Logan Jr. from Hero Academy. He is a first-year student who immediately recognizes Joo-hyuk, thinking to himself that his predictions were correct. Watching them chat, Logan Jr. realizes that with Joo-hyuk here, Valhalla is now the absolute favorite to win. He whispers that they still have unsettled business with him. The blonde girl beside him nods in silent agreement. That blonde girl is Melissa, another first-year student from Hero Academy. She fixes her gaze directly on Doohyuk, expressing her deep gratitude for saving their lives in the Great Forest, admitting they would have surely died otherwise. Hearing this, Logan Jr. awkwardly adjusts his collar and admits that he actually feels the exact same way about the whole situation. He explains he only wanted to use this tournament as an excuse to talk to him curiously, asking how someone could possibly be that strong. Just then, a stern voice cuts through the air. President Bach stands on the stage, addressing everyone with a simple welcome. Looking out at the crowd, he greets all the students and spectators who have gathered here for the prestigious World Championship. Introducing himself as Bach, the chairman of the Hero Academy, he notes the massive crowd before addressing the school's recent troubles. He acknowledges the attack on the academy before the tournament started, understanding why so many people are currently feeling quite anxious. His current appearance is a direct result of that battle, but he quickly reassures everyone that the main culprit has already been dealt with. The damaged buildings have been completely rebuilt, and they have prioritized absolute security for the entire duration of this grand event. They have placed safety above everything else, resulting in the total number of security personnel being boosted to well over 200 guards. Bach confidently tells everyone to relax and enjoy themselves before shifting his focus to explain the specific rules of the upcoming competition. Diving into the details, he announces that the World Championship will take place over a grueling period of 2 days and 1 night. The first day's main objective is to successfully conquer a massive maze, while Rogan closely watches the broadcast from a far-off monitor. He keeps a serious face while staring at the projection screen until a soft, familiar voice suddenly calls out his name from behind. The white-haired woman walking in is Lenia from the Contractor Association, who gently asks him what exactly he is doing around here. Rogan turns with a stern look, retorting that he should be the one asking what she is doing at this academy. Lenia frowns and says she is simply doing her job, explaining she heard about the suspicious individual who attacked the academy recently. Obviously, the academy cannot risk another incident with so many talented young students gathered in one single place, leading them to higher security. Lenia casually adds that her company managed to secure the safety contract, which is why she is currently on site supervising. Rogan remains slightly skeptical, questioning her claim before eventually opening up and sharing his own reason for attending this event. He points out that a specific participant caught his attention, prompting Lenia to curiously ask if he is referring to his own son. Rogan quickly shakes his head to deny it, clarifying that his actual interest lies elsewhere before slowly uttering the name Kim. Before he can expand on it, a bizarre loud noise suddenly disrupts the peace, leaving Rogan thoroughly startled as he asks what it is. Lenia dashes toward the sound, realizing it is coming from right outside the stadium, and the two immediately rush out to inspect the situation. Stepping outside, she is frozen in absolute shock at the sight of an endless wave of zombies, suddenly rushing straight toward them with wild roars. The horde charges aggressively, forcing a terrified Lenia to widen her eyes in disbelief as she tries to process what is happening. She wonders what on earth these monsters are when her radio suddenly crackles to life with a panicked voice desperately calling for the captain. Grabbing her radio, Lenia angrily demands to know why they didn't report this sooner, especially since they were supposed to be on high alert. The guard on the other end stammers while a nearby blonde-haired man looks at the incoming zombie horde with sheer terror. He stutters about the creatures only to shriek in panic as another undead monster suddenly claws its way out of the ground. Lenia's face turns pale at the news. In a flash, she leaps over the railing, determined to handle the threat. Telling Rogan she will handle the zombies, he nods in agreement as she quickly drops down to confront the massive horde directly. Unleashing her aura, she commands her team to stay calm and stop these beasts at all costs before they can reach the students. Her squad answers with a unified booming shout of agreement, ready to lay their lives on the line for the safety of the academy. Sensing the immense danger radiating from Lenia, the aggressive zombies let out blood-curdling shrieks and charge directly at her group. Lenia retaliates with blinding speed, analyzing her targets before loudly reassuring her squad that these monsters are actually quite fragile. She tells them not to fear since their endurance is weak, though she grows frustrated seeing more and more undead rise from the soil. Realizing that despite their low defense the wave is endless, she wonders if a full-scale calamity has already struck the area. Mid-battle, she turns to a glasses-wearing squad member and asks if she can see anything resembling a maze in the vicinity. Fending off the attacks, the girl replies negatively, leaving Lenia to curse under her breath about how impossible this whole situation seems. She wonders how so many beasts can appear without an active rift, her mind instantly racing with worry for the students inside the stadium. Since they are emerging from deep underground, she knows the inside of the arena must be in an incredibly dangerous state right now. Sure enough, a dark haze spreads across a blood-red sky, sending the students into an absolute panic as they scatter in fear of the ghouls. Kim Doohyuk frowns at the unfolding chaos, quietly wondering what on earth is happening as he calmly watches the monsters emerge. He questions the sudden appearance of these beasts, just as a loud emergency siren begins to echo throughout the entire venue. The event is officially canceled, with President Bach screaming over the PA system for all students and spectators to evacuate immediately. The Hero Academy guides quickly direct everyone toward the emergency exits, urging them to evacuate. Meanwhile, Beck's heart sinks in pure disbelief. What is happening? First, they face a Constellation attack and now a complete disaster. Seeing the chaos unfold, Beck is consumed by deep guilt, knowing he stubbornly pushed for a competition that should have originally been postponed. He blames himself entirely. Just then, Jack Rover, a worried instructor from the academy, approaches and anxiously tells the chairman he must evacuate immediately. But Beck just speaks up in a remarkably calm voice. Go help the students. Jack Rover completely freezes in shock. He can only nod in confusion as Beck steps up. Beck rolls up his sleeves, glaring fiercely at the approaching undead, declaring he will crush them all until everyone evacuates. With that, he throws a simple punch, unleashing a massive surge of blue energy before charging straight into the fray. An undead creature screeches in shock as Beck suddenly appears right in front of it, raising his fist to strike. He unleashes a devastating punch, triggering a blast that instantly blows 3 undead away. Nearby, Kim Joo-hyuk stands quietly observing the fight, watching this insane burst of power. He finally understands how Beck fought the Red Demon. With a serious face, Kim Joo-hyuk glances at the horde creeping behind them. Something about this feels way too familiar, and mindless bashing won't stop them. Suddenly, a memory flashes in his mind. He remembers. Meanwhile, a fresh wave of snarling undead continues to charge forward. Ready for battle, Erin draws her blade to confront the approaching monsters. With a swift movement, she unsheathes her sword, unleashing a powerful slash that cleaves through the front lines. The sheer force leaves the remaining undead screaming in terror. Erin's devastating strike slices them into multiple pieces, giving the panicking spectators the perfect opening to escape the stadium. But as more hordes keep pouring in, Erin is stunned, wondering how there can still be so many left. Suddenly, Kim Joo-hyuk appears at her side, warning her not to waste her energy since these bastards will keep coming endlessly. Erin mutters his name in surprise. Kim Joo-hyuk just smirks, drawing his weapon while coldly declaring that all the dead here will be sent back to where they belong. Channeling a surge of energy, he suddenly drives his blade deep into the ground. He flashes a dark smile at the horde, remembering Moron as he whispers that this is the best way to handle them. Meanwhile, over on Beck's side of the battlefield, the chairman is busy tearing through the undead with his powerful fists. But then he stops. His eyes widen in complete shock at the bizarre sight right in front of him. The undead are melting, completely dissolving. Beck pulls his fist back, staring in utter disbelief at the strange scene. This isn't his power. Sensing the massive energy, he frantically scans the area. None of his guides can do this. Who could have done this? Then his eyes land on Kim Joo-hyuk holding his weapon. Beck silently wonders if it was him again. Having temporarily cleared the horde, Kim Joo-hyuk turns to Erin, explaining that this magic is only a brief stalling tactic. They will be back soon, so she needs to conserve her energy and only fight them when absolutely necessary. Erin nods quietly in agreement before asking what he plans to do next. Kim Joo-hyuk lets out a soft sigh, excitedly touching his magic ring as he declares it is finally time to hunt down the bastard behind this mess. Deep inside a pitch-black room, a mysterious cloaked figure watches the chaos unfold. Suddenly, Watcha feels a cold shiver. Muttering how strange this is, he nervously rests his hand on the table, stammering that he cannot sense the demons. Since there were plenty of sacrifice materials inside the stadium, a shortage should be completely impossible. He begins to panic. Wondering if a powerful contractor is fighting back, Watcha reasons that even an elite would struggle with those endless numbers. A twisted smile spreads across his face as he mutters that he will make this contractor beautiful before they die. His crazy laugh is cut short. A cold, booming voice rings out from the shadows, calling him a sick pervert. Kim Joo-hyuk casually blasts right through the back wall, calling out the villain who has been hiding in the shadows. Watcha whips around in absolute terror, his eyes wide with shock. Seeing his target, Kim Joo-hyuk flashes a wild, sinister grin. The boy's sudden intrusion leaves Watcha completely paralyzed with fear, his voice trembling as he struggles to speak coherent words. Demanding to know how he got here, Watcha backs away. Kim Joo-hyuk prepares his strike casually, asking if there is any other way before landing a devastating kick, explaining that the villain's own disgusting magic guided him straight here. The brutal blow sends Watcha stumbling back in agony, clutching his stomach as he shrieks, glaring up in fury. He curses him, slamming his hand onto the ground to summon a fresh horde of undead to shield himself. Faced with a massive army, Kim Joo-hyuk just laughs, raising his blade to sweep them away with a single devastating strike. He mockingly remarks that the villain only relies on numbers because he is too weak to fight on his own. Watcha stands frozen in complete disbelief, watching his once mighty army get wiped out in a single heartbeat. Before he can even recover his senses, a cold blade is already pointed right at his face, forcing him to scramble backward in terror. But Yoo-hyuk doesn't strike him, turning instead to shatter Watcha's rising fortress before resting his sword on his shoulder with a smirk. He comments that Watcha is still pretty good at dodging, then calls his name so coldly it drains all the color from the summoner's face. Terrified, Watcha stammers, asking how he could possibly know his real name since it is not just some Constellation's moniker. Don't tell me, he points a shaking finger, suddenly remembering that arrogant speaking style and that unmistakable, terrifying magic power. Watcha finally realizes he is standing right in front of the martial god himself, as Yu He-wook smiles and calls him a filthy necrophiliac. With an excited grin, He-wook lunges forward to slash Watcha's neck, teasing that it took him quite a while to finally figure it out. Luckily, Watcha manages to block the incoming strike just in time, his desperate eyes suddenly turning sharper than ever before. But those blocking hands are instantly severed by the cold blade. A flash of light, blood spraying, and Watcha screams in agonizing pain. He stares in horror at his half-sliced wrist, but before the initial shock can even settle, another attack is already on the way. Yu He-wook closes the distance in a flash, pointing his blade right at Watcha's face, close enough to feel the cold steel. He swings downward with absolute deadly precision, the sharp edge tearing right through Watcha's shoulder in a split second. Screaming in pain, the summoner is forced to sacrifice his shoulder just to survive, backing away to clutch his bloody wound. As Watcha pants heavily, Yu He-wook sighs in annoyance, asking how long the coward plans on running and dodging. He glares coldly, warning that if Watcha keeps playing defensively, he will end up completely dismembered just like that red demon. Gasping for air, a chilling realization hits Watcha, is that why they lost contact with the red demon in the first place. Did the vanguard of their invasion get taken down by this guy? Yu He-wook just casually shrugs and cheerfully admits it. Yeah, he suddenly showed up and started causing trouble, so I just killed him. Hearing this, Watcha grinds his teeth in pure rage. Screaming in absolute fury, he summons another massive undead, this one easily towering at 3 times Yu He-wook's size. Hiding safely behind the colossal beast, Watcha stammers out that they only came down here under direct orders. The giant corpse raises a massive fist for a killing blow as Watcha lets out an arrogant, mocking laugh. He screams that fighting them is completely useless, and on cue, the giant monster swings its fist directly at He-wook. But He-wook effortlessly sidesteps, letting the colossal fist smash into the wall behind him before channeling mana into his blade. Mocking the claim of it being useless, he calmly drives his sword straight into the giant undead's heart, making it howl. Wait for it. Suddenly, the magic energy shifts to a bright blue, leaving Watcha completely stunned at what he is seeing. An entirely different form of energy separate from the martial god is swirling around and getting absorbed back into the blade. Watcha can only watch in absolute horror as his ultimate summon completely melts away into nothingness right before his eyes. Falling to his knees in despair, he laments his precious ghoul, wondering if all his other summons met the same fate. Still reeling from the shock, the summoner fails to notice He-wook raising his sword right above him. With a single swift slash, Watcha's head is severed, rolling across the floor as his disembodied voice desperately cries out. He admits the martial god is strong, but He-wook just crouches down in front of the head with an amused grin. He notes that Watcha is surprisingly hard to kill, whining just as much as he did in their past battles. The rolling head argues back, pointing out that his physical vessel is already breaking down and will soon fade away. But he claims it does not matter because his title will eventually be released and reborn back into the world. He promises to return alongside the red demon, but He-wook just lets out a soft sigh and slowly stands back up. He asks if that is why Watcha kept calling his efforts useless, a thick, suffocating aura of killing intent suddenly flaring up. He-wook curiously asks where the summoner thinks the red demon is right now, leaving Watcha looking slightly confused by the question. Watcha replies that the demon must have ascended already, but He-wook simply raises his glowing ring and coldly whispers right here. Pure terror floods Watcha's eyes as he stammers desperately, pleading for it to be a giant lie. He gasps in pure horror, realizing He-wook has already absorbed the title, while He-wook just smiles down at his mysterious ring. He explains that it apparently mimics the absorption method of the Labyrinth Lord, though he does not really understand how it works. But who really cares, he adds ruthlessly, because either way Watcha is about to share the exact same fate as the red demon. Watcha screams in sheer panic, begging for mercy as he sees the dark ring drawing closer to his severed head. But the pleading is entirely useless, and Watcha's soul is violently sucked into the ring, leaving He-wook quite pleased. Doohyuk looks down at the ring on his hand. Meanwhile, Bracket and Adile Venchik closely watches every move through the monitor. Bracket turns and asks what she thinks. Adile Venchik gasps in absolute shock, whispering that it is actually real. Her eyes fill with admiration as she looks at Doohyuk, repeating that this is just completely unbelievable. Turning to her, Bracket asks which part she is talking about. He calls her Lady Venchik, but she just stares. She tells him to just call her Adelia. Bracket stands there quietly, listening closely as she continues. She asks if he saw Doohyuk use their own Constellation skill earlier, referring to how the monsters melted. Usually Constellation abilities are kept strictly secret from outsiders, but she wants to share it. Since they are allies, she reveals that their Constellation power is actually poison. Hearing this, Bracket is stunned. He turns to her, asking if she really means poison. Adelia confirms it with a simple nod. With her golden sword burning, she explains that this power actually converts raw mana into deadly poison. It can be applied directly or coated onto weapons, though the lethality depends entirely on the contractor. A bit confused, Brackett asks what would happen if an ordinary contractor tried to wield a power like that. Adelia explains that opponents would suffer agonizing pain and collapse, but they would not die instantly. It is usually just a backup attack. Adelia looks worried, knowing something is off. Even she, the primary contractor, has to score a direct hit to melt an enemy from the inside. Brackett nods in understanding. Meanwhile, Doohyuk is still inside the warp circle as Adelia continues her explanation. Melting monsters completely with poison is a whole different league. Brackett asks in shock if it is really that hard. She remembers Doohyuk fighting those monsters alone. Her eyes turn serious as she points out another detail. Doohyuk only has a temporary contract, yet he melted every single enemy without even laying a hand on them. With a pleased smile, she admits this is her first time seeing Doohyuk fight, and she is thoroughly impressed. Brackett agrees. Just then, a message from the Constellation pops up on screen asking if they still do not understand. Stunned by the words, Adelia murmurs Constellation in confusion. Suddenly, a mysterious figure wearing a crow mask speaks up. He claims that while poison is his specialty, his master helped him refine it to a whole different level. Adelia stares at the screen and smiles to herself, admitting that she indeed failed to see his true potential. She tells Brackett that once Doohyuk returns, she wants to ask him for a favor, shocking him completely. He asks what kind of favor, and Adelia grins, revealing she wants Doohyuk to become her teacher. Elsewhere, a heavy gloomy atmosphere hangs over a ruined city. Lenia sits silently while injured soldiers gather behind her. She barks out orders, telling the uninjured soldiers to treat the wounded and assess the damage immediately. A bespectacled man nods in agreement. Lenia wipes the blood from her face, wondering what just happened. She scans the distance with a frown, knowing there is no active dungeon nearby. So, where did they come from? Why did the monsters swarm in like that, only to stop so suddenly? Then Doohyuk's smug grin flashes in her mind. She remembers the terrifying horde of monsters with hideous jagged teeth that had lunged to attack her. She had charged forward bravely, crushing them one by one with the sheer force of her powerful punches. The beasts dropped like flies, but as their comrades fell, the remaining monsters only grew more ferocious. They charged at her with absolute madness. Catching her breath, she curses silently under her breath. No matter how many of these things she kills, their numbers do not seem to drop at all. To make matters worse, her rapid-fire punch skill is terrible for crowd control since it drains too much mana. Gritting her teeth, she angrily realizes these beasts must be spawning from a specific source, but where is it? Suddenly, her eyes widen in shock as a figure appears right in front of her out of nowhere. It is a boy wearing a high school uniform. She wonders where on earth a student came from. But get this, seeing the monsters lashing out at the defenseless boy, Lenia screams for him to run. But instead of running, Doohyuk just smirks and calmly pulls out a gleaming razor-sharp dagger from his belt. With a cold smile, he drives the blade deep into the ground, unleashing a strange blue light. The earth shatters, freezing every beast in its tracks, and their hideous bodies slowly begin to melt away. The entire horde dissolves into nothingness right before Lenia's eyes, leaving her utterly speechless at the sight. Resting her chin, she furrows her brow in quiet assessment. She had no idea who he was at first, but it turned out to be the famous Kim Doohyuk. He is the talk of the town lately, ending the entire crisis in a single blow. Lenia can hardly believe her eyes, questioning if this is even real. The swarming monsters vanished the second Kim Doohyuk made his move. Rogan calls out to ask if she is all right. Startled, Lenia spins around and asks Rogan if things are all right inside. He nods, telling her that by the time he got inside, the students from Valhalla and Barshe had already handled it. Lenia frowns and recalls something he once mentioned. She asks if he is still interested in that one member. Rogan confirms he is, so Lenia asks if that person is Kim Doohyuk. Slightly surprised, he admits she is right. She continues asking if he would believe her. She told him that Kim Doohyuk ended this entire mess. Rogan is completely shocked, demanding to know what she means. Furrowing her brow, she explains that he charged right into the undead horde alone, plunged his sword into the ground, and melted the entire swarm. The undead stopped their assault entirely. Rogan strokes his chin in deep thought. Melted, the ruler of the underworld, supposedly contracted with Kim Doohyuk, does not possess such power. He recalls Barrett warning him to keep this information strictly secret. We must be extremely cautious with our constellation power. Snapping back to reality, Rogan asks Lenia where Kim Doohyuk headed after that. Lenia has no idea. Rogan crosses his arms, muttering that it cannot be helped since he wanted to ask some questions, but it will have to wait for another time. He tells her he is heading inside and she should update Barsh before leaving. Yelling in shock, Lenia asks where he is going since he was looking for Kim Doohyuk. Rogan calmly explains that while he is curious about the incident, he has no intention of digging any deeper. That is not his concern. But Lenia protests, arguing that they must investigate Kim Doohyuk to see if he has any connection to the undead. Rogan warns her with absolute gravity that he rarely interferes in other people's business. But as his eyes flare with cold, murderous intent, he delivers a bone-chilling warning. Do not push any further, or you will lose your life. Hearing this, Lenia freezes in sheer terror, gasping in disbelief. She demands a clear explanation, but Rogan simply walks away. Later that night on a remote island. On a certain remote island, Hook breaks some shocking news to Catfish and Vampire, telling them that Watcha has been captured. Catfish gasps in disbelief. Captured already? That was far too fast, just like Han Wai's failure. Vampire scoffs, muttering that he was too arrogant, relying solely on the undead. Catfish ignores the freak's fate but notes that both Hong Wai and Watcha fell far too quickly. At this rate, their entire mission down here is completely pointless. Things keep going wrong because they are acting individually. So Bai suggests it is time to move together. Hook agrees, confident that they will easily crush those bastards. Meanwhile, Kim Joo-hyuk is walking down the street with Erin. She sighs, mentioning that the tournament was ultimately cancelled due to the monster attack. It is such a shame to go home empty-handed after traveling all the way to America. But Kim Joo-hyuk reassures her that, since there is nothing of use here anyway, heading back early is actually pretty lucky. Then he asks if anything else happened, if anything strange happened at the stadium. Erin replies that some monsters appeared afterward, but they handled them with no major casualties and the portals closed up. Kim Joo-hyuk breathes a sigh of relief. Surprised, Erin asks if he was the one who stopped them. Kim Joo-hyuk shrugs indifferently and admits that he basically did. He explains that the creature looked familiar, like something he had been looking for, so he captured it. Puzzled, Erin asks what he meant by familiar, but Kim Joo-hyuk tells her it is nothing important. He quietly scolds himself for letting too much slip. Erin then asks where they are heading since. Erin points out that the airport bus stop is right ahead. But Kim Joo-hyuk explains that because of the sudden tournament cancellation, direct flights back are extremely hard to find, meaning their return trip to Korea will take much longer. Erin blushes slightly at this, secretly thinking that spending more time on the road is actually a good thing. But Kim Joo-hyuk points to a different path, telling her to follow him because he knows a faster way. He has the president's permission to share this secret with a special class. Looking around as they walk, he mutters that it should be nearby. Finally, they reach an old door, and he happily calls out that he found it. He grabs the handle, opens the door, and steps inside while Erin drags her suitcase right behind him. Erin looks around, asking if it is just a dusty old warehouse, but Kim Joo-hyuk says the room itself does not matter. He recalls his talk with Barrett, confirming they can access the dimensional market from any country. He replies that gates and markets are scattered all over the world, prompting Kim Joo-hyuk to ask Black Cat if they can use these gates as teleportation points. Black Cat answers that it is possible, but the massive distance makes direct travel difficult, straight to another country, so Black Cat suggests a solution. He proposes that they enter the market and head to the central tower in Zone 7, allowing them to access the gates and travel to other countries from there. Black Cat adds that this method will keep things perfectly safe and easy for the special class students as they use a secret passage to enter and leave the tower, ensuring regular market goers do not get suspicious of their school uniforms. Kim Joo-hyuk nods in understanding. Black Cat then reminds him that if he ever needs to return here, he can do it directly from the tower. Knowing that the president already linked the tower to Valhalla, Kim Joo-hyuk fully understands the situation. Inside the warehouse, Kim Joo-hyuk spots something and points toward a door, telling Choi Erin to follow him, leaving her totally stunned. As Kim Joo-hyuk slowly opens the door, a bright light floods Choi Erin's face. Stepping through, they suddenly find themselves in a completely unfamiliar city. Later, outside a locked iron gate, Kim Joo-hyuk pushes the door open as Choi Erin follows him inside. Erin. He turns to praise her great work today, telling her to head inside while he reports their activities to the director. Erin happily nods. With a shy, warm smile, she tells him that he worked incredibly hard today as well. She waves goodbye, promising to see him tomorrow. Kim Joo-hyuk smiles warmly as she walks away, then looks down at his pocket. Reaching inside, Kim Joo-hyuk pulls out a mysterious ring. He stares at it with a smirk, knowing this marks the third one. Including the boss of that very first labyrinth, absorbing treasures of this caliber has noticeably boosted his strength every single time. He is genuinely excited to see how far this takes him. Slipping the ring away, he decides to inspect it later. For now, he needs to check in with Black Cat, who is likely still awake, waiting for his final report. Kim Joo-hyuk pushes the door open, calling his name. Black Cat greets him with a wide, relieved smile, praising his effort. Suddenly, Adelia Venchik bows deeply before him. Kim Joo-hyuk stares in utter disbelief, letting out a sharp grunt of confusion. Recognizing her, he immediately asks what on earth the famous Adelia Venchik is doing in this office. She politely requests him to just call her Adelia, explaining that she is bowing to ask a massive favor. Kim Joo-hyuk tells her to raise her head first, curious about what she could possibly want from him. With a gentle smile, Adalia delivers her request, asking if he would be willing to train and guide her. This completely catches him off guard. Shocked, he asks what could have possibly triggered such a sudden request. She explains that they have been closely tracking all of his recent achievements, which immediately makes Kim Joo-hyuk feel rather uneasy. He finds that creepy and yells at Black Ket, demanding to know if this is another one of his schemes. Fearing the boy's wrath, Black Ket quickly stammers out an excuse, recalling the terrifying details they witnessed on screen. The system screen warned them that speaking of the terrifying underworld lord would only bring immediate and absolute doom. Kim Joo-hyuk is left utterly clueless and asks what they are talking about, but Adalia quickly signals Black Ket to shut up. Black Ket instantly drops the subject, allowing Adalia to step in and mention how she watched him fight. She was incredibly impressed by the way he utilized his Constellation's unique poison skills to easily hunt down powerful monsters. She bows once more, begging for his tutelage. Kim Joo-hyuk scratches his head, complaining about everyone suddenly wanting lessons. He suggests she learn from Luminous or Ban Wang instead, as his own methods are not much different. The two listen quietly as he explains that they both already know how to draw power from their constellations. Their basic energy manipulation is practically the same as his, with the only difference being his independence. He does not rely on borrowed mana, choosing instead to infuse his own magic power to enhance his abilities. Unfortunately, young hunters these days only focus on expanding raw capacity, leaving them with incredibly poor control over their energy. Under his rigorous method, her low mana pool would only exhaust her within minutes, which she silently reflects on. Even so, she asks if he would still train her. Black Ket quickly chimes in, pleading for his help too. Kim Joo-hyuk sighs, admitting he is already quite busy and barely has time to manage the students he currently teaches. However, since they contracted with his own disciples, he feels a certain responsibility to guide them through the basics. He tells them to meet him at the training center tomorrow to begin rebuilding their physical stamina first. Both bow and offer their sincere thanks. Turning around, Kim Joo-hyuk points directly at the president to make another plan. He wants to discuss how they will approach the constellations next, and Black Ket readily agrees to the meeting. Could Doohyuk have sensed a familiar magical energy coming from that building? He suddenly realized that's right this time around. Everything got completely chaotic with the fire trucks. He only grabbed the guy and ran, never even getting a chance to enter the school. With a smirk, he resolves to find it next time no matter what. Darkness blankets the city, leaving only the pale moonlight. Night falls over America and a massive skyscraper remains brightly lit. This towering building is the headquarters of the Contractor Association. Standing near the very top floor is a powerful figure. This is Rogan, and he is intently staring down at his tablet. Lost in deep thought, Rogan analyzes the screen. Displayed on it is Doohyuk's personal file. He scowls in frustration. Who on earth is this Doohyuk anyway? Sitting back with crossed arms, he questions the mysterious entity on his screen. Constellation Lord, do you know the Lord of the Underworld? Because it really seems like they are quite familiar with you. The screen flickers, displaying the title, The Destroyer of All, the Piercer of All, showing the exact same cryptic message again. A stark warning pops up, beware of the moonlit zealots. Rogan gasps in utter shock, his brow furrowing deeply. Moonlit zealots, Rogan stares at the screen, deeply unsettled. He immediately decides to dig up everything he can find on them. He searches for this mysterious cult just like he did with Doohyuk. Yet, not a single scrap of information turns up. Absolutely nothing. He stands frozen, realizing that the deeper he digs into Doohyuk, the more he gets lost in a massive maze. Who is that kid? If there is no connection to the Blood Hunters, he has absolutely no clues left to follow. With nothing left to uncover, Rogan freezes as Beck descends. Shrouded in a sinister purple aura, the monster floats in the sky. Rogan demands to know who he is, and why a hideous freak is stalking him. Bex just laughs mockingly at him. Aren't you even a little surprised? Bex sneers, tightly gripping his massive mace. He prepares to swing the spiked weapon. The beast hurls the spiked club directly at Rogan, shouting out a challenge to the world-renowned top contractor. With a completely blank face, Rogan effortlessly blocks the strike, but Bex follows up, slamming him through the glass windows. Shards of glass rain down as Rogan skids across the floor, barely regaining his footing. He stares at Beck, analyzing him. This beast possesses incredibly high intelligence. Rogan wonders if it is the same species that previously raided the Hero Academy. Clenching his fist, Rogan channels his energy, a mystical golden aura wrapping around his hand as he prepares to fight. He knows he cannot afford to underestimate this opponent. Beck laughs mockingly, asking if Rogan is seriously gathering mana now. Charging forward, Beck roars at him to try and block this attack. Rogan stands his ground, completely unfazed by the threat. Gritting his teeth, Rogan unleashes a powerful punch. Spiked metal collides with raw golden energy, causing a massive explosion. The blast blows Beck backward, making him scream in agony, yet he quickly pushes himself up from the shattered debris. With a wild laugh, Beck admits Rogan is pretty strong. Rogan sneers back, stating he does not need compliments from monsters. Fist flying, Rogan charges forward again. His heavy punch shatters the concrete ground, sending powerful shockwaves throughout the entire facility. The outer walls buckle under the immense pressure. Downstairs, the tremors violently shake Lenia's office at the Contractor Association. Lenia gasps in alarm, looking around as the walls rattle. She wonders what could possibly be causing such a massive shockwave. This is no earthquake, the epicenter is directly above her. She looks up, realizing the source must be Rogan's office. Could something be happening up there? As the thick dust slowly settles, Rogan tenses up, dropping into a defensive stance. He stares down at his fist, unable to believe his eyes. He is certain that his devastating punch had connected directly. Scanning the rubble, he looks around in frustration. Where could that creature have gone? Suddenly, a massive spiked mace appears. Beck strikes from his blind spot, but Rogan reacts with lightning speed, blocking the blow just in time. Beck immediately swings again. The brutal impact forces Rogan backward, crashing hard onto the concrete. He coughs up dust, cursing under his breath. The beast is incredibly strong. Rogan glares at Beck, realizing he is dealing with something far beyond his standard threat. A low-level monster would have been turned to dust by now, even if it possessed the backing of a powerful constellation. Beck looks down at Rogan with a smug grin, mocking the top-ranking contractor for putting up such a pathetic fight. Rogan grits his teeth, telling him to shut up. He hasn't even unleashed half of his true power yet. Beck only smirks in response. Rogan knows he needs physical contact to activate his skill, but he cannot get close enough. Touching him seems impossible right now. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes through the wreckage, drawing Rogan's attention. Lenia rushes into the room, asking if he is hurt. She heard the explosion and immediately brought the building guards. Rogan yells at Lenia to stay back. Looking around, she notes that since it is early morning, the building is mostly empty. She explains that she was the only member around, which is why she had to investigate the disturbance herself. She screams in horror the moment she spots Bichui, demanding to know what that thing is, while he simply smirks at her reaction. Bichui mutters that he wanted to take his time playing with them, but now too many pests are crawling around. No matter, he decides, suddenly lunging forward and catching Lenia's group completely off guard as he speaks. Bichui boasts that a single strike is all it takes to wipe them out, prompting Lenia to yell a warning to her squad. She warns them that they are no match for him and must retreat, to which they quickly agree as Bichui charges her. Lenia steals herself and fires a powerful punch glowing with golden light directly at Bichui, but he just keeps grinning. Despite being enveloped by her golden energy, Bichui maintains his smug smile, leaving Lenia completely shocked as she watches him. She wonders how he managed to dodge her heavy strikes when she aimed directly at his path, so she clenches her fist once more. Knowing neither of them can back down now, Lenia grits her teeth and charges headfirst toward her enemy. Her fist connects squarely with Beichui's face, making her believe for a split second that she actually got him. But get this, she missed entirely, and now she is gasping in disbelief as Beichui suddenly strikes her from behind. He swings his heavy mace down to crush her, and just as Lenia braces herself to take the blow, Rogan leaps out of nowhere to block the impact, making Lenia cry out his name in pure shock. Holding off Beichui's weapon, Rogan warns her that the enemy did not actually dodge earlier, but instead relied on illusions. He only reveals his true self at the moment of impact, which makes Beichui wonder if Rogan saw through his trick. Beichui leaps back, planning to rely on his illusions to hide his presence again and look for another opening. But before he can move, Beichui gasps as a heavy boot suddenly stomps down directly onto his foot. Rogan grins triumphantly as brilliant golden energy flares around him, mocking Beichui and asking if he is stuck now. Beichui struggles frantically to free his foot, but Rogan just stares down at him with pure murderous intent. He tells Beichui to brace himself for a beating, then raises his massive fist and counts to 1. Rogan unleashes a devastating punch directly to his face, but Beichui does not even flinch, leaving him trembling in absolute disbelief. He realizes his body is completely paralyzed, and right at that moment, a massive figure looms behind Beichui. It is Hukui, mocking Beichui for being incredibly careless despite his usual incompetence, which makes Beichui gasp out his name. Enveloped in a sinister purple aura, Hukui sneers, noting that Rogan would have put a hole in his stomach without his petrifying eye. Beichui laughs it off, claiming he is not that easy to kill, while Hukui tells him to just watch. Lenia rushes to Rogan's side, staring in absolute shock at the massive new monster that just arrived. Rogan mutters that the beast must have been hiding nearby from the start, as Hukui asks who he should kill first. Beichui smugly replies that he has already paralyzed the woman next to Rogan, so Hukui can take his pick. Lenia grits her teeth in sheer fury, clenching her fists as she realizes she is completely frozen in place. Beichui smirks, stroking his chin as he decides to take the first strike when suddenly Ju Hewook appears. With cold, murderous eyes, Hewook leaps forward and slices Hukui completely in half with a single strike. He drives his blade deep into the monster's head, causing black blood to spray everywhere as Lenia and Rogan watch. Both of them are completely stunned by Hewook's sudden arrival, while Beichui flies into a rage, seeing his partner slain. Baechui screams in disbelief while Rogan recognizes the newcomer and gasps out Hyuk's name as his fingers twitch. Feeling the paralysis fading, Lenia urges Rogan to try moving his body and he grunts in response. Hyuk steps forward, noting that these bastards always used to stick together to cause trouble back in the day. He recalls how Hokwi always used his glare while Baechui used that mace, turning to smirk at his old enemy. He reminds Baechui that he took out Hokwi first back then too, leaving the villain completely speechless and confused. Baechui demands to know what nonsense he is spouting, suddenly realizing this stranger somehow knows his name. Rogan steps up from behind, introducing himself and thanking Hyuk for the rescue, even if he has no idea how he arrived. Hyuk recalls his briefing from earlier about Rogan, the top-ranked member of the Contractor Association who was actively searching for him. He was warned that he might cross paths with the association's #1 contractor if he entered this targeted building today. He wonders if he ever did anything to offend this powerful ranker, hoping they do not have any bad blood. Baechui swings his mace in a blind rage, screaming that he does not care who this arrogant kid thinks he is. He slams his weapon down right where they stand, but both of them manage to dodge just in time. He ducks. Hyukwai's massive strike barely misses as the beast roars to cut the crap. Rogan immediately turns, asking if from what he said earlier, there is a real tactical plan to bring these monsters down. Ji-Hyuk curses inside, spoke without thinking. Again, he plays dumb, asking Rogan if he actually said that. Strategy. He turns to Hyukwai, remembering exactly what it takes to beat the monster. You have to strike the real body before it dissolves into a phantom illusion. If he remembers correctly, Hyukwai's death will trigger utter fury from the other beast, rage, but instead the monster suddenly turns and retreats, leaving everyone completely stunned. Fleeing? No way. Lenia gasps, demanding to know if he is actually running away. Even Rogan looks on in total shock. Why run? The beast was completely dominating them alone. Shouldn't they immediately give chase and finish this right now? Ji-Hyuk watches the retreating shadow. Quiet, calm. He warns them that the fleeing beast is just a decoy, a mere illusion. The real body is close, very close. Suddenly, his blade erupts with a brilliant magical golden glow. Just one release of energy could shatter the fake phantom, but he cannot go around displaying his disciple's signature technique yet. It is too risky. He wants this win using only the power stored in his ring. No temporary contracts. Ji-Hyuk frowns, calculating his next move. It will be a bit of a mess, but he will just slice right through the entire building. Suddenly, Rogan screams Constellation. What is happening? Those frantic words instantly catch Ji-Hyuk's attention. Rogan is staring at his system screen, whispering the Martial God. Who is that? The Constellation of Destruction is practically screaming through the display. Ji-Hyuk sighs, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. He finally understands where that familiar ancient pressure was coming from. It all makes sense now. Rogan can only stammer Ji-Hyuk's name. Long time no see, Jang. Ji-Hyuk greets the entity calmly. He is in a massive rush right now, so they need a temporary pact. Fast. Does his contractor carry a sacred relic? The screen blinks. Yes. The Constellation of Destruction practically begs him to hand it over. Now. Lenia screams at them to move. Rogan points to a box, muttering it must be inside. Frowning, Lenia barks at them to hurry. The crazy beast has already shattered the window and escaped. He is gone. Ji-Hyuk holds out his hand, demanding the relic. Right now. Rogan frantically drops a string of wooden beads into his palm. Ji-Hyuk slips them on, smirking. Perfect. Meanwhile, Hyukwai is running for his life. Cursing. Terrified. Now he finally understands how Hwacha and Hongwai met their ends so damn fast. The Martial God has returned. Reincarnated as some weak-looking kid, yes, but that overwhelming, suffocating aura is unmistakably his. Hyukwai flees in panic. He cannot transmit long-distance messages like Hwacha did. He must physically escape and warn the other gods. But Ji-Hyuk is already right on his heels, closing the gap instantly. His fist begins to hum with a strange golden energy. He throws a devastating punch. The brilliant light completely blinds Hyukwai, forcing a choked grunt from his throat right before a deafening explosion rips through the air. The beast is sent crashing away, his body bloodied and torn. He screeches. Ji-Hyuk stands over him, staring down at the broken monster with a cold, victorious smirk. Back inside the ruins, Lenia and Rogan watch in absolute disbelief. Lenia slowly turns to Rogan, asking if that absolute destruction was his constellation's power. Rogan just scoffs, asking if she honestly thinks his stellar magic could hit like a heavy artillery strike, obliterating everything in its path. Not even close. Rogan deeply frowns. And honestly, who can blame him? No rookie should be wielding cosmic-level power like this right after a contract. He watches Ji-Hyuk intently, murmuring that the kid constantly defies expectations and sparks his deepest curiosity. Meanwhile, the morning sun slowly begins to rise. Down below, sirens wail as a fleet of police cars and ambulances swarm the streets. Lenia is already giving her official statement while paramedics quickly bandage Rogan's bloody wounds. Doohyuk suddenly announces he is leaving, making Rogan turn in sudden surprise. He asks if he is seriously heading back already. Doohyuk simply nods, noting his goal here is fully accomplished. Besides, he wants to dodge the incoming media circus. Rogan blinks, asking if saving them and stopping the monsters was his actual objective. Doohyuk scratches his head, admitting that is close enough, though the whole rescue thing is honestly just a massive pain. He looks at Rogan, wondering if leaving now means the man will go pester Valhalla again. He needs a clean break. Fast. A calculating icy glint flashes in his eyes. Wait. According to Breakcast, is not Rogan the top contractor in the association? Bringing a high-tier asset like him over to his side would be incredibly useful later. Doohyuk speaks up, claiming he is too tired. They can talk another time. Rogan nods in apology. Doohyuk promises that, when the moment is right, he will visit the academy to clear up his confusion. Rogan blinks in shock, realizing the kid did not use a single drop of formal honorifics. Doohyuk just smiles, adding that Rogan should feel grateful for this chance since he serves under Chang. With that, he walks away. Rogan reaches out to stop him, yelling for him to wait. Suddenly, a bright holographic screen materializes directly in front of Rogan, flashing a command from the Constellation of Destruction to let the boy go. Rogan mutters in confusion, "Constellation." The display updates again, warning Rogan that he is the one who should be using formal honorifics with Doohyuk. Rogan stammers in disbelief as Lenia calls out. She addresses Logan, explaining she was going to hand this over to the police, but the monster corpses are completely gone, and asks if he knows where they are. Logan calmly replies, asking if she missed it. Shortly after, they turn to dust. Lenia crosses her arms, complaining angrily about how annoying these monsters are, knowing proving this to the insurance company will be a total nightmare. Now she has to find the security footage. She turns to Logan, demanding to know if Doohyuk left and who he actually is, because today's monsters were far from ordinary, showing strength way beyond a normal contractor. Logan, looking deep in thought, speaks up. Logan tells her they will find out who he is soon enough, quietly watching Doohyuk's departing figure disappear. The following evening, deep in a quiet forest, Doohyuk wanders alone. He spots Batch and calls out to him happily, but Doohyuk glances over, questioning if the mana he felt is the same as the energy Batch senses from other heroes. Batch replies that it is definitely different. Doohyuk is thrilled, glad he did not waste his time tracking down Logan, meaning his efforts paid off. Batch agrees, though Doohyuk secretly feels a bit disappointed that the person he met today, he was just a temporary student, not a real disciple. Doohyuk sighs. Where could Sosimi be? Suddenly, a guardian approaches and bows deeply. Doohyuk flinches in surprise. Who on earth is this guy? He claims he is from the Yeo clan, honored to meet the patriarch. Shocked, Doohyuk asks if he is mistaken. The guardian assures him there is no mistake. He explains that Tugi, their respected constellation, planned this, left strict orders that if Lord Doohyuk ever mentioned that specific word, he had to reveal himself immediately according to the plan. Stunned, Doohyuk asks what secret word he means, while in another location, a masked girl tells her subordinates that when he speaks that specific keyword, they must show themselves and reveal their identities. 4 figures sit around a table surrounding a magical purple flame. One of them asks what the word is, and the masked girl coldly replies, Sosimi. Doohyuk takes off his hat with a smirk. Suddenly, 3 more people appear beside the guardian. Bowing in unison, they loudly declare how honored they are to meet the patriarch. Doohyuk immediately asks if they brought the relic, and the guardian confirms they indeed have it. Doohyuk tells him to hand it over, and the man respectfully offers it up with both hands. Taking the relic, Doohyuk smiles. Night gradually falls over the area as Doohyuk surveys his surroundings, spotting ruined abandoned houses right ahead. The entire place looks completely desolate and in ruins. Right above one doorway hangs a weathered sign reading Shinmu Gate. Doohyuk smirks at the Shinmu Gate sign. It has been ages. Quite a trip down memory lane. He calls out loudly, Sosimi, are you here? Don't hide. She is still standing shyly behind the door, slowly stepping out before kneeling down to bow. Doohyuk quickly steps forward to help her up, noting she has not changed at all, telling her to stand. She politely complies, and he marvels that even her mental realm perfectly resembles their old dojo from 300 years ago, a comment that makes Sosimi feel incredibly bashful. She explains that to them Shinmu Gate was far more than just a dojo, it was their true home. Doohyuk scratches his head, laughing as he admits he never realized she cherished it so much. He silently compares the current world to the chaotic era of 300 years ago, recalling old memories of standing proudly atop a high cliff looking down at a world of pure chaos. Below, 2 opposing factions are ready. A brutal clash is coming. One side consists of humans armed with sharp weapons, while the other is a horde of hideous monsters. A terrified man grits his teeth and charges forward, Swift action, Doohyuk's squad leaps down to reinforce the struggling humans. Yu So-yeon monster corpses litter the ground as Doohyuk and his two disciples effortlessly wipe out the beast horde. Surviving in such a chaotic world was tough, but a mere monster hunter like him managed to thrive. The grateful villagers offered gold to show their appreciation. By escorting merchant caravans, they earned a living or took on hunter contracts to clear out dungeons. The three of them wander into a busy market. Though the world was filled with suffering back then, he lived through it without any complaints, smiling as he watches his two disciples happily munching on meat skewers. Suddenly, Doohyuk's eyes catch a grim sight, a desperately poor family trying to sell their own child to a stranger. Back in those harsh times, human trafficking was common. The father gladly hands his daughter over to a buyer who looks highly satisfied, brushing her hair aside as tears stream down the terrified little girl's face. Although becoming less common over time, human trafficking still persisted, and the buyer looks absolutely thrilled with his purchase, handing the parents a heavy bag of coins which they accept with joy. The cold father callously pushes his daughter away because destitute parents during that dark era would often sell their own offspring just to secure some quick coin. The slave traders joyfully grin at the heavy bag of cash in their hands. Watching this, Yu Ju-uk mutters that he absolutely despises this business. Having suffered as a slave during his own childhood, he glares at them with pure, unfiltered rage, his eyes burning with intense fury. The buyer pulls out a sharp blade to threaten him, but that pathetic threat only makes Yu Ji-uk more furious. Gritting his teeth, he cocks back his fist. He lunges forward and delivers a brutal punch straight to the man's face. He vowed to hunt down these slave traders alongside his disciples. Whenever he crossed paths with these scumbags, he promised to end them on the spot. Naturally, his explosive outburst draws a massive crowd. Yu Ji-uk turns his terrifying murderous glare toward the father who willingly sold off his own flesh and blood. The man trembles in sheer horror. Waving his hands in panic, the father backs away before the parents turn and bolt. Yu Ji-uk scowls as he watches them flee like cowards. His gaze falls on the weeping little girl. She looks completely heartbroken, reaching out to grab a handful of his coat. Throughout his journey, he ended up adopting quite a few homeless kids, raising them as his beloved disciples. Yu Ji-uk gently leans down to her. He looks at the girl and offers a warm smile. But unfortunately, this was right when his carefully planned retirement started going sideways. Standing with folded arms, he recalls his original goal: grind hard as a hunter while he was young, save up a fortune, and retire early. He only wanted to train a small group of disciples to hunt down those dirty slavers. It was supposed to be a self-sustaining system, but reality had other plans. While hunting kept them fed and his three young disciples trained diligently, his pocketbook was taking a massive beating. Raising kids meant he could barely save a single penny. Still, since he already had a full house, he decided to put them to work. Rubbing his chin with a sly grin, he remembers that era, a chaotic time when greedy noble families and rival dojos fought for absolute supremacy. Factions like Jajin and Musiman were constantly at each other's throats. That was when his newly adopted daughter made a bold suggestion. After a long family meeting, they finally agreed on a name for their brand new martial arts school. The legendary Shinmu Dojo was born. Yu Ji-uk carefully hangs up the wooden plaque as his young disciples watch their faces lighting up with pure, unadulterated joy. Staring up at the beautifully carved sign, he felt a wave of pride. They had officially established the Shinmu Dojo. He quietly chuckles to himself. Officially, the dojo is meant for training them properly. Unofficially, he expects a hefty return on his investment. His disciples cheer wildly, completely clueless about their master's greedy scheme, celebrating the birth of their new home. He was exceptionally powerful, yes, but he had started his journey late, learning skills that never quite fit his natural abilities. Lacking any God-given talent, he quickly hit a hard ceiling. However, his students were a completely different breed of monster. Under his expert guidance, they easily mastered perfect specialized techniques. Every single one of them was an absolute prodigy. Looking at his newest little disciple, he resolved to train them so thoroughly that they would eventually outgrow his teachings. Once they grew up and spread the glorious name of the Shinmu Dojo, they would recruit their own followers, expanding his empire. Yu Ji-uk grins, dreaming of the massive pile of wealth coming his way. He would simply collect a modest cut of their profits. A nice percentage of the donations and tuition fees would secure his early retirement. Back then, he thought his future was set in stone. He expected to sit back and enjoy a comfortable retirement. But just as his disciples grew up and prepared to expand their influence, the horrifying Tower of Destruction suddenly emerged from the earth. A towering, ominous monolith of absolute ruin appeared right before his eyes. Searing bolts of lightning continuously ripped through the darkened sky, wrapping the massive structure in a deadly cage of pure energy. Yu Ji-uk stares at the ominous tower, scowling with deep hatred. Snapping out of his memories, he returns to the present with So-simi. They both stand in absolute silence, staring up at the weathered ancient sign. He sighs, apologizing for spacing out like that. The old sign just brought back a flood of memories. So Simi quickly reassures him that it is perfectly fine, Master. Curious, he asks what she did after ascending to a constellation and how she tracked him down. She smiles, knowing he would return. Shortly after she ascended, a system notification flashed before her eyes. Hearing this, Doohyuk realizes his suspicions were entirely correct. Even so, Simi received the message. She explains that she immediately chose a reliable human to act as her very first incarnation. With her contract secured, she founded the secret organization Yu-Gi-Oh, keeping it running with just 4 highly elite members. She named the group Yu-Gi-Oh to show he is their true leader. Yu-Gi-Oh gapes in absolute shock. She casually adds that she slaughtered anyone else claiming to be the absolute strongest. Yu-Gi-Oh stares completely flabbergasted. He asks if she truly wiped them all out. She nods softly, quickly clarifying that she does not commit mindless murder. They only targeted those who bragged about their power. They would watch closely, waiting for the perfect moment to execute them. Curious, he asks how she eventually found him. She reveals that she used the exact same tracking method. Doohyuk rubs his chin, sweating bullets as he realizes a single wrong word could have easily gotten him killed by his own disciple. He got incredibly lucky. Smiling, Sosimi continues, explaining how they hunted down those arrogant fools. He is the self-proclaimed strongest swordsman, just like John Shin and the evil Shinrak organization. A blood hunter targeting only the most powerful contractors. Doohyuk gasps at the body count. You really killed that many, she simply replies, believing it was her only chance to see her master again. Doohyuk is stunned. What? She blushes and sheepishly reveals her logic. To her, her master is the strongest, always was, but he is also incredibly deeply humble, never boasting about his godlike power. Doohyuk awkwardly rubs his neck. Well, he is not exactly that modest, honestly. He just lets his actions do the talking. Moving on, he reminds her they already have Mozu and Luminous with them now. Sosimi is absolutely thrilled. Wait, did you already find my other sisters? She asks. Doohyuk is surprised. You did not know? I thought you did, given all the massive effort you spent searching for me. She explains that though all 4 became constellations, they can only see the world through the eyes of their contractors. She knew he met the Venchik family and the black market but had no other details, until now. Doohyuk nods and smiles. Your timing is actually perfect, Sosimi. In fact, I might need your assistance very soon. Hearing this, she is instantly overjoyed and beams with happiness, nodding softly to express her absolute agreement. Doohyuk wraps up their conversation. That is enough for today. He plans to invite her contractor to meet the others, so they can all catch up properly. With a wave, he turns to leave. She watches him walk away, blushing furiously. Talk about a massive upgrade. A few days later, they gather at the Grand Hero Academy, situated in the city center. Inside the meeting room, Rogan is completely speechless. Doohyuk smiles. Oh, you are here. Rogan stammers. No, I just arrived. His mind is racing. Who on earth are these intimidating people around him? He spots Brackett, instantly recognizing the notorious black market mastermind and director of Valhalla Breakcast from their previous meeting. Then he sees Adalia Venchik. She is the legendary head of her clan. Standing beside her is the former guardian, whom Rogan recognizes. That beak mask. It cannot be. He panics silently. Doohyuk turns to look at the mask protector. Aren't you going to sit? The man declines, choosing to stand guard at the back instead. Doohyuk clears his throat. Where should I even begin? He asks, noting that none of them truly know his history, or what he does. This sudden direct question catches both Adalia and Brackett completely off guard, leaving them speechless. Adalia asks in disbelief. Aren't you the master of the constellations we serve? Rogan freezes. Master, he thinks. Doohyuk quietly confirms it. Resting his chin, he glances at Rogan, adding that he recently investigated the past to see what happened after his death. He shares his story, and as the night grows late, Adalia and Brackett are completely dumbfounded. Rogan is stunned. Behind them, the former guardian realizes the constellation was telling the truth. Can you even imagine their shock? Brackett demands to know if Doohyuk really destroyed the tower 300 years ago. Doohyuk scratches his neck, admitting it is embarrassing to say out loud, but yes. Adalia's eyes widen in disbelief. The era of destruction was real. That was when the catastrophic tower suddenly appeared, dragging the world to ruin. Brackett points out that records only say the tower collapsed after unleashing monsters. Nobody knew Doohyuk destroyed it, surprising the master himself. Did Mozu and Luminous never mention this? Doohyuk asks, genuinely puzzled by their lack of knowledge. Adalia explains that aside from being near Doohyuk, the constellations virtually never speak to any normal humans. Brackett nods, recalling when Luminous, the world's supreme ruler, spoke with a completely blank face. What about the Tower of Destruction? Luminous only remembered entering it with his master. Brackett explains that was all the constellation said to him. Really, Doohyuk rubs his chin, realizing that even his former disciples have completely lost their memories of life before ascending. No matter. Now that they have reunited, their memories will return slowly over time. Doohyuk continues, explaining that almost every notable powerhouse from that era ended up becoming a constellation. That is why. They only began appearing after the catastrophe. Adelia gasps. Does that mean every single constellation died during that period of ruin? Doohyuk admits that while there might be exceptions, the vast majority of them did indeed perish. Back then, Brackett finally understands why the constellations react so intensely to relics recovered from the destruction era. Doohyuk continues. As I mentioned before, the creator of the tower is still active, causing endless disasters and deploying constellations to their world. Rogan remains silent, utterly overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the threat. Doohyuk speaks with absolute certainty. The tower will rise again. Rogan's eyes widen, asking in panic if it is actually coming back. Doohyuk confirms it. But we still have 4.5 years left to prepare. My plan. He explains that he is gathering his disciples to stop it while building up his strength by dealing with the invading constellations. Clenching his fist with absolute resolve, he vows to finally eliminate the Tower of Destruction and minimize casualties, making sure the Age of Destruction is never mentioned again. Rogan speaks up, admitting he finds all of this hard to believe. Doohyuk comforts him, saying he understands. Rogan continues. My constellation also told me that 300 years ago, Doohyuk was known as the Martial God. Rogan adds that Doohyuk even saved the constellations and passed down the first authority. Doohyuk scratches his head sheepishly, replying that he does not remember the details very well. Rogan falls into a silent contemplation before suddenly speaking up. Calling out to Doohyuk, Rogan stands up with determination, asking if he really is the Martial God from 300 years ago. Would he be willing to spar? Doohyuk smiles and casually agrees. Outside, the morning sun has already risen. Now Rogan and Doohyuk stand face to face. Adelia speaks up, admitting she is confused by what is happening. Breakcast replies that Rogan probably finds this whole situation completely absurd, suddenly discovering that a high schooler is actually the legendary hero and the master of his own constellation. Even if there is solid proof, logically it makes sense, but emotionally it is incredibly hard to accept. Rogan shifts into his battle stance. Golden energy flares up all around him, radiating raw power. Adelia watches, asking if this means he wants to face Doohyuk head-on. Doohyuk prepares himself as a deep red aura envelops his body. Breakcast watches in anticipation, eager to see if Doohyuk is truly a legend from that ancient era. Rogan clenches his fists, eyes blazing with resolve. He charges forward, unleashing a devastating iron fist strike. Doohyuk counters with equal intensity. Their massive clash unleashes a shockwave that shakes the entire arena. Rogan grits his teeth, pushing through the frustration, while Doohyuk merely smirks. Their fists remain locked in place. Debris flies everywhere, forcing Adelia and Breakcast to shield their eyes. Meanwhile, the former Guardian silently watches. Back inside the Academy's main office, President Barchi suddenly bolts upright, his eyes wide with sheer shock. Wondering if that thunderous blast came from the stadium, he worries they might be under attack. Then he remembers. No, wait. Rogan did mention earlier that he would be bringing some special guests to the Academy today. Barchi had asked who they were, but Rogan kept it a secret, warning him to ignore any loud noises. He stares toward the stadium, praying that Rogan has not completely destroyed the place with his mysterious guest. Seriously, who did he even bring down on the field? A terrifying wave of bloodlust fills the air. Doohyuk smirks as their clashing fists tremble with pure pressure. Rogan struggles to push back, cursing under his breath. Doohyuk looks entirely effortless, forcing Rogan to realize he is being pushed back by a mere high school student. Gritting his teeth, Rogan wonders if this kid is truly relying on more than just borrowed celestial power. Suddenly, Rogan is blasted backward across the field. Catching his breath, he calls out to his opponent. Doohyuk scoffs as Rogan asks for permission to use magic. Instantly, a blazing golden light erupts around him. Doohyuk is amused, realizing the man has been holding back his magic. He smiles and tells him to go wild. But Doohyuk warns him that he will keep fighting without magic. Rogan agrees, his golden energy intensifying. Fierce lightning crackles through Rogan's golden aura as he slams his fist down, shattering the arena floor. He raises a glowing elbow, driving a powerful strike forward to force the young hero back. Doohyuk blocks it easily, though he silently wonders if he bragged a bit too much about not using magic. He definitely feels the heat. With magic, he could draw power from the constellations, but his young body still lacks raw physical strength, which only grows naturally over time. Still, facing a top-tier ranker using constellation power makes for the perfect test of his current skills. He decides to wrap things up, calling out to Rogan that this pure strength contest ends now. Rogan stomps his foot, fracturing the ground as he swings wide to launch another heavy assault. To his absolute shock, Doohyuk effortlessly slips past the strike with practiced ease. Praising Rogan's dojo training, Doohyuk suddenly digs his shoulder directly into the man's chest. He coolly advises him to put more force behind it as the move was designed to kill in one hit. With a sharp thrust of his back, Doohyuk sends Rogan flying backward, leaving the veteran warrior crying out in shock. He collapsed to the ground with a scoff. By the next afternoon, Rogan finally showed signs of waking up, groaning softly. Then his eyes suddenly snapped open. He bolted upright with a gasp, shocking everyone. Doohyuk sat nearby gently, asking if he was finally awake. He explained that since Rogan had passed out, they brought him here, though he debated taking him to the infirmary. Rogan massaged his stomach, muttering that he understood and was fine before offering his thanks. But then Rogan suddenly went completely silent. Lost in thought, Rogan struggled to find his voice, asking if Doohyuk was truly a regressor. Hearing this, Doohyuk gasped in surprise. He asked what Rogan meant since he had already told him. Clutching his stomach, Rogan apologized, admitting he had. But Doohyuk quickly comforted him, saying he completely understood. He knew that most people needed to experience things firsthand to actually believe them. Doohyuk even praised Rogan's supporting Constellation as quite kind. Rogan then asked if Doohyuk was really searching for a disciple to stop the Tower of Destruction. After Doohyuk gave a quiet, simple nod, Rogan offered to help him achieve that very goal. Hearing this, Doohyuk was absolutely thrilled, thanking him repeatedly. Meanwhile, the former guardian quietly realized he had no right to speak up here. But this was turning into one incredibly fascinating alliance. He glanced over at Adelia Venchik, the formidable head of the Venatic family. Next was Braycast, the ruthless ruler of the black market. Then there was Rogan, the top-tier ranker of the Contractor Association. And finally, Doohyuk and his crew from Yo. Suddenly, Doohyuk spoke up, mentioning that he had just remembered a crucial question. Rogan gave a nod, prompting Doohyuk to ask if there was anything resembling his disciple around. Rogan was taken aback. He repeated the question in disbelief, but Doohyuk clarified he meant a holy relic of some kind. He explained his reasoning, as he had sensed a familiar trace of magic during their last meeting. But with so many magic sources here pinpointing it was tough. Resting his chin in his hand, he added that because this academy produced so many elite hunters, there were countless relics scattered about. That made it incredibly difficult to identify. As Rogan fell into deep thought, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed in his mind. It begged him to find its master. Rogan's eyes widened in utter shock, and he blurted out that there actually was one. He explained that a relic was asking him to find its master. Suddenly, Barch called out to Rogan in total surprise. He asked if the guest had left, but Rogan replied they were still meeting. Worried, Barchi demanded to know who the guest actually was. Rogan identified him as Doohyuk. Barch pointed out that a massive explosion had just gone off outside, demanding to know what they were discussing. Rogan apologized, explaining he couldn't share details now, but Barch could ask them later. Rogan then made an unusual request of Barch. He asked if he could have the Starlight Sword back. Barchi scratched his head, sighing that the sword had been causing him nothing but trouble. It was honestly a massive headache. Surprised, Rogan questioned why it would cause trouble, prompting Barch to press a button on a remote. As the display case slid open, Rogan and Barch stepped inside. And trust me, the sight was absolutely chilling. He warned that the Starlight Sword couldn't stay here. Inside was a blade radiating a terrifying blood-red aura of pure malice. The surrounding walls were covered in deep, devastating gashes from some violent force. There sat the sword, completely shrouded in malevolent energy. Staring at the weapon, Rogan was utterly stunned, wondering what on earth had happened and if the sword had caused this. Barch nodded grimly, confirming it seemed that way. Though they started bickering, deep worry was clearly written all over their faces. Sweat dripping down his face, Rogan asked if he hadn't promised to store it safely alongside the other holy relics. Surely that place would be secure enough to completely contain its magic. Barchi explained that he had indeed planned to do so, but he recalled walking down the dark corridor to the heavily locked vault to store the blade. He scanned his fingerprint to unlock the doors, only for something completely unexpected to greet him on the other side. It was physically impossible. Rogan asked why, and Barch revealed that the Relic Guardian had unleashed a massive surge of magic to block the entryway. An overwhelming torrent of power flooded the vault, stopping him dead in his tracks. A frightening pressure had radiated from inside. At that same moment, the Starlight Sword grew highly unstable, violently reacting to the immense magical force within the room. With an exasperated sigh, Barch explained that he had no choice but to bring the blade back out here instead. His gaze hardened, fear visible in his eyes as he admitted that even this secure room couldn't withstand the sword's magic, or to be more precise, its overwhelming dark energy. The weapon hung in front of them, looking more sinister than ever. Swirls of dark mist began to gather around the sword, thickening by the second as if responding to Barch's grim words. The escaping pressure was slowly fracturing the walls of the vault, completely bypassing the powerful sealing spells woven around the room. That was why he desperately wanted to discuss what to do with it, making Rogan's sudden arrival incredibly well-timed. Rogan fell into a deep silence, lost in contemplation as he weighed his options. Suddenly, he turned back to Barch. He asked if Barch had ever heard about finding its master, a detail he had brought up before. Barch looked completely bewildered. Having never heard anything like this since the light sword changed, Rogan frowns deeply and sinks into quiet thought. Is that so? Bach asks, reaching out to stop Rogan from getting any closer to the unstable weapon. The weapon seems to sense someone approaching, erupting with a terrifying black aura as Rogan reaches for the hilt. A massive power surges around his hand as he grips the weapon, feeling the immense magical energy locked inside. With the blade glowing blood red, the surrounding power suddenly starts to fade, leaving Bach watching in absolute shock. His pupils shrink in disbelief as the magic drains away, prompting him to ask what on earth is happening. Holding the practically powerless weapon, Rogan looks thoughtful and admits he has absolutely no idea what went wrong. Securing the blade at his hip, Rogan turns to face Bach, deciding to bring the sword back with him. Bach asks if he plans to take it right now despite his meeting, but Rogan seriously says he is bringing it along. Shocked by the reckless idea, Bach questions what he was thinking while Rogan just gives a calculating smile. He pushes open the door, stepping out of the ruined room with a calm face that shows no fear whatsoever. Apologizing quietly, Rogan tells Bach that he will understand everything soon, leaving his friend standing there frozen in disbelief. Though still confused, Bach lets out a soft laugh, noting how the guy is still a lone wolf as always. Even so, he always keeps his promises and Bach trusts him. Later, Rogan delivers the blade to Doohyuk. Doohyuk takes the sword with both hands, focusing on its power, his expression quickly hardening into pure seriousness. Something is incredibly strange, he tells the assembly, holding the weapon up and admitting he feels no mana inside. Rogan explains that the power vanished the moment he grasped it, staying completely inert on his way back to the academy. Doohyuk raises an eyebrow in disbelief, but Rogan thoughtfully strokes his chin and confirms that is exactly what happened. Rogan adds that he kept hearing a mysterious voice echoing from within, urging him to seek out a master. Doohyuk closes his eyes, tightening his grip on the hilt as he concentrates entirely to probe the weapon. He snaps his eyes open with a deep scowl. It is no use, he admits he cannot enter the illusionary realm. Adelia gasps in absolute shock while Doohyuk admits his confusion, questioning if this kind of block is normal. She stammers, explaining that entering requires the consent of the Constellation. If they reject you, you are locked out. Doohyuk stares intently at the blade. A flat-out rejection, he wonders, reaching out to his own sword through his thoughts. He silently asks Bach if he can sense any of the unique magical energy they discussed earlier in this weapon. Bach replies that although it is faint, the trace is definitely there, leading Doohyuk to ask for another way. After stroking his chin, Bach murmurs that there might be a method, asking Hunwoo Kim if he recalls their previous discussion. Confused, the young man asks what he means. Bach crosses his arms, bringing up a mysterious door that once appeared. Realization hits Doohyuk as he remembers the massive, intricately carved gate Bach once stood before in the illusionary realm. He asks if that gate really leads to the Grand Assembly Hall where the powerful constellations gather. Bach confirms it vividly, recalling the moment he pushed it open and witnessed the strange realm beyond. Thinking back, he adds that there was not just one door but countless different gates surrounded by bizarre individuals. Describing his vision further, he explains that behind those cosmic beings lay pathways directly to their respective realms. Each person emerging from those gateways radiated a distinct flashing aura, leading Bach to form an intriguing theory. If his hunch is correct, stepping through his own door would allow him to infiltrate the domains of other constellations. It actually sounds quite plausible, Doohyuk agrees, but a major concern suddenly flashes through his mind. When Bach asks what the issue is, Doohyuk looks at his companions and shares what he has uncovered. After learning about the gates, he tried gathering info from others, but the people in the room look highly confused. None of them knew anything at all, Doohyuk explains, prompting Bach to nod in understanding. It makes sense since it happened ages ago, meaning several constellations might be entirely oblivious to the gate. On top of that, no modern human has ever experienced this, he notes, glancing down at the sword. Is there anyone alive who might actually have answers, he asks, and suddenly a realization strikes Doohyuk. Smiling at the group, Doohyuk suggests they wrap things up and head home since their work is done. The others in the room readily agree. Doohyuk then points to a mysterious figure wearing a skull, mask, and cloak. He asks the cloaked stranger from the Yu-Gi-Oh Guild for his name, but the mysterious guard simply deflects. He calls himself the Master's nameless guardian, saying he can be called whatever Doohyuk likes. But Doohyuk strokes his chin, suddenly remembering something. Wait, no, hold on. A memory flashes in his mind of 4 figures wearing black cloaks, 4 arrows pointing in completely different directions as they speak in unison. They greet their master in unison. Doohyuk points at him and says he will be called former guardian from now on. The man stands tall and says he understands. Understood, he replies. Doohyuk smiles and suggests that he go catch up with Adelia and Breakcast since Sosumi probably wants to talk with the others too. Chat with the sisters. Both Adelia and Breakcast turn their gaze toward the masked man, who quickly nods in agreement. Outside, the world is quiet. Sunset has arrived, the final golden rays reflecting off the glass skyscraper. Doohyuk calls out to everyone, saying it is finally time to head home. Everyone agrees in unison. A few days later, inside a simple cottage hidden deep in the forest, the guide is sitting there. Smiling, she asks how he has been doing lately. Doohyuk chats with her under the dim, flickering candlelight, telling her to forget about all of that. He mentions that several low-tier constellations have descended, which is a bit worrying. Now he is focusing on absorbing everything he can find. Doohyuk smiles, staring intently at a small object in his hands, adding that the chaos has actually made him stronger, which he appreciates. He calmly states that they met at the perfect time. Surprised, she asks what he means by that. His eyes lock onto hers with absolute confidence. With a slight smirk, he asks if she knows about the gate where the constellations gather. In the blink of an eye, the candle flickers. Resting her chin in her hands, she smiles and asks if he means the arena. He repeats the word in curiosity. Her eyes fill with confidence as she explains that right after creating the constellations, the Labyrinth Lord carved out a very unique special space. She goes on to explain that this dimension can be accessed through gates appearing inside the constellation's illusionary realms. That is the arena. Doohyuk rests his hands on the table, frowning slightly. He asks why such a place was even built. She explains it was designed for the constellations to battle each other despite losing their original names. They still carry unique modifiers. Doohyuk asks if that means titles like the Lord of Hell. Exactly, she says, that is what those modifiers are like. Her voice seems to melt into the quiet room as she shares her knowledge. She explains that those titles eventually become a core part of their identities, carrying immense power directly tied to the constellation itself. The Labyrinth Lord created the arena to amplify and unleash the latent strength inside those modifiers. Doohyuk notes that the arena seemed to shut down pretty quickly. Propping her chin on her finger, the guide tries to remember. Indeed, she says things did not go as the Labyrinth Lord planned, though the exact reason remains a total mystery to her. Doohyuk crosses his arms, deeply lost in thought. If the Labyrinth Lord went through the trouble of building the arena, only to shut it down, there is definitely a catch. Reopening it might mean picking a direct fight with the Labyrinth Lord. The guide flashes a smile, raising a single finger. She assures him that actually that will not be an issue at all. The arena can actually be reopened by a constellation acting on the Labyrinth Lord's orders, using their own divine power to trigger it. Doohyuk gasps in surprise. The guide continues, a sudden powerful aura flaring up all around her as she speaks. She reveals she called him here today because she finally tracked down that specific constellation along with all the other lower-ranking ones. Doohyuk gets pretty excited, saying his timing couldn't be better. He is ready to hear absolutely everything. The scene then transitions. A ruined abandoned school looms under the dark night sky. A young boy appears with jagged saw-like teeth and a massive lock on his chest. He curses out those absolute fools. Known as the Keykeeper Constellation, he has a tiny, almost fragile body, but carries an incredibly massive key on his back. Clenching his fists tightly, he wonders why they are all just standing around doing nothing. At this rate, he mutters, they will all fade into nothingness. Terrified, he whispers that even if he dies, he is determined to return with the legendary title he received from above. But is that really going to be enough? Remembering the terrifying monsters of the past, he shivers. Sometimes, those entities descend here, and the mere thought makes him bite his nails in fear. If he loses his body and has to wander for centuries with nothing but a name, it would be a living nightmare. Do they not realize that? He remembers a time long ago under a dark sky where a strange light flickered inside a tree. Lacking physical bodies back then, they could feel absolutely nothing but pure, endless hopelessness as they drifted aimlessly around. Trapped with only a conscious mind, they were forced to circle a single tree forever. But sometimes a strange shift would occur. A floating piece of fruit would suddenly transform into a divine constellation. This endless repetitive cycle happened day after day. The memories flood back, making him scowl. He was not a fruit back then, but right after becoming a full-fledged constellation, his physical form was stripped away, leaving him as nothing but a floating soul. Now that he has finally manifested a body, and finally descended to this world, is he really destined to fade away? The Keykeeper scowls in utter frustration. If only Bui and Hue had succeeded in their mission, things never would have ended up this bad. On a secluded island, a group of monsters gathers. Hirok hesitantly speaks up, warning them that things have gotten complicated. He continues, explaining that Bui and Hubie are dead. This leaves Catfish and Vampire completely shocked, whispering in disbelief at the news. Catfish's voice hardens, pointing out that those two were definitely not weak. Hirok crosses his arms, looking incredibly serious as he responds. It seems someone in this modern era can actually defeat them, and losing those two makes their situation a lot more difficult. Vampire asks why their deaths change anything. Hirok lowers his voice, asking if they even understand how they are able to exist. Catfish falls silent while Vampire chimed in, guessing it is because of the names they were given that they could manifest. Horok agrees but clarifies that he is asking about how they actually sustain their physical presence over a long period. Catfish calmly explains that they must use magic power to continuously fill up their fragile and highly vulnerable bodies. Horok confirms that is true but explains that if they were to stay completely isolated and quiet, they could survive on natural mana. They can absorb enough power on their own to sustain themselves, but gathering together like this for their master plan changes everything. Since they are gathered, the local mana is simply not enough. That is exactly why their lord ordered them onto this island. He reveals the real reason they are here. A massive floating mana stone is buried right beneath their feet on this island. The monsters are absolutely stunned by this revelation. Green Hat Goblin comments that it explains the massive energy flowing through the area. His companion agrees, realizing this is indeed the secret. Hiding right behind them, the Keymaster listens in with a shocked expression. He stares at the group in total disbelief. Another monster repeats the words, questioning the existence of such a giant mana stone. Vampire frowns, wondering what the issue is. Horok points out that the stone itself is the main problem, making Catfish gasp. Horok calmly explains that the stone will completely run out of energy in 2 months at the absolute earliest unless properly managed. Left alone, the stone naturally absorbs environmental mana to recharge itself, but relying solely on that slow process simply will not work. Considering the grand scale of the orders their lord gave them, a window of 2 months is incredibly short, Horok continues. Their actual plan is to acquire a second mana stone, placing both on the island to create a stable cycle of circulating energy. That vital mission was assigned to Biwi and Hugi. Recalling their overly confident, excited expressions, Horok can only mutter in regret. Vampire confirms the task, explaining that he used his mental powers to scan their minds and discover their assigned coordinates. When asked if he knows where they actually headed, Horok admits he has no clue. Catfish reveals they targeted the Contractor Association. Horok remarks that digging through human data is highly unpleasant, but something massive recently leaked into the human media. A major corporation working alongside the association discovered a massive floating mana stone, which immediately sent shockwaves through the public. Because of that, Y and Hugi set out to eliminate the local contractors and steal the stone, but they completely failed. Hearing about their total failure, the Keymaster is absolutely horrified, his eyes widening as he realizes the sheer danger. Peering through a crack, he hears Catfish asking what their next move should be. Horok insists they must halt all operations. They must halt everything until they find that replacement stone. Hearing this, the Keymaster stays quiet, plotting his next move. He suddenly spins around and bolts. Horok glares in surprise, but the escapee is already running, cursing them under his breath. "Stupid fools," he mutters. He sprints blindly through the fading darkness until the morning light finally begins to break. Collapsing in an abandoned building, the Keymaster mutters that the stone is the least of their worries right now. The real threat is whatever crushed Bwai and Hugi. If fighters that powerful were killed, none of them are safe anymore. The Keymaster frowns deeply, clutching his bag tightly while realizing that staying grouped up on that island is a death sentence. They would simply run out of energy and fade away, making him glad he escaped. Suddenly, an intense magical presence flares up nearby. The Keymaster turns, his eyes filled with absolute dread. Standing right there is Kim Doohyuk, holding a sword with a calm, terrifying smile. A massive aura of energy rolls off his body as Kim Doohyuk locks his excited gaze directly onto the trembling monster. The Keymaster grits his teeth in terror, stammering out a question to demand who this intruder is and what he wants. Kim Doohyuk casually asks if he is indeed the Keymaster, causing the young monster to turn completely pale with absolute fear. He spins around and flees at full speed. Kim Doohyuk simply stands there, hands in his pockets, watching him run like prey. The Keymaster panics, realizing this must be the monster who defeated Hugi and Bwai, explaining how he tracked him down. Nearly crying in sheer terror, he knows he has absolutely no choice but to keep running for his life. Suddenly, a voice whispers directly into his ear as Kim Doohyuk playfully asks why he is running after just one sentence. Kim Doohyuk effortlessly blocks his path, forcing the terrified Keymaster to beg for mercy, claiming he has never killed anyone since becoming a Constellation. A sharp blade flashes inches from his ear, backed by a cold, deadly gaze. Closing his eyes, waiting for death, Yu He-wook calmly stared at the Keykeeper, thinking to himself that this guy was even more boring than he had anticipated. He had barely threatened him and had not even equipped his ring to check what kind of constellation he was dealing with. He had only placed his blade against his neck, yet the boy was already trembling, tears streaming down. Feeling completely disappointed, Yu He-wook figured he probably did not even need to absorb him. He pulled back his sword and asked if the Keeper had truly never killed anyone. No longer feeling the cold steel against his neck, the Keeper slowly opened his eyes and stuttered out that it was true. He explained that ever since he became a Constellation, he had only used his power once to open a mental gateway. This revelation caught the hero off guard. Yu He-wook calmly told him that he would spare his life provided he did him a favor. Wiping his tears, the keykeeper anxiously asked what he needed. Yu He-wook cut straight to the point, asking if the door he had created previously led straight to the arena. The keykeeper gasped in absolute shock. Yu He-wook smiled warmly before asking with a decidedly threatening undertone if he could open it up once more. Above them, the heavy storm clouds slowly parted over the silent ruins. As they discussed, Yu He-wook reached a disappointing conclusion. So basically, there was no way the keeper could open it all by himself. The keykeeper hesitantly nodded. He admitted he lacked enough mana right now, which Yu He-wook already suspected. Staring down at the dirt, the keeper explained that his current pathetic mana pool was nowhere near enough to open such a gate. He could not bridge the mental realms of all the different constellations together or link those massive virtual spaces as a whole. He explained that he originally relied on a powerful artifact to boost his mana reserves and temporarily amplify his spatial abilities. Yu He-wook muttered the word artifact, frowning as he asked if that meant the keeper was completely useless right now. The keeper quietly confirmed it. Yu He-wook scratched his head in frustration. Damn it, he thought, even if he absorbed the guy and used his stolen skill with his ring, it would still fail. His ring only allowed him to utilize a constellation's baseline powers. It did not provide the massive energy boost needed. Watching him, the keykeeper suddenly seemed to remember something and looked up, asking if Yu He-wook was actually as incredibly powerful as he seemed, admitting he did not know much about him yet. Yu He-wook gave a simple nod. Smiling, the keeper suggested he retrieve a specific item so they could finally open the arena door. Yu He-wook instantly asked what he needed to find. Grinning, the keeper revealed that he needed the artifact that fell with him. Meanwhile, over in China, a heavy sigh echoed along a steep cliffside right outside a historic traditional mansion. So quiet. Rubbing her sore shoulders with a bright smile, Yanlang mused that it had been far too long since she last warmed up. Staring down a group of skeleton soldiers wielding shields and spears, she flashed a killer grin and raised a massive magic-charged fist. With one devastating punch, she shattered the lead skeleton's skull, causing the entire monster to detonate and wipe out the rest. Standing amidst the piles of shattered bone, Yanlang grinned with pure excitement, staring down at her knuckles in utter disbelief. She had no idea that sealing a contract with a constellation would grant her such an absurd, overwhelming amount of raw power. She had barely put any effort into that strike, and they completely turned to dust. It was honestly hard to even comprehend. Everything Yu He-wook told her had been completely spot on. Her face flushed a pretty deep red, wishing he was there to see. Sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the massive Valhalla training hall nestled deep within the lush mountains. Stepping inside, she smiled. She loudly announced her return, making everyone turn to look. On one side stood Yu He-wook, Choi Aranjun, and Oh Se-hyuk. On the other side were Adalia Hammond and Rogan. Yanlang blinked in confusion, immediately asking Yu He-wook what was going on. Why were there so many people gathered, and why was the tension so incredibly thick? Yu He-wook chuckled, assuring her she arrived at the perfect moment, though he asked what took her so long. She sheepishly muttered that she had some family matters to handle. He recalled that she had recently become the head of the Seal family. Shocked, she asked how he could possibly know that. He quietly replied that he never missed any crucial news. Scratching her head, she sheepishly admitted that it was a pretty long story. She explained that her aunt had pushed her into the role. Yu He-wook asked with a blank expression if she meant the White Lotus leader. When she confirmed it, he admitted he was curious, and she had always claimed to have absolutely zero interest in leading. Blushing in embarrassment, Yanlang stammered that it was only natural for people to change their minds every once in a while. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened. She turned to look intently at Choi Aaron, who stared right back at her with a pretty cold look. Smirking, Choi Aaron asked if she wanted to throw hands right then and there. Yanlang quietly thought to herself that she had only accepted the position because of Choi Aaron. She never expected that contracting with her family's constellation would make her this incredibly powerful. Waves of heavy magic radiated from her body as she thought that even without utilizing her constellation's full abilities, she could still take Choi Aaron down. Clenching her fist, she boldly shot back that Choi Aaron was practically begging for a beating. Doohyuk quickly steps in, telling both girls to stop right now. This is no time to fight. Yanlang stutters out an apology. Choi Aaron sighs and backs off. Turning to Yanlang, Doohyuk asks if she has other business to attend to, but she shakes her head. She explains that since she just became the new family head, her aunt handles everything. She focuses entirely on monster hunting. She does this to build up her family's reputation. Doohyuk lets out a soft chuckle, hands pocketed, and simply asks if that is true. Hands on her hips, Yanlang adds that her aunt handles all the boring paperwork too. Doohyuk smiles, noting how nice her aunt is. Suddenly, Yanlang turns to Choi Aaron, asking why she looks so worried. Aaron snaps her head away. It is nothing, she grumbles. Doohyuk looks intently at Yanlang, saying it is actually quite lucky she is here. They seriously need her help with a little project. Yeon Lang repeats those words, her ears flushing red at the thought. Quite lucky. Doohyuk then reveals their immediate plan. They are going to conquer the dungeons. Keeping one hand pocketed, he asks if she has tested her skills since contracting with the Constellation. Letting her arms drop, Yeon Lang admits she hasn't yet. Not even once. Doohyuk rubs his chin, laying out his strategy. He wanted to split everyone into pairs since there are too many gates, but with her current strength, she can easily clear one alone. Eyeing the massive aura swirling around her, he notes that her magical energy has skyrocketed, all thanks to her contract with the Constellation. Yeon Lang looks surprised, questioning if her magic really increased that much. She stares down at her hands, completely unaware of the change. Doohyuk explains that the dungeon monsters are highly weak against pure magic. It happens to be her greatest strength right now. Besides, he is currently struggling with several problematic dungeons over in China. It is the perfect playground for her to show off. Pointing directly at her, Doohyuk tells her to unleash all the magic power she can during battle. She needs to get used to it. She eagerly agrees. Doohyuk crosses his arms, adding that these dungeons won't have typical bosses. Expect only special dungeon crystals inside. He mentions there might even be holy relics hidden within those depths. Hearing this, Yeon Lang tilts her head in curiosity. Relics. He smiles, confirming that all she needs to do is grab the relics and bring them back. Her eyes burn with determination. Looking down at her hands, she gets lost in her own thoughts. A sudden worry hits her. Who will Doohyuk pair up with? Her face blushes a bright crimson as imaginary scenes of him with Choi Erin-jun or Adelia flash vividly through her mind. Out of nowhere, Yeon Lang screams out loud, asking herself what on earth she is thinking. Suddenly, her latent power explodes outward. Sharp spikes form over her fists. She charges at the nearest skeleton monster, completely shattering its face with one brutal punch. Total obliteration. The sheer shockwave blows back the surrounding undead. Catching her breath with a wild, excited grin, she looks at her trembling hands. She declares that today she is going to crush every single one of them. The remaining skeletons stare back in absolute terror. They should be. Yoo So-yeon deafening blasts echo through the Rocky Mountains of the United States. Doohyuk walks forward calmly, maintaining an incredibly serious face. Meanwhile, Se-hyuk pants heavily right beside him. Logan slides off his sunglasses to inspect an ancient yellowed piece of paper. Doohyuk asks Logan if they are almost there, but Logan shakes his head. Not yet. Doohyuk notes that coordinates are not enough. Satellite data is quite useless compared to light magic. Logan gets curious, asking if he means the power of the Underworld Master. He explains that only a handful of classified organizations know the exact coordinates. This is why the location was never documented. Looking at Doohyuk, Logan mentions the public believes the Hunter Association is the only group who knows where the giant magic stone is. Because of that, this area is highly top secret. Doohyuk grins, saying he feels pretty bad for them for leaving it behind. They just abandoned the task and dumped the hard work on him. Logan disagrees, pointing out they probably do not regret it. To them, it is just a spare magic source. With modern technology, they can easily manufacture their own energy anyway. No big loss. Se-hyuk listens in total silence. Doohyuk merely offers a gentle smile, thanking Logan for the very thorough explanation. He recalls the words of the Keykeeper who had begged him to recover the sacred artifacts that fell alongside him. Back then, Doohyuk had asked where they were now, and the Keykeeper replied they had likely scattered across various dungeons. He explained that unlike himself, those ancient artifacts emit an incredibly strong magical scent, making them very easy to locate. Doohyuk had readily agreed to help. The Keykeeper had frowned, slightly hesitating before bringing up another rather crucial request. He asked Doohyuk to also find the giant magic stone. Doohyuk questioned if that was just a bigger version of a normal stone. Once filled with magic, it floats in midair and can explode violently if handled incorrectly. The Keykeeper softly agreed. Chuckling quietly, the Keykeeper explained that opening a portal inside the void space requires a massive amount of energy. He hesitated, admitting the cost is so high that he could entirely fade away if he tried to force it open. The Keykeeper sadly confessed his fear of disappearing. Doohyuk looked on in silence, then suddenly flashed a reassuring smile. He told him not to worry, recalling his own promise to retrieve both items. The Keykeeper looked back at him. Wait, what? He stares back in shock, stammering. Is that true? Thinking back, why on earth did he say that? Finding even one stone was supposed to be impossible. Rogan stops. We are here. Doohyuk snaps out of his thoughts. He hesitates, confirming their arrival. All three stare ahead in absolute shock. Rogan mutters, what the hell is that thing? A moving stone giant stands before them. Its glowing red eyes sweep backward, instantly locking onto the three men. They stand completely frozen, staring back. The stone golem slowly pulls itself upright, scattering dust all over the place. Rogan watches it rise, completely awestruck. What is that? A golem, Doohyuk skeptically asks the other two. This one looks way bigger than normal. And why is it even here? Before they can even find an answer, The giant golem swings its massive fist. A devastating punch crashes down. All three of them leap back to survive. They retreat to a safe spot, their faces filled with anxiety. Suddenly, Doohyuk widens his eyes in shock. The golem missed. It slowly pulls its massive hand out of the dirt, leaving behind an incredibly deep crater. Doohyuk mutters. It seems size isn't the only terrifying thing this monster has going for it. Rogan agrees, slipping his glasses into his pocket. Yes, definitely. The golem draws its giant arm back, pausing. It stares at its own fist almost in contemplation. The next second, it strikes again, targeting Rogan, who stands closest. Facing the beast, Rogan suddenly erupts with a blinding golden aura. He scowls deeply and snaps, "You stupid monster." He lunges forward, clashing directly with the golem. He yells out, "Do you even know who you are messing with?" Fist meets fist. The impact kicks up a massive storm of dust. Doohyuk quickly shields his face from the debris. He wonders, is this real? Like One Punch Man, the golem's stone hand starts cracking against Rogan's tiny fist. The cracks spread fast. In the next split second, the golem's giant arm completely shatters, exploding into countless pieces. With its arm obliterated, the giant monster collapses backward. The other two watch in shock. Doohyuk gasps. That was insane. Honestly, who saw that coming? The stone beast lies motionless, leaving the young man completely speechless. One punch blew its arm to pieces. Is this the power of absolute destruction? He looks over at the veteran. This level of strength is exactly what he expected. Rogan truly is a legendary contractor, second to none. He sighs with relief. Thank goodness they are on the same side. But there is an even bigger mystery. Even Rogan treats Doohyuk with utmost respect. What kind of connection do those two actually share? He steals a glance at Doohyuk. Remembering their group split before entering the labyrinth, a cold sweat runs down his face. He thought they were completely finished, yet they made it. Now he gets to witness these living legends in action. The sheer power is mind-blowing. But Rogan suddenly speaks up, frowning. Something about this is off. The silent golem makes him highly suspicious. He mutters, with that shockwave it should have shattered into dust, yet it still looks completely intact. Doohyuk reassures him, saying its massive body likely absorbed most of the impact. Perhaps the force did not reach the core. Rogan nods, agreeing. Suddenly, Doohyuk drops low, taking a stance. He leaps forward, swinging his blade right at the center of the monster. Clang. The sword strikes the chest. The blade gets completely wedged in the stone. This catches Doohyuk off guard. Staring at his trapped weapon, he wonders if even Levitine cannot pierce its hide. Suddenly, the unconscious golem snaps, its eyes wide open, rising. It glares at the pest standing on its chest. Doohyuk gasps as glowing yellow lights erupt from its missing right arm. The shattered stone fragments are flying back, pulling together. The self-assembling monster makes Doohyuk's eyes widen. He watches in pure shock as the giant fist swings once more. This time, he is the target. Doohyuk quickly raises Levitine to shield himself. The immense power of the direct hit slams into his blade. The impact throws him backward. He drives his sword deep into the ground, sliding to a halt. He mutters, "I see." He looks at the golem as it bursts with intense energy. Calmly, Doohyuk analyzes the situation. The walking pile of rocks must have absorbed that massive floating magic stone. Hearing this, the other two look utterly baffled. Doohyuk quickly steps in front of them to shield them, asking a critical question. "Don't you need to cast an anti-magic spell to block that stone pillar?" Rogan replies that they have a contractor handling it. Doohyuk continues. "Honestly, trying to block the presence of that giant magic stone is going to be incredibly difficult. The absurd amount of magic energy it has makes the task nearly impossible." Rogan immediately reacts with pure skepticism. He argues that he has not felt even a single trace of that massive magical power yet. Doohyuk explains that it is because the contractors did their absolute best to keep humans from detecting any magical power. This completely shuts Rogan up. Doohyuk casts his eyes down, explaining that this monster is quite different from normal magical creatures. Unlike those summoned beasts, this aggressive giant in front of them only made it here because of its highly refined senses. It can detect even the faintest traces of magic. Rogan looks at the golem in confusion, suddenly piecing everything together. He remembers spotting the beast digging in the dirt earlier. Doohyuk finishes his sentence, explaining that it was actually absorbing mana. The creature was gathering excess magic and channeling it into its magic stone. That is why other local monsters have drastically decreased. They were likely all wiped out by this thing. Still, Doohyuk is amazed it grew so massive just from ambient magic. If that is true, then that giant floating magic stone must contain an incredibly high amount of dense top-tier mana. Doohyuk stares at the golem with annoyance. If he knew this would happen, he would have brought his disciples' skills along. What a complete pain. Turning to his companion, he holds out his hand and asks Rogan for a quick favor. "Hey," Rogan tossed that relic over. The older man quickly searches through his coat pockets to hand it over. Doohyuk grins, promising to show him a real one-punch technique. Meanwhile, inside a massive, dimly lit cavern in England, heavy panting echoes through the dark rocky maze. Breakcast takes a breath and asks if she is doing okay. The blonde girl catches her breath shakily, replying that she is fine, though it has been a while since she pushed this hard. This blonde is Adelia Venchik. Leaning forward with her hands on her knees, she tries to steady her ragged breathing. Normally, her family servants handle these beasts, so fighting them herself has left her completely exhausted. Breakcast nods in understanding, remembering she is the head of a major family. He reaches up to his mask. Touching his black cat mask, he admits he worked up a sweat too, since it has been forever since he last fought. With a quick apology, he pulls off his mask, revealing an incredibly handsome face hidden underneath. Adelia is completely stunned, her face turning bright red at the sight. Breakcast sighs in relief, enjoying the cool air. He tries to relax for a second, but a sudden shift beside him makes him turn around in curiosity. Adelia is staring blankly at him, completely speechless. Confused, he wonders if his unmasked face has somehow offended her. Apologizing, he offers to put the mask back on, but she quickly waves her hands to stop him. Blushing furiously, she stammers and asks if it is really okay for him to keep his face uncovered. He assures her it is fine. While he usually hides his identity as the black market owner, today is different. Today he is just a fellow companion. Gripping his staff, he reminds her that they are basically classmates anyway. Since they are training under the same master, there is absolutely no need for secrets between them. Adelia stammers in agreement. She recalls how skeptical she was when Kim Doohyuk first ordered her into this dungeon. He had called it an extension of her real combat training, and now all her doubts completely vanish. Blushing, she gently touches her cheek and asks if he could keep his face more often from now on. His hand freezes mid-air as he is about to put his mask back on, caught off guard by her request. A slight blush creeps onto his cheeks as he promises to keep that in mind just as a yellow system panel pops up. The system message asks if the two of them could possibly move a little faster. Then a dark blue panel appears. The ruler of the underworld angrily chimes in, demanding they focus on their master's orders instead of flirting. Adelia jumps in surprise at the messages. Breakcast stares at the angry text, completely flustered. He stammers a weak denial, claiming he is doing no such thing before awkwardly turning back to his partner. He clears his throat, suggesting they probably rested a bit too long. Adelia nods, her face still red. Sliding his mask back on, he signals it is time to move, and they both dash forward once again. Meanwhile, back at the giant boss fight, the golem winds up, its massive arm radiating pure murderous intent. Kim Doohyuk narrowly dodges a devastating fist, crashing into the ground, leaping back toward his teammates with a serious expression. He calls out to Rogan to pay close attention, prompting the older man to look over with intense focus. Kim Doohyuk puts on his earring artifact and grins, promising to show him the true power of a single strike. The golem hesitates as it senses the massive buildup of energy. It slowly turns around, aiming another rapid punch. A deafening boom echoes through the cavern. Kim Doohyuk moves in a flash, leaving Rogan absolutely stunned. Kim Doohyuk's punch blows the massive stone monster away, literally bending the very space behind it. The man behind him stands frozen in pure disbelief. As expected, this technique is absolutely insane. It has been a long time since Doohyuk threw a real punch. Rogan looks on, completely stunned. He wonders if that was really just a single strike. Doohyuk completely pulverized the massive golem and the mountain behind it. Is this the true strength of destruction? Doohyuk interrupts his thoughts, placing a bead in his hand. Rogan quickly takes it, calling it a true honor. Staring at the bead, he sinks deep into thought. Has he really failed to tap into his own true potential? He quickly calls out to the youth. The young man is Doohyuk. He hums in response. Rogan straightens up with a serious look. He asks Doohyuk to teach him that punch. Doohyuk turns and stares at him silently. After a moment, he smiles brightly and makes a promise. It is no problem at all. If they can find another massive magic stone, he will gladly teach him. Doohyuk points directly ahead. Rogan rubs his chin, mentioning that the Alliance actually has one in their possession, so they can just take that. Doohyuk agrees. If everything goes smoothly, he will gladly return one of the stones back to them. Rogan hesitantly repeats the words. If everything goes smoothly. Shaking off the doubt, he changes the subject. He mentions that they can probably replace the magic stone using an artificial storage system instead. Doohyuk just smiles. He points behind them, suggesting they keep digging the deep hole left by the golem to search for more magic stones. Knowing this would happen, Doohyuk brought along plenty of capable workers ready to put in some serious manual labor. Everyone gets to work. A few days later, purple light eerily glows from the ruins of an abandoned house. A sudden voice breaks the silence. The keykeeper stands there, his jaw dropping in shock at the sight. 3 magic stones sit right in front of him. Doohyuk smirks, presenting the treasures he secured. He brought the ultimate treasures and the giant floating magic stone. The stunned keykeeper can barely believe it. He asks if Doohyuk really brought all 3 stones. The young man casually calls it a precaution. Two of the stones came from Rogan, while the third was acquired thanks to the assistance of Sosimi. Rumor had it that the stone was meant for receiving orders from Sosimi. Doohyuk hands over a heavy bag. He presents the treasures to the boy, asking if he is the keykeeper. The boy nods, utterly stunned. Peeking inside the bag, the boy gasps. Everything is here. He never expected them to be gathered so fast. With all the pieces collected, they have enough power to unlock the ancient arena once and for all. Hearing this, Doohyuk smiles. The keykeeper grips the bag tightly and begins to explain the truth. The arena is just a fancy name coined by the Labyrinth Lord. It is actually just a massive tomb. He prepares to open the gate connecting the dimensional rifts, looking at the three magic stones with a sigh. He thanks him for the spares but admits that a single stone possesses more than enough mana to do the job. But Doohyuk tells him not to worry. The extra stones have their own unique purpose, leaving him puzzled. Doohyuk suddenly asks if other constellations have already descended to conquer this place under the Lord's orders. This unexpected question catches the keykeeper off guard. He silently lowers his head, refusing to say a word. Doohyuk tells him not to bother keeping silent out of some misguided loyalty. He knows his secrets. The keykeeper shivers. Doohyuk is always 10 steps ahead, and the poor kid is starting to realize it. Doohyuk cuts him off, planning to use this information to take down those constellations directly. Looking at the purple glow radiating from the heavy object, the keykeeper mutters to himself in absolute awe. Doohyuk commands him to link the arena to the dimensional rifts without any further delay. The boy quickly complies. Doohyuk then summons his trusted ally, the former guardian cloaked in black. The dark figure appears instantly. Doohyuk instructs him to have the other guards watch the keykeeper. He wants a preliminary contract drafted with Sosimi. The guardian listens carefully, taking in every single detail. He nods in understanding. Lowering his voice, Doohyuk adds a cold warning about their young prisoner. If the boy tries to contact the other constellations, eliminate him immediately. The guardian silently agrees. Elsewhere in a dark chamber, a hand slams onto a table in pure rage. It belongs to Catfish. The solid wood table splits completely in half, startling everyone. He demands answers in a low, menacing voice. When are we going to get out of this place? If this keeps up, we will die without accomplishing anything, the Catfish mutters. He turns to Hugo and asks if there is any word from the Labyrinth Lord, who crosses his arms and replies that there has been nothing. The Catfish gets so angry that veins bulge on his forehead, complaining that they cannot let everyone's sacrifices go to waste. We cannot just stand here and wait for death, the vampire chimes in, completely agreeing that they have to act. With that support, the Catfish quickly speaks up again, eager to take the lead now that they are on the same page. He suggests they should charge out and slaughter a bunch of them right now, asking Hugo what he thinks of the idea. Hugo stays silent for a moment before a strange voice suddenly breaks the quiet, calling his idea incredibly stupid. The Catfish flinches and spins around while the vampire looks back in absolute shock to see a young man standing right there. Doohyuk rests his weapon on his shoulder, staring down the confused group, and calmly says he has been standing there for 10 minutes. They were so busy babbling that they did not even notice him. He raises his cold eyes, warning them not to worry about vanishing, because he is about to make them disappear permanently. The Catfish narrows his eyes, demanding to know who the hell he is. "Where did you come from?" he growls, while the vampire standing next to him also speaks up in utter confusion. He wonders how they failed to notice him, realizing they could not feel even a trace of his mana this entire time. Seeing the young man completely unfazed, the vampire demands to know who he is to talk so big, asking if he wants to die. Doohyuk suddenly makes a cryptic comment, saying that while Sosimi's stealth ability is outstanding, there is just one issue. Faint light begins to envelop his body, and Doohyuk proudly declares that when he conceals himself, his mana vanishes entirely. That is why they kept talking nonsense without even realizing who they were dealing with. He shifts his sword, preparing to strike. "You will only realize it after you are dead," he mutters coldly, calling them nothing but low-class trash. His words instantly stun the Catfish, the vampire, and Hugo. But out of nowhere, Hugo lets out a terrified scream. "Duck down," he yells, just as a blinding wave of light erupts directly from Doohyuk's massive blade. With a single devastating swing of his sword, he completely decapitates several enemies who were standing nearby. The Catfish only survives because he managed to duck in time. Gasping for air after witnessing such terrifying power, Hugo trembles. Even though his physical appearance has changed, Hugo realizes he knows this strength. A cold drop of sweat rolls down his cheek. "This is the Martial God," he mutters, and suddenly the entire area falls dead silent as they nervously scan their surroundings. The vampire frantically asks where he went, unable to sense him anymore. Hugo immediately explains that the Martial God is invisible. He has completely erased his presence, meaning he is lurking somewhere inside this building, sending a shiver through the survivors. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind sweeps past, carving a deep, fatal gash right across the neck of one unfortunate demon. Flashes of sword light dance through the air, claiming more heads in seconds as pure panic spreads. Hugo cannot take it anymore. "Damn it, that bastard is just playing with us," he roars as his body erupts with mana. He slams his hand onto the ground. He summons a glowing purple magic array quickly, forming a massive box-like barrier. The catfish panics and asks what he is doing. Hugo explains that he is casting a protective shield to lock down the entire building. But the vampire immediately scoffs at the idea. What good is a barrier against the martial god, he argues, pointing out that they are only trapping themselves inside. "It has to work," Hugo replies while rubbing his wrist, pointing to the two lifeless bodies nearby and asking if they understand yet. "Those two died because the martial god struck from the shadows," he adds, reminding them that even if they die, they will reincarnate. But if their physical forms are destroyed right now, their plans for the labyrinth will be completely ruined. The very next second, a razor-sharp blade suddenly materializes, pointing directly at Hugo's face out of thin air. But before Hugo can even react, a swift fist shatters the incoming blade. The vampire pulls back his hand and asks if he is okay. Hugo leaps back to a safe distance, panting as he says he is fine and that their enemy is definitely still here. He breaks into a faint smile as he explains his theory that even while invisible, the barrier will still affect him. "Can you guys feel it?" he asks, pointing out that the legendary martial god has actually grown much weaker. The shocking claim startles everyone. The catfish quickly agrees, noting that since the martial god is in a new vessel, he has obviously reincarnated and has not recovered his peak power yet. The vampire nods, adding that if he were at full strength, they would not even be standing here talking, since their heads would have been rolling on the floor ages ago. But as the vampire finishes speaking, a faint, blurry figure silently lunges forward from the darkness. The sharp blade comes crashing down directly onto the vampire's head, sending blood spraying everywhere as Doohyuk strikes. Doohyuk frowns. He swings his sword with full force, spraying dark red blood everywhere. The vampire slashed just moments ago, who seemed dead, reappears with a mock. "Your brother appeared because of my clone martial god. Those once anxious creatures are now hovering right above Doohyuk, laughing in triumph. Huck reaches out to call his allies to finish the job. "It is time, concentrate all your power," where the clone exploded. The group focuses their strength in one direction, fully trusting Hook's claim that they can stop him now that he is weakened. A massive explosion erupts and Hook reassures them, telling them to blow up the ground since his barrier is up. As the flames fade, thick smoke rises. The ruins make Hook lower his hands in relief, panting. "Well said, horned punk," a cold voice suddenly echoes. It sounds like a message straight from hell, freezing Huck completely. Suddenly, Doohyuk leaps up and grabs his horn from behind, giggling as he asks if Huck wanted to stop him, not kill him. This time, he is in no rush to finish things. "I am quite impressed by your tiny, foolish brains, knowing you still cannot kill me even in my weakened state." The tight grip on his horn is agonizing, making Hook gnash his teeth in pure rage. But now the playtime is officially over. Doohyuk raises his sword high, promising to set him free as a reward before plunging his blade forward. The brutal strike leaves only a faint shadow, and Huckrock's scream gets caught right in his throat as a powerful surge of energy crashes down, shattering the solid stone floor. Hovering above Huckrock's allies can only stare down in shock. After a quiet moment, the catfish mutant mutters in disbelief that Huckrock is dead. The vampire frowns, still doubting how a weakened warrior could do this, wondering if it was all an illusion. Standing tall, Doohyuk exhales deeply before speaking. He admits he is indeed weaker, noting that a single blow in the past would have wiped out all four of them. Sensing the looming danger, the survivors dare not say a word. Doohyuk twirls his sword casually, adding that dealing with them one by one is far too tedious. With a sharp snap of his fingers, he announces his special surprise. Immediately, a massive crack splits across the ceiling. The vampire spins around in total confusion, trying to see what is happening. Is glowing. But as the bright light reveals its secrets, the vampire's eyes widen in absolute horror and sheer disbelief. Two giant magic stones slowly float down from the massive crack. Standing right below, Doohyuk calls out to them, asking if they find the floating stones magnificent. He keeps talking as the giant crystals hum with power, slowly releasing a massive wave of mana. He explains that they used to be popular for easy mana transfer, though they are completely obsolete now. Looking up at the silent, terrified group above, Doohyuk flashes a playful grin. He playfully teases that once charged with enough mana, a simple impact to the core triggers a massive explosion. The catfish mutant stammers, asking if he really intends to do it. Avoiding the question, Doohyuk calls them troublesome pests, wishing them a very permanent farewell. With a sudden clench of his fist, the magic stones respond to his command and shoot downward. They fly straight past the terrified monsters, completely ignoring them as they head for the ground. The moment the crystals impact the floor, a blinding, world-shaking explosion erupts completely, tearing the entire dungeon apart. The scene shifts to a colossal 1,000-year-old tree, revealing a mysterious wooden door nestled right beneath its giant roots. Deep inside, a glowing red orb flickers with intense energy while a figure stands hiding quietly behind the doorframe. It is the red-haired guide. She hesitantly peers inside, watching the crimson glow slowly shift into deep darkness, triggering memories of their small cabin in the woods. Their conversation from back then echoes clearly through her mind. She had confirmed that aside from the keykeeper, everyone else was gathered together on the island. Leaning on the table, the guide notes that while she cannot track them in real time, the location is certain. Hearing this, Doohyuk immediately stands up, ready to head out to resolve the crisis once and for all. But just as he turns around to leave, the worried guide reaches out, calling for him to wait a moment. She hesitantly asks to borrow the names he has absorbed, leaving Doohyuk completely baffled by her strange request. He explains that he used those names instantly to gain power, so he is not sure if any remain. Searching through his storage ring, he hands it over to her, letting her take a look for herself. She thanks him, confident some are left. Curious, Doohyuk asks what she actually plans to do with them. Holding the ring, her body suddenly radiates a soft blue glow that fully illuminates the entire dim room. As the light fades, she opens her eyes to ask if he truly intends to face all the constellations. When he confirms, she warns that their sudden disappearance could trigger massive, uncontrollable chaos across the world. Back into Yeon Seung's hands as a slender finger rises to her lips. The guide smiles softly and explains, she will use the names she absorbed to blindside the Labyrinth Lord. Suddenly, space-time shifts again, returning to the glowing red globe. In the present, the guide walks slowly toward that crimson orb, then raising her hand to blow a soft breath, sending a thick stream of dark mist forward. The black energy grows denser by the second until those dark clouds swirl around and completely envelop the red globe. Watching this result, the guide quietly sighs in relief silently, thinking that this should block their tracking for quite a while, even if capturing the constellation will leave behind traces. Suddenly, an unexpected shout startles the guide. "Who are you?" A sharp spearhead from a newly arrived young man points directly at her throat. He is a loyal servant of the Labyrinth Lord, keeping his weapon steady as he demands to know who she is and what she is doing there. The guide freezes up, thinking anxiously. No way, she cannot believe that she got caught. But as a seasoned expert, she quickly raises both hands to surrender, pleading with him to be calm and claiming she did absolutely nothing. Her seemingly weak and vulnerable voice makes him hesitate. The servant keeps his spear pointed directly at her, but his voice softens slightly as he demands answers, explaining that this restricted area is strictly off-limits. His priority now is to capture her and take her straight to the Labyrinth Lord. His grip wavers slightly as he orders her to explain her identity to his supreme master, who will decide her ultimate fate. Pushing the sharp spearhead aside, the guide feels a surge of panic, knowing that meeting the Lord right now will completely restrict her movements. She steals a quick glance at the young warrior, resolving to find a quick way out of this mess. Looking him dead in the eye, she begins to plead, asking him to pretend they never met since she is just an ordinary constellation who got lost. But her silver tongue does not work as the young man firmly stands his ground. His duty is to guard this place and report any anomalies, so she must drop the act and follow him. The guide smiles very warmly, praising his admirable loyalty and gently suggesting that he should put down his weapon first so they can talk. Hearing those words, the Labyrinth Lord's servant frowns in disgust, muttering that he has no such thing as loyalty. Angrily, he slams the heavy butt of his spear directly onto the ground, gripping his weapon tightly as he warning the guide not to make assumptions about him since he never wanted this job in the first place. He explains it has merely been a chore since he woke up 300 years ago with no memories. The guide listens in silence, her mind focusing on those 300 years. Meanwhile, the servant stares directly at his blade, admitting that he is simply not strong enough to refuse his lord, so he just carries out his duty. He trails off, caught in a quiet and deep internal conflict as that phrase continues to haunt his mind. Shaking off his sudden doubts, the labyrinth servant quickly casts his personal thoughts aside and snaps back to the guide, telling her to forget his words and move along. Seizing the moment, the guide asks if he is lost in his own identity. Utterly stunned, he asks if she just read his mind, which she casually admits to, calling it her special talent. Reaching out her hand, she asks if he wants to discover his true identity, leaving him hesitant as he wonders who he truly is. Striking while the iron is hot, the guide quickly reminds him of his 300-year-long duty, offering to introduce him to someone who actually knows his true past. Stunned, the servant bows his head in deep thought, silently staring at the guide as she lays down her conditions, demanding that he keep this secret from the Labyrinth Lord. She asks him if they have a deal. He remains silent, weighing his private options very carefully. A few days later, back in the old dusty warehouse, the curious trio consisting of Yu Kim Ju, Hyuk Dreket, and Adelia Venchik widen their eyes at the sudden sound of the mysterious key keeper declaring that he is finally done. Before them, a brand new door suddenly materializes, and he immediately explains that this new door leads directly to the arena. Yu Kim Ju casts a highly skeptical look, noting it looks like a completely ordinary door and questioning if it truly works. But the keykeeper quickly objects, explaining that this seemingly normal doorway merely leads directly to another secret portal which actually connects to the grand arena. Highly skeptical Doohyuk realizes it is just a transit path. The keykeeper nods, explaining his research proved that no direct path to the arena actually exists at all. Hearing this convoluted explanation, the trio flares up with an invisible fire of absolute rage. Doohyuk raises his massive fist threateningly and asks if he panics, wondering if his efforts were in vain. But the keykeeper objects, waving his hand to stop him. He raises a hand, looking dead serious. A space the Labyrinth Lord calls the arena still exists, but its location is not down here. Instead, it is up above. Doohyuk is confused by this, so the keykeeper explains it is where the Lord resides. Thinking of the complex structural models he previously studied, the keykeeper asks if he remembers their talk about the arena, specifically how it only connects to the illusory realm of the constellations. He believes that realm is located up there too. A direct connection is highly possible. However, after descending from that place, they must use a passage to reach the hall. The boy tightly grips the massive key in his hands. But thanks to powerful artifacts and a giant magic stone, his unique abilities are greatly enhanced. Unlocking this passage will simultaneously trigger the corresponding gates in the illusory realm. Hearing this explanation, Doohyuk casually shrugs his shoulders. Is that so? Perfect, let us get moving immediately. But the keykeeper suddenly hesitates. About that. He desperately tries to suppress his mounting visible anxiety. He explains that the passage warps space and time, meaning countless highly dangerous rogue monsters are roaming the path. He stammers, waiting. Doohyuk purses his lips, patiently waiting for him to finish, but those broken words tell everything. He lets out a soft chuckle. So the kid wants an escort. He agrees, telling him to just unlock the door. Getting exactly what he wanted, the keykeeper instantly brightens up, offering a sincere and excited thank you. Doohyuk turns to call his two companions, Adalia and Bracket. They both respond in unison, awaiting orders. He commands them to tell their constellations to enter the moment a doorway opens inside the illusory realm. They quickly bow, confirming they understand. Doohyuk then turns to his former guardian, directing him to inform Sasimbi. The masked warrior immediately drops to one knee to accept the command. With preparations complete, Doohyuk turns back. He orders the keykeeper to unlock the gates. Lifting the giant key, the boy nods and prepares to turn it. The mechanism clicks and the massive doors swing open, releasing a violent howling gust of wind from within. Doohyuk peers inside, remarking that it looks terrifying. He calls out to the keeper, who answers with dread. Tilting his chin up, Doohyuk warns him to stay close if he wants to survive. The boy nods instantly. Giving the command to move, they both dash forward into the passage. But immediately, two hostile beasts ambush them. A massive hairy fist slams down violently right in front of them, shattering the stone floor into countless pieces. Completely unfazed, Doohyuk smirks and draws his blade, letting it glide through the air in a swift motion. In one clean strike, he slices both monsters in half. Their severed heads roll right to the keeper's feet. The poor boy freezes in absolute terror. Doohyuk calls out, telling him to stop dazing and keep up. The keeper snaps out of his shock, scrambling to follow. Resting his sword casually on his shoulder, Doohyuk continues. Wave after wave of monsters spawn in their path, but he effortlessly cuts them down with light, precise strikes. Their severed remains litter the ground as they clear a path. He smirks, telling his companion to keep running. The keeper quickly complies. But suddenly Doohyuk stops dead in his tracks, his eyes widening in surprise. A massive new gate blocks their path, its giant gears locked and completely motionless. He asks about the door, and the keeper confirms it leads to the main hall. But in that very second, the keeper gasps loudly. He looks up in sheer panic as a massive hairy figure plunges down. It is an enormous, monstrous creature, resembling a twisted chimera of multiple beasts. It stands firmly, blocking the doorway and bearing its razor-sharp fangs. The beast roars savagely. Doohyuk frowns, wondering what kind of mutant monster he is dealing with now. The keykeeper clutches his heavy key to his chest, stammering that the distorted space must have mutated it. But in stark contrast to his companion's sheer cowardice, Doohyuk just lets out a quiet, amused chuckle. He admits he originally avoided using his disciples' highly destructive magic to prevent a cave-in, but this looks fun. He tells the boy to step back. The beast doesn't wait immediately, launching into a fierce, violent attack. A giant vein-popping fist slams down, but Doohyuk easily leaps into the air, dodging the lethal punch. Raising his weapon, he flashes a cold smile. His sharp blade slices forward once more, cutting through the air. The beast's left arm is severed, black blood spraying everywhere as it roars in agony, but it instantly regenerates, lunging back toward him. Doohyuk effortlessly dodges the blow, highly amused by the creature's impressive recovery speed. He compliments the mutant monster, joking that he originally thought a few simple cuts would turn it to mince. Doohyuk unleashes a dark red aura. He decides enough is enough, his face turning dead serious as he raises his sword. He swings the blade over his head once again, targeting the monster's giant arm as blinding flashes of light erupt. With a single stroke, the beast's arm is hacked into multiple pieces, making it roar in agony. Kim Doohyuk doesn't waste any time. He leaps high into the air, transforming his sword's trajectory into a dazzling beam of light that cuts straight through the hairy beast's wide-open mouth. A sharp slice echoes as Kim Doohyuk lands, and the giant creature gets cleanly split in half, its massive corpse crashing down and shaking the ground. Behind him, the Constellation keyholder watches in absolute shock. The keyholder grits his teeth in awe. Kim Doohyuk effortlessly defeated a beast far stronger than any monster he had ever faced. Staring at that straight imposing back, he wonders if this man is actually stronger than the Constellations. Suddenly, Kim Doohyuk turns around and calls out, telling the keyholder it is his turn to unlock the gate. Receiving the order, the keyholder snaps back to a serious state. Nodding in response, he clutches the giant key and takes heavy steps toward the massive gate ahead. As he channels his magic, a vibrant green flame erupts around the key. He then carefully inserts it into the lock. With a firm twist, he turns the key, holding his breath as the ancient doors slowly rumble open, letting him know it worked. Meanwhile, in the domain of Moron, also known as the Performance Constellation, Moj, wearing a bird mask, looks up. A mysterious gate suddenly descends right in front of him. A similar doorway manifests before Luminous, the ruler of the underworld. Yet another massive portal suddenly drops from the sky, appearing right in front of the warrior spirit Constellation Sosimi. And at that very moment, the Constellation Batch quickly approaches his newly materialized gate, filled with sheer excitement. He rejoices that it is finally open. The scene shifts to another space where Kim Doohyuk begins reflecting on recent events. Newspaper headlines flash by as he recalls how chaotic the world became after his return from the mysterious tunnel. His disciples and close allies already knew the gates would open, but the other constellations were completely taken aback by the sudden unveiling of the Grand Hall. Trust me, seeing these powerful beings gathered looking totally lost is hilarious. Gripping his sword tightly, Kim Doohyuk continues to ponder. He had tried to force his way into the illusion realm, using his soul blade afterward, but it was a total failure. The portal simply vanished the second he set foot inside. Kim Doohyuk looks around with a distant contemplative expression, his thoughts drifting toward the well-being of his disciples. They had successfully used the gates to gather in a single illusion realm, yet he could not even cross the threshold of the Grand Hall. Left with no choice, Kim Doohyuk had questioned the short keyholder who had answered him hesitantly. He explained that the hall probably rejected him because it was constructed by the Labyrinth Lord. Knowing this, Kim Doohyuk quickly decided he needed to seek guidance for his next move. Staring at the glowing crimson blade in his hands, he silently cursed the bastard lord for creating the biggest obstacle of his life. He could not even reunite with his beloved disciples, leaving him completely in the dark about who was currently inside the soul blade. Standing still, he remains deep in thought. Even someone as detached as him felt the sting of this isolation. Suddenly, a dark red energy begins swirling around his sword. He silently reminds himself that his original plan was to search the Grand Hall and locate the portal leading to the Constellation's illusion realm, just to confirm if they were indeed one of his disciples. Suddenly, his eyes widen as a brilliant idea strikes him. Since his disciples could easily enter the hall, he could simply find an alternative route. A sly smile creeps onto his face. Meanwhile, several constellations are busy roaming around the hall. Suddenly, a portal opens and Moron steps through with her cold mask. A questioning voice instantly grabs her attention, asking why she is so late. That voice belongs to none other than Luminous, who adds that everyone has already gathered. Beside her, the timid Sosimi softly chimes in to greet them. But almost immediately, Moron and Luminous start bickering, trading insults about respect and who should be calling whom senior. Luminous snaps back that Moron only joined their master a few weeks before her, prompting Moron to threaten her with the skills of a senior disciple, daring her to see if she wants to get sliced through space itself. Feeling completely awkward, Sosimi stands aside and watches them argue endlessly, trying to find a way to stop the madness. She desperately begs them to cut it out, reminding them they need to focus on completing their master's orders. At the mention of their master, both Moron and Luminous instantly freeze. Moron agrees, admitting her rival actually makes a good point. The surrounding constellations hesitantly watch the tense exchange as Luminous chuckles and softly nods her head in agreement. Following the exact orders of their master, one of the disciples takes a firm step forward, ready to initiate the plan. Moron then casually looks at the crowd, asking if she should just tear all these onlookers to shreds. Luminous doesn't argue this time, happily agreeing that it is a great idea. Flashing back to a few days ago, Kim Doohyuk with a serious face crosses his arms and asks how things are, wondering if everything is fine over on Sosimi's end. Meanwhile, Moron looks toward the direction of the teleportation gate. It swings open, spilling blinding light everywhere before suddenly slamming shut again. Next, A voice rings out saying everything seems fine, though Moron is too surprised to respond. Sosumi's figure gradually becomes clearer, behind the faint skeletal mist as she lets out a long, exhausted sigh. She bows deeply, greeting Moron as her senior after all this time. Moron agrees it has been a while. Meanwhile, on the protagonist's side, Adelia receives a system alert showing that Sosumi has finally arrived. She tells him she has made it and Kim Doohyuk simply nods, saying he knows. Still, Moron is quite curious. How did she even find her way here? Relying solely on teleportation gates should have made this nearly impossible. Sosumi quickly explains that it actually was not that hard. By hiding her presence, she was able to move around the hall with ease. Plus, she knows the scent of everyone's mana. Moron lets out a gasp of disbelief as Sosumi continues her explanation. She felt that once the order reached a certain stage, all 4 disciples would turn into constellations, which is why she used other members to hunt for them. She couldn't track down everyone, but she did manage to locate Moron's sacred relic. As she speaks, a sword and staff manifest. Ever since that moment, she memorized the scent of that mana to search the Grand Hall, eventually leading her right here. Moron nods as he finally understands. Meanwhile, back with Kim Doohyuk. He asks Adelia if Sosumi is in the imaginary realm, with Moron requesting to borrow her sacred relic to make his move. Adelia readily agrees, drawing her sword and handing it over. Kim Doohyuk takes the weapon and begins channeling his formidable power. His mana wraps completely around the blade. Yet even after a moment passes, nothing around them changes at all. Staring at the sword, he wonders why he cannot enter the imaginary realm, immediately directing his questions to Moron, asking if his request is being rejected. Moron panics desperately, replying that he would never dream of doing that. Moron insists that even if he wanted to block it, he physically cannot, explaining that something bizarre is going on. It feels as though some force is actively preventing him from summoning his master, even though it worked fine before. A system screen confirms that a massive source of power is indeed blocking the connection, prompting Kim Doohyuk to question who is behind this. He turns to Sosumi, asking if she truly cannot detect the other's sense. She quickly clarifies that while she believes they became active constellations, finding them alone is tough unless they exert some real public influence. Right now, it feels as though they are actively hiding, leaving her clueless despite searching for relics matching their signature weapons. When she mentions her search yielded nothing, Kim Doohyuk asks if she ever bothered to inspect his own light sword. The system notes that while the light sword was once extremely influential, nobody uses such a weapon type anymore, so she never picked up on any traces. Even if she tried, now she cannot sense any mana from the blade. He nods, acknowledging her point. Regardless of who is lurking inside his weapon, Kim Doohyuk wants to try finding new clues, since checking it could prove incredibly useful. Finding even a small lead could help them unravel this whole mystery. Sosumi hesitates, questioning how they can locate the correct portal in a grand hall overflowing with endless constellation gates. Sensing the mana of the light sword is completely impossible, but Kim Doohyuk simply smirks with absolute and unwavering confidence. His eyes lock forward as he issues a powerful command, declaring they will simply defeat every single constellation in the Grand Hall. That way they can freely enter any door they choose. He asks his disciples if they are up for the challenge. Moron, Sosumi, and Luminous immediately answer their master in unison, teleporting directly into the Grand Hall where the constellations reside. Moron is ready to take them all down, and an excited Luminous eagerly agrees as they both step forward. Suddenly, a voice calls out, stopping them in their tracks. Sosumi urges them to wait, insisting on a crucial first step. They must first let everyone know exactly whose disciples they are, and as she raises her hand, the earth begins to shake. From the crumbling earth, a massive building rises, displaying the grand sign of Shinmu Gate, making Luminous gasp in excitement. Luminous cannot believe she can summon this here, feeling a deep wave of nostalgia for their master washing over him. Sosumi explains that during a previous visit, she tried manifest her imaginary domain inside the Grand Hall by channeling her mana. Seeing that sign brings back so many memories. So who's their very first target? Her serious, powerful tone immediately sparks intense curiosity in both Luminous and Moron. Sosumi then coldly reveals that ever since she ascended, she has kept a strict record of every single constellation who dared insult their master. Whether they did it through contracts directly or whispered it in secret, she remembers every single one of them. Even now, she still cannot obtain that exact constellation. The other two watch her in silence as Moron smiles, softly nodding along. That is correct. She is indeed incredibly shy, yet she is the only one who truly observes everything around her. Luminous, wearing a deadly glare, asks if they should start by shattering the first constellation. The surrounding deities watch in utter shock, whispering in confusion. Wait, do you see that over there? One constellation stammers. Yes, is that really the Martial God Gate? When did that building even get there? Another one bursts out laughing. The Martial God died 3 million years ago. Why build it now? Absolute nonsense, they scoff. but before he can even finish his sentence, a devastating kick slams directly into his face. Moron pins him to the ground with her boot backed by Luminous and Sosimi. Facing the constellations, the war finally begins. One constellation frowns, demanding to know who they are. Wait, he says, you are those fanatics from the Martial God Gate. Luminous responds with intense bloodlust. Fanatics is a bit much, she says. We are simply his absolute best disciples. Energy surges from her palm, piercing through their heads one by one. Screams echo as some die before realizing what happened. Sosimi praises her, asking if that is a variation of spatial cutting. She finds the move completely spectacular. Luminous smiles and says thanks. Sosimi then dashes forward, carving a flawless zigzag path across the necks of the surrounding targets. It happens so fast they cannot even react. Moron refuses to let them outshine her, dropping to one knee with her sword. Gripping the hilt with both hands, she drives the blade deep into the earth. Luminous wonders if she plans to poison everyone. Just watch, she replies. Instantly, the enemy constellations collapse in agony, creating a scene of absolute chaos. Luminous asks if she can actually filter her poisoned targets. Moron confirms it but admits it is quite difficult. Then she points out the enemy Luminous just took down. Luminous looks over, noticing something unexpected. Their wounds are healing, suggesting constellations cannot actually kill each other. True enough, the fallen foe begins to recover. Luminous agrees. Moron suggests they simply shatter their spirits and make them run away in terror. Luminous smiles and eagerly agrees. A relentless, brutal assault follows immediately, and honestly, things get extremely violent. Nearby, a young man watches the chaos in sheer disbelief. He wonders if those fighters are actually Haneul's disciples. Are they really fighting other constellations? This curious spectator is none other than the guardian deity of the Choin clan, Blade King. A hand suddenly lands on his shoulder, confirming his guess. Shocked, Blade King turns around to find a familiar face. It is the guardian constellation of the Osan clan, Fist King. Blade King notes it has been ages since they last met. Fist King agrees, though he finds using their formal titles a bit awkward. Blade King looks back with a helpless expression. They have forgotten their real names and only have these titles now, but it still feels slightly embarrassing. Fist King watches the frantic clash, wondering about the identities of those noisy constellations causing such a ruckus. Blade King explains they are Haneul's disciples, asking if he has ever heard of the legendary Martial God Gate. Fist King nods, recalling it was a sect founded by the Martial God himself. Blade King quickly confirms it. Haneul is indeed the Martial God, and those three are his disciples. Fist King strokes his chin, finally understanding. He remembers hearing that the Martial God was the absolute strongest of their era, handling major catastrophes single-handedly. His disciples were also legendary, but this is the very first time he has seen their raw power in person. Blade King remembers why mentioning that Fist King was stuck out in the countryside back then. He looks at his sword. He reminisces with a fond smile, remembering that the Martial God himself taught him the absolute basics of swordsmanship. That guidance helped him forge his own unique path, traveling the land to prove his blade against the world. And that journey led him to the stubborn brawler. Fist King rolls his eyes, annoyed by the comment. Blade King chuckles, admitting he was genuinely surprised when Fist King decided to build a dojo to train local fighters. While he was traveling to teach others how to survive monsters, Fist King was busy establishing a school for empty-handed defense. Fist King gets rather embarrassed by the unexpected praise, scratching his back with a bashful, awkward laugh. His expression suddenly hardens as a colder tone takes over. Looking back, he admits they ultimately failed. When the destruction magic triggered, monsters poured out endlessly, sparing only enough time to evacuate their followers. Just look at the rage in his eyes. Fist King's voice carries a heavy weight of anger as they remember. They fought bravely against the endless waves, but eventually their energy completely ran out and they perished. Blade King listens in quiet contemplation. Fist King points out that their martial arts were meant to save lives. Yet since they both ended up dying anyway, he wonders if their entire journey was just a massive failure. The Blade King nods, agreeing with that point. It is exactly why, despite being a constellation, he continues to dedicate himself to intense training in order to forge the perfect swordsmanship. The Fist King agrees, sharing that he also discovered they can actually grow much stronger after ascending to constellation status. At those words, his eyes shift and a sharp grin spreads across his face as he watches the Martial God's disciples fighting right in front of them. He quietly mentions that they have caught his interest, shocking the Blade King, who immediately asks if he has completely lost his mind. The Fist King snaps back that it is not like that, he simply wants to test his strength against them in a real battle. Realizing his misunderstanding, the Blade King warns him that it is still best to stay away, since those disciples are absolute maniacs. Ignoring the warning, the Fist King leaps forward and crashes heavily onto the ground right before them, instantly grabbing the attention of all three girls. Brimming with pure excitement, he boldly asks if they are the legendary disciples of the Martial God before loudly challenging them to a fight. Luminous asks what is wrong with this hot-headed idiot while Moron shrugs it off, but behind them Sosimi nervously warns them about his identity. She warns that he is the Fist King, a guardian constellation of the five great families, but Luminous remains completely unfazed. Sosimi explains they never crossed paths before, but his ascension as a constellation granted him immense power to protect his clan. He helped the Osen clan secure their spot among the elite families, yet Luminous wonders why he would actively seek them out. Pointing his finger at them, the Fist King confidently declares that he has heard rumors of the martial god's formidable disciples. Ever since reaching his current level, he rarely gets to fight anyone truly powerful, making this the perfect opportunity for him. Hearing his arrogance, Luminous coldly responds that compared to their master, their own abilities are not even worth mentioning. Sosimi chimed in, with eyes burning with sharp intensity, stating that the word strong is a title reserved strictly for their master. The Fist King is genuinely amused, chuckling at how they got so incredibly defensive over a simple compliment about their strength. He eagerly asks them to show him what the disciples of the legendary martial god are actually capable of in a real fight. His smug, provocative attitude deeply irritates Luminous, but before she can draw her blade to slice him in two, Moron steps up. She tells them to wait and let her handle this challenger, causing Luminous to stare in disbelief as Moron calmly prepares. She notes that since this man knows exactly who they are, holding back or avoiding the fight would severely tarnish their master's reputation. With everything their master taught them, she is absolutely certain of her victory, but she still wants to put on a show. An incredibly intense aura of raw power suddenly erupts from her body, demonstrating the pride and essence of the martial god's style. Getting into his stance, the Fist King grins and welcomes the challenge as they lock eyes with absolute focus. Luminous mutters that they could easily defeat a brute like him from a safe distance, using poison, making things much simpler. Sosimi admittingly feels a bit anxious, noting that while she trusts Moron, the sheer weight class difference cannot be ignored. Since she is highly experienced in unarmed combat herself, she feels she might have been a better matchup for him. Crossing her arms, Luminous tells her not to worry, admitting that despite her personal feelings, Moron is a force to be reckoned with. Squatting low into her battle stance, Moron prepares to engage him completely barehanded, matching her opponent's combat style with absolute confidence. Stomping her feet hard enough to send stones flying, she initiates the clash by throwing a direct punch toward the Fist King. He immediately analyzes the strike, assuming a frontal punch from someone her size wouldn't be effective even with defensive shielding. She locks her eyes forward as he notices there is barely any trace of magic behind her charge, making it look incredibly basic. Deciding to take the strike head-on, he crosses his forearms before his chest to absorb the raw impact directly. As her small fist connects, the Fist King smirks, thinking her punch is far too weak to do any real damage. But in an instant, his own arms are forced back violently into his face as a massive explosive shockwave erupts from her blow. Sent flying backward by the blast, he quickly realizes he was way too careless by underestimating her martial arts mastery. At the very last millisecond, she shifted her weight from one leg to the other, transforming a standard straight punch into a devastating close-range strike. She perfectly channeled the ground's reactive force, along with her momentum, showing an absolutely insane level of combat intuition. Her stance remains as unshakable as a mountain, prompting the excited Fist King to burst into laughter. You can tell he is absolutely loving this. Now that he has gauged her power, he vows to go all out and starts gathering a massive concentration of energy. He unleashes a devastating downward smash that detonates on impact, shrouding the entire battlefield in a massive cloud of dust. Forced to shield their eyes, Sosimi marvels at the destructive force, noting he truly lives up to his reputation as a guardian constellation. Luminous calmly replies, reminding her of their master's teachings that the flashier the move, the bigger the opening left behind. Sure enough, Morin has already slipped right behind the Fist King amidst the smoke, raising her leg high for a counterattack. She delivers a devastating downward strike, catching the completely defenseless Fist King entirely off guard before he can even react, screaming out in agonizing pain. Before his vision entirely fades into darkness, his last desperate thought is, damn it, a blow from behind. A small frame means nothing in a fight when she knows exactly how to target every single vital point. But Morin's raw power is truly terrifying. His devastating kick slams the Fist King straight down, shattering the earth. Left battered and unconscious, the Fist King lies completely defeated on the shattered ground. Luminous folds her arms in pure disgust. She folds her arms coldly, muttering that he is nothing special after all. Moron lands and quickly agrees. He suggests they move out now that the nuisance is dealt with. Luminous agrees, sounds like a plan. Behind a nearby portal, a lone figure silently watches them. It is Barche Cheon witnessing this terrifying display. Cold sweat drips down his face as he frantically closes the gate, terrified and debating whether to open it again. Suddenly, Kim Joo-hyuk's voice breaks the silence, asking how his disciples are doing. Barche flinches, stammering out a reply. He admits he has not checked yet. Kim Joo-hyuk snaps back, demanding to know if he is actively looking to get killed. Barche-cheon's face darkens as he falls silent. Reaching out to open the gate, he can already feel the immense pressure radiating from behind it. His hand trembles as pure dread fills his mind, realizing Master Haeon Oh's disciples are absolute monsters. They are already starting to cause absolute chaos in the hall, and he desperately hopes they do not view him as an enemy. Everything he did as the overseer of the Tower of Destruction was forced, but deep down he knows it was still a sin. Worse yet, he no longer possesses any of his former power. Kim Joo-hyuk's voice snaps him back to reality. Urged to check on them immediately, Barshe-chan quickly complies. He grabs the handle and slowly pushes the massive gate open. Peeking his head out, the sheer scale of the battle leaves him speechless. Kim Joo-hyuk asks how they are holding up. Barshe-chan reports that they are as monstrous as ever. He can barely track their movements as they crush the constellations. Hearing that most have been wiped out, Kim Joo-hyuk is quite pleased. But Barshe-chan senses something even more terrifying. These monsters are actively growing stronger. It is extremely rare for constellations to evolve like this through sheer combat. Wait for it, a chilling voice suddenly rings out as Luminous spots him, calling him a pathetic piece of trash. Sosumi worries that her sister is going too far, while Moron panics because Luminous has already cornered Barshe-chan. Their master explicitly warned them not to touch Barshe-chan yet. Playing dumb, he nervously claims he has never met her before. Luminous, dripping with pure bloodlust, asks if he truly forgot the overseer who once looked down on them like ants. She remembers him staring down from the peak of the tower. Flashbacks hit Barshe-chan, making his voice tremble. He stammered, questioning if he really did that. Luminous steps closer, threatening to slaughter him like the others. She admits she wants to, but their master ordered restraint. She tells him to stay hidden in his pathetic little room. With a swift, brutal kick, she sends Barshe-chan crashing back through the portal, his body slamming hard against the floor. Groaning in pain, he hears her final warning. They will leave this gate alone, but if he ever dares to step outside, she will make him wish he was dead, even if she cannot take his life. With that, she slams the gate shut. Left trembling on the floor, Barshe-chan sits completely isolated on a gloomy, desolate island far from civilization. Kim Joo-hyuk tries contacting him through their mental link, demanding to know why the overseer has suddenly gone completely silent. He asks if Barshe-chan met his disciples. Meanwhile, Yeonlang questions why they were summoned to this desolate island. Standing with Choi Aaron and Beckett, she looks at the absolute devastation surrounding them and asks what happened. With shattered buildings and cracked earth, it looks like a war zone. Staring at the ruins, Kim Joo-hyuk calmly shrugs it off. He casually agrees, then turns serious, explaining he summoned them to teach them the crucial next step of their training. He instructs Beckett to simply stand back and watch, as his purpose here is entirely different. Beckett quickly nods in agreement. Turning to the girls, he points out their common ground. They have both formed a sacred contract with Constellations. Since they are keeping up with his brutal training, it is time they learn to properly draw out that divine power. To help them progress, he decides to set a brand new goal, starting by asking Choi Aaron to show him her sword. She hands the blade over without a second thought. Taking the weapon, Kim Joo-hyuk tells them it is finally time to begin. He leads them to a wide-open clearing. Closing his eyes, he prepares to demonstrate the true depth of his skills. He admits that being serious is not usually his style, but a proper demonstration demands his absolute focus and precision. He opens his eyes, stepping into a flawless, ready stance as raw, blinding energy surges directly into the blade. Shielding her eyes from the blinding crackle, Aaron instantly recognizes the lightning attribute of her own prestigious family clan. All it takes is a single contract. Swiftly drawing his sword from its scabbard, he decisively slashes toward the mountain. The mountain splits cleanly in two, sending the massive peak tumbling down, crashing straight into the ocean below. Water splashes everywhere. Kim Joo-hyuk smiles softly, noting his move is slightly different from Luminous's style and lacks her flow. But he tells her to aim for this. The onlookers stand completely frozen in shock at the collapsed mountain. Has he grown even stronger since his space/Kim Joo-hyuk begins giving instructions, telling her to calculate her mana. Practice this in the forest, aligning with your constellation. Aaron quickly nods in agreement, and he turns to Yeonlang. Yeonlang, you also have a relic, right? Let me see it. She complies and hands her ice gauntlets over. Taking them, he wears them and asks if her constellation's ice magic is difficult or troublesome to control. He suggests testing it at a building, and Yeonlang agrees, leading them directly to an abandoned property. Looking at the messy ground, she asks if an explosion happened here. He tells her not to worry. Watch closely, he says. Raising his fist, he punches the ground with absolutely devastating force. Thousands of sharp ice spears instantly burst upward, leaving Yeonlang completely speechless at the frozen landscape. Ice icicles cover the entire building in a flash. Kim Joo-hyuk tells her that this scale is her new goal. Yeonlang stares blankly, not even hearing him. She realizes this is far beyond simply making small ice cubes. He literally caused winter inside the building with actual snow falling. A quiet moment passes and she finally speaks. Wow, that is amazing. Kim Joo-hyuk. Handing the gauntlets back, he asks why she is so shocked by her own power. With enough practice, she can easily achieve this level. Her face lights up eagerly, asking if he truly believes it. Aim high, he replies. Now Kim Joo-hyuk thinks it is time to ask Black Cat about that matter. Time passes. Meanwhile, in another region, Sosumi senses something and looks up. She tells her senior she has finally found it. A gruesome sight unfolds inside the mage's illusion, ruined structures and dark blood staining the empty wasteland. The desolate graveyard of rubble lies empty. Luminous breaks the silence, asking if that guy found the illusion. Moron also wonders. Staring deeply at the rundown building, the three of them fall into a silent contemplation. Luminous notes his distinct taste for red and black. Moron agrees, finding the scent of this barrier incredibly familiar. Still, they must confirm it directly. Crouching low, the trio prepares to step through the tight opening now. Moving deeper, Luminous quickly grows tired and out of breath. Yet she still finds the energy to complain. She grumbles that blowing a hole in the wall would have been easier. But Moron remains completely silent, totally unbothered. Moron glares and asks if she wants to die. Suddenly, she stops as they exit into a massive chamber. Mountains of metallic scrap clutter the dark room. Seated in the center is a highly muscular, incredibly imposing man. A crushing, intense aura radiates from his body. Sosumi quickly whispers to Moron, noting the distinct crimson outfit he is wearing. Moron confirms it is indeed their junior brother. He turns around, chuckling about Kim Ju-hyuk's disciples finally reuniting. Luminous asks why the place is entirely red and black. He retorts that she is the last person who should speak. He stands up, sparking an angry shout from Luminous. The junior brother's playful expression suddenly turns deadly serious. He asks how they managed to reach this place since they should all be heavenly constellations. Moron answers. The great hall opened and they walk through, she explains. Scratching his head, he mutters about the gladiator arena. He admits he had no desire to see anyone. Moron is shocked as he describes his deep despair as a constellation. But hearing of his master's rebirth brought him immense joy, though he spent 3 long years searching fruitlessly. Gritting his teeth, he explains how difficult tracking is for a constellation. He tried to search using his sacred relics. He ordered his mortal contractors to seek out their master, but they only lusted after his power. They chose to completely ignore him. Moron notes his overwhelming strength was simply too massive for weak humans to handle. He should have remained quiet. He continues just as hope flickered with someone capable of carrying his strength. That foolish contractor abandoned him inside a dark basement. Completely discouraged, he decided to rot away in absolute silence. He demands they leave. But Moron calmly promises he will be shocked once he learns why they are here. He stares in utter confusion. Removing her mask, Moron smiles softly, revealing their master sent them specifically for him. He is told their master already has his relic. He freezes completely, muttering a shocked what as his body trembles. Confirming their master's return, Moron nods. Luminous urges him to stay calm, but he falls to his knees, screaming. Sosumi was deeply confused, asking if he was always that type after he slammed his head hard onto the floor during the bow. Moron agrees, telling her to keep going, which makes her wonder if that crazy habit earned him his nickname. He looks up with a bloody forehead. Despite the blood dripping from his massive wound, he feels no pain and just laughs like a maniac. Moron glances over at Luminous. Moron throws a sarcastic jab, wondering why Master did not give her a weird nickname too, but Luminous snaps back, telling him to shut up. She claims she has nothing to do with it. As time slowly passes, he finally stops, blood dripping down as he gasps for air. Moron asks if he is finished, and he happily gasps that it felt great. He thanks his senior sister, promising to clean up next. He holds his bleeding forehead, preparing to meet their master. Moron says goodbye, telling him they are leaving and will see him later. Calling him junior brother, the three turn and leave. Elsewhere, under a clear blue sky with drifting clouds inside the Contractor Association building. Inside a private room, Logan opens his eyes in complete shock. Doohyuk speaks up, reminding him of his promise to return it. He stands with Breakcast and a massive magic stone, handing the giant artifact over to a stunned Logan. Logan stares at the incredible stone in wonder, pointing out with deep gratitude that it is actually twice the size of the original. Doohyuk casually shrugs and tells him to just accept it. He smiles secretly, thinking back to when they returned to that mysterious island. On the island, Breakcast asked if he was ready, and Doohyuk told him to follow along while secretly formulating his theory. He figured this island had a massive magic stone buried deep inside, judging by how the descended constellations behave in the real world. They are constantly overflowing with mana, but if physical entities kept venting that much power, they would have disintegrated long ago. The existence of physical monsters like vampires and giant catfish only fueled his suspicions about how they stayed put, yet they gathered here perfectly stable. Reaching out with his magic, he realized there was only one logical explanation for this anomaly. A massive floating magic stone had to be hidden nearby, supplying a constant steady stream of mana to keep them anchored. He locates the stone, pulsing with dense magical energy, surprised to find it so quickly, and immediately calls out to his companion. He tells Breakcast to dig up the mana-rich earth, and after a quick nod of understanding, Doohyuk adds a serious warning. Handling unstable magic stones carelessly is incredibly dangerous, and Breakcast instantly realizes it could easily trigger a massive explosion. Back in the present, Logan looks at the perfectly intact crystal, completely baffled by how they managed to transport it so safely. Suddenly, the system alerts pop up. Breakcast quickly reviews the notifications before calling out to Doohyuk to share the news. Doohyuk turns as Breakcast announces that the Constellations have located his disciple. He smiles, asking if it is indeed the kid from Gwangjeon. Breakcast confirms it. Doohyuk tells him not to spoil the name just yet since he is the only disciple who uses a sword. He prefers to go and see for himself. Breakcast nods, asking if they should head back as Doohyuk bids farewell to Logan. Doohyuk playfully invites him to Valhalla for some fist training. Logan thanks him as Doohyuk and Breakcast step into the glowing portal. The portal closes behind them. Yu So-yeon, a bright light flashes in an office back at Valhalla Academy directly over a desk. Right in the center sits Breakcast's executive nameplate. They step through the dimensional tier with Doohyuk letting out a weary sigh. Sensing a strange presence, Breakcast immediately demands to know who the uninvited guest is, but the mysterious man remains completely silent. His expression is dark and menacing, his sharp gaze locked onto them as Doohyuk and Breakcast stare right back at him. Breakcast warns him that strangers are not welcome here, prompting the man to politely apologize for not introducing himself sooner. He announces his name as Franz Rottmüller, introducing himself as the Commander-in-Chief of the prestigious Knight Order. His system status updates, identifying him as the Rank 5 Commander-in-Chief of the Contractor Knights Franz Rottmüller. He explains that unlike the Academy, European contractors are waiting on orders from the Constellations, especially the powerful noble families in England. These massive clans hold the real power backed by their powerful guardian constellations. According to his sources, a massive alliance has formed. 9 of the great European families have united to assemble a massive force, easily rivaling the United States or the local association. Leading this powerful coalition is his own Müller family, who proudly serve the absolute king of constellations, the Night King. He explains their role under the King of Knights, though the prestigious Venick family in England refused to join their grand alliance. Doohyuk and Breakcast listen patiently before Breakcast notes that while he understands their background, the main issue remains. He demands to know why Franz has suddenly appeared in his office, and the commander calmly reveals there is a much bigger objective. Franz explains he is actually searching for a legendary holy sword on divine orders, leaving Breakcast highly intrigued by the quest. Franz explains that because most of his family members serve the King of Knights, they must regularly present tribute to their god. They are constantly searching for outstanding weapons to offer as divine gifts, which is why they collect rare swords from across the globe. This sacred duty led them to hoard masterpieces from every corner of the earth, eventually receiving word of an exceptional sword nearby. The intelligence report mentions a sword, and as Franz says this, his expression grows incredibly serious. He warns it can drive any wielder into a murderous obsession, which is something absolutely nobody wants. The two of them seem to realize what this actually means. Franz continues, explaining that the sword was held by the Supreme Rogan. Recalling the past, Franz mentions how they trusted the American Covenant Association and that top-tier contractor. However, he let them down when he casually handed the dangerous weapon over to someone else. From there, it went to the president of Valhalla Academy and finally ended up with the black market master Yu, also known as Breakcast. Franz points at him and yells, his eyes filled with bloodlust and his voice completely disrespectful. Franz demands that he cannot sit idly by while the sword remains in such hands, suggesting that it be surrendered immediately. He wants it handed to the Knights organization. Bracket's rage is clear even through his mask as he says he tried to show respect, but Franz has crossed the line. Standing beside him, Doohyuk steps in to stop things before they get out of hand. Bracket turns to young Doohyuk in surprise. Then the boy steps right up to Franz, matching his intense aura with a glare. With a cold smirk, he tells the old man that he has the wrong target, as he is the one holding the sword. Franz realizes who Doohyuk is, noting that he has heard plenty about the boy's highly impressive achievements. Franz praises him for capturing criminals, preventing major disasters, and playing a key role in stopping the monster invasion. Shoving his hands in his pockets, Doohyuk asks if Franz has been stalking him. Franz's voice suddenly shifts tone. He trembles, wondering aloud if Korea is really so short-staffed that they rely on kids. Doohyuk looks at him totally baffled. Franz even sheds fake tears of anger, shouting about how tragic it is that a young boy has to carry such a burden. He claims he now understands why the boy resorted to using that cursed sword, looking at him with immense dramatic sympathy. Franz puts a comforting hand on his shoulder and tells him not to fear, promising help. Doohyuk's veins practically pop with rage. He has dealt with plenty of fools before, but this guy takes the cake. Doohyuk grits his teeth, glaring at the man. He seriously contemplates slicing this guy up right here. Instead, he decides it is probably best to step back and keep his distance. While Franz wipes away his theatrical tears, Doohyuk slaps the hand away and tells the old man to stop playing games. He is not officially bound with the sword yet, but it is his. If Franz wants it, he will have to fight for it. Franz scoffs at that, claiming that as a noble knight he cannot bring himself to strike down a mere child. Outside, the silent night wraps the building. Inside, the two face off and Franz makes a rather arrogant proposal. He offers to hold back and fight completely unarmed, showing a massive level of disrespect toward the young challenger. Doohyuk smirks, warning him not to regret it because he has absolutely no intention of holding back either. Earlier, Doohyuk called bracket. With a terrifying expression, he ordered him to bring his men and jump the knight's disciples. Doohyuk wants to teach this self-proclaimed Night King a lesson. Sweating profusely, Bracket quickly agrees as Franz makes his move. Franz steps up, hand on his hip, mockingly telling him not to lose too quickly. Doohyuk unsheathes his own weapon. Doohyuk retorts that he will go easy too, while in the background, Bracket sneaks off to handle his orders. Gripping his hilt tightly, Doohyuk coldly states that he has zero tolerance for annoying pests. He swings his blade. Without even unsheathed the steel, he slams his scabbard directly against Franz's weapon. Franz is shocked by the sheer force. Franz cannot believe the kid possesses this level of raw strength while using a sheathed blade. Doohyuk calmly taunts him. He praises Franz for blocking it, calling him worthy of his title. Irritated by the arrogance, Franz unleashes a heavy slash. He proudly screams out his full title as the Supreme Commander. The ground beneath his blade completely fractures. He asks if Doohyuk expected a clan leader to be weak. Sensing the boy's massive potential, he activates his magic. Franz channels his magical energy, charging forward with a flurry of rapid strikes. Doohyuk simply watches the assault. He is slightly impressed by the sword, intent, and magic, but quickly flashes a mocking smile. Holding his sheathed weapon, he leaps. He leaps high into the air. A blinding flash of white light erupts from his sword, illuminating the entire battlefield. Doohyuk stands amidst a chain of massive explosions behind him. He bluntly calls Franz the absolute most disgusting person. He closes the distance in a flash, looking down on Franz for preaching endlessly about chivalry and saving the world. Yet the moment the old man faces defeat, he unleashes a fully powered magic strike on a mere kid. With a sadistic laugh, Doohyuk unleashes his own raw magical energy, effortlessly overwhelming the commander with a single swing. The impact sends Franz flying across the room, knocking his sword away. He crashes hard into the back wall, groaning. Slumping to the floor, Franz cannot comprehend how a teenager could possess such an overwhelmingly terrifying level of power. He wields absolute monstrous power. Wait, what is he thinking? What a shock! Reclaiming his sword is almost impossible now. He needs to contact his Constellation. Quickly, his screen blinks open. Franz stares at it with confusion as the words King of Knights flicker into view, only to instantly vanish. Absolute glitch. Franz silently curses the screen, realizing he has completely lost connection to his great constellation. King of Knights. His mouth falls wide open, eyes fully dilated in utter shock. Then a sudden cold message from his patron arrives. It addresses him as Franz Muller, you complete brainless idiot. Seeing this harsh text, he freezes, absolutely speechless. Franz Muller cautiously speaks up, my esteemed Constellation. What do you mean by that? Before he can get an answer, a mocking voice suddenly cuts in, saying, looks like you finally found him. Franz quickly raises his head only to see Kim Doohyuk flying at him with a brutal knee strike. The massive blow grazes his shoulder, making him grunt in pain while Kim Doohyuk leisurely pulls his foot back. The impact site is deeply cracked. He chuckles, do not bother dodging, it is only a matter of time. Franz stands frozen, looking at the pulverized wall beside him with sheer terror. He silently calculates his chances, realizing a single direct hit from that leg would instantly kill him. But then Franz feels a strange wave of confusion, wondering what Kim Doohyuk meant by finding him. Meanwhile, the teenager casually rests his weapon on his shoulder, sneering, who knows? Usually I would explain everything, but for trash like you, I have nothing to say. He instantly swings his fist. The surprise strike is incredibly swift. Talk about speed. Franz cannot react in time, forced to brace his body to survive. He is thrown backward, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Inside Franz's mind, a massive wave of panic surges. He barely blocked that single strike, yet hitting Kim Doohyuk seems entirely impossible. If only he could borrow his Constellation's divine power. His expression turns deathly grim as he realizes that since that text, his patron has gone totally silent. He cannot comprehend what is actually happening. Meanwhile, in a distant, mysterious space, the King of Knights is shivering uncontrollably, whimpering on the floor. Gongmin has him pinned down, crushing his head into the dirt with raw muscular power. Rewinding to a bit earlier, Luminous was anxiously biting her nails and pacing around the room in deep nervous thought. She was trying to process her master's order to beat up the King of Knights. Could he be one of the Constellations they already beat up before? Hearing this, Moron looks puzzled, confirming the name King of Knights, to which she nods. Yes, Moron explains he was not among the group they trashed earlier. Luminous crosses her arms and raises an eyebrow, asking if she knows him. The other nods. He is the guardian constellation of the Rotmuller family. According to what Moro knows about this king, he wields a holy sword relic containing the spirits of loyal knights who eventually ascended and became his personal constellations, commanding them like mere servants. Hearing this, Luminous lets out a surprised sound, noting that Moron seems to know him very well. Moron replies that although she is not directly involved, she always monitors all the famous constellations in Europe. She quietly mutters that a guy named Franch under that very constellation recently visited her, proposing a massive alliance, led by his own patron, asking her to join. Moron listens with growing curiosity, asking why she is suddenly bringing him up. Luminous gives a very simple, direct reply. Their master ordered them to beat the King of Knights within an inch of his life. Once all the disciples assemble, Moron asks no further questions, eagerly urging everyone to head to that domain. Not long after, they locate Sosumi and brief her on the entire situation. After listening carefully to their plan, she nods in complete understanding. The three of them quickly group up and immediately set off to recruit their next ally, who happens to be Gongmin. Upon hearing the plan, his eyes widen in pure shock as he yells out what. Time flows on as the scene shifts to the void, the sacred domain of knights. Inside a grand hall, an angry shout echoes. One warrior yells that he refused to align with that bastard, while a bald fighter opposite snaps back in frustration. He snaps that if he had known, he never would have showed up. Sharp, hateful arguments break out between them. If you had delivered the weapons on time, my family would still be alive. The bald warrior screams at Yus to back off. Yus stands up, telling him to shut up, demanding to know why he even joined this alliance in the first place. The bald man slams the table, yelling that he had no idea he would be here. Another man suddenly cuts in to stop them, commanding them to be silent, reminding them they are in the presence of the king. Yus scoffs at the title, asking if they really think they came here to play dress-up. The bald man agrees, saying they joined for an alliance, not to serve as lowly subordinates. Suddenly, both freeze as they feel a crushing, terrifying pressure radiating from the throne. The King of Knights narrows his glowing, furious eyes, coldly warning them that they are being far too noisy. Right then, a deafening crash echoes through the room as the ceiling right behind the throne completely collapses. The king turns around. Suddenly, a massive muscular silhouette appears. Kuki keeps his head low, letting off a thick, suffocating wave of bloodlust as he mutters. Yuhi snarls, his face twisted in absolute madness as he gnashes his teeth. How dare trash like you defy my master? The knights in the room instantly spring to their feet, gripping their swords. Who are you? One demands, and what is that aura? A terrifying realization hits her. Staring at him in sheer horror, she cannot believe her eyes. Panic-stricken, she blurts out the name of the mad demon sect. But before she can finish, a massive hand suddenly clamps down on her face. Completely losing his temper, Kuki lunges forward with a guttural growl. He grabs her by the face and violently drives her backward. He slams her straight into the concrete wall, shattering it into pieces. Showing absolutely zero mercy, Kuki pins her down with ease. She can only thrash around in agony, muffled whimpers escaping her throat as a wave of unbridled rage washes over him. With one violent sweeping motion, Kuki throws her aside. The others can only watch in absolute horror as she goes airborne. They watch helplessly as her body is launched through the air. Kuki spins on his heel, hurling her like a rag doll. She crashes hard into the far corner with a sickening thud. Having dealt with the annoyance, Kuki stands there, catching his breath. The constellation of the Night King witnesses this psychotic outburst firsthand, completely frozen in place, unable to speak a single word. Wiping the spit from the corner of his mouth, Kuki snaps his gaze to him and demands to know if he is the Night King. The entity hesitates for a long moment before answering that it is him, but Kuki does not even let him finish his sentence. He leaps straight behind him, bringing down a devastating strike while screaming, "Do you not know how to manage your own contractors?" The Night King is caught completely off guard, his head slammed onto the table by Kuki, whose insane strength quickly destroys the furniture. The wood instantly splinters into pieces, but Kuki is not done, lunging forward to keep the pressure on the helpless constellation. He unleashes another heavy blow, roaring out, "Did your master never teach you that bad dogs are not supposed to bite?" This lightning-fast assault leaves the deity entirely helpless. Kuki grabs him by the head, pinning him flat against the shattered surface. With Kuki completely dominant, the proud Night King is left pinned to the floor, groaning in agonizing, helpless defeat. Meanwhile, Luminous and her two companions stand just outside the void of the Knight's sanctuary, quietly observing the chaotic scene. She lets out an impressed sigh, admitting it is wild to see such a massive structure floating out here in the void. Moron ponders for a moment before chiming in. When they first came here to negotiate with the other constellations, this was not here. The powerful figure residing inside must have already recruited enough followers to form an entire massive alliance by now. Sosumi stands beside them and guesses that the structure looks a lot like the temples of her Martial God sect. Judging by the sheer scale, it must have taken a massive crowd to build, leaving her quite eager to get inside. She asks when they are going in, since their junior brother is likely alone inside. Luminous, however, remains completely unbothered. It is best to wait until Art calms down first. But then she suddenly feels annoyed, biting her nails and mumbling. She complains about how she never did anything to Master, yet she was labeled a mad dog while Art is clearly way crazier. Moron finds her complaints hilarious. Suddenly, she pauses to listen closely, noting that things finally seem to have quieted down inside. She leads the way as the three of them move out quickly, landing right inside the target room. Sensing them, Kuki turns. "Oh, you made it," senior sister's Kuki grins, announcing that their target is just about finished spitting out the truth. He applies more pressure on his arm, coldly demanding to know why the Night King ordered the seizure of the wild sword. The nearby knights are thrown into absolute panic, with one of them muttering about the alliance being filled with crazy fanatics. Overhearing this, Moron instantly blurs forward, noting with a grin that there are still some annoying little pests lurking around. Before the knight can even blink, a freezing blade is pressed against his throat and his buddy next to him is in the same spot. Both of them are completely subdued in an instant. Sosumi also slips behind two nearby targets, sending chills down their spines. She coldly warns them that while she knows they are not knights, interfering in their business will cost them their lives. Terror takes over. The bald guy and his partner can only weakly stammer out their compliance. Over in the corner, the confused Night King stammers, demanding to know what they mean by confiscating the sword. Luminous shrugs. That is only half of their agenda, but he was the one who sent his contractor right. The terrified deity stutters out a weak confirmation. Cookie frowns deeply, his temper rising once again. Kuki scowls, noting that the idiot is currently trying to steal his red fang. Why act as if it actually belongs to you? The Night King is stunned, finally learning that the wild sword is called Red Fang, but he insists on his innocence. He claims he never issued any order to steal it. Hearing this, Kuki leans in close, his face dark with suspicion. What is that contractor really planning? His eyes flash with cold menace, his sharp tone carrying a silent, deadly threat. He is just provoking the entire martial god cult over a sword. Meanwhile, let us look back at Kim Doohyuk. His lips curl as he drops into a low stance. Then he unleashes a sudden, brutal kick. It strikes Franz Rottmuller's stomach. The man cannot dodge, taking the blow head-on. Kim Doohyuk watches with amusement. The heavy body crashes onto the cold ground. Franz Rottmuller gasps in agony, panic starting to rise fast. Damn it! Why is his king Constellation not responding? These bizarre signs are making him feel extremely terrified. The connection cut right after some vulgar cursing. How could a majestic god speak in such a crude way? But right then, the holographic screen flickers back. Franz Rottmuller silently cries out to his king. On screen, the furious Night King demands to know when he ever ordered a confiscation, wanting a peaceful negotiation instead. The message is clear: surrender the Barchesirk sword immediately. The defeated knight simply cannot believe his own eyes. What about their sacred pride? Meanwhile, on the other side, Guiden keeps holding down the King Constellation like a ragdoll. He keeps slamming the deity's head down as a threat, barking out a harsh order to shut up immediately. Powerless to resist, Franz Rottmuller slams his head against the dirt, crying out a loud apology to them. Kim Doohyuk just scoffs at this pitiful sight, asking if this surrender is an official order from his constellation. With his face in the dirt, the defeated knight helplessly admits it. Kim Doohyuk squats down to inspect him. He mockingly notes how pathetic it is to surrender so easily and stands up as he loses interest. The fun of a battle is ruined. Get up, he says. Franz Rottmuller hesitantly stumbles to his feet. The knight tries to mumble a thank you, but Kim Doohyuk smiles. You still have to take one hit first. He mutters that if troublemakers like him keep showing up, it is going to get really annoying and exhausting. Suddenly, violent energy begins to swirl around his fist. Kim Doohyuk chuckles, raising his arm for the strike. Take this punch, and once you go home, handle the rest of your troublemakers who want to pick fights. Muller backs away in sheer terror, waving his hands frantically and promising to keep all his people in line. Kim Doohyuk completely ignores his excuses, choosing to let his fists do the talking as he launches forward. He lunges forward, delivering a brutal punch straight to Muller's gut that sends agonizing pain shooting down his spine. Muller gasps, pale and powerless, as the impact sends his body crashing face-first back onto the hard dirt. Kim Doohyuk pulls his fist back, totally satisfied, and summons the breakcast, who immediately appears before him. He orders him to discard the beaten knight, leaving him free to inspect the power of the Barchesirk sword. The subordinate obeys. Later that night, deep within a quiet and dark forest, the real inspection begins. Inside a quiet room, the mysterious sword rests on display, radiating thick, wild waves of ancient energy. Kim Doohyuk inspects it carefully. With the magic flow fully restored, he knows exactly what powerful entity resides inside. He gently touches the hilt. The entity responds immediately, and Kim Doohyuk lets out a soft, knowing chuckle. It has been a long time. Suddenly, Guiden kneels before him, bowing his head in absolute reverence. When he looks up, his forehead is bleeding from the force of the bow, yet he is ecstatic. He eagerly greets his master. Kim Doohyuk chuckles, asking if he still has that aggressive head-slamming habit. Wipe that blood off. The loyal servant obeys while Kim Joo-hyuk stares down at him, lost in his thoughts. He is not sure what to say. It seems this guy completely forgot his original name after becoming a constellation. Calling him by his old nickname feels a bit awkward. Why did he call him Blockhead back then anyway? Well, the guy is pretty dense. Gwyden notices his master's hesitation, looking up with complete understanding. Just call me Blockhead like you used to. It is completely fine with me, he assures him warmly. Or call me by my constellation name Barche. Kim Joo-hyuk sighs and settles on the name Blockhead. He tells him to stand, then asks why he chose a sword instead of fighting with his bare hands. Gwyden smiles, pointing to the red fang. He excitedly explains his personal reason to his master. Since his master always used a sword, he wanted this legendary blade as his ultimate life trophy. Touched by his absolute loyalty, Kim Joo-hyuk smiles. He rubs his neck in slight embarrassment, looking away. If this blade can help find a legendary sword that works, sometime when we get a real chance, I will put this to good use, Haeono softly murmured with a gentle smile. Thank you. Gwyden heard those words and felt deeply, moved, tears welling up in his eyes. Master, I am the one who is forever grateful to you. He choked out his massive body, shaking as he wept. He was instantly taken back to 300 years ago when he stood before his master, just like this, bowing his head low in front of Hyun-oh in his previous life. Back then, Hyun-oh had asked him with genuine care, "What is wrong, kid?" Back then, Gwyden was an incredibly scrawny boy, his long bangs hiding his face, weakly whispering, "Please, sir." His body was completely covered in deep bruises, yet his eyes burned with determination. "Please teach me martial arts so that one day I can make those bullies regret what they did." Meanwhile, Luminous timidly peeked her head out of the doorway. "Master, is the food ready? The meal is set." But she froze mid-sentence, frowning at the strange sight before her. At that moment, Gwyden cried out, "I beg of you, Hyun-oh, please teach me martial arts so I can get revenge on the bullies." Just then, Moron and So Simi walked out, curious to find Luminous standing there dazed. "Junior sister, what are you doing? We are ready to eat, so why have you not called Master yet?" She stammered out that kid is meeting with Master. Moron looked deeply confused. Standing before them, Hyun-oh crossed his arms and firmly rejected the plea. "I have no idea what you are talking about. You want me to teach you martial arts? That is out of the question." Gwyden pointed directly behind him, demanding, "Then, what about that sign? Is this not a martial arts dojo?" Hyun-oh sighed in sheer helplessness. "No, my disciples hung that up without my permission," he explained. He added that while he would open a real dojo later, he could not take on any students right now. Gwyden cast his eyes down in utter disappointment. "No way, then what should I do?" His fists trembled as he muttered under his breath. "I have knocked on the doors of so many dojos because I want to learn. Everyone just sneered and wanted nothing to do with me." Gwyden suddenly blurted out, "Only at this place did the sect leader actually come out to greet me." Hyun-oh scratched his head. "Well, that is only because I have not had any hunting or escort requests lately, so I am pretty free." But right as he said that, the kid dropped to his knees, begging desperately. Gwyden squeezed his eyes shut, head raised to the sky, his voice choked with emotion. "Please, teach me martial arts." He put all his strength into slamming his forehead against the dirt. Thud after thud, Gwyden kept bowing and pleaded, "Please accept me as your student, please teach me." Finding himself in a tough spot, Hyun-oh sighed. "Hey, stop that, okay?" He finally had to give in, muttering, "Fine, I will teach you, just stop slamming your head." Gwyden beamed instantly. "Really?" Luminous bit her finger and murmured, "If headbutting the floor gets Master to agree, maybe I should try that too." Moron grimaced, muttering, "Are you out of your mind?" Meanwhile, Hyun-oh messily ruffled his hair in utter disbelief. First, some other kid wanted to fight him to create a new sword technique, and now he had a scrawny boy begging to learn martial arts. Teaching someone was not something done overnight. He looked down and spoke gently, "But I suppose I can show you a little something first." Then Hyun-oh asked out of nowhere, "Do you know where the guys who beat you up are hiding?" Gwyden rubbed his sore forehead and blankly replied, "Yes, I do." Hyun-oh rolled his shoulders with a smirk, ordering him to lead the way. Shortly after, the scene cuts to a secluded alley where a few punks with a sack are gathering and chatting. A buzz-cut thug carefully peeks inside the pouch. The very next second, a heap of shiny gold coins catches his eyes. His buddies crowd around to look, and a bald thug gasps at how rich they just became. The buzz-cut thug laughs gleefully, noting that the beggar-looking kid actually had a fortune on him. The bald thug recalls the robbery with a smirk, wondering what kind of bag that kid was carrying to yield such a massive haul. If he is that rich, he really should share his wealth with poor, struggling guys like us. The buzz-cut thug chuckles, noting that the boy put up quite a fight and questioning if they went a bit too far. A long-haired punk snorts in agreement. "Yeah." Completely lost in their conversation, they fail to notice Hyun-oh and Gwyden stepping closer. Hyun-oh whispers, "Is that them?" Gwyden nods in confirmation. "Yes, that is them." Glancing at the pouch, Hyono asks what they are holding. Guiden replies that it is his entire life savings money earned from doing countless odd jobs. Their presence quickly draws the attention of the three thugs. The buzzcut punk is taken aback, realizing it is the kid they just beat up. He wonders if the boy brought an adult because he is mad about the stolen money. Guiden points a furious finger at them. "You cowards jumped me to steal my money. Are you not ashamed of yourselves?" The buzzcut thug scowls in anger. What an annoying little brat. He is about to charge forward when the long-haired punk stops him, suddenly feeling uneasy. The man standing next to the kid looks incredibly familiar. Within seconds, his eyes widen in absolute terror, gasping that he finally remembers. He points a shaking finger at Hyono, shouting that he is the leader of the Martial God clan. The bald guy mutters, adding that he heard it was somewhere nearby, while Doohyuk silently listens to their chatter. Veins bulge on his forehead. The sign still hangs there, but they do not accept disciples, and their few members are actually all extremely young, strange-looking girls. The bald guy sneers, saying he heard rumors that they are powerful, but he thinks it is likely just hype. The crew-cut punk takes a fighting stance, mockingly asking if he is really nothing special. He sneeringly calls out to Doohyuk, "Hey, look at our ragged clothes, and you can see how miserable we are. We had to rob people just to survive," he says with a voice that is completely empty of any remorse. "So go easy on us growing kids, since that is an adult's duty," he says. But Doohyuk just smirks and replies that only applies to decent kids. He then calmly tells them that back when he was young, he was incredibly poor and completely broke. Yet, he still managed to survive by working all kinds of odd jobs, never caring whether it was running errands, farming, chopping wood, or even hunting. As he speaks, Doohyuk's cold gaze grows increasingly chilling. He tells them he never once took advantage of anyone, though he admits he also wanted to make easy money. He wanted to take from others, but feared that doing so would make his years of struggle completely worthless. Doohyuk leaves them with a sharp warning: if his words make them drop the money and walk away, then he warns them for the last time, or he will teach them a lesson. The long-haired punk backs away, stuttering in fear. He stammers that he wants out. The crew-cut guy frowns, demanding to know what he meant before they can even process. Their companion suddenly bolts, leaving them behind. Doohyuk cracks his knuckles with a smirk, noting how fast that kid read the rune. While Gaiden stares at him in utter confusion, Doohyuk tells the young boy to watch very closely and then clenches his hand into a tight fist, unleashing waves of raw energy. This is martial arts. The stubborn crew-cut punk swings a punch to land the first blow, but his fist is effortlessly blocked by Doohyuk with a single touch. The punk stands frozen in disbelief, staring blankly at him. With a casual flick of his wrist, Doohyuk easily sends him flipping backward through the air. Without stopping, Doohyuk draws back his fist and prepares the next crushing strike. He buries his fist deep into the punk's stomach, leaving him screaming in agony. The bald thug stands frozen as he sees his partner fly backward and crash hard against the wall. Before he can even worry about him, Doohyuk suddenly vanishes, appearing behind his back with a chilling smile. "Where are you looking?" he whispers before the thug can react. Doohyuk unleashes a devastating direct punch, stomping his foot so hard the solid ground beneath him immediately shatters. The blow delivers a tearing pain straight through the bald thug's waist. His face turns pale, cold sweat dripping as he gasps in agony, screaming out. With a perfect finishing blow, Doohyuk sends the bald thug flying across the area, crashing hard into the wall as dust explodes everywhere. As the smoke clears, the bald thug lies defeated among the ruins. Nearby, the crew-cut punk shares the exact same fate, completely knocked out cold. Doohyuk smiles warmly back at Gaiden, explaining that this was just a quick demo, but this is true martial arts, defeating opponents efficiently with very minimal effort. Gaiden's eyes widen in sheer awe, muttering to himself about how incredible true martial arts really are. He whispers how effortlessly the man uses it before doing something that completely shocks Doohyuk. Gaiden suddenly drops to his knees, begging him, saying he no longer needs revenge. He slams his head onto the ground in a deep, desperate bow, pleading for Doohyuk to teach him, or better yet, take him on as a personal disciple. Doohyuk sighs helplessly, finally agreeing to give in. He asks why the boy is already calling him master before lessons even start, but ultimately accepts him. In that exact moment, he officially declares Gaiden to be his very first disciple. Cutting back to the present day, Doohyuk closes his eyes, taking a deep breath to fully concentrate. He slowly opens them, his sharp gaze fixed directly on the artifact sitting directly below him. As the sword's magical energy wraps around his palm, a sudden thought crosses his mind. The kid is pretty amusing. Remembering those events, Doohyuk smiles, surprised the boy chose a holy relic just because he uses one. He reassures himself that it is fine since he has the devouring sword, promising to use it well. Right then, Braycast suddenly appears, enveloped in a misty energy. He steps forward to report on the situation. He announces his return after escorting Franz back to Germany, prompting Doohyuk to ask if there were any issues. Breakcast reports nothing went wrong on the trip, but upon arrival, the Guardian Constellation apparently stripped Franz of all his powers. Doohyuk does not seem surprised at all, simply asking about the hostile knights Franz used to lead. Breakcast guesses they will remain quiet, explaining to a skeptical Doohyuk that it is because the King of Knights. Their masters are completely loyal to your disciples, asserting that putting them to work right now is absolutely no issue. Doohyuk smiles with pure satisfaction, quietly calculating that he is currently only one single disciple short. Elsewhere, the Labyrinth Lord's servant slowly closes his eyes. Seconds later, he snaps them open with a very deadly serious look. Another subordinate stands beside him as both of them bow deeply toward the curtained throne. The Labyrinth Lord demands to know how their sent-down forces are doing. The red-haired man quickly responds. He reports that only half of them remain, and their numbers are dropping steadily. Despite their levels rising, the appellations deployed were only second-rate, causing the red-haired man to hesitate with worry at the end. Oddly, those who return are indeed appellations. The white-haired man stands in complete silence, suddenly remembering what the guide once told him. She promised to share a secret since they had reached an agreement. She confessed to blinding the Labyrinth Lord. The white-haired man was utterly stunned, unable to believe his ears. She casually continued, emphasizing that the Labyrinth Lord currently cannot see the labyrinth clearly, can he? She was certain the Lord caught a glimpse of that object or heard about it directly from him. He stayed silent, then replied that a messenger constellation once reported on the labyrinth, but no more. The guide shrugged, adding that the sent-down constellation acted as a medium of disaster. Is that not right? The white-haired man was shocked, asking how she knew, but she only offered a vague, mysterious reply. She promised to explain later, stating she kept him blind to purge those second-class appellations simultaneously. The white-haired man frowned, asking if she would truly deploy an army of elite contractors to do it. His reaction made the guide burst into laughter, asking if he had completely misunderstood her plans. With a smirk, she raised a single finger and whispered that there would only be one person. Hearing this, his pupils shrank in sheer shock, stammering out a quiet question. The guide calmly continued. She explained that she wanted to keep the simultaneous purge of the appellations under wraps because if they vanished, without a clear reason, the Lord would instantly deploy higher-class constellations. She concluded she had to erase those marks ahead of time. The white-haired man nodded in understanding but couldn't help asking why she shared such specific details with him. The guide looked at him, offering a soft chuckle before slowly revealing two reasons. First, she noted you also hold a deep grudge against the Labyrinth Lord. That initial reason caught him off guard. She added that the other reason was because the person who knows his true identity is the very individual she just mentioned. She wanted to tell him early so he could continue assisting that man's future actions, feeling like comrades. The white-haired man frowned, deeply annoyed by the suggestion, and pointedly thrust his spear right at her face. He warned her not to play games, arguing this was entirely different from her original promise of simply blinding Tim. The sharp blade was inches from her nose, but she only raised her hands with a dry chuckle, promising to leave him alone. Regaining her composure, she gently asked him for one final favor. Suddenly, the memory fades, snapping back to the present. The Labyrinth Lord mutters that something is incredibly strange. If the dispatched constellations were wiped out, their appellations should have returned, yet he feels absolutely nothing. The red-haired man agrees in confusion. Meanwhile, the white-haired man silently recalls the guide's warning about the Lord's inevitable confusion. She had explained that they were actively absorbing those constellation appellations, making them impossible for him to retrieve. She begged the white-haired man to cover for them. Standing there, he remains silent for a long moment, making his decision. He steps forward and suggests that perhaps the forces got lost. The Labyrinth Lord listens quietly to his subordinate. The white-haired man points out that this has happened before, where lost troops took quite a while to return. Ultimately, the excuse sounds convincing enough, and the Lord nods. He agrees that his subordinate makes a fair point. He reasons that they will surely return, eventually dismissing his own concerns as nothing more than useless worry. With that, the Lord orders the deployment of the third-class forces to be delayed, dismissing both of them. They bow deeply and take their leave. Walking side by side down the long, quiet hallway, silence hangs between them. The red-haired man is the first to break it, utterly shocked that his quiet partner would speak up so suddenly. The white-haired man indifferently brushes it off, stating he was merely answering the Labyrinth Lord's question directly. He adds that since managing the appellations falls under his duties, it only made sense for him to speak. I was just sharing some information he did not know based on my experience. The red-haired man frowned, pressing for answers. Frowning, he demanded to know if this was his way of interfering. In response, he received a highly sarcastic reply telling him not to worry. He promised he would not lose his title like him. Unable to argue back, the furious redhead gritted his teeth, calling him a bastard as his opponent casually walked past, completely unbothered. He calmly announced he was heading to the residential zone to check for errors. He also advised the redhead to calm down and focus on his work. Left behind, the red-haired man shouted in rage. You so Yoon after. The white-haired man shook off his companions, cautiously scanned the area, and slipped into a hidden room. He stepped inside slowly, approaching a glowing red sphere positioned right in the center. The white-haired man quietly observed the faint lights flickering on its surface. After a long pause, he reached out, typing a sequence on a keyboard covered in ancient characters beside it. In the very next second, the entire sphere suddenly shook. Its crimson glow flickered intensely, and within moments, the red light died out completely, vanishing. In its place, a massive ancient tree instantly materialized, towering right in front of the astonished white-haired man. Its heavy branches were laden with strange hanging fruits, each of them intricately engraved with individual names that cast a faint green glow. The white-haired man locked his gaze onto a specific fruit hanging from a branch. His eyes narrowed, focusing intently as he studied it. His expression remained unreadable, his lips pressed thin as he watched. All the while, he never once loosened his grip on his spear. Days quickly passed by, shifting the scene to Veiling, where Doohyuk stood looking helplessly at the scene before him. He ran his hand through his hair, sighs in frustration. Though he offered to help, he never expected everyone to show up at once. Blackett and his two companions stood in absolute silence, their intense gazes locked onto Doohyuk as if their eyes spoke for them. Facing their passionate, unblinking stares, Doohyuk could only look back. For a brief moment, a heavy silence hung over the room. Breaking the quiet first was the contractor, the self-proclaimed Supreme Rogan. With a serious expression, the old man stated his purpose. He seriously reminded Doohyuk of his promise to teach him the one-fist technique. Standing beside him was the black market owner and academy president, Valhalla Blackett. He smoothly explained that Doohyuk had previously offered to correct his stance for the space/technique. The last guest was Adelia Venchik, the vice-patriarch of the Vench family. Blushing deeply, she hesitantly murmured her reason. She admitted she was there for something similar, having witnessed Doohyuk utilize his guardian Constellation poison skill during the World Championship. Seeking his expert guidance, Doohyuk could only smile and accept them all. He agreed, noting he was free, and told them to follow him. He led them to the training ground while the three followed closely. Onlookers watched in curiosity, including Yu So-yeon, who crossed his arms and grumbled with a puzzled expression. He wondered what was up with Doohyuk and why those powerhouses always spoke so respectfully to him. It was the same story last time. Se-hyuk simply sighed, admitting he had given up trying to understand it. Still, his sharp gaze remained locked on Doohyuk as he muttered quietly. He recognized one absolute truth, that Doohyuk was overwhelmingly strong, transcending everyone in the room. Se-hyuk asserted this with absolute certainty. Before long, Doohyuk had already led his three distinguished guests straight inside the training hall. They lined up neatly before him as Doohyuk got straight to the point, stating he would not waste time with long speeches today. He promised to focus only on the absolute essentials. But first, he gestured directly toward his masked student, asking Blackett if removing that mask would make things easier, warning him that he would sweat too much under there. Surprised but cooperative, Blackett agreed. He calmly raised his hands to unfasten the mask. The other two watched intently, highly curious to witness his face underneath. As the mask came off, an incredibly handsome face was revealed. With a grin, he asked if this was all right, earning a nod from Doohyuk. Just as he suspected, the guy was annoyingly good-looking. Beside them, Adelia stared at him completely dazed while Rogan asked if revealing his face was truly safe. Blackett calmly replied that since they were not at the black market, it was perfectly fine. He noted that Adelia had already seen his face anyway. Observing her strange, flustered behavior, Doohyuk asked what was wrong. Blushing furiously, she darted her eyes around and stammered that nothing was wrong. Inside, however, she was secretly celebrating her decision to come. Doohyuk then began his initial evaluation, starting with Blackett. He noted his physical condition was solid, which caught the swordsman off guard. Surprised, Blackett admitted he was still no match for Doohyuk. But before he could even finish his sentence, his teacher interrupted him. He explained that although he had never personally watched him slay monsters, they had fought side by side, allowing him to judge. He could easily read it from the way he moved, confidently predicting that Blackett would easily keep up with his training regimen. Amused, Blackett praised his generosity. He quietly recalled the sheer effort he spent destroying mazes and clearing out hidden threats to aid him. He realized his hard work after Doohyuk was reincarnated had truly paid off. It seemed all those constant complaints he endured were actually useful. Doohyuk crossed his arms, offering a serious assessment. He pointed out that while Blackett's basic skills were excellent, he struggled to apply them. Unable to deny the truth of this observation, Blackett could only nod in silent agreement, admitting his flaw. Yes, that is right, a voice replies. Doohyuk rubs his chin deep in thought, noting that Luminous is quite a powerful constellation. It probably overlooked a few minor details. I used to do the exact same thing, so I really cannot make any excuses. Then he points out that mastering both martial arts and swordsmanship is insanely hard. Why not just focus on one of them? Breakas takes Doohyuk's advice seriously, looking down to think about which path he should actually choose. He quickly makes up his mind to go with swordsmanship, since he almost always transforms his sacred relic into a sword. Doohyuk nods in approval, calling it a smart choice for spatial slashing. Later they will spar with wooden swords. This way he can observe his style. He then turns his attention to Adelia, pointing out her obvious lack of endurance. She gets totally flustered and stammers out that her heavy duties as the family head keep her way too busy. Doohyuk cuts her off, saying he saw that excuse coming. He reminds her that as MJI's contractor, poison is tough. Sure, inducing paralysis from a safe distance might be simple enough, but actually delivering a lethal dose of poison is different. It usually requires direct physical contact. Adelia nods, admitting that is true. Doohyuk presses further with another question. He asks if she has ever dissolved an enemy from afar using her poison. She hesitates, muttering that she never has. That is her new goal then. He explains that building up her physical stamina is absolutely essential to pull that off. They must start with physical conditioning. But his next words completely catch Adelia off guard. It is going to take time. She needs to follow a strict training routine, starting today with a quick test of her actual martial arts skills. Martial arts, she mutters in disbelief. Doohyuk breaks it down. Does she think Moby could dissolve enemies right after awakening? Even with his powerful relic, Moby chose to specialize in using twin daggers. He adds that for someone of that build, a smaller frame makes mastering close martial arts absolutely essential. Moron looks quite surprised by this sudden insight. Small, she wonders. Doohyuk asks if she has any martial arts background, and Adelia honestly admits that she does. She explains that a former Vench family head developed a unique combat style after the Lord of the Crow Mask became their guardian deity. He actually entered the Constellation's Phantom Realm to learn a martial art specifically designed to channel their poison. Those exact combat techniques ended up forming the very foundation of the Vench family's secret martial arts style. The modern style is slightly different, but she has thoroughly mastered it. Hearing this, Doohyuk nods in understanding. He gets the full picture now. Out of nowhere, he delivers a shocking command. He wants the two of them to fight. Adelia and Rogan stare back in absolute disbelief. Completely panicking, her face scrunches up as if she is about to cry. She whimpers, asking if he realizes her opponent is Rogan, the absolute top ranker. But Doohyuk remains completely unfazed. He knows, so there is no need to be scared. Since there is an obvious gap in physical strength and stamina, Rogan will not be allowed to use any mana. Adelia can use 20% of hers. Now get to sparring. Realizing there is no escaping this, Adelia reluctantly agrees. Rogan asks if this match relates to his own training. Doohyuk grins slowly, telling him that it definitely does. After this, Rogan will finally see his own major flaws. He watches them take their combat stances, fully confident in his plan. Breakas, however, is still extremely worried. He anxiously whispers if this is really a good idea, unable to shake off his deep concern for their safety. Even with the adjusted mana limits, can Adelia really stand a chance in a fair fight against someone like Rogan? Doohyuk catches the vibe instantly, teasingly asking if there is something going on between him and Adelia. Breakas blushes crimson quickly, stammering a denial. Doohyuk just chuckles, raising an eyebrow without pressing any further. He tells him to just watch. Rogan clenches his fist tightly, locking his eyes on Adelia, who looks incredibly tense. Her lips are pressed into a thin, tight line. Suddenly, Rogan lunges forward to land a devastating preemptive strike. He swings his arm with serious force, showing zero intention of holding back. But Adelia is not about to just stand there. She reacts in a flash, successfully blocking his heavy blow before immediately preparing her own lightning-fast counterattack. She unleashes a blindingly fast strike. Caught completely off guard, Rogan is sent stumbling backward from the impact. Watching this unfold, Doohyuk grins, fully satisfied. Rogan certainly did not expect her to possess this level of skill. His mind is completely racing as he stares at her. Her close combat martial arts are way sharper than he ever anticipated. Regaining his composure, Rogan catches himself mid-air and sticks a solid landing on the ground, his expression turning dead serious. He drops into a low-focused stance, carefully plotting his next move. Digging his foot deep into the dirt, Rogan pushes off with insane force, unleashing a suffocating wave of pressure. In the blink of an eye, he vanishes. Rogan appeared right in front of Adelia in the blink of an eye. Her mind instantly panicked as she realized he was too fast to block. He threw a heavy fist straight at Adelia's stomach. Stuck on the defensive, she braced herself, but the raw force of his strike was simply too powerful, slamming her backward into the wall. She let out a sharp cry of pain, barely able to keep her balance against the cold concrete. Before Adelia could even recover, she looked up only for her eyes to widen in sheer terror. Rogan was already right on top of her. Following her every movement, he lunged forward, gritting his teeth as he tensed his entire body to unleash his full destructive strength. He threw a massive punch with everything he had. Unable to react in time, Adelia went pale, staring helplessly at the incoming fist. At that absolute critical split second, she forced herself to calm down, narrowing her eyes as she took a deep, sudden breath. Rogan thought he had the victory locked down, but instead he walked right into a devastating counterattack. Adalia was far from finished. She swung her leg high, delivering a powerful kick that launched Rogan into the air. But she was not done with him yet. She spun around midair, priming a massive strike in her palm. Without a second of hesitation, she slammed it straight into his stomach. Rogan took the hit. The heavy impact echoed loudly as sudden pain washed over him, turning his face pale as sweat started pooling on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, Rogan quickly retreated frantically, trying to put some much-needed distance between himself and Adelia. He clutched his stomach, staring in disbelief. Right as their intense struggle peaked, Kim Doohyuk stepped in to stop them, saying that was enough. He looked at Rogan with a knowing smile, asking him if he finally realized the truth. Still completely clueless, Rogan just asked what he meant. Kim Doohyuk decided to spell it out, telling Rogan that he was only putting on a show and relying entirely on his passive ability. Kim Doohyuk pointed directly at him, saying he just used that power to show off. These blunt, honest words completely stunned his opponent. The direct criticism left Rogan speechless. Sure, mana was adjusted based on physical endurance, but in a purely physical fight, he was still completely overwhelmed. Kim Doohyuk smiled, noting that physical endurance naturally builds through training, so the current gap makes sense. But then he posed a question. Was Rogan not curious as to why he could not get the upper hand against an already exhausted Adelia? Kim Doohyuk threw the question out there, leaving Rogan thoroughly confused. Was there really another reason? He got a firm nod in response. Kim Doohyuk then suddenly asked if Rogan had actually trained in martial arts before. Rogan gave a slight nod, explaining he learned his style through communion with his constellation. Kim Doohyuk stroked his chin thoughtfully. He admitted he had a feeling after watching Rogan move, but his next words completely froze Rogan in his tracks. He told Rogan he lost because of his constellation's martial arts style. Dumbfounded, Rogan gasped in shock, prompting Kim Doohyuk to speak. He offered to share a story from a very long time ago. Flashing back 300 years, a massive crowd had gathered around a certain figure. The man excitedly called out to the crowd, telling them this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Pointing behind him, he gestured toward a massive boulder. The Cobra monk then performed a series of flashy movements right before it. He invited everyone to check for themselves, proving it was a solid, real rock. All the noise quickly caught the attention of Kim Doohyuk and his disciples. He then heard the fake monk boast loudly, asking the crowd if they knew his secret. He gleefully held up a small round pill, claiming it was made through the divine grace of the Buddha itself. With that, the Cobra monk popped the pill straight into his mouth. He then turned around to face the giant boulder. Staring intensely at the rock, the Cobra monk slowly closed his eyes, pressed his palms together, and muttered a holy prayer. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open as he clenched his fist. Taking a solid stance, the Cobra monk threw a quick strike that barely even grazed the massive boulder. Moron watched in total confusion, wondering if the man had even hit the target. Kim Doohyuk stayed quiet, narrowing his eyes as he closely observed the scene. From his perspective, the punch had left a tiny dent in the rock. But just a few seconds later, deep cracks suddenly began to spiderweb across the entire surface. The massive boulder shattered completely into tiny pieces. Through it all, the Cobra monk remained perfectly still in his fighting stance. After a moment, he pulled his hand back, smiling at the crowd. He asked if they saw how easily the rock crumbled. Taking advantage of the shock, the Cobra monk pitched his product, claiming anyone could obtain superhuman strength with these pills. He offered them up for just 10 coins each. The gullible crowd bought into the scam, instantly shouting out their orders. Everyone begged to buy one, clamoring for a piece of the action. The Cobra monk laughed in delight as he thanked them. Watching this unfold, Kim Doohyuk could not help but be impressed, noting that the man's latent ability had finally awakened. Moron confusedly asked what he meant by that. Kim Doohyuk explained it was just like her poison gas or Luminous's spatial magic. After thinking it over, she finally understood. Kim Doohyuk added that when someone with such a radiant ability, whether they shine depends entirely on their talent. He cast his eyes down, muttering that for a talentless guy like him who only mastered a single, with a trash-breathing technique like this, I will never unlock my hidden crest power and will just end up dead. From what he Wook observed, some people do not even need to try, and yet their power shines bright just like that guy. As he thought about it, he suddenly frowned. Putting raw talent aside, using extraordinary power to scam ordinary folks like that was just plain irritating. Time marched on, and the scene shifted to a quiet, empty orchard. The tiger monk stared with sparkling, greedy eyes at the coin pouch in his hand. Look at this, he muttered happily, wondering what got into everyone today since the medicine sold out, completely making him a solid fortune. Suddenly, a figure approached out of nowhere, and the tiger monk put on a helpless look, saying the medicine was completely sold out. He smiled, asking him to try coming back next time, but the silent stranger just reached out his hand, leaving the monk utterly bewildered. The next second, Yu He-wook flicked him extremely hard on the forehead. It turned bright red as he tumbled backward onto the grass, clutching his forehead and demanding to know why he got hit. Yu He-wook slipped his hands into his pockets and casually asked why he was running around scamming innocent civilians like that. He scoffed, chanting Buddhist prayers while doing it. "Do you not feel bad doing this as a monk?" Hearing this, the monk leaped back onto his feet, arguing that it was not exactly like that. The confusing answer left Yu He-wook completely baffled. With a dead serious expression, the monk explained the money was for rebuilding his temple. Yu So-yeon, the sun began to dip low. The golden sunset blanketed the rolling mountain peaks as the scene shifted. The tiger monk walked ahead to show the way, carrying a travel bundle, while Yu He-wook followed closely behind. Suddenly, the monk broke the heavy silence, asking curiously if those young kids traveling with him were his disciples. Yu He-wook gave him a pretty detached shrug. Asking how he figured it out, the monk paused his steps and glanced back, guessing he had to be a leader, specifically of the Gumheon Martial God sect, mentioning he had already heard rumors about a leader adopting some rather unusual young disciples. Hearing that description, Yu He-wook frowned. "Weird kids," he muttered as the monk quickly apologized for introducing himself so late. Before he could say his name, Yu He-wook cut him off, telling him to forget it since he did not care. He smirked, explaining he decided to call him the Tiger Monk the second he saw him pulling off that street scam. The monk looked down, repeating it was actually for the temple. Yu He-wook shrugged, explaining that was why he left his crew, to go investigate. Normally, he would be far too lazy to care, but lately he just had way too much free time. He admitted he planned to return every single coin to the townsfolk if it turned out to be a lie. The monk did not seem to mind at all, pointing out they were almost there. Still, Yu He-wook grew curious. He asked for confirmation on the rebuilding part. The monk nodded quietly, admitting that he never actually wanted this path. He had not chosen to become a monk willingly. Confused, Yu He-wook asked what he meant by that statement. As a kid, his destitute parents sold him into slavery, but a great high abbot searching for recruits saved his life. Yu He-wook found it pretty surprising that a high monk had stepped in to save him, asking exactly how he managed that. The monk explained the old master practically begged the slave traders, offering up a precious item he had just received. He remained deeply grateful, noting the trader only complied because of the abbot's high reputation. Yu He-wook was still highly skeptical. Those greedy slave traders releasing anyone so easily was completely unheard of. The monk simply offered a small, gentle smile. He described Grandmaster Doohyuk as an extraordinary soul who eventually took him in to live at his quiet mountain temple. Because of that, the young monk grew up wanting for absolutely nothing, fully sheltered from the harsh outer world. Lost in his memories, he recalled it was a very small place with only himself and the kind old master there. But then tragedy struck when a massive golem attacked the temple, an event forever burned deep into his mind. During the chaos, the master barely managed to get him to safety before dying under the monster's heavy blows. He escaped with nothing but the master's old prayer beads. Only much later was he able to return to the ruins. He collected the master's remains for a proper cremation, forcing a faint, painful smile as he recalled the details. During that cremation, he discovered the master's sacred relics, inspiring him to rebuild their beloved temple alongside a pagoda to house them. That was why he resorted to collecting funds through rather questionable means, admitting it was not exactly a noble way to do things. Yu He-wook listened quietly to the tragic tale, eventually asking what became of the giant monster that destroyed the place. The monk shook his head, explaining it dug around the ruins before vanishing completely. Yu So-yeon, after they stopped, the monk announced their arrival with a bright grin. Yu He-wook's eyes immediately locked onto the wooden sign ahead. Reading Seokjiam Temple aloud, the monk quickly nodded. Yu He-wook looked around, quite surprised by how massive it looked. "Everything is stable." The guy next to him laughs, explaining he rebuilt the gate with his savings, but the inside is completely empty. He politely invites Kim Joo-hyuk inside for some tea after his long journey, but Kim Joo-hyuk simply declines, saying it is not necessary. He is satisfied knowing the truth and plans to head back, but kindly adds that he understands the young man's struggle. He advises him to earn an honest living from now on, admitting that he is probably sticking his nose in other people's business. Kim Joo-hyuk doesn't even need to finish his sentence before Cobra Monk sheepishly scratches his head, thanking him and promising to try his best. Right then, a loud cracking noise echoes out. Cobra Monk freezes in pure shock, frantically looking around to find the source. He stutters out a question, asking what is going on, while Kim Joo-hyuk just calmly wonders if the temple-destroying golem is back. Looking up, they are immediately greeted by a massive golem standing tall right before their eyes, looking absolutely immense. Its giant rocky body radiates pure, raw power. Cobra Monk stares up in absolute terror, completely frozen by the sight of it. Kim Joo-hyuk, on the other hand, looks quite amused. He narrows his eyes and chuckles, noting that this must be the temple-wrecking golem. The two have to crane their necks just to see its towering head. Cobra Monk looks it over, stuttering that this must be it. He adds that the monster looks way bigger than before. Right then, the giant golem raises a massive fist, aiming straight at them. A powerful strike tears through the air, whipping up a heavy cloud of dust. Cobra Monk screams and covers his head in fear, but the devastating punch is blocked effortlessly by Kim Doohyuk with a single hand. He raises an eyebrow with a cold, confident smirk. He asks the beast if it still wants to wreck the temple. Without waiting, he launches a massive counterpunch of his own. He yells at the insolent creature, sending the giant tumbling backward with a single devastating punch that completely shatters its balance. The monster's heavy body crashes violently onto the ground, leaving a deep crater. Cobra Monk watches in absolute wide-eyed disbelief. He gasps at how incredible that was, asking if it is down. Kim Joo-hyuk casually explains that there is no way it is over. He points out that they have to destroy the core inside first, or else the monster will keep standing right back up. Kim Joo-hyuk agrees that it is definitely much bigger now, which explains why its stone defense is so incredibly tough to break. He explains that the golem grew by absorbing the magic from the temple's mana stone, leaving Cobra Monk completely bewildered by this. Kim Joo-hyuk explains that based on the temple's actual name, the former abbot likely knew about a giant mana stone buried deep underground. He deduces that ordinary people would never guess this creature is actually powered by a massive concentration of subterranean magic. The monster likely caught the scent of that strong energy source and attacked. Kim Joo-hyuk scans the giant's stone body once more. He points out that the creature probably sucked up a massive amount of magic during its rampage, bloating to this giant's size. Cobra Monk begins to tremble, his voice cracking as he realizes that if they do not completely destroy it right now, it will just keep coming back to ruin his hard work. Kim Joo-hyuk just smiles calmly, reassuring the panicked young monk. He tells him that they simply need to finish it off right here, placing a reassuring hand on Cobra Monk's shoulder. The monk is stunned as Kim Joo-hyuk physically adjusts his posture, instructing him to raise his hands and prepare for a full power strike. Completely baffled, the boy asks what is happening, but Kim Joo-hyuk's calm voice whispers a sharp reminder right into his ear. He asks if the boy wants to take down the monster himself, reminding him that this beast killed his beloved master. The young monk looks back hesitantly, asking how, but Kim Joo-hyuk tells him to remember the rock-crushing move he used earlier today. He orders him to use that exact power, though the nervous monk admits he has never tried it against a real monster. Kim Joo-hyuk firmly grabs his wrist to align his stance, telling him that today is the perfect day to try. Focus up. Cobra Monk obediently follows the instructions, clenching his fists tight as Kim Joo-hyuk guides him through the exact steps of the move. He spreads his legs wide, channeling every drop of magic into his body just as his mentor commands him to do. Instantly, a soft golden energy erupts around Cobra Monk's body. Meanwhile, the battered golem struggles back onto its heavy feet. The angry monster glares down at them, taking a heavy step forward before swinging its massive arm down for a devastating smash. At this life-or-death moment, Kim Joo-hyuk gets incredibly excited and yells at the young monk to finish it off right now. The terrified boy screams at the top of his lungs for courage, gritting his teeth and tensing his entire body. He hurls his fist forward, colliding head-on with the golem's massive stone hand. Intense pain shoots straight up his arm. Gritting his teeth through the agonizing pain, the young monk pours every single ounce of his remaining strength into the clash. The giant monster glares down, growling in victory. But a tiny fracture suddenly appears on its rock-solid fist. The crack rapidly spreads across its entire body, shattering the massive stone golem into a million falling boulders and debris. The monk stands frozen in his strike pose as the outer stone crumbles away, leaving only the glowing red core behind. As the shard falls before his eyes, Cobra Monk is left dazed, staring in disbelief. Doohyuk wastes no time showering him with praise. Just one hit and you manage to destroy the core. You really have talent. Smiling shyly, the monk thanks him. He knows deep down that this was only possible because of the mana Doohyuk shared with him. Doohyuk just laughs, admitting he really likes that humble attitude of his. Cobra Monk looks down at his fist, muttering under his breath that if only he could have done this sooner, his senior brother might still be alive. Doohyuk hears every word. After a brief silence, he smiles and asks if the young monk wants to become his disciple. The sudden offer catches Cobra Monk completely off guard and leaves him completely flustered. Doohyuk casually adds that he has plenty of talented students, promising to nurture his raw skills if he joins them. Cobra Monk smiles softly, clenching his fist. A disciple, he murmurs to himself, yet his final response shocks everyone. He asks for forgiveness but politely declines, glancing back at the quiet temple grounds with determination. He sincerely explains that he wants to protect this temple and has no intention of leaving even after it is rebuilt. Respecting his choice, Doohyuk smiles and turns to leave, bidding him well. Since then, years have quietly rolled by, painting the surrounding peaks in a warm sunset glow. Looking back, Doohyuk remembers dropping by the stone temple from time to time, just to check on the kid. The boy was actually developing his own martial arts, all based on that single devastating strike that shattered the golem. Hee-wook clearly remembers how hard the kid trained to perfect a one-hit kill style. Some of his other disciples were so impressed by the style that they even kept in touch, sharing techniques, and letting Hee-wook help him refine it. Still, the attacks were too linear, a flaw he always planned to fix. Once the form was fully complete, snapping out of his memories and returning to the present, Hee-wook crosses his arms with a heavy sigh, noting he never got that chance. Rogan frowns, his curiosity getting the better of him, as he asks why. Hee-wook does not hide the truth, blaming the Tower of Destruction. This instantly confirms Brackett's suspicions, leaving no doubt. Smiling, Hee-wook adds that this is actually a pretty solid opportunity when you think about it. He claps his hands to refocus, diving back into the training session, promising to point out their weak spots if they pay close attention. Everyone eagerly agrees. Over the next few hours, Hee-wook goes out of his way to coach each of them individually. First, he breaks down swordsmanship with breakcast. Then he offers a wave of incredibly helpful advice to a struggling Adelia. No one gets left behind. Hee-wook even spends time cleaning up Rogan's form. After a grueling session in the training room, Rogan speaks up to thank him for the invaluable guidance while Breakcast bows deeply beside him. Rogan enthusiastically admits he only came to learn the absolute punch, never expecting his entire skill set to get a complete makeover. Hee-wook chuckles, admitting he still regrets never pointing out the flaws in that young monk's style years ago. He warns Rogan to move more fluidly instead of charging in straight lines, offering some parting wisdom. Turning to Brackett, he explains that footwork is absolutely crucial for both the absolute punch and spatial slash. He advises against wasting force outward, urging him to focus and release his mana with speed and precision. Brackett nods in agreement. Hee-wook turns to Adelia, but seeing her completely out of breath, he swallows his critiques and offers a reassuring smile. Stamina training comes first, he jokes. Rogan and Brackett wave goodbye as they prepare to head out. Adelia musters up the strength to say she is leaving too, and Hee-wook bids them all a warm farewell. Night has fallen. Walking home under the bright moonlight, he feels confident they can handle any future disasters. He reaches into his pocket, a sudden wave of worry hitting him. The real threat is the third-tier entities. They could strike at any moment. Staring at the ring in his palm, he prepares himself just in case the guide demands a new card. He still hasn't absorbed the second-tier prisoners from last time, keeping them in reserve. Right then, Bocce contacts him out of nowhere. Hee-wook raises an eyebrow, demanding to know what Bocce wants. The guy immediately starts rambling, begging Hee-wook to tell his disciples not to beat him up if they meet in the cavern. Hee-wook scowls, asking if Bocce thinks he is in any position to make demands. He orders him to explain himself immediately. He promises to consider it only if there is a very good reason. Bocce goes quiet before finally making up his mind to confess. He blurts out a completely cryptic warning about them, his voice trembling with sheer panic. The news is terrifying. Bocce warns him that the forces from the Tower of Destruction are already inside the cavern. He shouts that the enemy has breached the main hall. Hee-wook narrows his eyes, demanding a clear explanation. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Bocce slowly explains that he went to scout the hall just as the disciples. Bocce explained that when their master forced the Constellations to kneel, he hid. Since things had quieted down lately, he decided to check on the situation again. Returning there, caught Bocce completely off guard as the place was practically empty. He barely saw a single constellation inside. He figured they either returned to the spirit realm or gathered elsewhere. Hearing this, Kim Joo-hyuk cut in, repeating the word gathered. Bocce quickly confirmed that yes, there were several ruined areas and unfinished buildings nearby where they could easily group up. He guessed the recent chaos drove them to act this way. But as he was scouting the area back then, something unexpected happened. A dark shadow suddenly crept up right behind Bocce, freezing him in his tracks. A cloaked figure emerged wearing a welcoming smile. The stranger greeted him warmly. Hearing this, the Tower Master Kim Joo-hyuk frowned in confusion and muttered under his breath, wondering if this person came from the 4th floor. Bocce nodded, confirming the mysterious visitor's alias as the anonymous strategist. Kim Joo-hyuk pondered the name, admitting he had never heard of him. Bocce replied that it made perfect sense. True to his name, the strategist always lurked in the shadows to plot his next move. He worked in secret, and since their master's disciple was the one who dealt with him, Kim Joo-hyuk remained completely unaware. Tension crept into Bocce's voice as he explained that the strategist confessed to currently managing the constellations within the Tower of Destruction. This only fueled Kim Joo-hyuk's doubts. If this guy was just a 4th-floor resident, how could he possibly lead them? Bocce honestly recounted the strategist, claiming it was an inevitable outcome, then asked Kim Joo-hyuk if he still recalled the tower's traits. Kim Joo-hyuk carefully recalled the rules, noting that the higher one climbs, the stronger the entities living there become. Bocce quickly confirmed this, adding that from what he knew, the Tower of Destruction actually has a total of 6 floors. The 1st floor houses incredibly powerful monsters, while the beasts on the 2nd floor are strong enough to possess actual names. The third floor belongs to entities with distinct names, while the fourth floor and beyond are reserved for those with truly legendary titles. The fifth floor is home to the four heavenly kings handpicked by the Labyrinth Lord himself. Bachi's voice grew even more serious. He revealed that the sixth floor was his former domain as the Tower Master. He then recounted his conversation with the strategist. The strategist claimed he had to step up as the new leader because both Bachi and the heavenly kings were gone. Walking along, Kim Joo-hyuk silently communicated with Bachi, asking if that strategist was the only person he ran into at the tower. Bachi emphasized that yes, so far he was the only one. Suddenly, Kim Joo-hyuk blurted out that things had just gotten pretty bad. His tense reaction left Bachi incredibly anxious, prompting him to instantly ask why. Kim Joo-hyuk calmly laid out his analysis. If those entities are staying in the lobby, it means they are still performing their duties as constellations somewhere, right? Bachi agreed. Kim Joo-hyuk then pressed further, asking exactly how many entities this strategist was managing in the Tower of Destruction. Bachi froze, stammering and unable to form a coherent sentence. Under intense pressure, he finally had to confess his ignorance. He admitted he had no idea, leaving Kim Joo-hyuk completely stunned. Bachi quickly explained that the moment the strategist saw him, he begged for guidance. The strategist pleaded for Bachi to lead them once more. Recalling this, Bachi panicked, knowing they still believed he possessed his old power. If they ever found out he was actually powerless, there was no telling what horrible things they would do to him. Bachi paused, swallowing hard before continuing. He had tried to play it cool during the encounter, striking a dramatic pose. He calmly told the strategist the time was not yet right and quickly fled. Just remembering that close call made his breathing erratic. Terrified, he called out. When there was no immediate response from Kim Hyun-woo on the other side, Bachi desperately tried to reconnect. He called his master's name again, only to be met with Kim Joo-hyuk's furious roar ringing loudly in his ears. Kim Joo-hyuk called him a useless piece of trash, unleashing a brutal verbal beatdown that left Bachi completely speechless. He snapped that even without his powers, Bachi should have at least gathered some intel. He was a pathetic former tower master. Bachi knew exactly how obsessed Kim Joo-hyuk was with that tower, and he needed a headcount of the constellations to make a plan. Venting his anger, Kim Joo-hyuk threw his bag onto the ground in frustration, his voice dropping to a low, ominous growl. He suggested that since they had been planning this for so long, they should just pay a visit to the spirit realm. Bachi stammered in shock, asking what he meant. Kim Joo-hyuk's next words turned him pale, threatening to beat some sense back into him. Terrified, Bachi tried to stop him, arguing that a master needs a constellation's explicit permission to enter the realm. Kim Joo-hyuk snapped back, saying he would just ask his own disciple instead, instantly leaving Bachi speechless. He took a deep breath. Kim Joo-hyuk tried to compose himself, urging them to think things through. Aside from the fifth-floor bosses, the other constellations should still be active. Bachi obediently confirmed that was indeed the case. Kim Joo-hyuk rubbed his chin in deep thought, reflecting on what he had learned. The guide had not shared much, but he did mention that the entities from the Tower of Destruction were currently descending. Kim Joo-hyuk muttered that while he would verify it later, those from the second floor and above had likely already become full constellations. Suddenly, remembering something, Kim Joo-hyuk sits straight up. Wait, did he say those named beings are descending? Bachi quickly chimes in. This implies that once those named entities descend, they will undergo a complete reincarnation, no longer bound by their typical limitations. This allows them to directly influence the real world. Kim Joo-hyuk narrows his eyes carefully, calculating the dangerous possibilities. Can they destroy those constellations before they even descend? With that thought, Kim Joo-hyuk immediately probes Bachi for more details. He asks Bachi what would happen if they broke the sacred relic holding a constellation. The spirit hesitates before answering. Bachi claims he is not sure because he only recently woke up inside the holy sword, knowing absolutely nothing. Kim Joo-hyuk responds with a subtle threat, maybe he should snap the sword to test it since he has a spare anyway. Bachi jumps in pure panic, begging his master to calm down and suggesting they just ask a different constellation instead. Kim Joo-hyuk frustratingly ruffles his hair and clicks his tongue, utterly annoyed that Bachi is completely useless and knows absolutely nothing. Then a sudden thought strikes him. Bachi is actually incredibly strange. Looking back, Kim Joo-hyuk carefully analyzes his companion. Other constellations lost their names, meaning Kim Joo-hyuk cannot identify them, yet he knows Bachi's name perfectly well, which is highly unusual. The spirit also knows that shifting perception allows someone to use their full power in the mind world, yet possesses no power. This leads Kim Joo-hyuk to a wild possibility. What if Bachi is just a personal name and his weakness stems from this bond? Perhaps being bound to a specific name is his ultimate weakness, but Kim Joo-hyuk quickly dismisses this sudden theory for now. Making baseless assumptions is dangerous. Bachi could be playing him, and nothing is certain until the truth is fully revealed. Organizing his thoughts, he tells Bachi that he has a task for him, instantly making the spirit feel quite anxious. With a slight smirk, Kim Joo-hyuk calmly delivers his instructions, telling Bachi he must pretend to be the Tower Master once again. He needs to stay in the hall, manage the others, and figure out exactly how many people are gathered there. When Bachi nervously asks why, Kim Joo-hyuk offers no explanation, ordering him to act as if he still has his powers. He must keep them under control to prevent any trouble and report any updates immediately. His threatening tone sends chills down Bachi's spine. If he dares to refuse, Kim Joo-hyuk promises to shatter his sacred relic and make him experience the true suffering of a constellation. Left with absolutely no choice, the miserable spirit reluctantly obeys and promises to do exactly as he is told. Kim Joo-hyuk gives a casual, half-hearted compliment, calling it a smart choice. He plans to leave the hall management to the spirit. Tomorrow, he plans to ask his disciple about those sacred relics. Time flies, and the scene transitions to the next morning. Warm sunlight washes over the massive Grand Academy building. Steady footsteps echo, clearly drawing closer to the director's office door. Kim Joo-hyuk stops right in front of the door, raising his fist to knock, but Breck suddenly calls out from inside. Breck peers out and asks him to wait a moment. Inside, a man stands up, saying he hopes Breck will reconsider. Breck nods quietly in agreement. The visitor walks briskly toward the exit and immediately locks eyes with Kim Joo-hyuk waiting outside. Sang Kyeon's sharp eyes lock intensely onto the young man, but Kim Joo-hyuk remains completely unfazed as he returns the look. Kim Joo-hyuk offers a polite nod, greeting his old instructor and saying it has been quite a while since they last met. Sang Sean responds coldly, remarking that Kim Joo-hyuk has become quite famous lately. He is the head instructor of the combat department. He throws out a sarcastic remark, bids him farewell, and immediately turns on his heel to leave the office. Feeling curious, Kim Joo-hyuk asks Breck if that was indeed instructor Sang Chun and what they were discussing so seriously. Breck hesitates for a moment, unsure where to start before deciding to honestly share the details of their conversation. He admits that they were talking about Sang Kyeon's intention to resign from his position as a chief instructor at Valhalla. The news shocks Kim Joo-hyuk, as Sang Cheon is well known as the academy's top instructor. Breck nods quietly in confirmation. He confirms that the instructor has only discussed this matter with him so far, keeping it a secret from everyone else. Sang Cheon plans to stay until the end of the year. Kim Joo-hyuk finds it hard to believe, muttering that it sounds more like an announcement. After finishing the explanation, Breck quickly changes the subject, asking Kim Joo-hyuk what brings him to the office today. Remembering his original purpose, Kim Joo-hyuk mentions he has a critical question for Luminous regarding the nature of those sacred relics. He wonders what happens to a constellation if its relic gets destroyed. Inside her space, Luminous listens closely to his words. She quickly provides a surprising answer, claiming that the constellation would likely be unharmed, which immediately puzzles the young man. She explains that while the spiritual realm inside the relic would vanish, making the item completely ordinary, the constellation survives. They would simply be banished and left to wander around. Kim Joo-hyuk's sharp mind immediately locks onto that key term. Luminous confirms his suspicion, comparing their state to wandering ghosts. She notes that any item possessing a constellation holds this trait. Infusing magic into an item can actually turn it into a holy relic. Meanwhile, wandering constellations get drawn to familiar magic, or they seek out things they used to own which became relics. Luminous sighs softly, feeling a bit relieved. She is glad their old weapons were well maintained, letting them rest there easily. Hearing this, Joo-hyuk crosses his arms. He lowers his head in deep thought. So that is how it works. Pretty unexpected. Luminous looks confused, asking what he means. Joo-hyuk just chuckles and admits he only asked on a whim, never expecting her to actually know. She can only giggle. Hearing his casual tease, she giggles. Luminous then explains that her first move as a constellation was recreating their old home. She wanted to copy the exact world she once shared with her master. Her dark, heavy voice carries a strange excitement. The ruins look just as she remembers, so bleak that monsters could jump out at any second. Joo-hyuk stands there speechless. He mutters that she made the place sound way darker than it actually was. Luminous just smiles, remembering her very first contractor. The man looked around and asked if he could make the gloomy place meaningful. She still remembers every detail about him. He was a clever merchant who realized she could link subspaces together, so he decided to set up a small shop. Before long, he brought in more people and built an entire marketplace. As she shares this, her voice fills with pride. Seeing the immense potential, she decided to transform the whole area into a massive, thriving underworld black market. Merchants and buyers wore masks to keep their identities hidden. When the Age of Constellations officially began, the market shifted focus. They specialized in holy relics, tracking down constellations tied to ancient artifacts. That was how she figured out the relic trick. Luminous wraps up her detailed explanation with a satisfied smile. Joo-hyuk nods, slowly absorbing every bit of this new information. Just as he processes everything, Luminous suddenly covers her face in sheer drama, crying out that she is incredibly touched. Before Joo-hyuk can even react, she giggles with absolute fanatical devotion, asking if seeking her out first makes her his favorite. He immediately shuts down her fantasy with a cold, blunt dose of reality, telling her she was not even his first choice. Luminous completely freezes in shock, her voice trailing off as Doohyuk explains how guardian spirits have been tailing him since meeting Shim. They constantly hide their presence and stalk him. He asked Shim first, but since the kid was clueless, Doohyuk came to her. Hearing that she was just the backup option, Luminous completely deflates, burying her face in despair before snapping into pure madness. She suddenly asks if she can just go kill her junior sister. Doohyuk is utterly speechless, asking if she really expected a yes. He reminds her that constellations physically cannot kill one another. But as he speaks, a frustrating thought crosses his mind. Does that mean they cannot kill those bastards from the Tower of Destruction either? He aggressively ruffles his hair, gritting his teeth. He wonders if he should track down their relics instead, though he still has no clue what triggers their manifestations. Barshiki interrupts his thoughts politely, asking if there is anything else. Doohyuk shakes his head, saying that is enough for now. But just as Barshiki turns, Doohyuk stops him, remembering one last detail. He asks about the rumors regarding instructor Sang Cheol. Barshiki nods, confirming that the combat instructor plans to resign. Hearing this, Doohyuk makes a decision that catches Barshiki off guard. He decides to speak with the instructor directly. Doohyuk frowns in deep regret, knowing it would be a shame to lose him. As the afternoon sun casts long shadows over the academy, time slips away. Down the quiet hallway, Lilia walks with a folder. She is looking into the background of a senior instructor from Valhalla, but her train of thought suddenly grinds to a halt. Right there in the corridor, Doohyuk walks right into her field of vision. Seeing him makes her heart flutter instantly. She immediately slips into full fangirl mode, her eyes lighting up. Ever since he moved to the special class, they barely meet. She wonders if this chance encounter is fate working its magic. Besides, she is completely stuck on her monster thesis right now. But before she can daydream further, she spots Doohyuk heading straight toward instructor Sang Cheol. Her eyes widen as she quickly hides. Peeking out from behind a corner, she watches them intently. Both of them look incredibly serious. Instructor Sang Cheol crosses his arms with a frown, clearly looking impatient. He asks Doohyuk if he has business with him too. Doohyuk remains completely calm, asking if they can speak in private. The instructor sighs warily, finally agreeing to a quick talk. Since his shift is over, instructor Sang Cheol suggests heading to a nearby cafe instead of staying in the stuffy office. Doohyuk readily agrees. Lilia, still hiding in the shadows, watches them leave and feels her curiosity burning. She usually minds her own business, but since Doohyuk is involved, she just cannot resist following them. Keeping her distance, she tracks them all the way to a cozy cafe nearby that blends classic and modern designs. Doohyuk and instructor Sang Cheol sit down at a quiet corner table. The instructor slowly sips his coffee, taking his time. He is in no rush at all, completely calm. Meanwhile, Lilia sneaks into a booth nearby, desperately trying to listen. Behind him, a masked figure watched silently. So close. Lilia pretended to sip on her warm coffee. Her heart was pounding. Was she close enough? Across the room, Sang Cheol got straight to the point. He asked what Doohyuk wanted. Doohyuk looked him in the eye, calmly stating he was curious about something. His next words instantly made the eavesdropping Lilia choke and spit her coffee everywhere. He calmly noted, hearing that the instructor was about to resign. That sudden noise from her side drew way too much attention, causing both Doohyuk and Sang Cheol to turn around. Lilia quickly avoided their gaze, her mind spinning. Quitting? It made no sense at all. Sang Cheol looked away, sighing with a deep frown. He muttered that the new president really couldn't keep a secret. He didn't even try to hide his frustration, admitting he felt completely useless as an instructor, all because of Doohyuk. This left Doohyuk totally speechless. Sang Cheol explained he once took pride in teaching at Valhalla. After all, he was Korea's strongest hunter. He had built the White-Silver Guild into a top-tier powerhouse. Yet his voice gradually began to fade. No matter how strong they were, the monsters never stopped coming. There were barely any contractors left. That was when President Shim invited him to train new hunters. Sang Cheol recalled asking him a critical question. How would they handle the gap when contractors held all the cards? The president promised it was fine, since he had gathered countless sacred relics as a hunter. Sang Cheol took a sip of coffee and sighed, so he accepted. He lost himself in those memories, recalling how his students eventually became active hunters, clearing dungeons and defeating monsters worldwide. With every success, he felt he was on the right path. Suddenly, he slammed his cup down with a bitter laugh. Not anymore. He stared intensely at Doohyuk. Do you know what the current trend is here? He asked, his eyes locking onto his student. To put it simply, everyone wants to cling to you to get into the special class. Doohyuk froze. What? Sang Cheol looked down, explaining that the special class offered insane perks like skipping all regular training. Because of this, kids who once dreamed of becoming real hunters got lazy. The class was ruined. It was now packed with Doohyuk's sycophants, including the Snow family heir. Doohyuk couldn't even deny it, only replying with a quiet nod. Sang Cheol muttered that while they worked hard, they all came from elite families with powerful guardian constellations. Now everyone was completely obsessed with securing S-rank contracts, desperately trying to secure one by constantly tagging along with Doohyuk. Sang-cheon's deep frustration was fully obvious. It made him feel completely useless. Ever since Doohyuk arrived, the entire academy revolved around him. Sang-cheon paused, narrowing his eyes in deep suspicion. He admitted he couldn't find any background on him. "Who are you really?" With a sharp glare, he asked if he had secretly made an S-rank contract. Doohyuk just shrugged, completely unbothered. If the instructor was really that curious, he had a simple solution. Why not try sparring with him? The sudden and bold challenge left Sang-cheon completely speechless. What did he say? Doohyuk just smirked, a highly playful and confident grin spreading across his face. Why so surprised, instructor? The fight would easily prove whether he was a contractor. His smug attitude deeply irritated Sang-cheon, who coldly asked if Doohyuk was actually trying to provoke him. Sang-cheon narrowed his eyes, sighing deeply. Normally, he wouldn't fall for such cheap bait, but this time he was absolutely accepting the challenge. His answer left Lilia completely frozen. Sang-cheon made his stance clear. He wanted to see who Doohyuk was. Doohyuk smirked. That was perfect. He immediately suggested they head straight to the training hall right now. With that, the two stood up and walked away. Lilia sat there alone, watching them in utter disbelief. They were actually about to clash. Meanwhile, back at the academy, the sun was slowly setting now. Under the fading twilight, Beckett stood silently by the classroom window, his hands folded neatly behind him. He stared outside, lost in deep thought. Let's flash back to Beckett and Doohyuk's earlier conversation, where Beckett had been completely caught off guard by the young man's sudden proposal to talk to Sang-cheon. Doohyuk had muttered that losing to him would be highly embarrassing before casually dropping a massive bombshell. He was actually planning on dropping out. Beckett gasped. Doohyuk then honestly explained his real reasons. He had received a system notification warning him about the resurrection of the Tower of Destruction. It revealed the exact location was inside the Constellation's Valhalla room, leading him to the Forest of Eyes. Barrett falls into deep thought. He manages Valhalla's labyrinth. The man opposite nods. Since that incident, those alerts concerning Valhalla have completely vanished. That means I have no more business here, Doohyuk adds. Beside that, he says, he has a new disciple. Since he and Luminous became directors, life has been peaceful. The training, light, so he stays. Barrett nods, finally understanding the complex situation. Doohyuk reveals his decision to stay spurred him to research the other instructors, into the academy's instructors. Barrett instantly asks why offering to hand over their official profiles if Doohyuk wants them. Doohyuk just rejects it. Paper info is useless. He used an investigation group known to the former guardian of Sosimi. They are mostly honest, hardworking people. Some have messy pasts, though. But according to Doohyuk's deep dive, instructor Lee Sang-cheon stands out. He is legendary. Barrett agrees completely. The guy is an absolute beast. He recalls how that man single-handedly raised Korea's worst guild to the very top. Other hunters and contractors all refer to him as a living legend. Doohyuk quickly points out that this was done without the help of a powerful constellation. He crosses his arms, muttering, I heard he contracted with a constellation below a rank, but I am not entirely sure. Barrett replies hesitantly. Is that so? Doohyuk asks, his lips curling up. He emphasizes that the man opposes how modern contractors depend so heavily on their constellations. He is a truly good man, unlike most of the greedy contractors in this day and age. Saying this, a faint trace of regret slips into Doohyuk's voice. Yet it seems the instructor had to accept the modern selection standards based entirely on constellation rankings and just fall in line. Barrett listens closely, nodding slowly in agreement, in understanding. Now watch, because Doohyuk drops a massive bombshell lately. That instructor has been actively opposing certain academy activities inside Valhalla. Barrett freezes, shouting in shock, you know about that? Doohyuk is entirely calm. Responds. I told you I did some digging. I basically hacked into the academy's private internal inbox. Hearing this, Barrett instantly catches the terrifying detail and gasps. Hacked the internal email? Doohyuk does not even flinch. Calm, replying, you would have known if you checked the director's inbox first. He sent complaints about the school's management system. The words die in Barrett's throat. He sighs, admitting he already knows. According to his research, Valhalla operates purely on massive donations from noble families. In exchange, the donors' kids are guaranteed a spot, along with access to the premium dorms. Barrett explains that instructor Lee Sang-cheon understands this reality yet demands that the actual teaching must remain strictly fair. The former director agreed and built the academy's rules around that exact promise. But looking at recent events, Barrett's head starts to hurt. This year, the instructor sent a furious email complaining about students buying their way in. Doohyuk guesses this is likely about the Bentric heir. Sang-cheon knows Jin is causing major trouble. He adds that Adelia tried to cover it up by sending funds and even arranging a personal consultation with me. Mentioning this, Doohyuk can only sigh in absolute weary exhaustion. During his search, he also uncovered another deeply hidden secret. Jordi Venchiclin, the trash student posing as an elite exchange student, was a complete and total lie. He actually bought his way in with massive donations after getting expelled from an academy in England. Over in England, the exchange program was just a convenient cover. Doohyuk immediately connects the dots. Sang-Cheon must have discovered the truth and felt completely powerless. He likely feels that Valhalla has become a personal playground for privileged kids, making his urge to quit stronger than ever. Doohyuk concludes, pausing for a brief moment before adding, and I might just approve his resignation. He analyzes the situation. Seeing a powerhouse like Doohyuk become director and watching the chaos unfold, even if Doohyuk did not start, it must feel all too familiar. To the veteran instructor, Doohyuk looks down, admitting that while he does not care if people throw fits or quit over him, or leave, losing Lee Sang-Cheon would be a massive blow to the academy. Barrett hesitantly asks why. Doohyuk calmly responds that it is quite simple, it would just be a massive waste of talent. He looks down at his own hand, muttering, after being reborn and realizing the tower is returning, I had to face my past mistakes. He clenches his fist tight. First, he was lacking in absolute power. Second, the hunters around him were far too low-ranked. Barrett looks at him completely confused. Low-ranked. Doohyuk immediately points out that a lack of raw power is inevitable. I started with zero talent, and without a major catalyst, I could never grow. His expression hardens as he reveals the fatal flaw behind that second mistake, a severe lack of time. Doohyuk's thoughts drift back to the ancient days. I built a martial sect with my own disciples, he explains. I did not recruit outsiders, intending to only expand once my current group of students reached a certain peak. He wanted to deliver a decisive final answer, but he simply couldn't. Barche hesitated before adding that it was all because of the Tower of Destruction. The man opposite him slowly recounted how he and his disciple had tried to handle the Tower of Destruction, but they couldn't stop the monsters and catastrophes from pouring out of it. Those horrific events were deeply etched in Doohyuk's mind, recalling how the surviving hunters sacrificed themselves. They gave everything to stop the chaos, but the destruction was so massive that people still call that dark period the era of ruin. His voice dropped slightly as he explained they lacked strong hunters, which was the exact reason they failed to prevent that tragedy. Breka quickly tried to change the subject, asking how things stood now. Doohyuk fell silent for a moment before offering his blunt assessment. There are far more hunters now, with academy trainees spread across the globe. Compared to the past, even the weakest hunters have grown stronger, yet the absolute strongest among them are weaker than before. Hunters once had to train relentlessly to sharpen their magic and physical power, but now everyone just relies on the constellations. Doohyuk pondered this, noting that having more hunters would at least help them prepare. They could prepare better for the next Tower of Destruction, though he admitted there was a strict limit to how many hunters he could personally support. Determination flashed in his eyes as he explained they had to retain top-tier instructors to elevate the standards for the next generation. Recalling their entire conversation, Breke could still hear those words echoing in his mind, carrying a very clear warning tone. Doohyuk had warned him that he would use force if necessary. Breke admitted that final threat made him nervous, though he was also quite surprised. He honestly believed the young man did not care about the world around him, but it turned out he had his own deep convictions. To Breke, this proved that Doohyuk was completely committed and deadly serious about stopping the impending threat of the tower. Meanwhile, as twilight cast a deep shadow over the massive training facility below, a tense atmosphere began to brew in the sparring room. Sang-Cheon stood ready with a simple wooden sword, his face dead serious as he stared down Doohyuk, who calmly met his fierce gaze. The young man even let a slight smile play on his lips. Outside, a small crowd gathered at the door, jostling to peek inside. Yu So-yeon-ho gasped in absolute shock, asking why on earth their legendary instructor Sang-Cheon was sparring with Doohyuk. Yun-lang grumbled about the tiny viewing window, demanding to know who the old guy was, prompting Arin to speak up softly. She explained that he was the top instructor at Valhalla, leaving the others stunned as they realized he was their strongest professor. Sehu smiled weakly and confirmed it. Meanwhile, the air inside the sparring arena turned incredibly heavy as the two faced off. Sang-Cheon narrowed his eyes and muttered that it had been a long time since he fought a real human, but Doohyuk remained unfazed. He just stared back calmly. In the next split second, a dark blur whipped across the room, but the youth quickly tracked it. Sang-Cheon made his move, lunging forward with a sudden preemptive strike, yet Doohyuk reacted instantly to meet the threat head-on. He blocked the powerful wooden sword with ease. Gripping his weapon tightly, the veteran instructor glided through a sudden haze of smoke to reposition. He stood facing Doohyuk once more. The youth kept his focus locked on the distant shadow, but then, as if guided by a third eye, Doohyuk whipped his head around. Out of nowhere, Sang-Cheon materialized from behind, swinging his wooden blade in a fierce ambush. Doohyuk reacted with lightning speed, raising his blade to intercept the heavy blow before quickly leaping backward to establish his defense. Sang-cheon tightened his grip and readied his wooden sword once more, lunging forward with incredible force to press his attack. Doohyuk smirked as he observed the older man's speed, wondering if he had contracted with a constellation focus on agility. But then the senior instructor completely vanished from sight, only to reappear a split second later right behind Doohyuk's back. Sang-cheon raised his sword, aiming directly for the youth's neck, but Doohyuk reacted instantly, pivoting to drive a counterthrust directly into his arm. The attack was so fast that the veteran had no time to react, collapsing to his knees just seconds after taking the hit. Standing before Doohyuk, the defeated instructor gasped. Watching through the glass window, the onlookers outside gasped in absolute horror and utter disbelief. They had no idea what had just happened. Trust me, watching their elite instructor suddenly vanish and then collapse was pure shock. Right at Doohyuk's feet, sweating profusely, Yeonlang stared in shock, her sharp mind slowly putting the pieces of the puzzle together. She realized the instructor's speed was truly terrifying, recalling how he had just executed those blinding attacks from two completely different angles. He had lunged straight at Doohyuk, but managed to shift his trajectory twice by kicking off the floor. Standing by the door, Yeonlang explained. She told the stunned group that Sang-cheon likely chose that tactic because he knew a direct frontal assault would never work against Doohyuk. Doohyuk apparently anticipated the move and swung his sword backward. Suddenly, Leah, wearing a hat, stepped up from behind them. Peering inside, she stated with absolute confidence that their elite instructor had not even unleashed his maximum combat speed yet. He had deliberately held back his blade right before making contact. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone turned to look at her. The sudden attention left Leah feeling quite flustered. The onlookers stared at each other completely, baffled by the arrival of this mysterious newcomer. They whispered among themselves, wondering who she was before someone realized she was Instructor Lilia, realizing they had made a mistake. Inside the training room, Sang-cheon holds his side, his face full of respect. He's amazed at how Hee-wook reacted to that insane speed. Opposite him, the young man rests his sword on his shoulder. With a respectful smile, he says it was all thanks to his coach. Hee-wook asks if the coach stopped because a blow to his head would have been fatal. His eyes lock on Sang-cheon with intense focus. He deepens his voice, telling the older man he never needs to hold back. Those words leave the instructor speechless on the floor. He tells him to attack like he doesn't care what happens. Sang-cheon can only listen in silence, unable to find a reply. After a long pause, the instructor finally finds his voice. He asks if Hee-wook is really telling him to abandon his duty to protect his students. Hearing this, the young man lifts his chin to challenge his teacher. He reminds him of a question from before. The coach wanted to know what kind of person he is, so he asks him to treat this as a real duel, not a lesson. Forget the student-teacher dynamic, this is a clash between two warriors. Hee-wook's gaze turns razor-sharp as his brow furrows. Only then will the truth come out. Groaning, the old instructor pulls himself up from the ground, repeating the words in disbelief. A real duel between them. Seconds later, Sang-cheon draws his training blade back, fully accepting the young man's challenge. He thrusts straight for Hee-wook's chest. The young man reacts instantly, raising his own sword to parry the deadly strike. This attack is incredibly fast. Realizing he can't easily deflect it, Hee-wook focuses everything on a solid block. But the onslaught doesn't stop. Faster than lightning, Sang-cheon pulls back and unleashes a furious storm of consecutive strikes. Sparks fly as Hee-wook's blade begins to buckle. He expected a single heavy blow, not a relentless, crushing combo. This is bad. Massive cracks spiderweb across his blade. If the old man keeps up this relentless pressure, the blade will snap. With a deafening shatter, Hee-wook's weapon bursts into pieces. Leaping back, Sang-cheon eyes his disarmed opponent. The kid is wide open now. Seizing the ultimate opening, the old instructor unleashes a barrage of cutting energy strikes. But suddenly pain flares up. Sang-cheon recoils, clutching his side. He realizes his previous injury is stopping him from following through. He can't press the attack because of the hit he took earlier. Yet through the dust, his eyes widen in pure shock. Through the rising dust and smoke, a silhouette stands tall. Standing right there is none other than Hee-wook himself. He doesn't have a single scratch. Sang-cheon is stunned quietly, marveling at how the boy survived completely unscathed. Those were real sword-intent strikes, even with a training blade. How is this possible? As the smoke clears, Hee-wook looks at his scratched hand. He blows on the tiny cut. Sang-cheon wonders if a Constellation's contract helped him deflect the attack. But Hee-wook just looks back. He admits he really hates explaining things, but he's about to reveal something the instructor simply cannot do. Walking closer, he shares a secret almost no one else knows. To this day, he hasn't contracted with a single constellation. It was raw, unfiltered mana that deflected the sword intent. Raising his lightly scratched palm, he points out the small mark. He explains that if the sword aura isn't too overpowering, he can redirect it by channeling mana into his hand. He asks if coaches don't teach this to students. Hearing those words, Sang Cheon's eyes go wide with pure shock. He has never taught that. He hasn't even heard of such a technique existing in this world. Looking at the boy, the old man's voice echoes through the training hall. He mentions that even the foreign textbooks he studied to improve his teaching never contained such a concept. Hearing this, Hee-wook clenches his hand with a sigh. He explains that these ancient techniques were originally designed with a single goal in mind: fighting other human beings. It makes sense why they were forgotten. Today, training to fight monsters is seen as far more valuable than human combat. Clutching his sore hip, Sang Cheon snaps back in anger. He asks what on earth the young man is talking about. That monster combat style has been the absolute standard for 100 years now. The instructor reminds him of history. Ever since the dungeons appeared, nations stopped fighting each other to focus entirely on defeating the beasts. Monsters used to roam everywhere, but now they are strictly contained near the dungeons by international agreement. Sang Cheon's brow furrows, sweat dripping down his face as he explains the reality of their world. That is why students only train to kill monsters. Sparring is just a way to test mana and physical limits. They never learn specialized martial arts meant to actually harm or disable another human opponent. Hee-wook listens quietly, his expression blank but highly attentive as the old instructor continues his passionate explanation. Only government black ops or dangerous villains study those techniques. Even regular military and police don't know them. Finally, his pent-up confusion and anger boil over. Sang Cheon snaps, shouting at the top of his lungs. He demands to know what Hee-wook really is. Startled, the young man realizes he must keep his identity a secret. Regaining his composure, he looks at the instructor with a smirk and throws down a challenge, telling him that if he wants to know, he will have to beat him first. Those words make Sang Cheon furrow his brows in annoyance, his eyes burning with rage. Fine, the instructor mutters, gripping his sword tightly. He drops into a low defensive stance, admitting that while it is embarrassing for an adult to go all out, he's going to show him real power. Enveloped in a blue haze, the instructor splits into 3 clones to unleash his ultimate and most powerful attack. On the other side, Hee-wook calmly raises his hand without a single shred of fear. Seriously, the kid is completely unbothered by this ultimate move. He goes on the offensive, clenching his fist and diving towards Sang Cheon from above, forcing the instructor to grit his teeth and focus. A brilliant blue light flares as Sang Cheon and his clones charge forward, unleashing a barrage of strikes, but a moment later, his expression freezes. Something is very wrong, he realizes, having unleashed a non-stop flurry of close-range attacks without feeling a single strike actually connect. He cannot feel any of his blows landing, and his sudden gut instinct makes the instructor spin around, dreading what might be behind him. He frantically looks behind, praying his opponent is not standing right there, and sure enough, the young man is waiting for him. With an appreciative smile, Hee-wook commends the trainer for catching on so quickly, and trust me, things are about to get painful. Without wasting any more time, he tightens his fist and lunges at the stunned instructor, letting him know that it is now his turn. Sang Cheon raises his weapon, calculating that since the boy's attack seems incredibly slow, a swift counter-strike should easily settle this. But as he tries to dodge, a sharp, searing pain flares up in his side where he was struck earlier, forcing him to grit his teeth. Before the instructor can process the pain, Hee-wook is already right beside him, his expression turning serious as he prepares a heavy blow. He unleashes a powerful punch that drives right into Sang Cheon, making the older man gasp and scream out in pure agony. Within mere seconds, Sang Cheon is flat on his back on the ground, with Hee-wook calmly looking down at him before the scene shifts to another room. The trainer lies unconscious on a bench, his eyes slowly fluttering open, and the moment he regains awareness, he clutches his aching stomach. As he sits up, a familiar and concerned voice asks how he is doing, prompting the instructor to look over and see who it is. It is none other than Hee-wook, looking genuinely worried, prompting Sang Cheon to look around the unfamiliar room and ask where they are. Hee-wook explains that they are in the waiting room next to the training hall, choosing to be completely honest about what happened. He mentions he almost took him to the hospital, but fortunately, the instructor seems fine, likely because he used mana to shield himself. The trainer looks at him and asks if he was holding back during the fight, a question that leaves Hee-wook completely silent. Clutching his stomach on the bench, Sang Cheon admits that he can tell the truth, expressing a sense of embarrassment over the outcome. He laments that a professional instructor like himself went all out and still lost to a student, realizing how absurd it looks. Staring down at his hands, the instructor reveals his next plans, suggesting that it might finally be time for him to resign from the school. Stunned by this, Hee-wook stammers in protest, his gaze locked onto the instructor as he begs him not to quit. The young man frantically apologizes to him, his voice thick with sincere regret for disrupting the school and causing such an unnecessary scene. He admits he had no idea the existence of their special class would cause such tension among the other students. Gesturing with his hand, Hee-wook explains that while he might skip regular lessons, they cannot afford to slack off in the special class. Sang Cheon nods in agreement, admitting that he thinks the same way, especially after observing how hard the other special class students train. He recalls walking past the main training grounds earlier that day, witnessing the intense and non-stop effort of Hee-wook's close companions. They were pushing themselves through incredibly brutal routines, training with an intensity that ordinary students would never even attempt to endure. Looking closely at the young man, the instructor asks if he was the one who designed those highly customized, grueling schedules. Nodding in simple confirmation, Hee-wook explains the core goals behind those specific routines and what exactly they are trying to achieve. Since everyone has different physical conditions and combat styles, they focus on hiding their weaknesses while maximizing their natural strengths. Hearing this, Sang Cheon can only shake his head in pure admiration, admitting that the boy's teaching methods surpass his own. He jokingly tells him that he is a better instructor, but then asks why he is so against his resignation. Hee-wook does not hold back, choosing to speak from the bottom of his heart about why the instructor is so vital. He explains that he is not suited to lead regular classes, and at the end of the day, he is just a student. The academy would never take a student's teaching seriously, meaning the instructor's departure would be a massive loss for everyone. Those sincere words make the older man feel quite embarrassed, but Hee-wook maintains a serious gaze as he makes a promise. He warns that if the instructor resigns because of him, he will immediately drop out of school and disband the special class. Seeing how incredibly stubborn his student can be, the veteran trainer can only glare in sheer frustration at the bold threat. Even if the young man shook up the entire school, nobody actually wants him to leave, and his steady gaze proves he is dead serious. He listens to the older man's questioning. Why would he disband the special class when he was the one who created it? What was his original goal anyway? Hee-wook bends forward, looking up with a teasing glance at Sang Cheon. For someone who just lost, the teacher sure asks a lot of questions. Seeing his silence, Hee-wook closes his eyes with a smile, saying he was only joking. Since he asked the coach to stay, he promises to share a little information in return. Getting back to business, Hee-wook explains the special class is actually a secret task force, a name that leaves Sang Cheon highly confused. But Hee-wook is not done explaining just yet. He starts, bringing up an old event, asking if the coach remembers the disaster from a few months ago. Looking at him, Sang Cheon nods in recollection. Of course he does. Such incidents rarely happen in South Korea, but that one was resolved so quickly, it did not even make major news. With eyes wide, Hee-wook continues his story, pointing out that even the subsequent reports on the incident completely vanished. All related data was wiped clean. He and the special class were the ones who handled it. Sitting opposite him, Sang Cheon looks utterly shocked. He asks in disbelief if the special class really did that. Hee-wook nods and starts detailing exactly how they handled the crisis. They arrived at the scene faster than anyone else, preventing casualties and resolving all issues related to the monsters. Although an official team eventually joined them, that remains the core mission and future direction for the special class. Hee-wook lowers his voice, his eyes turning dead serious as he adds that he has not told anyone else about this. Hearing this, Sang Cheon stands frozen in utter shock. Hee-wook reveals that he is sharing this secret only with him. After all, he is the head coach. Frowning, Sang Cheon hesitates before asking if this means he is building his own private student organization. Hee-wook points a finger directly at Sang Cheon, fully agreeing with his deduction. That is indeed the plan. Sang Cheon rubs his forehead in exhaustion. The idea of a mere group of students taking down monsters and clearing dungeons on their own is wild. Then, as if remembering something, Sang Cheon quickly questions him, pointing out that guilds, hunters, and the government already handle those threats. Students should not be getting involved in such dangerous matters. Hearing this, Hee-wook merely smirks, his voice dripping with mockery. He asks the coach if he knows exactly how long it takes for those official forces to actually show up at the scene. The answer leaves Sang Cheon speechless with shock. It takes 30 minutes. Hee-wook leans forward, resting his hands on his knees. In 30 minutes, the special class has already evacuated the public, wiped out the monsters, and collapsed the dungeon themselves. By the time others arrive, everything is already taken care of. Addressing the coach's worries, Hee-wook reassures him immediately. Besides, his class members are stronger than adult contractors, so there is no need to worry about them getting hurt. Looking at him, Hee-wook speaks sincerely, stating that for the long-term future he believes the coach will be immensely helpful. Sang Cheon is confused and asks why. As Hee-wook speaks, dark shadows seem to gather. It is because more disasters are coming. Disasters. That is exactly why. Hee-wook looks at Sang Cheon, explaining that when the fateful time arrives, they cannot do it alone. Neither he nor the special class can handle everything by themselves. They are going to need a lot more hunters. Hee-wook looks more serious than ever. He needs the coach to stay because they must train more capable hunters before the storm hits. His next words cause the older man to grimace. In South Korea, the only people capable of guiding them are him and Manhwa. With that, Hee-wook leans back in his seat with a soft chuckle, saying that is all the information he can share. Oh, and there is one more thing. He mentions Lilia, recalling her tear-stained face and her plea for the coach not to resign. This leaves Sang-chan completely stunned, wondering how on earth she could possibly know about his plan to step down. Crossing his arms as he sits, he remembers something and looks up at Yu Hee-wook. It actually makes sense since he recruited Lilia himself. Yu Hee-wook nods in understanding. Staring off into the distance, Sang-chun finally makes up his mind and agrees to stay. Pointing a finger directly at Yu Hee-wook, the older man commands him not to leave or disband the special class. He boldly voices his thoughts on the young man. He still does not know who Yu Hee-wook truly is, but he knows something big is coming. Even without a patron constellation, the kid is stronger than him. If Yu Hee-wook disband the special class, now the students would be devastated. Sang-cheon also leaves him with a piece of advice. If he ever faces something too dangerous, he must not fight alone. He has to wait for the adult contractors to arrive. Hearing this, Yu Hee-wook bows his head and agrees. But remembering something, Yu Hee-wook looks at the coach who is resting his chin on his hand and asks about the class's instability. How should they handle the chaos and instability caused by the special class? Sang-cheon winks one eye and smiles. He has an idea. Standing up quickly, the older man winces and clutches his still painful wound from earlier. He suggests it would be great if Yu Hee-wook could help him put this plan into action. Yu Hee-wook responds with a confused look. Standing by the window with the curtains drawn to block the sunlight, Sang-cheon looks at Yu Hee-wook and delivers his proposal. Goodbye then. He told him he was leaving and would see him next time. He smiled, watching the door slam shut, seeing the creator finally leave. Yu Hee-wook closed his eyes thinking. He never imagined he would actually bow his head to ask for help like this. Within seconds, he opened his gentle eyes, staring down. But his master was kind. If more people were like him 300 years ago, life would have been much easier. Suddenly, a voice echoed out. The familiar tone immediately caught Yu Hee-wook off guard. What is wrong, Barshay? Did you just get back from the cave? Barshay trembled all over as he answered his master. Yes, I went there as you told me, and acted as if I were becoming the leader. But Yu Hee-wook's words made him grit his teeth on the other side, his face covered in scratches. You never told your disciples that I was only pretending to be the lord of the final tower. Did you forget to tell them, master? He explained that Sosumi, along with another disciple named Moron, had bullied him, tracking him down and beating him up. Your disciples saw me get appointed as the tower lord and came to attack. Unfortunately, one of them even used stealth magic, so nobody in the tower would notice. They beat me in secret without anyone in the tower finding out. But once I explained the situation, they finally stopped hitting me. Hearing this, Yu Hee-wook smiled in relief, saying that was fine then. But why was he still complaining? Confused, he asked another question. Wait, which disciples are in the cave? Who are they? Barsha leaned against the gate of a house and began to explain. They wore masks, and he quickly guessed their identities. One was pretty stupid and the other was extremely shy. Back in his seat, Yu Hee-wook crossed his arms with a puzzled look. Why were they there? He had never sent them. Over on his side, Barsh clutched his painful face. Is that true? He had assumed his master secretly ordered them to go. Hearing this, Yu Hee-wook was left completely stunned. What were Sosumi and Moron actually doing over there? Sunlight shone brightly upon the sign hanging in front of the gate. The two masked girls stood before it, busy rebuilding the academy of the Shinwoo Gate inside the cave. Opening the gate, the tactician stepped out and looked at Barsh, bowing deeply with a gentle smile. Tower Lord, you have returned, so it must finally be time. Hearing this, he crossed his arms and replied, Of course it is. I came back because after thinking it over, it is really no problem. Suddenly, Barsh remembered something. Drenched in sweat, he hesitated to speak, but his eyes wandered toward the sign in front of the gate. He looked up at the board and asked the tactician what it was. Staring at the writing on the sign, Barshi read the words, Shinwoo Gate. He froze in confusion for a few seconds. The tactician smiled, telling him he would explain once they moved to another place. The two quickly walked toward the floating doors suspended in the air. Following close behind them, watching their every move, was a heavily cloaked figure. Moron watched from a distance and wondered if that was Barche over there. Standing right next to her, Sosimi held her shoulder and nodded. It certainly was. Moron spoke up again, asking who the constellation walking right next to him was supposed to be. Sosimi lowered her head and explained that it appeared to be a constellation from the Tower of Destruction. Moron kept her eyes locked on them. Maybe that is why he looked so familiar, yet something still felt very off. She thought back to the chaotic war between constellations. They did not belong to the factions that had already surrendered to them. Sosimi nodded in agreement as she turned to face Moron. She assumed they must have realized how bad the situation was early on and ran away. Moron stared off into the distance. She suggested they conceal their presence and tail them, hoping it would lead them straight to their secret hideout. Meanwhile, thick smoke billowed over the ruins of a devastated city. Standing beside Barche, the tactician gestured happily, suggesting this spot was perfect. A massive boulder sat right in front of them, hiding a secret entrance door. He urged Barch to step inside with him. Barch looked around the strange place and asked what it was. Avoiding any long explanations, the tactician quickly pushed him forward, saying he would see. Grabbing the handle tightly, they pushed the door open. A vast empty space unfolded before Barch, leaving his mouth hanging wide in absolute shock. A gigantic purple tower loomed directly in front of them, dominating the entire landscape. Barch stammered as he asked about the structure. He asked if this was actually the Tower of Destruction. Beside him, the tactician nodded calmly and confirmed it was. Gazing up at the massive tower, the tactician proudly explained that one could build structures inside the hall just like in the spirit realm. So the others and I built the Tower of Destruction and hid it right here. Hearing this, everything finally clicked for Barch. The two of them quickly made their way deep inside the tower. The floor was not entirely complete, but the foundation remained incredibly solid. Suddenly, remembering something, Barch turned his head to look at the tactician and asked what he had wanted to say earlier. The sudden question made the tactician freeze up entirely, sweat pouring down his face in a very tense, quiet moment. Was that really the Shinwu Gate we knew? He stammered for a moment before finally admitting it was. Looking toward the tower, the tactician confessed. He admitted that right after becoming a constellation, the martial god had established a sect and recruited disciples of his own. Now those very disciples are trying to revive the sect. Barch listened in complete silence, processing the heavy news. He learned that they had not officially recruited any new members yet, but they had already begun their operations. The strategist suddenly snaps. Glaring at Bachi, he angrily explains they've wiped out all nearby constellations lately. Bachi falls dead silent. Lost in thought, he realizes one of those disciples must have sealed themselves in the spirit realm. No time to waste. As they walk, the strategist continues. On that fateful day, every single person inside the Tower of Destruction fled. While mostly empty at first, now the massive structure is completely hollow. Bachi finally gets it. That's how it happened. Suddenly, he shouts for the strategist, catching the man off guard. The strategist blinks flustered. Bachi looks at him, requesting a small favor before reclaiming his top position. He wants a full head count. He needs the strategist to locate every constellation linked to the Tower of Destruction. Compile a complete list, starting with the lobby constellations first. Hearing this, the strategist breaks out in cold sweat, utterly amazed. He praises Bachi for instantly assessing their forces, then quickly moves out to avoid any delays. Promising to handle it immediately, he prepares to leave. But first, he points out a few active constellations nearby. Bachi should pay them a visit. Listening closely, the young master nods, promising to keep that valuable tip in mind. Warning delivered. The strategist activates his teleportation magic. In a brief flash, he completely vanishes. Bachi is left all alone, staring up at the dark Tower of Destruction. Some active cosmic powers still linger inside. He raises his hands. Dark purple energy flickers from his palms. Thankfully, he still has a tiny bit of magic. But as Bachi concentrates, his face tightens in surprise. Almost every trace of energy here is pitch black dark magic. Two familiar magic signatures stand out. Staring directly at the tower, he begins to piece the mystery together. It feels exactly like Kim Doohyuk's energy. Just then, an icy voice cuts the silence, making Bachi freeze in his tracks. Accused of trying to revive the tower, Bachi whips around to face the intruder. Too late. Moron delivers a devastating fist. The heavy blow leaves Bachi's cheek bruised and swollen in mere seconds. Clutching his bruised face, Bachi tells the whole dramatic story to Doohyuk. Sitting nearby, the master listens closely. He asks if his disciples mentioned the Shinwu clan. Bachi sighs, explaining they were too busy beating him up. Fair enough. Doohyuk shifts back to the important matter, asking Bachi to describe that familiar magic signature. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Bachi confirms it without a doubt. The magic belonged to some very dangerous people. He reveals that the energy matches the exact two opponents Doohyuk fought at the beginning of the semester. Specifically, it belonged to the dangerous Daiser Venchik and Choi Aaron's older brother Choi Jinen. He felt their distinct presence. Doohyuk instantly remembers them. No doubt about it. He recalls exactly how vicious both of those guys were. But Bachi quickly adds a critical detail. The cosmic entities those two signed contracts with are entirely different now. Their yellow and purple magic fires burn on the third floor, meaning they will likely lead the next invasion. This aligns with his predictions. Having gathered enough intel, Doohyuk smiles and thanks Bachi for the valuable report. He tells him to keep tracking their movements, which immediately causes Bachi to scream out in dramatic despair. More work. Later that evening, under a gorgeous sunset in the demon realm, Sosimi sits quietly on her throne. Holding her mask, she sighs about the Shinwu clan. Meanwhile, a purple system screen pops up before Doohyuk. He is absolutely thrilled. The battle demon timidly confirms her identity as she struggles to pull off her heavy mask. Doohyuk asks why she's doing that. Outside her temple, her sweet voice echoes as she explains her battle. She admittingly got a bit too carried away while wiping out the constellations, but all the older girls loved it. Hearing her explanation, Doohyuk sweat drops. Of course they did. Sensing a snitch, Sosimi asks who leaked the news. She asks if Bachi was the spy, wondering if she should just eliminate him. Doohyuk quickly stops her. Constellations cannot kill each other. Realizing her mistake, she clasps her hands together and pleads for her master's forgiveness. She apologizes for setting it up without his permission, offering to destroy the hall, but Doohyuk immediately stops her. No need. Just leave it exactly as it is. Sosumi stands there completely baffled, unable to grasp his true intentions. Crossing his arms with a knowing smile, he stands before the Shinwoo clan gate. Their goals are perfectly aligned. Time to fully resurrect the Shinwoo clan. The next morning at school, a panicked man rushes into the classroom. He runs straight up to Sang-chan, asking if he is absolutely sure about this dangerous plan. Coach Ban looks concerned. The Class 1 head coach Kim Lee-gun admits that he has no idea if the strategy will actually yield results. He adds somberly that they have no other options. Walking down the hallway, Sang-chan asks if he has seen their class. Have you ever seen how their special training works? He shook his head, looking totally lost, so the instructor just chuckled and gestured for him to follow. He told him to stay quiet and just watch. His hand gripped the doorknob of a room tightly as he was told to look closely. Behold the true power of this special class. Jang Cheon twisted the handle and threw the door open, asking Kim Joo-hyuk if he was ready. Inside, Kim Joo-hyuk smirked and gave a firm nod. Yes, they were. His whole group stood together, confidently declaring that they were absolutely ready. The morning sky is clear and bright, casting fresh light over the academy gates. Out on the sports field, a crowd of students has gathered. They gather around, chatting and catching up. One student murmurs that it has been ages since he last stepped onto the training grounds. He has not been back once since the tournament. Another student sighs in agreement, saying he feels exactly the same way about it. Why did the coach even call us out here? Just then, Jang Cheon steps outside, raising his hand to get everyone's attention. Right behind him is the elite special class. Today, Kim Joo-hyuk and his crew are hosting a very unique kind of demonstration. Addressing the regular trainees on the field, the coach explains that he called them out to witness the special class firsthand. Jang Cheon looks down, a soft sigh escaping him. He mentions that almost every single one of them had begged to join this elite group. He glances back at Kim Joo-hyuk standing right behind him, so he brought the special class out today to show everyone their actual routine, to give them a taste of their brutal daily routine. The coach's expression suddenly turns serious as he drops his voice. Anyone who can keep up with them today gets an automatic transfer into the special class. The crowd below instantly erupts in excitement. His announcement finished, Jang Cheon turns to Kim Joo-hyuk to hand over the reins, telling him to take care of the rest. With a respectful nod, Kim Joo-hyuk turns to the crowd and instructs everyone to change into their active gear. Confusion immediately spreads through the ranks. Training gear, Kim Joo-hyuk flashes a wicked, scheming grin, his eyes flashing a dangerous red. Because their very first task is a full sprint, the entire group begins to warm up alongside the regular students. Once the preparation is finished, Kim Joo-hyuk finally gives the signal. With the warm-ups officially out of the way, they kick things off with a brutal high-speed 20-kilometer run to start. Next up is heavy lifting, with dozens of reps, followed by 3 grueling sets of weighted punches, 100 reps each. Then they team up to push giant wheels and flip massive truck tires for 2 painful sets of 20. After hours of agonizing work, Kim Joo-hyuk wipes his sweat-drenched face with a towel, sighing that the warm-up is finally done. He turns to the surviving students with a smirk. Now it is time for actual combat and sparring. But right as they prepare, Jang Cheon approaches him out of nowhere. He tells Kim Joo-hyuk that he can stop right there, leaving the young warrior completely stunned since they are not even close to finished. Closing his eyes, the master tells him there is no need to go on. Jang Cheon then gestures toward the open field. Not a single regular student is left on the track because they all fled in terror. A look of deep, silent defeat washes over the coach's face. He sighs that nobody is going to apply for the elite class anytime soon. Still, appreciating Kim Joo-hyuk's hard work, Jang Cheon expresses his gratitude. He thanks him for helping clear the heavy tension and making the competitive atmosphere among the regular trainees finally cool down. Kim Joo-hyuk smiles at the master and his friends standing nearby, replying that it was no big deal. They were just showing them their daily routine, just normal daily training. In fact, Kim Joo-hyuk leans in with one more sneaky confession for the coach, confessing they actually held back quite a bit because they did not prepare properly for an outdoor group session. The coach is stunned. They were holding back. Jang Cheon closes his eyes, his voice filled with genuine admiration for how they always blow past his expectations. As dusk begins to settle, Jang Cheon bids them farewell. He tells the special class that he expects great things from them. He looks at Kim Joo-hyuk, offering that if they ever run into trouble, they should not hesitate to reach out for his help. With a warm thank you, Kim Joo-hyuk watches the golden rays of the setting sun paint the academy courtyard as the coach begins to leave. Telling them to take it easy, the master departs. Meanwhile, in a smoke-veiled area, Sosumi stands right outside a very familiar gate. It is the main hall of the Divine Martial Sect. She stands there in silence until a sharp voice suddenly startles her. Calling out to her junior sister, Moron approaches with her hands behind her back, questioning why she was suddenly summoned out of the blue, a complete contrast to her usual timid nature. Sosimi stammers out a greeting, feeling incredibly nervous, as Moron immediately presses her for answers. She demands to know if the master ordered them to trash the local branch or perhaps tear down the entire Divine Martial Hall. The wild questions make Sosimi break out in a cold sweat. She looks down, her voice trembling as she finally speaks. She admits that the master ordered them to rebuild the Divine Martial Sect. Moron's face instantly pales in sheer disbelief. Total panic fills her eyes. Moron tears off her mask, demanding to know why the master would entrust this task to Sosimi instead. Tears of pure frustration and jealousy spill down her face as she demands to know why she was completely left out of the loop. Accusing her of playing dirty tricks, she lashes out in rage. Sosimi begs her furious senior sister to calm down before explaining the rest. Sosimi tries to calm Moron down. Master actually told her to call her big sister too, as a phantom image of Kim Doohyuk appears. Sosimi explains that Master wants to restore the Shinmu clan. However, it won't be just a simple martial arts sect. It will play a key role. Outside the gates of the Shinmu clan, their voices echo as they discuss this pivotal position. This will be the core of an alliance of constellations serving the martial god. Hearing this, Moron gives her a highly puzzled look. Sosimi nods in agreement, lowering her head to share more details. By now, Moron surely knows about the Central Hall, the hall where the Tower of Destruction stands housing the constellations. Facing her, Sosimi reminds Moron of their master's ultimate goal. Master wants to monitor their every move, even inside that hall. Hearing this, Moron makes a pretty quick guess about the plan. Wasn't that why he sent Barshiji to watch them? Sosimi nods, admitting that Barshiji failed to uncover everything. Hearing that, Moron immediately curses that useless bastard. To help her fully understand, Sosimi explains exactly what Kim Doohyuk needs done. Master wants to know who is on their side and who isn't, so they can prepare ahead by building a strong alliance. She mentions an armored knight, explaining that Master apparently came up with this brilliant plan after speaking with the king of Hosted Knights. Yes, the leader of the knights they previously defeated, which leaves Moron feeling quite a bit baffled by it all. Oh, that guy, Moron mutters. Facing her as smoke rises around them, Sosimi brings up another crucial warning from their master. There is one thing they must guard against when forming this alliance, prompting Moron to ask what that is. A flashback of Kim Doohyuk appears. Using raw power to grab the constellation's attention is fine, but they cannot build an alliance on that. Instead, they need followers who are genuinely loyal. Looking at the silent Moron, Sosimi explains that is why they were chosen. Master picked the eldest and youngest disciples to recruit allies. Instantly, memories of their highly unstable martial siblings flash back. Moron hangs her head and sighs. It makes sense, she admits, because the second and fourth disciples would definitely resort to torture. Not wanting to waste time, she slips her mask back on and barks an order. All right, let's get moving, Junior. Sosimi quickly complies. As they walk, they chat excitedly about their task. How exactly should they propose this alliance? Moron casually suggests they just barge in and threaten everyone. Sosimi immediately protests, saying that is a terrible idea. Night falls under a starry sky. Beneath a giant ancient tree, a gate leads deep inside. Behind a red curtain sits the Labyrinth Lord. He rests his chin on his hand, eyes glowing as he ponders. It is strange that quite some time has passed. Ever since the second floor list was announced, there has been absolutely no news. His eyes widen, glowing brighter than a flashlight. The report from his sword is completely silent as well. Even for the second floor, there should be some movement. Opening his palm, a series of glowing red spheres begin to float. They are arriving late, though it is still early. Staring at the spheres, the Labyrinth Lord gets a mischievous idea. Maybe he should announce a few third-floor names early. Meanwhile, Moron and Sosimi arrive at a new location, Doohyuk. Moron's eyes widen as she spots something unusual. She urgently tells Sosimi to look up. Directly above them, a dark red circle is spinning around like a massive whirlpool. Suddenly, burning red spheres emerge from the vortex, shooting off at incredible speed as the two watch in awe. Sosimi stares blankly after them, asking what that light is. Moron immediately speaks up, recognizing the familiar magical energy. Suddenly, Moron realizes something is terribly wrong. Wait a second, that dark red mass is heading straight for the Tower of Destruction. Its destination leaves Sosimi utterly stunned. That is exactly where the rebuilt Tower of the End is located. Moron adds that she has a very bad feeling about this. It seems the third-floor challenger has finally been chosen. Her words leave Sosimi in panic. Looking toward the distant peak, Moron explains the terrifying familiar energy she feels. It is identical to the mana on the third floor of the fake Tower of the End, coming from the exact same direction. While not certain, this entity will likely descend upon the modern world, just like the second-floor boss. Not wanting to waste time, Moron rushes forward, ordering Sosimi to notify Master while she pursues the entities. So Simi obeys immediately. Back at Kim Joo-hyuk's academy, afternoon has arrived. Yeon Lang raises her tightly clenched fist. She throws a powerful punch at the person in front of her. But the effort only makes her sigh in exhaustion. Her training partner holding the target mitts is none other than Kim Joo-hyuk, who casually praises her effort. Not bad, he notes. Those punches are getting quite a bit heavier. Clenching her fists, she looks at him with skepticism. Did they really hurt? He doesn't look damaged at all. In response, Kim Joo-hyuk casually tells her to check the floor. Under his feet, his shoe has slid about 3 centimeters from its starting position. See that? His comment only makes her angrier since that's barely any impact. Irritated by his attitude, Yeon Lang turns and stomps away. Doohyuk watches from behind, letting out a soft smile. His brutal training plan is finally paying off and everyone is clearly getting much stronger. Watching the group chat, he notices Choi, Aaron, and Yen Lang following his magic lessons perfectly. Even Yu So Yeon and Joo Hyuk are showing steady progress. A satisfied smile slowly spreads across Joo Hyuk's face as he watches them. Teaching disciples really brings a special kind of joy. Suddenly, his former guardian steps up quietly from behind him, breaking the peaceful moment. The old guardian looks at the purple system screen, delivering an urgent message. Joo Hye is desperately trying to reach Joo Hyuk. The text on the screen reads, "Master, the entity from the 3rd floor of the Tower of Destruction has descended." Reading the message, Joo Hyuk is caught off guard. The 3rd floor, have they already arrived? So Simi nods through the screen. She confirms that they have indeed descended. Joo Hyuk immediately plunges into deep thought since his guide never mentioned any of this. Something feels completely off. He could probably take down one 3rd floor enemy, but he has absolutely zero preparation right now. He asks if the entire 3rd floor is coming down. So Simi quickly tries to clarify the situation on her end. She explains that it is only about 2. A massive rift opened up, releasing 2 massive bursts of energy. These dark energies are heading straight toward the fake Tower of Destruction. Standing in front of the holographic screen, Joo Hyuk guesses that they have not fully crossed over yet. So Simi hesitantly agrees, adding that things are getting highly unstable. To be safe, the High Priestess has already headed out to inspect the fake tower. Joo Hyuk's expression hardens with immense gravity. Knowing their landing zone gives them a slight advantage. At least they can formulate some kind of defense plan. They only have to deal with 2 entities who are still crossing over. Suddenly, Joo Hyuk realizes something and looks toward Bachi. Bachi crosses his arms immediately, confirming his suspicions. It is definitely the exact same energy signature from the 3rd floor. Hearing this, Joo Hyuk stares blankly into the distance. If Bachi is right, then this situation is extremely dangerous. These entities must be the Constellations backing Dyer Venchik and Choi Jingon. Their shadows loom heavy in Joo Hyuk's mind. He rubs his temples in frustration. This makes no sense since they belong to 2 completely different warring factions. One is with the Iliu sect, and the other belongs to the Iljing group. Both factions should be completely wiped out by now. Recalling this detail, Joo Hyuk crosses his arms and calls for Sosimi. She responds immediately, waiting for her master's orders. He asks if she remembers those 2 infamous groups. Sosimi digs through her memories and nods in agreement. She confirms they were the ones who targeted him. Her voice echoes clearly from the purple holographic screen. She and Yujio already exterminated every last one of them. Joo Hyuk realizes who the descending entity must be. It seems to be a constellation connected to those old syndicates. Sosimi gasps in sheer shock at the revelation. Sweat pours down her face as she regrets not taking out their leaders back then. She offers a quick apology. If a constellation descends, they will likely possess the leader's physical body. Joo Hyuk rests his chin deep in calculation. He quickly asks her who received their divine blessings recently. She stands in the corner, folding her hands. She explains they did not eliminate the Blessed Ones, choosing instead to keep them under strict surveillance. Joo Hyuk decides it is time to move. Turning to his students, he commands them to prepare for departure. This is a real battle, and they need to stay sharp. The entire squad lets out a synchronized roar. Meanwhile, amidst a swirling storm of dust and debris, Morin dashes forward like a fierce gust of wind. She charges straight toward the massive rock structure. Without hesitating, she kicks the heavy entrance door completely off. She scans the interior and spots the ominous glowing purple tower. Her eyes travel up to the very peak. A wave of dread washes over her as she senses 2 massive energy signatures radiating from the 3rd floor. She summons a small blade into her hand. The intense pressure confirms that a constellation is about to descend. She drives the blade deep into the ground, sending a brilliant blue crack fracturing across the stone floor. The blue energy surges straight toward the entrance of the tower. Suddenly, a massive explosion of smoke erupts. Debris flies everywhere as a violent shockwave shakes the chamber. Moron grips her weapon, panting heavily from the exertion. An arrogant voice suddenly echoes through the smoke, telling her that her desperate struggle is completely in vain. A massive dragon manifests before the tower, claiming they have attained godhood. It glares down at her with sharp fangs. Even her strongest poison attacks won't scratch them anymore. They mock the loyal follower of the Silent Gate. Moron pulls her blade from the earth and stands tall, completely unfazed by the dragon's grand boasting. She tells the beast that she has been playing a different game, simply buying time for her allies to arrive. Descending into the modern world made him furious. Baring his sharp teeth, he growls. What up on the tower's top floor? Dark purple smoke rises. The smoke vanishes right before her eyes. Watching it drift away, Morin thinks to himself, I stalled long enough now, I leave the rest to you. Master, please take care of the rest. Meanwhile, at a ruined building nearby, purple smoke swirls down from above, revealing Rogan in all his terrifying glory. He bares his creepy razor-sharp fangs, showing off the jagged claws tipping his fingers. Rogan throws his head back and lets out a sound, an incredibly wild and wicked laugh. Mwahaha, I have finally descended. Rogan opens his mouth wide, roaring his own name to the heavens. Not by his title of the dragon god of destruction, but simply as the dragon slayer. Suddenly, a cold voice rings out, cutting his laughter dead. Yeah, welcome back. None other than Yu Hyun has been waiting for him. Lunging forward, Yu Hyun tells him to get lost as he throws a kick. Before Rogan can even brace himself, Yu Hyun is already right in his face, raising his leg high and driving it straight forward. He plants a brutal kick right into Rogan's face, sending him soaring backward into the dirt. Rogan crashes hard, groaning in sheer agony. Covered in scrapes and gasping for breath, Rogan struggles. Yu Hyun looks down at him, satisfied, and chuckles that it was actually a decent hit. He admits he was actually aiming for the neck. Suddenly, he notices a girl standing behind them and immediately tells her to get out. What are you doing? Go leave now. Flustered, she quickly runs off. Yu Hyun then turns back to Rogan, demanding to know why she was even here. Pushing himself off the ground, Rogan explains that the original owner of his host body lured the girl out here just to rob her. Yu Hyun stands there completely bewildered. Rogan scoffs, muttering that all his host did with his blessing was seduce women and steal their belongings. Pathetic indeed. But wait, here comes the scary part. Rogan smiles wickedly, declaring that as the dragon of destruction, he only craves slaughter. His fangs grow longer and sharper as he speaks. He adds that his weak host lacked the courage, proving he was nothing but a pawn. Yu Hyun just grins, amused by the sight. Oh really? His broken teeth actually grew back, he thinks, realizing something is very different now. This guy is no longer human, he is now the true incarnation of a constellation. Suddenly, dark purple smoke begins swirling around Rogan's arm. Rogan admits he is actually a bit surprised. Out of the thick smoke, a hand tipped with razor-sharp claws slowly begins to take shape. Who knew you would fight me with such a weak, reincarnated vessel, Martial God? Without another word, Rogan lunges straight for him. Yu Hyun simply smirks and tightens his fist. What kind of ridiculous nonsense is this? He thinks, completely unfazed by the incoming attack. He unleashes a direct punch straight at Rogan's hand. In a split second, Rogan's entire arm is completely obliterated and shattered into nothingness. Rogan screams in absolute agony. Pulling his fist back, Yu Hyun looks down and asks if he saw this coming when possessing Choi Jin-won. Did you not run away back then because you were absolutely terrified? Rogan clutches his bleeding stump, looking incredibly annoyed as he defends himself. He claims his host body was simply reacting to the sudden influx of magic. Yu So-yoon, a brand new muscular arm, begins to regenerate on him. But then he realized something crucial. Yu Hyun's current mana pool is actually pathetic. With his fully restored massive claw, Rogan smirks confidently. It is nothing compared to his power from 300 years ago. Suddenly, Yu Hyun drops down from above with a smirk. Oh really? He unleashes a devastating kick. This time, Rogan raises both arms to block the attack, but the ground beneath his feet instantly starts cracking. The ground crumbles into dust. Seriously, guys, watching this insane power clash is absolutely wild. Rogan is left staring in total shock. This is impossible, as power is completely different from before. From above, massive chunks of debris rain down around them. Standing with his hands on his hips, Yu Hyun calmly watches the shattered debris settle in a cloud of smoke. Rogan is defeated once more. Sprinted flat on his back, Rogan demands to know how his magic has suddenly surpassed its previous limits. He looks up in sheer terror. A menacing red aura swirling around the martial god fills him with dread. This raw power feels even greater than their clash long ago. It easily eclipses what he felt 300 years ago at the Tower of Destruction. Smiling confidently, Yu Hyun rolls his shoulders. He clenches his fist, the image of that ancient tower flashing through his mind. Back then, my magic was actually heavily restricted. Neither my disciples nor I ever showed you the true depths of our power. Hearing this, Rogan clutches his stomach in disbelief. What? That is absolutely impossible. Yu Hyun has no intention of over-explaining and simply tells him to believe whatever he wants. He pulls out a shimmering ring. Since today is going to be your very last day, he mutters, sliding the ring onto his finger. He gestures for the beast to make his final move. Rogan raises his arm, summoning the dark purple smoke once again in a rage. Stop lying to me. A constellation does not have a final day. Rogan unleashes a massive swirling tornado of dark purple energy. It obliterates the surrounding stone, but Yu Haeun effortlessly dodges. Summoning a sleek blade, he commends Rogan for lasting this long. Is it because you descended from the third floor? With a single slash, Yu Hyun shatters the entire landscape, smirking confidently. Suddenly, a massive shadow blots out the light, erasing the smirk from Yu Haeun's face. Rogan looks up as the purple smoke behind him starts to swirl. Takes the terrifying shape of a giant dragon. Rogan roars, unleashing a concentrated blast of purple energy that rushes forward like a tempest. Within seconds, the abandoned building is ripped apart by a massive explosion. As the dust settles, Rogan drops to his knees. Rogan drops to his knees on the cold dirt, panting heavily. A look of intense satisfaction with his own power washes over him. The dust clears. There stands Kim Ju-hyuk with his sword, having completely countered that full power strike with one simple swing. He casually rests the sword on his shoulder. A simple swing. In reality, it was packed with tons of magic. Rogan looks down, panting and cursing him as an absolute lunatic. Suddenly, his eyes begin to glow with a deep purple hue in the darkness. He whispers that he hasn't told a single soul from the Tower of Destruction about Kim Ju-hyuk being a regressor yet. Baffled by this quiet revelation, Kim Ju-hyuk looks up in wonder. What could possibly be so good about keeping that key secret? Rogan grins very widely, saying they will plunge into absolute despair when they face him after manifestation, and just imagining it makes him laugh like crazy. Kim Ju-hyuk rests the sword behind his neck, bluntly calling Rogan a complete psycho and doubting it will cause any despair. Rogan is left utterly confused by that sharp remark while Kim Ju-hyuk grips his glowing blue blade tightly, staring straight ahead with focused eyes. He warns Rogan that dying by his hand means he can never reclaim his former legendary title before driving his own sharp sword straight toward him. Rogan falls flat on his back, crashing to the ground. Knocked out. Seeing the fight is finally over, Kim Ju-hyuk looks up, quietly gazes off into the far distance, wondering if his other allies are holding up well under the brilliant star-filled and magical night sky. A massive and fierce lion-like beast looks forward and demands to know who they are, asking if they are backed by the legendary Black Crone Constellation. Smirking confidently, Kim Ju-hyuk's companions stand their ground, boldly confronting the incredibly powerful and dangerous opponent known as Black Tide. They loudly declare they have arrived to beat him to a pulp, facing down Black Tide deep inside the dark, quiet forest late at night. Black Tide scoffs at their bold threat, mocking them. He asks if they have completely forgotten how terribly outmatched they really are here. He raises his arm as a blood-red aura flares, declaring he is far stronger than any of their Constellation contractors. He slams his fist violently down, shattering the earth into countless jagged pieces and leaving Yeonlang completely baffled by his seemingly useless combat action. She wonders why he would punch the dirt, but then she understands. Her eyes widen in pure terror as she screams for everyone to run. A forest of sharp stone blades erupts from the soil, but fortunately, the group reacts in time and leaps backward. So Yan sweats nervously at the chilling and horrifying sight of sharp weapons growing from the ground, wondering if this is indeed his true magical power. Arin quickly recalls Kim Ju-hyuk's warning about his dangerous alias, the Sword of the Schemer, while Siyuk looks on with a very deeply anxious facial expression. His power perfectly matches that terrifying name, making this a very tough fight. But Yeonlang refuses to ever back down. She rallies the entire group, shouting that they just need to smash everything before completely obliterating the rising stone blades with her strong bare fists. Black Tide watches her every move in pure shock, completely stunned that she has the very sheer physical strength to shatter his solid weapons like that. He notes she combines shockwaves with magic, making her incredibly dangerous, and decides he needs to step up his attack. Stomping the ground, he summons a straight line of massive swords from the earth, proving those small stone blades were just a very simple warm-up. One giant blade grazes Yeonlang's face, but she barely manages to dodge the incredibly deadly strike, knowing now that any direct hit would be completely fatal. Black Tide twists his wrist and sweeps his arm, causing the solid metal blades to bend instantly toward his command. The bent blade points directly at Yeonlang, but Arin suddenly leaps from behind with her sharp sword drawn, rushing forward to quickly block the strike. She slashes his stone blades completely aside before executing a lightning-fast and highly devastating countercut across his chest, leaving the villain now groaning in deep pain. Seyuk channels yellow flames while Yeonlang conjures blue fire, and they both land a massive dual strike to his face. The impact slams Black Tide into the broken rubble, but he quickly opens his glowing eyes to see another dangerous threat arriving from directly above. So Yoon drops down from the dark high sky with her glowing sword raised, delivering a decisive, powerful downward slash directly onto him without a single moment of hesitation. Her strike splits him apart in a cloud of purple smoke, letting her sigh in relief while looking at her sword. But Black Tide suddenly emerges completely unscathed from the thick purple mist, mockingly asking if that was really the absolute best they could do here. She panics as her sword gets completely stuck, realizing even her magic-infused sword energy failed to break through his strong defense during that single heavy attack. He bends her blade with his mind. Quick as a flash, it drives straight back, grazing her cheek like a sharp gust of wind. Blood drips from the fresh cut on So-yeon's face, making her grimace in pain as Siyuk loudly yells out her name in very deep worry. The rest of the team rushes over in a panic, but she quickly wipes the blood away with her hand and assures them it is just a scratch. She stares ahead in utter disbelief. He is just too strong. Even with Kim Joo-hyuk's warning, this reincarnator is unbelievably powerful. As the four allies struggle against Black Tide in the clearing, someone is quietly watching the entire battle from high above them in the dark trees. Breakcast stands silently on a branch when Kim Joo-hyuk suddenly appears behind him to ask how they are holding up. Breakcast nods respectfully as Kim Joo-hyuk joins him, and they stand side by side watching the intense battle unfold directly below. Breakcast remarks that the team is doing surprisingly well in this fight, but Kim Joo-hyuk keeps his eyes locked intently on the formidable opponent's very broad back. So-yeon's opponent turns out to be a Constellation, making this battle incredibly intense, and she even ends up getting scratched up. Yoo Ji-hyuk gently reminds him, which is why he told him to keep an eye on them and help out if needed. He crosses his arms looking down, but he does not think now is the right time to fight him as his eyes glow crimson. If the third-floor Constellations had descended just a bit later, they would be easier to handle, leaving them with no other choice now. Suddenly, the wounds on Hyuk Cho's body begin to heal, disappearing completely as he declares he has played with them long enough. Watching him, Erin cannot help but worry, wondering if her single-blade skill was simply too weak to make a difference. With his flesh fully restored, he smirks, telling them they will make a name for him even if he dislikes killing children. Behind Hyuk Cho, a massive barrage of deadly swords manifests as he threatens to rip them to shreds, launching the glowing blades straight forward. On the other side, Yeonlang raises her hand high and slams her fist into the ground instantly, conjuring a massive ice wall that successfully blocks his flying swords. Seeing his attack blocked, Hyuk Cho smirks with deep annoyance, muttering about how blocking swords with ice reminds him of a certain someone. His eyes fill with deep-seated resentment, though he admits that past opponent was much tougher as the ice wall begins to crack. Behind the barrier, she grits her teeth in sheer worry, knowing this weak defense is nothing more than a temporary shield. Had she known this would happen, she would have trained in defensive magic, and she urgently asks if anyone has a plan. She warns that the ice will shatter soon, prompting Erin to tell Yoo So-yeon that she and Bubble Box will try to slash the blades. Right after, Meros and Muson must strike with a devastating blow, which makes Sikyu point at his own chest in confusion. Wondering if he is supposed to be Mus, Yeonlang urgently warns everyone that the wall is going to collapse in 3 seconds. Massive cracks ripple through the ice, and exactly 3 seconds later, the barrier completely shatters before Hyuk Cho's onslaught. He stands there with a gloating smile, completely oblivious to his flanks as So-yeon and Erin charge at him from both sides. Closing in fast, the two unleash a coordinated simultaneous slash directly onto Hyuk Cho, catching him completely off guard. The painful blows make him grimace, realizing their aura is actually corroding his weapon and forcing him to counter it immediately. To neutralize their sword energy, he needs to summon even more blades, and a brilliant crimson mist quickly erupts around him. With the opening clear, someone shouts that the time is now, and CQ charges forward alongside Yeonlang, winding up a powerful fist. He unleashes a brutal punch straight into Hyuk Cho's abdomen without a single shred of hesitation, making the villain gasp in agony. The impact sends him flying backward, crashing hard onto the dirt, but Yeonlang is already moving in to keep the pressure on. Gritting her teeth, she leaps high and drives her heel straight toward his face, leaving a trail of blue energy behind her. Screaming for him to die, she triggers a massive block of ice that completely traps Hyuk Cho right where he stands. Trapped solid within the massive glacier, the team finally feels safe enough to let their guard down, though they still tread carefully. They gather close to the frozen tomb to confirm the kill, and Yeonlang finally lets out a long-awaited sigh of relief. She turns back to assure the group that he is not moving, meaning the battle is finally won, bringing relief to CQ. CQ praises their success while Erin quickly checks on Yoo So-yeon, asking if she's okay since her wound looks pretty deep. Yoo So-yeon reassures him that getting treated early will patch her right up, unaware that Hyuk Cho's hand inside the ice has twitched. He swings his sword inside the frozen prison, carving a small opening as the blade creeps closer and closer toward Yeonlang. Sensing the sudden danger, she freezes on the spot, but right at that exact moment, a familiar voice echoes in the air. Informing her that her job is done, Yoo Ji-hyuk suddenly appears and effortlessly blocks the surprise attack aimed directly at her. He points out Hyuk Cho's petty trick of playing dead to land a cheap sneak attack, noting the villain never actually changes. Stunned by the overwhelming magical pressure, Hyuk Cho wonders if this ridiculously confident man standing before him is actually the martial god. Before he can even process the thought, Yoo Ji-hyuk swings his blade and cleanly decapitates Hyuk Cho in one smooth motion. The massive block of ice is split cleanly down the middle, and Yoo Ji-hyuk calmly lowers his weapon as the dust settles. With the threat completely neutralized, a stunned Yeon Lang watches him quickly, speaking up as she remembers something important. She asks why he is here instead of hunting down other constellations, only for him to calmly state he is already done. His casual response leaves her completely baffled by how fast he worked, and even Yoo So-yoon finds the whole thing hard to believe. They had to risk their lives just to trap one opponent, yet Yoo Ji-hyuk handled his targets like it was nothing. He tells them he will clean up the mess and that they should head back through the portal, prompting Aaron to activate his ring. A small portal slowly opens up on the ground beneath them, while Yoo Ji-hyuk's ring begins to glow with a deep blood-red light. Skill, a small rift slowly opens on the ground. Yoo So-yoon, Yoo Hee-wook's ring glows blood-red and in a flash. Later, everyone gathers at the wooden cabin when Yoo Ji-yoo suddenly shows up. Peering inside, he instantly notices something off. He keeps wondering if the guide actually called him and why meet out here instead of inside. Ultimately, he decides to step inside. He says he has some questions for her, but then a flash of confusion crosses Yoo Ji-yoo's face. Seeing his confused expression, the guide nervously welcomes him, apologizing for reaching out to him so late. Exhausted and beaten down, she still manages to ask if the third-tier constellations attacked, apologizing for failing to warn him. Yoo Ji-yoo sits down across from her, asking if she can explain what exactly is going on. The guide calmly responds that she was just checking on the Labyrinth Lord as usual. Meanwhile, deep inside, a dark hollow beneath the tree roots, pitch blackness swallows the area. A second later, a brilliant red light erupts from a glowing sphere. She stands to the side, witnessing this scene completely speechless, staring directly into the bright light. She realizes the mist created by him is still working fine, but if it looks too obvious, it might raise suspicion. Snapping her fingers without a word, tiny red dots instantly speckle the glowing object. Finally, she lets out a sigh of relief. Clearing this much should be enough. Yet a bad feeling lingers in her mind, urging her to double-check. She decides she must check on the Labyrinth Lord one more time. With that, she departs while outside. Two glowing spheres hover in the air. Yoo So-yoon, they flare, red drifting off the branches to find a way inside. Floating along, they emit a faint flickering light, but high above them a glowing pair of eyes suddenly glares down. It is the master of the labyrinth. He reaches out his hand intending to snatch them up, but seeing this, they quickly flee, darting right past the guide. She watches them go, highly confused. Are those his spheres? Are they heading straight for the resurrection room? Deep worry floods her mind. She never expected the Lord to act so recklessly. This is bad, but she cannot just stand by. She has to inspect the resurrection room and warn him about the danger. She must reassess the situation and inform him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the labyrinth, a mysterious flame suddenly flares up. It vanishes just as quickly as it came. Yoo So-yoon, she finally arrives right in front of the giant sphere. Approaching it closely, she notes that the constellations have not shifted. It is not because of her mist, though. Perhaps they just have not descended yet. Suddenly, a cold voice echoes out of nowhere, ordering her to stand completely still. It is the sword god. He warns that any movement will leave a hole in her stomach, pressing his blade to her back. He demands her name and purpose, giving her 3 seconds. She tries to negotiate, pleading for him to calm down. But he refuses to listen, counting down to 3, then 2. Talk about high-stakes tension, panic completely takes over her mind. It is no use, he is not listening at all. Then the final number of the countdown rings out. 1. Saying a cold farewell, the sword god thrusts his blade forward. Amazingly, the strike fails to even touch her. He gasps in absolute shock. A split second later, the same blade suddenly appears right next to his own temple. Relying on swift reflexes, the sword god counters and leaps backward to create some distance, completely baffled by what happened. He clearly stabbed her, yet his blade passed right through her body. What kind of bizarre, absurd power is this? Turning around, she casually suggests that since they are both busy, they should just walk away and mind their own business. In truth, she is panicking inside. She cannot use her distortion skill again, silently praying he will accept the offer. But the sword god is not having it. Tightening his grip on his sword, he coldly notes her refusal to speak. He mutters about dirtying the resurrection room, knowing her defensive skill is useless if he does not attack her directly. Realizing he has figured out her weakness, the guide immediately looks for a way to escape this dangerous situation. He is gathering magic power to unleash a ranged sword strike. She must dodge it, but before she can move, he unleashes a lightning-fast slash. The sheer speed of his attacks utterly terrifies her, leaving her with no time to react. She takes multiple direct hits. Panic sets in, realizing even her distortion skill cannot block all of this sword energy. Still, her resolve strengthens. She cannot afford to die here. She silently apologizes as her limits are pushed. Just as the sword god raises his blade to deliver the final blow, a sudden spear thrust pierces right through him. The sword god goes completely pale with shock while the guide stands frozen, utterly confused by what just happened. It turns out Chang Zhu has arrived just in time to save her. Seeing his face, the sword god screams in pure rage. He calls Chang Zhu a traitorous punk, furious that the betrayal is happening right now. Yet Chang Zhu remains completely unfazed. He calmly asks if the sword gods saw it coming, why did he not bother to dodge the strike? He spits out blood, cursing him as a filthy insect, but the boy does not care and drives his blade in with savage force. The blow sends his entire body flying forward. Sword God can do nothing but cough up a mouthful of blood before he suddenly collapses onto the floor like a wet noodle. Changjuk lets out a heavy sigh, wondering what on earth he just did in that moment. The guide approaches the boy, thanking him for the rescue and asking if his name is Changjuk, but he quickly denies it. He explains that it is actually just a title given to him after his real name was stolen by the Labyrinth Lord. Frustrated, he smacks the unconscious sword god, noting that this guy is also bound by his title rather than a name. He warns the guide to escape immediately, telling her that their dangerous foe is already about to wake up and appear. The guide is left completely baffled, wondering how he could return after taking a fatal strike straight to the abdomen. He explains that they are bound to the titles given by the Labyrinth Lord, meaning ordinary attacks will not kill them. This revelation leaves her absolutely stunned. Changjuk then tells her that this is the absolute limit of his help. Once the monster wakes up, there is no telling what he might do. Seeing his helplessness, the guide decides to intervene. She breathes a soft mist onto the sword god, leaving Changjuk staring blankly at her in utter confusion. He asks what she did, and the guide calmly explains that she has completely altered the unconscious warrior's memories. Since his memory is wiped, he won't recall meeting her. This leaves Changjuk completely dumbfounded by her magic. She avoids answering directly, silently noting that she can only perform this feat by borrowing the power of her name. She tells him she must leave to report the newly assigned name of the Labyrinth Lord and await a response. This explains her long disappearance up until now, which is why she could not contact him any sooner. Doohyuk nods in understanding of her situation. However, he suddenly recalls an important detail and speaks up. He asks if she is okay after her severe injuries, and she assures him she is steadily recovering now. Unfortunately, she exhausted all the energy from the name he gave her, making it hard to track the Labyrinth Lord. Doohyuk lets out a soft sigh, having already expected this outcome. He then holds out a mysterious ring. This makes the guide blush in embarrassment as he offers it to her with a look of absolute trust. He explains that he absorbed names from the second floor and the recent intruder inviting her to use them. Shocked, she asks if he is sure he does not need them, but he simply smiles and shakes his head. He explains that he already absorbed several names earlier, urging her to take whatever she needs without worry. Comforted by his words, she accepts the offer and tightly grips the ring to begin absorbing the power. A moment later, she opens her eyes and thanks him for the boost. But Doohyuk suddenly speaks up again. Getting straight to the point, he asks if she met Changjuk and what the mysterious man looks like. The guide thinks for a moment, describing his white hair, pale eyes, and a distinctive white scarf. She adds that his spear looks incredibly strange, a detail that immediately catches Doohyuk completely off guard. She asks if he knows the man, and he admits he has a strong suspicion but cannot be certain. He wants to verify this personally, noting that if it is indeed who he thinks, they have caught a big fish. Hearing this, she is somewhat relieved and agrees to help find a way, though it will take some time. Sometime later in the Grand Hall, Sosimi thinks for a moment and happily praises her master's incredible skills. Sweeping through the third floor constellations was too easy, but the other disciple raises a concerning point. Their master mentioned only 2 entities descended, leaving them unsure of how many others might follow. She agrees, reminding him they must monitor the evil guilds, since most tower constellations are wicked gods. He looks puzzled, noting they still lack clues, before asking if she happens to know all the villains. Sosimi is surprised and clarifies that she only keeps track of the ones targeting their beloved master. Besides, most of those factions have already been wiped out, leaving him with very little to go on. He coldly admits he had no prior reason to watch them, but points out that their master has a plan. They just need to play their part. Sosimi nods in agreement, looking out over the quiet lobby. She reports that with absolutely no activity from the local constellations, they seem completely alone. Her companion agrees, noting they cannot form alliances if there is no one around to recruit. Even the dimensional gates remain firmly shut, making him wonder if he went a bit too far in the beginning. She comforted him, saying they had to do it since there was no other choice. In the end, the other person could only sigh. They had to defeat the constellations related to their master first. Hearing this, Sosimi agreed while in another majestic building. Breakcast thought for a moment and asked if it was an intelligence guild, to which Kim Joo-hyuk replied that yes, they needed information on the villain guilds, but his disciples' intelligence network was not enough. Not only that, but he also asked, what about you? Running a black market should go hand in hand with gathering information. Hearing this, he spoke up. Just as you said, they gather intelligence to prevent any accidents, but for deeper and more extensive information, they would outsource, which surprised Kim Joo-hyuk greatly. Outsource, yes. The answer was they hired the Kara's Guild. According to Breakcast, they were the largest intelligence guild in the neutral city, standing at the very top of countless informants there. This surprised Kim Joo-hyuk. The neutral city, he muttered. He had heard of it but had never actually been there. He was told it was no place for high schoolers, much like the black market, but Kim Doohyuk smiled and replied, "Fine, introduce me to Karis." He then went to meet Nakagawa Akata, the guild leader, who stared closely at him. Akata flatly refused, shocking Kim Doohyuk completely. The guild leader then calmly explained that such a ridiculous proposal, acting as his private intelligence agency, was out of the question. Outside the modern building, the round moon shone brightly. Akata asked with a serious expression what they would gain by acting as his private agency. Kim Doohyuk answered calmly. He had no ideas. Clasping his hands, Akata stated that it was a rejection since the risks were simply too high, especially for a suspicious student like him. Standing behind Kim Doohyuk, Breakcast interjected that she did not understand why he did not object to signing an exclusive contract before. Akata replied that was only because of the market, which alone boosted his reputation in the city. He then asked if they had looked outside before coming in. This made Kim Doohyuk turn. When the boy answered no, Akata explained that in the neutral city, reputation equaled status. In the middle of the sleeping city, the room atop the highest tower remained brightly lit as Akata spoke. He had worked crazily for 10 years to reach this point, and the contract with the black market helped. But partnering with Kim Doohyuk would only drag his reputation down. Hearing this, Breakcast offered to vouch for him, asking if her guarantee was not enough. Akata's eyes grew cold and sharp as he whispered that was the problem. The white-haired man looked on in shock as Akata questioned why Breakcast was pretending to back him up. She stammered in response. Akata leaned back, stating he had already investigated the boy since they were information brokers. After all, Kim Doohyuk's profile was unbelievably impressive. Akata frowned, his voice echoing steadily in the quiet room. Before high school, his record was completely unremarkable, but afterward he became a force that defeated powerful villains. He stopped massive disasters and even blocked the descent of constellations. That was not just some impressive feat. Even elite adults needed multiple S-class constellation contracts to pull that off. Listening closely, Kim Doohyuk remained highly focused. His eyes, hidden beneath his hat, were sharp and tired, yet fully focused as he processed every single detail. Akata admitted he initially thought the boy came from a great noble lineage since all elite families had S-class constellations. Yet Kim Doohyuk was actually a lone orphan with no family backing whatsoever. Hearing this, Breakcast stayed silent. It made no sense how the Breakcast, the Vench family, and even a cult-like faction supported him. There was simply no logic to it. Kim Doohyuk finally spoke up with a small, satisfied smirk on his face. He praised Akata, noting that the title of the top information broker in town was certainly well-deserved. Akata explained that it was all thanks to the constellation they served, the blue-eyed guide, which could separate truth from rumors. Clasping his hands again, Akata admitted that despite this power, they could only uncover so much about him. They still could not figure out why he was so strong or who he truly was. That was why they refused. Working exclusively with a complete stranger made no sense. Staring back at him, Akata stated it was far too risky. Hearing this, Kim Doohyuk closed his eyes slightly and let out a sarcastic smirk, mockingly calling him ridiculous. He told him to stop hiding his identity and ordered Breakcast to bring it out. She quickly agreed. A sharp tearing sound suddenly shattered the room's quiet atmosphere as a dark purple dimensional crack opened up. A blood-red object emerged from the tear. Kim Doohyuk smirked as a massive weapon plunged directly into the floor. The colossal sword radiated an intense crimson aura. Akata's breathing turned ragged as his eyes widened in sheer shock. He stared at the glowing red weapon standing proudly beside Kim Doohyuk. "Wait," he stammered, "is that the sword?" He mentions the mad sword, noting it disappeared a while back, which means Hyuk has it now. Hyuk smiles, placing his hand on his sword, replying with a simple, "Yeah." Akata warns him to stop now. This city is protected by the Constellation's protection. As a fragment carrier, he raises an eyebrow, speaking in a firm, low voice behind his black mask. Drawing that blade here makes him a threat. Warnings are useless, but Hyuk only smirks, letting out a cold, sharp sneer. He really knows how to push buttons. Hyuk tried to be nice, but Akata asks if the sword's madness is already taking over. Akata claims he does not mind if that happens, but Hyuk calls it absolute nonsense. Right then, a red system window pops up. The Slaughterer constellation locks in a yes response. Akata gasps. Did the Mad Sword's patron actually just answer? Hyuk smirks triumphantly. Since the blue-eyed guide refuses to cooperate, he asks if they can just handle the constellation instead. Suddenly, a wild-haired man responds with an insane grin, saying he obeys. Hyuk grabs his sword and stands up, saying it is time to go. Breakit agrees, but Akata tries to stop them, yelling to wait. Resting the sword on his shoulder, Hyuk turns back. He tells Akata to visit Valhalla Academy if he changes his mind. They will treat him well. Akata stands there completely baffled. Suddenly, Hyuk and Breakit are enveloped in a strange purple energy. Hyuk waves goodbye as their figures start to fade away. Akata is left in utter shock. What just happened? Elsewhere, the sword god sits with a completely dazed, confused look. His eyes focus sharply as he realizes something is wrong. The harvest of names has been delayed, which worries him deeply. The vampire calmly explains that the third-tier constellations confirmed most of the second-tier ones have already been defeated in battle. They are only slowly beginning to harvest. The sword god looks completely lost, demanding to know what is going on. He wonders how long he has even been there. Looking at the vampire, he asks himself if he passed out, which shouldn't happen. Since becoming a constellation, this has never occurred. Suddenly, a mysterious, echoing voice speaks from behind the wall, noting the labyrinth is at a higher level than expected. The vampire asks if the names harvested from the Tower of Destruction were successfully processed. The man behind the curtain speaks up. He mentions that they will likely acquire much higher quality constellation resources this time around. It doesn't matter how many names they must send down from the tower. He finishes by saying he understands the situation now. They must keep monitoring the third-tier constellations. Both the sword god and the vampire bow, replying in unison with a yes. As they step outside, the sword god suddenly grabs the vampire by his collar, his entire body radiating a furious, fiery aura. He demands to know if the vampire did this to him, completely enraged. But the vampire remains perfectly calm and composed. Dismissing the outrage, the vampire tells him he was simply dreaming. But the sword god yells back, refusing to believe that nonsense. He woke up to suddenly find himself standing right before the labyrinth lord. The vampire frowns, his face showing clear annoyance. He tells him to stop imagining things, reminding him that he doesn't have the unique abilities of a manager like him. He had to drag him out of the armory because of his frantic sorting. The sword god is stunned. What? The vampire ends the conversation, telling him to stop bothering him and finish sorting, as the lord might send new names soon. The sword god angrily brushes his hand away, staring down at his own palms, unable to accept what is happening. Meanwhile, the vampire casts a sly glance back at him. Days pass, and the skies clear up. At a department store, Soyeon rests her chin on her hand with an awkward sigh. She can't believe their first year is already ending. At least they do not have final exams. Across from her, Aaron calmly agrees. But why did she call her Bubble Boxer? Soyeon takes her drink and changes the subject, asking Aaron if she has already formed a sacred contract with her family's constellation. Aaron nods, confirming she finalized it after inheriting the sacred relic, the Blue Moon Sword. Soyeon sighs quietly. Soyeon admits she only has a standard contract through basic communication, so she never received a sacred relic of her own. Lately, she has been hitting her limit. Aaron frowns, pointing out that Soyeon is already incredibly strong as it is. A sweat drop rolls down Soyeon's cheek as she mutters that Aaron acts like she isn't still far behind her and Yeon Lang. She glances over and is shocked to see Hyuk walking by with Briket and a beautiful blonde girl, Adelia, who is smiling shyly. Soyeon can't believe her eyes, recognizing Adelia Venchik immediately. She stares intently at Briket, wondering who the handsome guy is. Aaron calmly explains that he is actually the director. The revelation completely stuns Soyeon, who gapes in total disbelief. She asks if she means the breakcast director, wondering if those two are actually dating and how Aaron recognized him. Aaron says it is because of his magic scent. Soyeon takes another sip of her iced drink, still processing this unexpected news. She notes that Adelia never seemed like the dating type. Aaron looks on indifferently, seemingly unbothered by the whole situation. After all, Adelia Venchik is a stunning beauty with long golden hair, bright amber eyes, and cheeks flushed a soft pink. Soyeon asks with a sigh as she even watches the news, explaining that Adelia is the current head of the Bentrick family. She continues, explaining that the Arliss family had drained all of their assets before vanishing completely. Unlike her current shy self, Adelia's face back then was cold and resolute, single-handedly stopping the chaos. Stepping up as temporary head, Adelia had only one goal in mind: to restore her clan's ancient glory. Soyeon continues, describing how Adelia hid her emotions, rebuilt the clan, and revived their fallen businesses. She pushed herself and everyone else to absolute exhaustion, even wielding the beak mask, their constellation relic, to rebuild their lost influence. Thanks to her relentless drive, the Bentrick family rose to become one of the most powerful clans in Europe. Soyeon takes a quick sip of water and continues, explaining that Adelia suddenly became Doohyuk's disciple and is now out on a date. Aaron looks away, muttering that it is hard to believe before noticing them on the move, which does not surprise Soyeon at all. Soyeon points out that they really seem to be heading to a real date, her eyes following their retreating figures. Sighing with a hint of jealousy, Aaron blushes slightly and suggests they tail them, leaving Soyeon completely dumbfounded by the crazy idea. Slamming her hands on the table, Soyeon yells out in disbelief, demanding to know why they should go and ruin their friend's date. Aaron calmly replies, "Practice." Soyeon is left stunned while Aaron blushes even deeper and whispers that she might need this experience someday, so they should treat it as practice before dragging a stuttering Soyeon along with her. The scene shifts to the bustling lobby of a modern movie theater, alive with excited energy. Everyday couples dressed in casual clothes are chatting, lining up for popcorn, or getting ready to head into the theater rooms. Adelia sits there shyly with her face burning red, wondering how she got so incredibly excited for this that she dressed up nicely without even realizing it. Hearing her name called, she snaps out of her thoughts and happily replies, "Oh yes." Breakcast walks over holding 2 drinks and a large bucket of popcorn, smiling warmly as he offers them to her. A bit flustered by his sudden enthusiasm, she softly mentions she could have bought them herself but politely thanks him as he sits right beside her. He sheepishly admits that he only bought all of this to make himself look a bit more confident. His face blushes slightly too, as he nervously admits that he has never really done anything like this before. Adelia looks at him quietly as he shares that running around the market since childhood left him with absolutely zero free time. Avoiding his direct gaze, Adelia admits that she has never visited any place unless it was for work, so this is all new to her too. She adds that this rare free time is entirely thanks to Doohyuk, and Breakcast smiles, agreeing completely. The camera pans up to a bright blue sky filled with fluffy clouds as Adelia recalls a memory, her face showing absolute confusion. In her memory, Beakmask keeps his hands in his pockets, explaining that allying with other constellations does not mean their contractors will automatically follow them. He notes they need to build some positive public relations for their master in the real world. Peering through his Beakmask, he suggests teaming up with Breakcast since he has plenty of experience handling public relations. Adelia flatly agrees. Back in his sunny office, Breakcast repeats the words, completely bewildered by the concept. Sitting directly across from him, Adelia explains that Beakmask mentioned his past work with the Underworld Lord, leaving him completely caught off guard. He wonders how she found out, remembering how his constellation used to despise the world before Doohyuk's reincarnation, only caring about praising his greatness. To do that, the constellation actually created a community to worship the god of war, leaving Adelia quite surprised. He explains that it was just a tiny forum where only praise was allowed, so absolutely nobody joined. It basically became his personal diary filled with fabricated stories, and Adelia nods quietly, taking it all in. Breakcast looks at her, explaining that he eventually shut it down after spammers flooded the site. Looking away slightly distracted, she simply murmurs her agreement. Suddenly, Adelia asks if he wants to bring it back, leaving Breakcast completely caught off guard. She smiled, suggesting they turn it into a fan page for Master Doohyuk. Back in the present, he grins at the memory. Thanks to her brilliant idea, that old fan club grew massively, successfully boosting their master's public image in the real world. Blushing furiously, she begs him to stop bringing it up, then shyly asks why he suddenly wanted to watch a movie. He simply stares at her with a warm smile, making Adelia's face burn even hotter. She quickly stammers that she does not dislike it at all and is actually pretty happy, desperately trying to correct herself. He bows his head slightly, admitting that running the market is tough and her help as manager meant the world to him. Looking at her with warm eyes, he adds that he wanted to properly thank her. Meanwhile, Doohyuk walks in ready for a break. Take a long break after today's training. Wearing a tight blue t-shirt highlighting his muscular biceps, Logan is busy performing bicep curls. Meanwhile, Breakcast holds a heavy barbell nearby as Adelia catches her breath. Kim Doohyuk suddenly announces his instructions. He already told the others to stick to basic drills and rest for a few days. Still, Logan admits he hasn't mastered the basics. Kim Doohyuk just smiles. He seriously explains that his style is never about endless grinding. Resting when needed is key. Besides, with everything piling up lately, things are about to get busy. Everything is about to get incredibly busy, so they should treat this as a vacation. He then orders Logan to report on American events. Logan agrees. Turning to Breakcast, Kim Doohyuk requests immediate reports if Karas contacts them. Breakcast quickly nods. He then heads out the door. Puzzled by the name, Adelia wonders if they are allied with Karas, the neutral city of information. Breakcast explains they are merely requesting cooperation. She asks why they cannot just gather the data themselves. But he explains they need far more detailed, extensive data, specifically on global crime. With a warm smile, he promises to explain everything to Master Kim Doohyuk later. Adelia politely acknowledges his words, her expression softening. With a gentle smile, she bids him farewell. Breakcast blushes deeply as he watches her walk away, calling her name. He calls out to Adelia. She turns smiling as she remembers how the master's mandatory rest gave her this courage. Nervously, Breakcast asks if expressing his gratitude like this is too much. Adelia bows slightly and says she truly appreciates it. She shyly admits he said exactly what she wanted to. Sensing the awkward silence, Breakcast quickly speaks up. He nervously points out that they can enter the theater now. As they walk inside together, he mentions the audience reviews are pretty good. He hopes the movie will be fun, and Adelia eagerly agrees. Nearby, Soyeon and Aaron quietly watch them. The two girls are left completely speechless. Soyeon turns to Choi Aaron, complaining that the couple is so cute it gives her a heart attack. She suggests they stop spying and head inside. Aaron is incredibly excited for the movie, urging them to go. Wait, what's So Yeon looks at her phone in disbelief, realizing she booked the exact same movie, screaming at her friend's sheer madness. Entering the theater, they settle into their seats, looking incredibly happy. However, Adelia is secretly very nervous. She secretly panics because her heart is beating so fast she cannot focus on the screen. Breakcast steals a quiet glance at her. As the ads play, she softly whispers that it will start soon. Then the movie finally begins. Right then, bam, the screen suddenly rips wide open, leaving both of them completely stunned by the unexpected turn. Without warning, a deafening screech echoes as a hideous monster, half-human and half-bird, lunges straight out. The terrifying beast sends the entire audience running and screaming in sheer panic. Yet, in contrast to the chaos, the monster just stands there. It stands perfectly still, making no move to attack. Observing closely, Adelia wonders if it is just a monster. But Breakcast disagrees, sensing that its magical signature is entirely different. A sudden terrible premonition grips him and his face turns pale. He gasps, realizing it must be a Constellation's avatar. Instantly, the bizarre creature unleashes a terrifying aura of bloodlust. It is indeed June, the former third-floor constellation of the Tower of Destruction. The entity speaks, claiming it senses a familiar magical trace. It sensed the magic of the Dragon Slayer and Black Wolf before awakening, but that power has completely vanished now. Hearing these cryptic words, Adelia is puzzled. She wonders how it awakened since Master Kim Doohyuk never mentioned any other name descending to Earth. Just like her, Breakcast has his own suspicions. Recalling his master, he remembers what Kim Doohyuk once told him. The master mentioned that it is extremely rare for constellations to remain asleep even after they have been given a proper name. Kim Doohyuk had only heard of such cases and was researching them. Still, Breakcast harbors a far deeper worry. He never expected one to show up right in front of them, suspecting it awoke to respond to a newly descended constellation. Suddenly, June flares up in rage. Furious that they returned without its knowledge, it refuses to sleep any longer. The beast looks incredibly furious as its entire body is once again enveloped in a dense, swirling cloud of dark magical energy. A glowing sphere of power forms in its hand. The monster mutters that it should absorb some magic before leaving. To counter the threat, Adelia and Breakcast immediately activate their battle forms. Drawing their weapons, they prepare to face the creature. They need to report this, but stopping this beast is the priority. Just as they brace for action, a familiar voice suddenly calls out to them. They spin around completely shocked to see who is standing right there. Two familiar faces meet their gaze, revealing Choi, Aaron, and So-yeon. Embarrassed, Adelia quickly tries to look away. Meanwhile, Breakcast is utterly stunned, demanding to know why they are here. So-yeon blushes and quickly cooks up a clumsy excuse about coincidence. She asks if they can help, but before they can speak, June roars in fury, raising the glowing magic sphere. It shattered, releasing a massive surge of magic that rolled out like ocean waves. Bracket instantly threw a claw strike, with an unbelievably fast speed. That single strike temporarily managed to block Chewing's attack. A blinding light erupted right where their forces collided. Witnessing this scene, Chewing was completely stunned. He realized the opponent had somehow absorbed his subspace attack, a highly annoying and strangely familiar sensation. What on earth was this? Even though Bracket had just blocked the blow, he remained fully alert and secretly worried. The enemy was incredibly fast and could manipulate water with ease. After that direct clash, Bracket sensed that he was dealing with an extremely powerful constellation. Both of them had seen enough. Plotting his next move, Bracket called out to his students Aaron Yuson and Kim Do-hyu, telling them that they would buy time while the students escaped. Quickly grasping the situation, they asked no questions and immediately complied. Understood. Once the two students got away, Bracket finally prepared himself to face Chewing. Now that the kids are gone, they could fully focus. Knowing he was speaking to her, Adelia quickly apologized. Standing right in front of them was an immensely powerful former constellation. The monster was currently manipulating several massive water spheres. This time, it conjured 3 of them at once, sending them hurtling straight toward them. Bracket was already in a combat stance, ready to intercept the attack. Anticipating his defensive move, Chewing loudly declared that he would never let Bracket absorb his power again. With those words, the water spheres transformed into a raging vortex, blasting directly toward the pair. Faced with this colossal force, both Bracket and Adelia froze. The sheer size and range of the attack made pure defense seem impossible to survive. Out of nowhere, Bracket urged Adelia to grab his hand, quickly pulling her close. Immediately after that, a glowing magic circle erupted beneath their feet. Brimming with absolute confidence, Chewing unleashed wave after wave of crushing water attacks, splashing violently in a steady rhythm, yet none of them hit the target. That was when Chewing noticed something highly unusual. They had escaped. While the monster was momentarily distracted, Bracket and Adelia suddenly dropped down from above. Concentrating all his power, Bracket aimed straight for the beast. He swung his sword with devastating force, shattering the ground and triggering a massive shockwave that caused the stone floor to crumble, yet Chwing was nowhere to be found. Instead, his mocking voice echoed from directly behind them, pretending to be terrified when he was actually just scoffing. Wrapping your sword in magic just to smash the floor almost had me torn in half. Chwing's chilling calmness genuinely unnerved. Bracket. How on earth did he dodge that? How could someone that massive move with such blistering speed? Suddenly, Chwing's demeanor shifted to pure rage. Moving faster by the second, his massive frame blurred as he unleashed a devastating kick straight at Bracket. A heavy tremor shook the area, forcing a panicked Adalia to look over only to see Bracket pinned to the ground. Thick smoke and dust enveloped the scene, but Chwing still was not satisfied with his work. He sneered, remarking that Bracket flew further than expected and must still be alive. He went to say more, but suddenly sensed an eerie threat. He realized it was Adalia, completely consumed by madness. Seeing her ally hurt had pushed her over the edge. Calling him a piece of bird-headed trash, she gripped her dagger tightly, her boiling rage driving her straight toward him. Chwing merely scoffed, asking if she really thought that tiny toothpick of a knife could even scratch his giant fist. As his massive hand swung down, Adalia managed to plunge her dagger deep into his flesh. But the massive power gap made the struggle incredibly brutal. No matter how strong her will was, she was instantly overwhelmed once Chwing put real force behind his blow. Adalia was sent flying, crashing down right next to Bracket, who was just struggling to stand. With fresh blood coating his hand, Chwing condescendingly grumbled that it stung a bit, so he might have swatted her too hard. Bracket completely ignored the taunts, focusing entirely on Adalia instead. He frantically asked if she was okay. She remained conscious, but was badly injured. With a chilling, unnerving smile, she whispered that she made sure to inject the poison deep inside him. Hearing, Chwing suddenly froze. Realizing the danger, he stared at his rapidly discoloring hand and let out a horrified shriek. Not only his hand, but the rot was spreading rapidly up his entire arm. Seething with rage, he screamed that his flesh was decomposing. Writhing in intense agony, the monster clutched his arm and spat out a curse. Right after that, his entire arm severed and fell to the ground, leaving him completely paralyzed in shock. For once, he looked utterly helpless. Chwing muttered that he only wanted to steal some magic and go back to sleep. Driven to absolute madness by the lost, Chwing began forming a colossal water sphere. He roared that he would never forgive them. Sensing the sheer destructive scale of the attack, Bracket forced himself up, noting that such an attack would completely level the shopping mall. From Chwing's perspective, the two opponents looked tiny and utterly trapped. Adalia leaned heavily against Bracket as he quickly scanned their surroundings for an escape, suggesting they move the fight somewhere safer. Suddenly, Chwing shrieked in agony as his massive body tilted backward. In a flash, the scenery shifted. A massive portal opened in mid-air, sending Chwing plummeting down. The giant constellation was falling helplessly through the sky while Adalia and Bracket slowly floated down. The crushing impact with the ground left Chwing howling. He plummets through the air while Adalia and Bracket slowly glide down. The brutal impact with the ground leaves Chwing writhing in tearful agony. Breakcast looks at this and mutters that J-Wing is down but definitely not out. Even lying on the ground, J-Wing's hand is active. He gathers a small energy ball and hurls it with all his remaining strength, grazing past the two of them but causing no harm. Adalia glares at him clearly, holding a massive grudge over what just happened. Suddenly, before Breakcast can even react, she charges forward. Fueled by pure rage, Adalia draws her weapon and gets ready to swing, only to stomp right on top of him instead. Her blade is right at his throat, warning him to stop annoying them. J-Wing loses all his smug pride, his face turning completely pale. Adalia's slash splits the ground wide open. After a thunderous explosion, the smoke clears to reveal J-Wing lying still while she keeps stomping. Breathing heavily, she does not even notice Breakcast walking up to her. Moments later, she finally mentions that she stabbed the enemy. She tells him she stabbed him in the chest with a deadly poison. Breakcast is more worried about her, though, watching the body. He warns her to step back since J-Wing might still get up. Adalia falls silent for a second before suddenly turning around with a smile. She points out that they have gotten a lot stronger, strong enough to take down constellations like him. But fate is always unpredictable. From right behind them, J-Wing's bloodshot eyes snap open. He snarls, "Take down who?" Breakcast yells a frantic warning to Adalia. J-Wing unleashes every ounce of his remaining strength, absolutely determined to crush her. He throws a massive fist targeting Adalia and no one else. In this split-second crisis, Breakcast screams for her to get down. Startled and panicked, Adalia instinctively shuts her eyes tight and ducks. Now watch. It is Breakcast's turn to face J-Wing head-on. He raises his staff, barely blocking the devastating strike. J-Wing dodges to the side to avoid a counter blow. Furious, he glares at them with a heavily twisted face. He snaps, demanding to know what that attack was. Glad he managed to stop his punch. Hearing this makes Breakas even more suspicious. How could he dodge while in the middle of throwing a punch? It makes no sense for his space slash to miss so miserably. Turning to Adelia, his voice drops as he apologizes for trying to act cool and failing so spectacularly. She reassures him that it is not his fault, telling him not to worry since the enemy simply has not realized the truth yet. Breakas blinks. What does she mean? Adelia quickly explains her theory as she watches Jae-Wing move. The poison has already seeped into his solar plexus. Without him even realizing it, his movements have slowed down significantly. That is why he could not dodge the previous slash. While the two of them analyze the situation, Jae-Wing struggles to stand back up. This is their chance. They both charge forward at the same time. Adelia grips her dagger while Breakas wields his blade. They launch a coordinated attack. Suddenly, three figures appear in the distance. The leader is none other than Doohyuk. Stopping at the ridge, they witness the massive shockwaves coming from the other side, making Sosumi gasp at the explosion. She worries that they might be too late, but Doohyuk calmly tells his companions that they can leave now. Noticing her confusion, he smiles and points out that the other two have already taken down the Constellation. Meanwhile, Jae-Wing is completely finished. With the threat neutralized, Adelia and Breakas collapse from sheer exhaustion. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out. Talk about perfect timing. He commends their hard work. Seeing him, she gasps out Doohyuk's name. He playfully scolds them, asking if they were out on a date. Doohyuk asks if they were too busy dating to answer his warning calls about the strange movements. Adelia blushes instantly. Breakas looks entirely lost, checking his call log only to freeze. Frustrated with himself, he stammers out a quick apology. He explains that his phone was on silent, leading Doohyuk to tease if they were actually hanging out at a movie theater. Doohyuk then holds up his ring, which flashes with a bright light. Jae-Wing's body is instantly sucked inside as the other two watch. After witnessing this, Breakas speaks up and asks if Doohyuk really predicted that the enemy's movements would be read. Clarifying the situation, he reveals that Karis agreed to cooperate. Upon hearing this, the pieces finally fall into place for Adelia. She realizes this must be what Breakas was talking about earlier. Breakas then asks if they are heading to Valhalla. With a grin, Doohyuk remarks that his disciples' threat worked wonders. The guy looked absolutely terrified, leaving Breakas pretty embarrassed. To avoid embarrassment, Breakas quickly changes the subject. Meanwhile, a few days ago, Red Hollow was desperately begging for mercy. He begs them to stop the torture. Just then, Sosumi steps out while Moron asks what on earth he is talking about. They did not come to cause trouble, but to talk. Red Hollow is stunned, so Sosumi chimes in to suggest an alliance. Seeking allies, she explains they want Constellations to side with the Martial God sect. Red Hollow sighs, noting the Great Hollow's recent chaos. He bitterly points out that the chaos is entirely because of them and those fanatical followers of the Martial God. Red Hollow rants in frustration, but then a realization suddenly hits him. He asks if they mean the new fissure. It is rumored to connect directly to the Tower of Destruction. Moron raises an eyebrow, quite surprised by his knowledge. She remarks that if he already knows about the Tower of Destruction, things will be much easier before dropping a chilling threat. We'll resurrect in a few years, and we are building an alliance to prepare for that. He is clearly terrified, but still tries to play it cool. You might be terrifying, and yes, the Martial God helped me, but I am just a low-tier constellation, a mediocre one with barely any contractors. He shares his thoughts, saying he likes the alliance idea, but they should recruit someone much better than him. Hearing this, they are surprised. The man then starts explaining about the neutral gate, located in the Great Void, much like a sanctuary for the lost knights. Constellations gather there, and that is where you will find figures far more prestigious than him. He suggests recruiting better constellations and forming the alliance there. His reasoning is completely sound, and they actually agree. As the two walk away, the man quietly watches them go with a self-deprecating smile. Will this alliance really bring back the Martial God sect? If only I were not this weak, I would have joined. Suddenly, a voice calls out from nowhere. He is shocked to see Sosumi, realizing she has not left yet. She starts to explain that his strength has nothing to do with their motives. If he helps carry out their master's will, he is always welcome. Unexpectedly, she even bows with deep respect, asking him to join, which completely flusters the poor guy. Flustered, he promises to think about it. Only then do they actually say goodbye and depart, leaving the young man standing. They're completely dazed. Once he is finally alone, he mutters that they are surprisingly decent people. Meanwhile, those Martial God fanatics step outside, and Sosumi immediately loses her cool, authoritative demeanor. Her face is blushing bright red from sheer embarrassment. She is so awkward, muttering she talked too much and wants to curl up and hide. Seeing this, Moron tells her there is no need to force a persuasion. Still, she wonders if they should have asked for the neutral gate's location. Of course, it wouldn't change much. But as Moron is talking excitedly, a sudden flash of light catches her eye. Has something happened. Sure enough, right before them a massive explosion erupts like an atomic bomb. Sosimi is absolutely stunned, stammering about that explosive surge of power. Moron quickly cuts in, saying that is their junior brother's power and urges her to move. At the gloomy portal after the blast, Luminous and Kuei Dan stand side by side staring ahead. Facing them are a group of powerful constellations including Blue-Eyed Guide, Cold-Blooded Sailor, Fist, Faster Than Light, and Shard Bearer. Beside them are the Night King and their minions, standing on guard. Luminous speaks up, saying their junior came to trace remnant power to locate a constellation named Blue-Eyed Guide, but wonders what on earth is going on here. She frowns deeply with irritation as the constellations stand united, laughing and chatting. Watching them take a battle stance, Luminous asks if they plan to attack Musen Mountain. Kuei Dan finds this absurd and shouts, asking if they have lost their minds when some of them surely receive their master's grace. Blue-Eyed Guide responds with absolutely zero guilt, admitting that when they were mortals they did receive help from the Martial God, and thanks to him their entire civilization managed to escape total destruction. He continues, saying that no matter how extraordinary the Martial God's virtue was, it does not mean they can ignore the disaster he unleashed in the Great Void, which leaves Kuei Dan thoroughly confused. Blue-Eyed Guide then points over toward the Night King, asking if they are not also part of this. He explains that the Night King and others tried to form alliances to secretly boost their own power. Startled, the Night King quickly defends himself, saying his case is strictly a personal matter. Blue-Eyed Guide speaks for the rest, stating that not every constellation wishes to serve under them. He hopes they understand that. Luminous listens in silence with a grimace, while the Night King watches her cautious expression, feeling hesitant. She reflects that their arrival seems completely accidental, but since they didn't bring up that touchy subject, the constellation's attitude makes sense and their silence has been somewhat useful. With that in mind, Luminous smirks and calls out to her junior brother, who grunts in response. She smiles mischievously, telling him to show these constellations the absolute gap in their power once again. Kuei Dan gets excited, wearing a matching wicked grin as he agrees that it sounds fun and he will tear them to bloody shreds. This threat instantly makes the opposing group pale. Blue-Eyed Guide gets so terrified he immediately backs down, stammering that he only wanted to show off and really hates getting beaten up. Cold-Blooded Sailor stands nearby, completely dumbfounded by this pathetic display, but instead of showing mercy, the two ruthlessly charge forward, forcing the terrified crowd to fall back. Suddenly, a stern voice commands them to stop as Sosimi and Moron quickly arrive, stepping right between the two factions. Unwilling to back down, Kuei Dan yells at his seniors to move so he can shred these fools. Sosimi firmly stands her ground, refusing and stating they must first understand exactly what is happening here. Cold-Blooded Sailor hesitates, completely confused, and asks if they did not come to destroy them. Moron replies that is not quite it, explaining they only ran over because they felt their junior brother's magic erupting. She then turns to ask, "What? Is this place the neutral gate?" she asks. Lightspeed Fist stammers a yes, and Moron smiles, saying they arrived just in time. "We came to make a proposal," she says, sparking curiosity among the constellations. Moron begins to explain her offer. "We are here to propose an alliance under the name of Nine Moon," she says, to work toward a common goal. "That goal catches me off guard," Lightspeed Fist admits, looking quite puzzled by her unexpected suggestion. He explains they were forming an alliance specifically to ambush her, but right at that moment, her junior disciple showed up. "The kid caught us and attacked, yet you still want an alliance?" he asks. Moron fires right back at him. "You talk about ambushing us like it is no big deal," she snaps. Cold-Blooded Sailor watches them getting pretty anxious. She speaks up, pointing out her junior disciple heard everything, so excuses are pointless. They might be weaker, but they are no fools. Luminous whispers to Moron, asking if gathering allies in this world is the real reason Master wanted this alliance. Moron confirms it. But Freak has a different idea, wondering why they do not just beat them into submission instead of talking. "Why waste time offering deals?" he grumbles. Sosimi quickly calms him down, telling him that would not even be an alliance anymore. Moron agrees, saying normally they would force them to their knees like before, but right now they simply lack the time. She gets straight to the point, asking the gathered constellations what they actually know about the Tower of Destruction. The Shard Bearer speaks up, confirming that absolutely everyone here knows about it. He explains how most powerful ancient constellations died. They perished protecting their homes as representatives, fighting off the waves of monsters spawned by the tower's dark influence. Moron does not deny it. The tower is indeed reviving, but suddenly Cold-Blooded Sailor drops her sword to the floor. She clutches her head and collapses, screaming in absolute terror as painful memories flood her mind. Lightspeed Fist rushes over. He kneels down, asking if she is okay before looking up to apologize to the group for her sudden trauma response. He explains that old memories left her deeply traumatized. Moron nods softly, telling him she completely understands. The Blue-Eyed Guide speaks. He asks if all of this is actually true, noting he felt strange movements in the Great Void quite recently. Yet his powers could not confirm anything, and there are absolutely no rumors about it circulating in the current world. Moron points out that even so, they must realize almost all constellations arriving in this world belong to that tower. They are currently sending scouts to investigate, she adds, but the tower will fully awaken in just a few years. Everyone listens closely as she admits they still do not have a way to stop this dark resurrection from happening. That is why she wants a massive constellation alliance so they can actually stand a fighting chance together. Cold-blooded sailor hugs her knees, trembling as she asks if it is even possible to prepare for something that terrifying. Sure, modern humans got a power boost by making contracts with them, she says, but their direct interference is severely limited. She asks if they honestly think the mortal contractors alone can stop the impending doom of the Tower of Destruction. Moron closes her eyes in solemn agreement, admitting that relying solely on human contractors would be nearly impossible. She explains that as humans grow stronger, the tower adapts, spawning even more dangerous monsters to match their level. That is why those dark constellations exist to test humanity. Cold-blooded sailor frowns, still deeply skeptical about the whole plan. What is the point of an alliance, then, she demands. Lightspeed Fist tries his best to calm her down. He tells her to relax. Standing behind Moron, Luminous whispers that it seems the Night King kept her mouth shut. Moron quietly agrees. She then steps forward to make a massive announcement to all the constellations in the room. She drops a complete bombshell, revealing to their absolute shock that their legendary master has already reincarnated in this world. The news leaves everyone completely stunned. One of them protests that his unique ability to verify rumors never detected this. If the Martial God returned, he argues a rumor would have definitely surfaced. Moron admits that is a fair point. It is incredibly weird that no records of their master exist here, with zero rumors about reincarnation or the Martial God. Freak grows impatient, pointing directly at them and asking if they already forgot how their own contractor misbehaved today. The blue-eyed guide lets out a confused gasp, suddenly putting the pieces together as he starts to stammer. He asks if that unsearchable student is actually their master. Freak smirks and confirms it with a cold grin. Gritting his teeth, Freak reveals they came here with their senior sister specifically because Master ordered them to deliver a lesson. Moron looks quite surprised to hear this. Learning of Master's hidden orders, she happily hands the blue-eyed guide over to them. She orders them to take care of him, fulfilling their master's command. The guide screams in absolute terror as they close in. Freak and Luminous pounce on him like lightning, telling everyone else to back off while they beat him to a pulp. Under everyone's silent gaze, the pain continues. Moji looks back at the constellations, asking his final question. So what do you say? Will you join the alliance? The cold-blooded sailor falls silent for a moment and cheerfully agrees she is absolutely in. Fist faster than light jumps in too, saying he's down, followed quickly by the shard bearer. They are all on board. Since the Martial God is reincarnated, they want to tear down the Tower of Destruction once and for all, no matter the consequences. The Night King turns around and stutters that he's in too. Even so, Simi gets caught off guard, seeing everyone agree so fast. If the Martial God is doing it, count her in. Moji smiles, completely satisfied with how easy that was. Perfect. From this moment on, they are officially Muin. Meanwhile, in another part of town, the keykeeper takes a huge bite of a donut. He happily chews away, marveling at how delicious it is, when suddenly a loud knock interrupts his sweet snack time. He calls out, "Is that you, Doohyuk? Come on in." Doohyuk pushes the door open with a grin, greeting the sweet-toothed keeper. Doohyuk asks if he's doing all right, and the keeper beams. Thanks to the pocket dimension, everything has been incredibly comfortable. Suddenly, Doohyuk stops talking and leans in closer. He scans the keeper's face and body with a highly critical look. "Did you put on some weight?" Doohyuk asks, making the poor keeper freeze mid-chew as he stares at his food. The keeper looks down at his full box of donuts, wondering if he really gained weight. Doohyuk shrugs, maybe anyway, down to business. Doohyuk asks if he can do him a quick favor. The keeper tilted his head, asking what it is, and Doohyuk smirks. "A portal straight to the Labyrinth Lord's mansion. Talk about a crazy plan, right?" The room instantly goes dead silent. "Wait, what did you just say?" The keeper gasps in absolute shock. Without missing a beat, Doohyuk asks if his ears are broken. He repeats the insane request, clearly open a path to the Labyrinth Lord's place. The keeper looks down, his face going pale. He yells out a quick goodbye and bolts for the exit, but Doohyuk is too fast, snatching him by his collar instantly. "Where do you think you are going?" Doohyuk asks, easily pulling the keeper off balance and sending him falling backward onto the floor. He casually points out that if the keeper tried to run, then it means it is definitely possible to open that portal. The keeper begs him to let go first, and Doohyuk agrees as long as he promises not to bolt again, which he quickly does. Doohyuk lets go, completely satisfied, and the keeper rubs his neck, warning him that this task is on a whole different level. It is much tougher than opening the door to the Great Void. He asks if anyone even confirmed it was possible to begin with. Doohyuk already has his plan lined up, asking if he needs another artifact like before. The keeper sighs with a deeply worried look. He explains that the last artifact crumbled to dust when they forced open that door to the Great Void, meaning they need a replacement. The Keeper nervously bites his nails, admitting he brought a few relics with him, but they are nowhere near powerful enough. Still, he has leveled up his abilities since their last dimensional stunt, meaning he already has a pretty solid grasp on the basics. Doohyuk naturally senses a catch and prompts him to continue. The Keeper turns back, reminding him of his earlier warning. This task is infinitely harder, and Doohyuk simply nods. The Keeper uses a drawing analogy, talking about scribbling two-dimensional lines on a paper. No matter how much you sketch, those flat lines will never turn into a physical three-dimensional object that you can actually hold. He dumps a bunch of dimensional theories on him, explaining how tearing a path to the Labyrinth Lord is pretty much the same. Doohyuk actually takes a second to ponder this complex concept. He admits he is no portal expert, but raises a solid point. He asks why the Great Abyss was any different, and the Keeper quickly points out that he did not open that gate from Earth. That pathway was channeled straight through a constellation's spiritual domain, and Doohyuk has to admit that makes perfect sense. He points out that Doohyuk cannot easily slip into the Great Abyss now that he is no longer a full constellation himself. Other celestial beings leaving that place face similar restrictions, and Doohyuk can only nod along as the Keeper lays out the facts. Even if he manages to manifest the door, there is absolutely no guarantee that Doohyuk can actually step through the threshold. To keep the gateway hidden from the Labyrinth Lord, they can only keep it open for a fleeting moment. Doohyuk just smirks. He confidently replies that 30 seconds is more than enough time, asking if they have a real shot if he goes all out. The Keeper hesitates, but before he can even finish his sentence, Doohyuk already turns on his heel, announcing his immediate departure. The Keeper looks up in utter bewilderment, and honestly, can we blame him? Doohyuk stands there with total nonchalance. He says he is off to grab a divine artifact, telling the Keeper to start charging up his mana before walking out. The Keeper is left standing there completely dumbfounded, muttering about artifacts. Later on, a rugged trail somewhere deep in America, surrounded by steep rocky cliffs, Doohyuk hikes along the narrow path, recalling the coordinates his guide had pointed out earlier. A few days ago, the guide told him about a hidden spot around here, and he is determined to track it down. She claims to have found a potential way into the Labyrinth Lord's mansion, making Doohyuk freeze in surprise just as he's sitting down. He pauses. A potential way, she mutters. As he settles opposite her, the guide asks if the Constellation opened the Great Hollow and if he's still alive. Doohyuk replies, "You mean the Keeper? He's harmless, so I ignored him." She then reveals that she expected as much, noting he is the potential way. The guide then sets a clear goal, to discuss how to improve that potential, which he agrees to. She then notes he must have used an artifact's power to open the gate to the Great Hollow. The guide explains that if he were to use an artifact in a similar way again, he could do it, but it would only be a temporary passage lasting a few minutes. Doohyuk replies that is more than enough since it doesn't need to be long. The guide nods, saying she understands, then continues. The biggest question is if the Keeper can do it, followed by finding an artifact to amplify that power. She mentions the S-Class labyrinth managed by the United States, the Abyss Colony, where defeating the Dungeon Lord rewards you with a Dimensional Compass artifact. With it, you can open a path straight to the Labyrinth Lord, a massive advantage. Doohyuk happily accepts. Back in the present, he suddenly halts. Standing right in front of him is a gate heavily guarded by security forces. A guard raises his hand, blocking him and declaring this area is strictly off-limits. Doohyuk casually slips his hand into his pocket, making the guard assume he's reaching for a weapon and grab his sword. The guard demands to know what he is doing as Doohyuk pulls out a permit issued by the American Contractors Association. He calmly tells them that showing this should grant him entry, handing the paper over for inspection. The guards are stunned by the authorized signature, allowing this kid inside. Pulling back his hood, Doohyuk calmly speaks up. He tells them they can verify it if they want, but adds that he is curious about one particular thing. With a dangerous smile, he asks if it's fine to just destroy the dungeon. Shortly after he enters the cave. This is the Abyss Colony, an S-Class dungeon managed by the government, much like other high-level restricted zones. Usually, these dangerous labyrinths remain sealed and unconquered, with forces only stepping in periodically to clear out escaping monsters. Stepping inside, Doohyuk drops his bag. Just like in the past, he starts stretching his muscles while reflecting. He notes that destroying a restricted dungeon is usually avoided unless requested, especially since fighting in tight spaces is tough. As he warms up, a walking skeleton suddenly ambushes him, but Doohyuk isn't worried. Things are different now. With a confident grin, he faces a horde of fully armored skeleton warriors and savage werewolves blocking his path. Smiling triumphantly, he raises his blade and excitedly tells them that it is finally time to get serious. He stomps his foot, launching forward in a flash to impale one skeleton, instantly lining up the next target, skewering another monster before cleanly slicing through a nearby werewolf with a single seamless linear slash. The single strike obliterates almost the entire group. Doohyuk pauses, a smirk lingering on his face as he pulls back. As expected of an S-class dungeon, he observes the remaining monsters and realizes their sheer numbers are absolutely insane. Grinning with excitement, he raises his sword once more, declaring that he is going to end this quickly. His terrifying aura sends chills through the beasts. Yu So-yeon after the battle leaves shattered bones and discarded armor scattered everywhere. Having completely cleared the horde, Doohyuk stretches his shoulders and sighs in relief as he prepares to move on. But he suddenly stops in his tracks as a massive robot with glowing red eyes appears right in front of him. This giant golem stares down at Doohyuk, who simply stands there with absolute confidence analyzing his new opponent. Concluding this must be the dungeon boss, Doohyuk watches as the golem unleashes heavy bloodlust and slams its fist down. He easily leaps back to dodge the devastating blow. Smirking at the attack, he notes the sheer power behind it. Realizing a single strike can completely warp the terrain, Doohyuk wonders if all S-rank dungeon lords are this powerful. This boss easily rivals threats from the second or third floor. Suddenly, he senses something moving at incredible speed. Before his eyes can even track it, the golem somehow teleports right behind him, prompting him to spin around. Utterly baffled by that insane speed, Doohyuk barely has time to react as the golem launches another massive fist. He manages to raise his sword just in time to block getting pushed back while desperately holding his grip. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock as he notices a massive pile of bones gathering right behind the golem. He realizes these are the remains of the monsters he slaughtered earlier. Why are they suddenly gathering here now? A crazy theory flashes through his mind. Deciding to strike, he lunges forward to slice off its head. Doohyuk lands after unleashing a cross slash directly down the golem's face. No luck. The massive beast is completely unharmed. After landing a few more hits, he smirks. He looks up at the monster, realizing it can actually step out of the space. The golem raises its massive fist again. It slams its fist down, but Doohyuk easily dodges the strike. He aims carefully and delivers a clean horizontal slash, slicing through the dirt and cutting the giant robot completely in half. The golem's upper body falls right before its own eyes. Unbelievably, its severed limbs slowly begin to merge back. Even its shattered chest fully repairs itself. The golem stands back up in perfect condition. It looks completely brand new. Seeing this absurd self-regeneration skill, Doohyuk scratches his head. Honestly, who wouldn't hate fighting a boss that won't stay dead? He begins to analyze the beast. Its body looks incredibly solid, but the moment his sword hits it simply splits and glues back. On top of that, he is dealing with its annoying teleportation ability. Boss fights are always a massive headache. Still, Doohyuk notes one saving grace. The golem only seems to teleport to dodge attacks or move around. Its combat potential is likely limited. Thinking of its abilities, he realizes this would actually be a walk in the park with Sosimi's skill. No disciple power. He has to do this the hard way. Suddenly, Doohyuk cracks a sly smile. He wants to see how close he is to the peak on his own strength. He looks at his opponent, ready to test his limits. Stomping his feet hard, he leaps high into the air. He raises his sword, surrounded by a roaring aura, and dives straight down. This mechanical giant is the perfect training partner. Meanwhile, the next morning in the city, a man stands outside an apartment door. His name is Front. He double-checks his notes on a piece of paper, rings the doorbell, and waits for a response from inside. A woman calls out that she is coming. The door swings open, leaving both Front and the woman staring at each other. It is Defender. She admits she thought it was her food delivery. Front introduces himself as a guardian, reminding her of his visit. He asks if she missed his text message. Defender shrugs and lets him in, acknowledging his arrival with a sigh. She says replying was too much of a hassle. Her place is a bit messy, but she invites him in anyway. Front is surprised by her casual attitude. Defender teases him, asking if he is too shy to enter a beautiful girl's apartment. Front scolds her to cut out the nonsense before stepping inside. Inside, she serves him fried chicken and fries. Front stares at the greasy food with zero appetite. Defender notices his hesitation and asks why he is not eating. He asks if she just bought all of this for herself. Defender does not seem to care at all about his judgment. She scoffs, saying she could not finish it all by herself anyway, so he might as well help her eat. Front mutters, wondering if anyone in their group is actually sane. Seriously, you have to feel a little bad for the guy. She yells at him to shut up and eat. As Front finally picks up a piece of chicken, he addresses her by her title. Defender munches on her food, listening. Front explains that this is their very first vacation since the guild was formed. He admits he has no idea what to do with his free time, then asks Defender how she has been spending hers. She is surprised, noting he is usually not the type to make small talk, but Front tells her to just answer. Defender looks down at her plate and quietly admits she does not really know. She has been trying to find herself. She explains she was searching for self-awareness. Front repeats the word, trying to understand what she means by that. Defender stops eating. She remembers spending her entire week off lying lazily on the floor amidst piles of trash. She admits she lived a completely meaningless life until she was finally adopted by the contractor of the war demon. Just like the other guardians, she discarded her real name to join the organization and serve the war demon. That has been her entire existence since childhood. It was only after meeting Yu Haeuk that everything changed. Yu Haeuk revealed their true purpose to them. They were meant to be Shield's tools to eliminate his enemies. Defender closes her eyes, admitting that having their master suddenly tell them to take a break felt incredibly jarring. It was basically like getting punched straight in the gut. Hearing her honest confession, Front falls completely silent. Defender quickly adds that she is not complaining about Yu Haeuk or their duty. She still wants to serve. She truly wishes to remain a guardian. But she smiles weakly, explaining that stopping so suddenly is difficult. It feels like slamming on the brakes at full speed. She has no idea how to adjust to this quiet lifestyle. Defender shrugs, pointing out that unlike the other members, she does not have a real day job. Front gathers crucial intel, but she only does delivery work. Front responds softly, understanding her struggle. Suddenly, her expression darkens completely. A thick, ominous energy begins to seep into the room from somewhere. "I want to think about myself again," Defender mutters. "How ridiculous," she adds, "since we even had to give up our own names." But Front suddenly cuts in, saying he does not think it is ridiculous at all, making her look up in absolute shock. Then he kindly suggests that she is just making good use of her vacation. Front explains that even though they are the servants of Kim Doohyuk and the Constellations, they are not machines. Grappling with these thoughts helps them grow. This way, they can be of greater help. He smiles gently, adding that this break is a great opportunity for everyone, including her, to temper themselves. Front closes his eyes. When it is over, they'll return, right back to Kim Doohyuk's side. He vows to be his strongest shield and sword. Meanwhile, Kim Doohyuk is wildly slashing at a massive golem with intense excitement. Kim Doohyuk brings his sword down with immense force, slicing the mechanical golem clean in half as its pieces scatter everywhere. Standing over the wreckage, he smiles to himself, guessing that he finally sliced right through the monster's core this time. Kim Doohyuk rests his blade on his shoulder, pausing for a moment to observe. Fortunately, its basic attacks are simple compared to that bastard. Kim Doohyuk rests his sword on his shoulder, watching carefully. Luckily, its attacks are quite simple compared to its annoying regeneration skill. Spotting the golem reviving itself, he leaps high, pouring his strength into the sword on his shoulder. Then a blinding slash. It cuts straight through, but Kim Doohyuk suddenly freezes. Something is wrong. The golem is already reviving. Again, with its healing skill. Turning his head back, he smiles. He smiles, muttering that he is starting to see the rule. Looking up at the beast's muscular frame, Kim Doohyuk deduces there must be a specific pattern to its defense. Watching it closely, he concludes that golem-type monsters like this always hide a core inside their bodies, usually in the head or chest. Staring into its glowing eyes, Kim Doohyuk reasons that the center might be hollow, so he tried attacking there, but every strike was blocked by its heavy defense. With a smug smile, he bets that the core is indeed hidden at the center. Suddenly, the giant raises its arms, eyes glowing. It fires a massive blast, causing a huge explosion right where Kim Doohyuk is standing, but he quickly leaps high to dodge. He looks down with a knowing grin. Despite its massive size and strength, its attacks are quite simple and predictable. If only he can bypass its defense. Landing heavily on the ground, he pulls his sword back to gather momentum. Kim Doohyuk unleashes a blinding glowing slash across the golem's head, but the monster ducks quickly to evade the blow. Debris rains down on the golem's head, causing its movements to falter. Seizing this gap, Kim Doohyuk leaps up to strike. He delivers a lightning-fast slash right across its glowing eyes. The strike heavily damages its vision, turning its eyes blue. But they slowly begin to heal. Kim Doohyuk narrows his eyes, studying the hollow space in its head, thinking that strike taught him two things. As the golem fully regenerates, he notes that first, the core is not in its head. Landing back on the ground to regain his footing, Kim Doohyuk smiles, figuring out the second crucial piece of the puzzle. The monster must visually confirm any incoming attack before it can activate its defense. The golem then raises both massive arms, aiming a brutal downward strike right at Kim Doohyuk. The heavy blow smashes down completely, warping and shattering the earth. The golem freezes, staring at the impact site. Suddenly, Kim Doohyuk's voice echoes, startling the giant construct from the shadows. He says that it only knows how to step back and strike. With that, he drives his sword into the dirt. He flings the blade upward, kicking up a massive wave of sand right into its eyes, completely blinding its vision. With the golem blinded, he seizes the chance and leaps high, gripping his sword with both hands above his head. Unleashing a strike with absolute killing intent, Kim Doohyuk delivers a devastating overhead slash, cutting the giant completely in two. The round core hidden inside is exposed and sliced cleanly in half, along with the golem. After that fatal blow, Kim Doohyuk leaps behind it. The construct freezes. He looks back. The giant golem is now just a pile of useless scrap metal. But wait, something catches his eye. Debris begins falling from the ceiling, rumbling. It is coming down. Since the master of the labyrinth is dead, the place is collapsing. He wants to check one thing before leaving. Suddenly, Kim Joo-hyuk's eyes widen in surprise as he looks down. A compass lies on the dirt, and picking it up, he grins, knowing it is a dimensional compass. He walks toward the exit, telling himself that he needs to get out quickly, before the cavern collapses on him. Outside, the two guards stutter in panic, shouting that the Abyss colony is collapsing. By now, the Abyss has completely collapsed, leaving only a pile of dust and rubble. Elsewhere, Rogan's eyes widen in absolute shock as he asks if he really destroyed the entire Abyss colony. Standing right in front of him, Kim Joo-hyuk calmly puts his hands in his pockets, smugly asking if that was not what he was supposed to do. A stunned Rogan stammers, explaining that the colony was a major headache for the association. The insects and monsters inside were simply too strong to handle. They are only restricting entry and exit, he says calmly as they stand atop a towering high-rise. In that case, everything should be just fine. Suddenly, Yoo-hyuk speaks up with a request. He feels a bit bad, but there is still one last favor he needs to ask. Rogan is puzzled and asks, "What is it?" Scratching his head, Yoo-hyuk sheepishly asks if he can get back that massive floating magic stone he gave him before, explaining he needs it urgently. Holding out his hand right in front of the man, Yoo-hyuk waits and promises he won't drain all of its mana, promising to return it after using just a bit. Rogan laughs, saying of course though is quite a surprise. After all, they only kept it as a token of appreciation for him, so he is free to use as much as he likes. Hearing this, he quickly thanks him. On a beautiful day at the Valhalla dormitory, the keykeeper's eyes go wide in total surprise. Standing at the door is Yoo-hyuk alongside a massive magic stone. Smiling, he tells the boy that he needed a giant floating magic stone to open the gate to Great Hollow last time, so he brought one along just in case. Right after that, Yoo-hyuk tosses a compass to the keykeeper, saying he also brought the artifact along. The boy quickly reaches out with both hands to catch it, looking incredibly anxious. Staring at the dimensional compass in his hands, he wonders how Yoo-hyuk could have possibly obtained it. Crossing his arms, Yoo-hyuk casually replies it took some effort, but asks if he can finally open the path now. Keykeeper confidently says yes, but it might only stay open for less than 10 seconds. Resting his hand on the magic stone, Yoo-hyuk turns and suggests trying it on the hill instead. Up on that very hill, the keykeeper holds a massive oversized key next to Yoo-hyuk and the giant magic stone. Seeing the boy try to look confident, Yoo-hyuk playfully teases him not to overdo it and accidentally vanish. Flustered, the boy tells him not to worry since he has no intention of doing that. Even so, the keykeeper cannot help but feel incredibly anxious. He feels like he has been freeloading this whole time and refuses to be shameless. Opening the gate is still pretty terrifying though. Clutching the giant key tightly with both hands, he begins channeling his magical energy. Right before the anxious keykeeper, a massive gate begins to materialize, completely bound and wrapped in giant heavy chains. Staring wide-eyed, he grits his teeth and realizes that just forming the door alone is draining far too much of his mana. With determination written all over his face, he tells himself that he absolutely must open this door. He plunges the key firmly into the lock. His hands tremble with sheer nervous energy as he grips it tight, trying his absolute best to forcefully turn the key. Shutting his eyes, the keykeeper screams Yoo-hyuk's name as the heavy gate swings open. Elsewhere, Changju is standing with his spear, staring at a holographic globe of Earth. Suddenly, he turns his head, sensing a strange light radiating from the door behind him. Aiming his weapon toward the threshold, he demands to know who's there, fully on guard. Staring intensely at the door, he slowly inches closer. Suddenly, Changju's eyes widen in sheer shock as a voice echoes out, saying he was right. Yoo-hyuk steps through the open gateway. Standing calmly with his hands on his hips, he grins warmly and notes it has been quite a while. Stepping inside, he leisurely greets the boy, asking how he has been. Hearing someone address him by name catches him completely off guard. Changju mutters, repeating the name he just heard in disbelief. Suddenly, memories of his old master flash back, specifically the warning to never let go of his weapon. Staring at the man standing before him, he looks identical to that master from long ago. Talk about a mind-blowing reunion. Stammering out the word master, Changju immediately drops his weapon and bows deeply, respectfully welcoming his beloved teacher back. Yoo-hyuk smiles warmly and quickly helps him back up, telling him to stand because it has been far too long. Noticing the familiar scarf around Changju's neck, Yoo-hyuk softly asks if he is still wearing it. The disciple proudly answers him, of course he is. Gently touching the fabric, Changju happily explains that since it was his master's very first gift, he knew it would never disappear even after transferring into this current body. Deep down, he reflects on his past journey. Only after reuniting with his master did he truly remember his old self. He recalls the dark, bleak times of his youth, when he was captured alongside a group of children. An emotionless warden rode ahead on a beast, leading their grim march. Bound and shackled, the little kids were lined up, forced to trudge behind their heartless captor. Suddenly, one small boy grows exhausted, his steps faltering until he collapses from the pure misery of the journey. A nearby girl looks back anxiously. Noticing the sudden halt, the warden turns back to look. There is absolutely no mercy in this living hell as he bellows at the kid to get back up, shouting that they have a long way to go and cannot afford to collapse. Looming from his mount, he snaps at the boy, asking what is so hard about walking across a simple desert after all their training. Now move, he commands. Furious when the child fails to respond, he growls that normally he would beat him to a bloody pulp. Frustrated that he cannot take physical action today, he simply snarls that they must keep moving regardless of their exhaustion. Get up, you useless brats. The shivering boy begs the supervisor, crying about the freezing cold, but the guard just glares down, muttering curses. This annoying little brat, the guard keeps shouting. It is barely even late autumn. Do I need to dress you myself, or should I just scalp you? Suddenly, a cloaked figure approaches from afar to stop the abuse, calling out to wait. His heavy black hood hides most of his face. Annoyed by the interruption, the supervisor barks out, demanding to know who he is. The traveler calmly replies that he has business with him. The guard scratches his chin, trying to place him. He asks if he is a slave trader, noting they do not have a meeting today. Then a sudden realization hits him. Realizing this traveler is actually a high-ranking official, the supervisor quickly bows in deep respect, greeting the envoy of the Decree Kingdom. He frantically apologizes for the delay in delivering the slaves. He explains that since the order specifically requested certain candidates, slaves suited for military combat, preparing them took a bit longer. He then quickly shifts the blame to the weak. He points at the young boy, complaining that this useless kid could not keep up with the march, causing the delay. The boy shivers violently, whispering about the unbearable cold. Smiling slightly, Yu He-wook pulls back his hood and asks if that is really the case. Caught red-handed, Yu He-wook muses aloud. He always wondered how the Decree Kingdom gathered such a massive army. Now he has his answer. The supervisor stares in absolute shock and asks who he is. He is not kept waiting, as Yu He-wook declares himself to be the martial god. Smirking at the trembling supervisor, Yu He-wook asks if even scum like him recognize his name. Terrified, the guard can only stutter out a reply. Of course, the guard gasps. He draws his sword and screams that Yu He-wook is notorious for slaughtering every single slave trader he crosses paths with. Yu He-wook calmly raises a fist, asking if that means he is doing a great job. Without warning, his fist strikes forward like lightning. The strike punches clean through the supervisor's chest. Before he can even make a sound, the corrupt guard collapses dead onto the snow. He slumps at Yu He-wook's feet, dead before his body hits the ground. Watching this, the captive children panic, wondering what will happen to them now. Yu He-wook gently kneels in front of the frightened kids. He reassures them that they are finally free, promising to unlock their chains one by one. One after another, the children step forward to have their heavy iron cuffs unlocked. He patiently breaks the heavy chains, binding their hands. Next, he frees their legs from the shackles. The kids cheer in pure joy, realizing they can finally go home. But deep in the rocky shadows, the shivering little boy from earlier huddled in a corner, weeping silently. Yu He-wook notices him but says nothing, watching the child kneel in fear. Head bowed and trembling uncontrollably, the boy expects the worst. But as his shackles suddenly click open, he looks up at the legendary savior in disbelief. Yu He-wook bends down with a warm smile and asks if he is cold. The boy stammers an apology, but the master quickly waves it off. Telling the child there is no need to apologize, Yu He-wook rummages through his coat pockets for a moment before triumphantly pulling something out. He unravels a brand new warm scarf and gently wraps it around the shivering boy. The kid looks up, stunned by this sudden kindness. He promises to buy him proper warm clothes at the next town, telling him to use the scarf for now. The boy is speechless. Stuttering out a quiet thank you, the boy watches the sunset fade. That sunset marked the end of Chang Juk's painful childhood memories. He recalls the moment he begged his savior to take him in since he had no home. Touched the master, welcomed him into the martial god sect. Within the walls of the Muzinmun temple, Chang Juk trained restlessly day and night. He remembers how his master watched his sheer dedication. Recognizing his raw talent, the legendary warrior eventually accepted him as an official disciple. Under his guidance, Chang Juk grew stronger by the day. Under Yu He-wook's tutelage, years passed quickly. Meanwhile, the ruthless Ren ascended the throne, demanding the entire realm listen to his command. He arrogantly marched his forces to the gates of the martial god sect, demanding they open the doors and kneel before King Ren. Honestly, Yu He-wook was already planning to beat those arrogant fools to a pulp. By this time, Chang Juk had fully grown into a fierce warrior. He stepped forward and asked his master for permission to handle this personally. Yu He-wook agreed, remembering the young man's old grudge with the kingdom. Outside, King Ren continued to bark orders, shouting that the martial god sect sits on his border and must surrender immediately, promising mercy if they submit to his rule. But his speech is cut short as Chang Juk pushes open the gates to confront the king. Ren and his royal entourage stare in confusion, realizing this challenger is not the martial god. Changjuk slowly raises his massive spear. With cold, merciless eyes, he growls that he is indeed not the martial god. He tells them to call his master Martial God Nim instead. He hurls his spear at King Ren without any hesitation. The strike is so fast and powerful that the king is instantly impaled. The impact of the throw sends the tyrant flying backward. He is killed instantly, pierced right through his core. His horrified guards scream for their fallen king. Watching from the shadows, Yu He-wook smiles, deeply impressed by his disciple's sheer power. He has never been prouder of his student. Changjuk recounts that from that day on, his master searched for a fitting warrior name for him. He proudly bestowed the title Changjuk upon him. Snapping back to the present, Changjuk grins as he reminisces about that special day. He admits that receiving his name allowed him to finally stand tall and proud alongside his master and his martial brothers. Yu He-wook chuckles and asks if he really stood that tall. Changjuk looks back at him with absolute seriousness, asking why he would doubt him. He boasts loudly, claiming those nicknames are the ultimate pride of all the disciples. Kim Doohyuk nods, getting the picture. I feel a bit embarrassed saying this since I named you all, but they honestly sound like they were just thrown together on a whim. Is that really okay? Chang Suk asks quickly, adding that the names are highly intuitive and everyone accepted them. To the disciples, receiving a nickname means earning their master's ultimate recognition. Hearing this, Kim Joo-hyo feels a weight lift from his chest. If you feel that way, then I am glad, he replies. But he suddenly remembers they are running out of precious time. He only opened a temporary pathway, so they must make this quick. They should ask whatever they are curious about right now. Cutting straight to the chase, Kim Joo-hyuk asks why he is here, calling him Spear Disciple, because he cannot remember his real name. He asks if Chang Suk is like a constellation, yet somehow different. Understanding his master's confusion, the disciple immediately responds, "Just as you said, Master, my real name was stolen by the Maze Lord, and now I am bound to my weapon title." He casts his eyes down, mentioning a strange system notification window. This immediately catches Kim Joo-hyuk off guard. A notification window. He quickly presses for more details, prompting Chang Suk to explain everything about the moment he first woke up in this realm. He woke up inside his current body, surrounded by absolute empty white space. Kim Joo-hyuk finds this highly unusual and repeats the words. Chang Suk nods, confirming he woke up in that void with nothing but his spear. He strains to piece together the faded memory. Right after waking, a system screen flashed before his eyes. The notification commanded him to defeat all the other summoned fighters. He had to survive and become the sole champion of the arena. This sounds incredibly suspicious to Kim Joo-hyuk. Was that arena? The place they now call the Great Hollow. Chang Suk confirms it, having later learned that was indeed its original form. He explains that shortly after other fighters began arriving in the arena, memories of those foreign knights gathering flood back to him. He recounts the scene clearly. Just like him, every single one of those warriors had their names erased by the Maze Lord. They looked around in complete confusion, completely lost. But there was one crucial difference between them and Chang Suk. None of them had received a system notification window. Sensing his opportunity amidst the growing panic, the spearman acted fast. While the crowd fell into utter chaos, he moved in, striking them down one by one with cold efficiency. Knights fell at his feet before they could even comprehend what was happening. He looked upon the slaughter completely unfazed. He moved to execute the next target but ran into a fierce warrior who managed to block his deadly strike. The two clashed relentlessly, locked in a stalemate. Sensing the challenge, Chang Suk unleashed his ultimate technique without holding back. His spear tip lunged forward like lightning. Just like the others, his opponent could not even process the attack. The blade pierced straight through his chest. With a cryptic smile, the warrior slowly collapsed, leaving Chang Suk standing completely alone. He was the sole survivor of the arena. Once everyone else lay dead, the system window flashed before him once more. The prompt declared him the undisputed champion, stating he had met all the requirements to advance to the next stage. A solemn message declared that he would become the spear. Staring at the system screen, he muttered the word in confusion. Suddenly, a blinding white light swallowed him whole. The moment he finished reading the text, he was instantly teleported away. He materialized in a dark crimson dimension. He remembers standing before a colossal figure inside the Maze Lord's actual domain. He was brought directly to the ruler's throne. He was chosen to serve as the Maze Lord's ultimate weapon. Kim Joo-hyuk narrows his eyes, finding this detail highly suspicious. Was that system notification really sent by the Maze Lord himself? Chang Suk shakes his head, doubting that theory. Aside from the fact that he was the only one who got it, there's more. The Maze Lord himself found it highly amusing that Chang Suk slaughtered everyone without even receiving any prior commands. Other weapons like the sword, bow, and fist were chosen too, but only he and the sword disciple were actually there. Suddenly, a warning voice cuts through the air, telling Kim Joo-hyuk he only has 10 seconds left. He quickly nods. "Honestly, I came here hoping to find you," Kim Joo-hyuk admits. I wanted to ask about the others, but without your memories, it is impossible. Chang Suk bows his head in shame, apologizing for being completely unable to help him. Kim Joo-hyuk gently places a hand on his shoulder, telling him there is absolutely no need to apologize. No matter what form they are in, he is just incredibly relieved that his precious disciples are still alive. He gives his final instructions, telling Chang Suk to stay safe until they meet again. Kim Joo-hyuk slowly walks toward the exit. With a trace of regret, he bids farewell to the spear disciple. The massive stone doors slowly begin to slide shut, leaving Chang Suk standing inside gazing out. The disciple bows his head, his heart racing with a storm of emotions. Suddenly, a cold voice asks if his emotional reunion with their master is finally over. The sword god steps forward, staring intensely at him, hurriedly wiping away some stray tears. A fresh morning arrives. Sunlight washes over the castle, revealing a pale green door. Kim Joo-hyuk suddenly appears, pushing the green door open to step inside, but he instantly senses that something is wrong. That guy. He's struggling to pick himself up from the ground. Kim Joo-hyuk quickly rushes over. Is he the keykeeper? Is he all right? The keykeeper suddenly bolts upright, yelling right in his face. He almost vanished. What an idiot. Kim Joo-hyuk is totally baffled. He doesn't understand yet. He blankly asks if he wasn't the one. The keykeeper irritably snaps back at him. Then he explains that Kim Joo-hyuk was in another dimension, using his portal as a bridge. Next, the keykeeper asks him, what would have happened if his portal had disappeared while Kim Joo-hyuk was still inside? Kim Joo-hyuk simply shrugs and responds, he would have vanished. The keykeeper nods, then tiredly mutters that it seems like it is already too late. Kim Joo-hyuk asks if he is collapsing. The keykeeper admits he used too much mana, desperately trying to hold on a bit longer. He struggled even after running out of magic in his liquid mana stone, quietly admitting he didn't want to disappear. Desperately clinging to existence, things still ended up like this. Yet he manages a weak, cheerful smile for Kim Joo-hyuk. He tells Kim Joo-hyuk never to forget him even after reclaiming his real name. Kim Joo-hyuk looks at him in silence. With a soft smirk, Kim Joo-hyuk quietly says that he hates owing favors, so he needs to hold on just a bit longer. Unhesitatingly, Kim Joo-hyuk slides off his ring, deciding to absorb all of the remaining power inside it immediately. Instantly, a blinding violet light erupts across the entire chamber, completely shrouding everything in sight with its raw power. The keykeeper can barely keep his eyes open against the intense glow, watching this crazy spectacle unfold in absolute disbelief. That sudden roaring storm of mana leaves him completely stunned quickly, stabilizing his failing body within mere seconds. And get this, the stunned keykeeper slowly realizes that this incredibly crushing monstrous aura is actually radiating straight from Kim Joo-hyuk. Standing near the doorway, Kim Joo-hyuk's hand is engulfed in a fierce crackling purple aura as he gives a knowing smile. Staring at his glowing palm with deep amusement, Kim Joo-hyuk plots his next move while feeling the raw energy surge. This isn't some temporary cheap power-up that will briefly flash and fade away. This is his very own genuine permanent mana. Confident in his strength, Kim Joo-hyuk places a firm hand on the keykeeper's shoulder, letting a heavy stream of energy flow. A thick torrent of energy quickly wraps around them both as he looks the keykeeper in the eyes, directly transferring his mana. The keykeeper is utterly speechless as he stares at Kim Joo-hyuk's hand, feeling an unbelievable wave of power pouring directly into him. After a moment, he releases his grip and looks at the keykeeper, who is now completely enveloped in a glowing shroud of mana. Kim Joo-hyuk asks if he's feeling more stable now, but the keykeeper is still too stunned to give a straight answer. In a shaky voice, he mutters that it's not just stable, staring at his hands with wide eyes as he continues. He says he has received so much energy that he will never run dry, even if he pushes his abilities to their absolute limits. Looking at Kim Joo-hyuk with genuine concern, he expresses his immense gratitude for surviving, but asks if Kim Joo-hyuk is okay, because releasing that amount of mana is no joke. Hearing this, Kim Joo-hyuk simply smirks and asks if he looks worried. Kim Joo-hyuk slowly closes his eyes, drawing all the rampant energy back into his body, bringing immediate calm back to the chamber. With his intense aura now completely suppressed, he looks back at the keykeeper and asks if he is good. Still in awe, the keykeeper can only stare. Kim Joo-hyuk looks down at his hand, enjoying this strangely powerful feeling. He had already expanded his mana capacity by shifting his cultivation method, but absorbing this energy has pushed his limits even further. His pool of magical energy has grown astronomically. He clenches his fist, feeling the raw, heavy power hum through his skin. Seriously, the sheer volume of mana he can wield now completely eclipses what he possessed back at his absolute peak. With that settled, Kim Joo-hyuk tells the keykeeper they've worked hard, and it is time to head back, receiving an immediate nod. But before they can leave, he suddenly pauses, turning around to stare thoughtfully at the giant floating magic stone. Kim Joo-hyuk lets out a dry, awkward laugh, seeing that the once glowing crystal is now completely drained of its massive energy. Looks like he will have to track down a suitable replacement to pay back Logan eventually. Meanwhile, the autumn leaves drift. The The scene shifts to a high-rise apartment complex bathed in warm morning light right inside Kim Joo-hyuk's quiet room. Relaxing with his legs crossed, Kim Joo-hyuk is lost in deep thought when his gaze suddenly falls upon a nearby weapon. It's the spear resting against the wall, a weapon that once belonged in the Labyrinth Lord's chamber. Their first big clue. While staring at it, he recalls what she told him back in the dormitory when he was still refining his skills. She had warned him that there might be someone he knows waiting up there, leaving him completely lost in his thoughts. He fell asleep again. Staring at the ceiling, he couldn't stop thinking. When the guide mentioned someone wielding a strange spear, he had a strong hunch it was Chang Ju. Joo-hyuk smirked. By forcing himself to run a quick check, he finally confirmed it. With this, all of his disciples were reunited at last. Joo-hyuk sat up, looking down at his open palm as his thoughts drifted. His current magic capacity actually exceeded what he had at his absolute peak. Now he just had to condition his body to handle all that raw power. Joo-hyuk clenched his hand into a tight, determined fist. If he could pull this off, the Tower of Destruction wouldn't end in another mutual suicide when it inevitably returned. Joo-hyuk's mind drifted back to the grim memories of his past life. The exact moment he and his disciples stepped inside the tower, a nasty curse activated instantly, draining their strength. The second they crossed the threshold, the entrance of the Tower of Destruction slammed shut. He remembered their utter despair. Sosumi desperately tried to dispel the curse, but the magic circle lay completely out of reach on the outside. Joo-hyuk sighed, sinking deeper into his heavy thoughts. Everyone inside had escaped mostly unharmed. Everyone except for one single person, and that was none other than Barshi. Remembering that guy made him frown. Barch was insanely powerful back then as the Tower Master, fighting so fiercely that Joo-hyuk almost lost his own sword before barely clutching the win. He calculated his options. He already blocked Barch's magic. Still, Joo-hyuk needed to get a lot stronger to truly crush that bastard and destroy the tower without taking damage. Of course, he was thinking of Barche at his absolute peak, not the pathetic, weak version that existed right now. Why did that jerk have to be so useless anyway? Joo-hyuk shook his head and collapsed back onto his bed. Besides, the guy hadn't even returned from Great Horn yet. He was only sent there to be a temporary leader. Did he get too comfortable in that role? Joo-hyuk's frown deepened. It would be great if he at least brought back solid intel on the Tower of Destruction, or better yet, recovered his strength. Suddenly, his buzzing phone snapped him awake. Joo-hyuk quickly answered. On the other end, Braycast spoke up, greeting him respectfully as Adelia sat right across from him. The Constellations apparently had something urgent to share, which was why he called. He asked where Doohyuk was staying. Doohyuk immediately shot that down, telling them he would just meet them in the chairman's office instead. A little later, under a clear blue sky, Doohyuk arrived at the office. Opening the door, he stopped in surprise. He casually asked Braycast and Adelia if they were officially a couple now. Braycast immediately tried to deny it. Adelia quickly chimed in, explaining she was only there to deliver a direct message from the Constellations. Right then, a holographic communication screen popped up. The message from the Lord of Hell read, "Master, I have upgraded the Musen Mun." Luminous's projection appeared next, smiling as she explained she had rebuilt their sect in Great Horn and gathered various constellations. They had recruited allies from a place called Neutrogate. Suddenly, Moron popped up on the screen to add her report. Since many of those gods owed her and their master favors, building this massive alliance was surprisingly easy. Just as Doohyuk read through the updates, Front, the former guardian, quietly slipped in behind him with a polite, brief greeting. Another notification window flashed open, making Doohyuk knit his brows. This time, it was a detailed report from Sosimi. She laid out the current lineup of S-rank gods on their side, including the Deep King of the Snow. The Blade King, Fist King, the Destroyer, the Pierce All, and even the Absolute Alchemist had all officially joined. Almost every S-rank power in this world was now on their team, but Sosimi was not done sharing good news. Even the Night King, commander of Europe's strongest divine factions, had decided to align with them. Doohyuk stood there listening. Braycast chimed in, explaining that this Night King was actually the guardian god of the hostile knights from before. Doohyuk crossed his arms, smiling as he admitted he thought that guy would be a real handful even for them. Moron looked up in absolute awe at his praise. Ignoring her reaction, Doohyuk turned his attention straight to Luminous. He had some major news for her. When she curiously asked what it was, he dropped a massive bombshell. His youngest disciple, Changju. Sosumi gasped, asking where he was. Doohyuk revealed he was inside the labyrinth. Luminous frowned, noting they couldn't access that area. Moron asked how he knew their youngest had ended up there. Doohyuk confirmed it, explaining that a system notification window had tipped him off. The girls looked at him in confusion. They asked if it was like the chat windows they were currently using, and Doohyuk confirmed it was very similar. Then Moron recalled how she first knew about his reincarnation because of a system alert, which Doohyuk quietly confirmed. He frowned, letting his mind wander. Initially, he assumed one of his own disciples had set the system up. Doohyuk pauses before continuing, suggesting that the mysterious message either came from a hidden entity or the self-proclaimed Lord of the Labyrinth was the one who sent it. Hearing that, Luminous is skeptical, knowing it was not one of them, but he simply repeats the warning Changju once spoke of. Changju believed the Labyrinth Lord did not send it, especially since that entity was completely clueless about the actual alert message contents. Closing his eyes, Doohyuk reflects on how bizarre it all feels, thinking back to the very first moment he ever received a system window. He pauses, recalling that the message popped up 3 years ago as old memories of his past life flashed through his mind. Back then, when he was known as Huno, Doohyuk of the Mushin clan was simply watching his young disciples spar with one another. Seeing his students so energetic warmed his heart, especially since their combat skills had matured so much over their years of training. He watched Luminous swing at Moron, who quickly ducked under the blade, making Huno smile as he realized his disciples were ready. They would soon be ready to take on their own students, which immediately made him fantasize about the massive fortune he would build. He could easily sit back, collect tuition fees from their future disciples, and earn effortless cash along with the relics he hoarded. Once the clan grew strong and stable, he planned to sell those artifacts to live in luxury, but his daydream was suddenly cut short. A glowing status screen suddenly flashed in front of his eyes, and reading the message left Huno completely stunned by what it said. The screen warned him that the Tower of Destruction would soon appear to bring ruin to the world, urging him to prepare. Right then, Sosimi gasped as her mask slipped off and clattered onto the ground, frantically telling the others to pause for a second. Both Guiden and Changju immediately paused their training, though Guiden could not help but stare at Sosimi with a puzzled expression. He asked her why she could not just fight without it, pointing out she was losing every sparring match just to keep it on. Blushing, Sosimi quickly picked up the mask and put it back on, explaining she was too embarrassed to even look people in the eye. Changju agreed with her, realizing that her extreme shyness was exactly why her unique block skill worked the way it did. By blocking her own presence to hide from others, she became completely invisible, suggesting her powers mirrored her personality. And here's where it gets crazy. Right next to the three of them, another intense battle was still raging as swords clashed. Luminous showed absolutely no mercy, unleashing a rapid flurry of strikes that forced Moron to constantly back away on the defensive. Moron ducked and blocked with her blade, gritting her teeth in frustration as none of her own counterattacks could break through. Suddenly, Luminous stayed low, shifting her stance as if she wanted to change the direction of her next strike. In a split second, Luminous launched a powerful upward slash, but Moron was not about to make things easy for her. The moment Luminous swung her blade, Moron managed to slip right behind her and raised her leg high in the air. She kicked Luminous hard in the back without a second thought, sending her crashing onto the ground with a painful thud. Luminous groaned, looking up to call Moron incredibly strong before complaining about her stubborn style of waiting for a counter. Removing her training mask, Moron replied that because of their weapon range, waiting for an opening was a much smarter play. Luminous stood up and brushed the dust off her pants, admitting that her opponent had a pretty solid point there. She walked closer to Moron, teasingly whispering that the real issue was simply the massive, unavoidable difference in their height. Irritated by the provoke, Moron frowned and asked if she wanted another beating before turning her gaze to look for Huno. She called out, asking their master what he thought of their sparring match, only to find him standing completely frozen in place. Huno was in no mood to judge their skills, still completely paralyzed by the terrifying system screen floating before him. "What in the world is this?" he muttered, reaching out to touch the notification, but finding his hand passing right through. It just hovered there in mid-air, the ominous text warning about the impending Tower of Destruction burning into his eyes. Knowing none of his students possessed this kind of power, Huno turned and asked Moron if she could see the screen. She looked at him with a surprised expression, asking what window he was talking about, which only deepened his confusion. He realized he was the only one who could see it, staring intently at the floating warning written on the screen. "The Tower of Destruction will soon bring ruin to the world," the warning repeated just before a violent tremor shook the ground. Stunned by the sudden earthquake, Moron cried out in panic, desperately asking her master what was causing the massive shaking. Clenching his jaw, Huno stared at the warning with knitted brows, unable to believe what was happening right before his eyes. His mind was filled with doubt, wondering if the apocalyptic notification was actually coming true as the ground continued to shake. "Something is seriously wrong," Huno yelled to his disciples, ordering them to prepare immediately so they could head to the village. They quickly complied. As night fell, two guards stationed outside the village stared in absolute shock at the scene before them. One of them, who seemed to be the guard captain, was completely paralyzed by fear as he gasped out in disbelief. A massive, chaotic horde of monsters of all shapes and sizes stands gathered before the guards, radiating a dark, suffocating bloodlust. Their aura is thick with pure danger. The captain stands frozen, his mind racing with dread. Has another disaster broken out? Another sudden crisis? No, this is definitely no ordinary disaster. He stares in absolute terror at the beasts before him. Rival monster species are actually grouping up together in a massive horde. Behind him, a guard desperately screams for orders. The captain breaks out in a cold sweat, unable to utter a single word. Inside, he is completely panicked, thinking only of retreat. He finally opens his mouth to order a fallback, but before the captain can speak, Kim Doohyuk shouts out his commands. Pierce them, Chang Zhu. Hearing his master's command, the young disciple grits his teeth and raises his spear high. Without a second of hesitation, Chang Zhu hurls his spear forward with lightning speed. The startled monsters turn toward the sudden noise. But before they can even react, Chang Zhu's powerful spear tears right through them, leaving only pulverized remains in its wake. Seizing the exact moment the spear strikes, Kim Doohyuk leaps high into the air, instantly drawing his blade. In a split second, he unleashes a devastating slash of pure magic. The caught monsters can do nothing but scream in agony. Kim Doohyuk quickly orders Moron and Luminous to clear out the beasts surrounding Chang Zhu to secure their path forward. The three dash forward, calling back in agreement. Kim Doohyuk then directs Sosimi and Chang Zhu to head straight into the village. They need to evacuate the civilians immediately. Sosimi swiftly acknowledges the order as Kim Doohyuk frowns and swings his sword. He effortlessly cuts down a charging beast in one clean motion. Suddenly, another monster lunges at Kim Doohyuk from his blind spot. Thanks to his sharp instincts, he senses the danger, instantly spinning around to slice the ambushed creature in half. Kim Doohyuk knits his brows in deep thought. He initially expected a standard disaster, but this is entirely different. If this were a normal crisis, the labyrinth acting as the monster source should have already materialized nearby. He watches the frenzied monsters charge blindly toward him, yet there is no sign of any origin gate in sight. Kim Doohyuk channels dense magic into his sword, his mind weighing the grim reality. More importantly, this village is not the only target. The entire nation is currently under siege. With a heavy swing, Kim Doohyuk unleashes a mighty slash toward the oncoming horde. The sweeping strike cleaves the monsters perfectly in half. They dissolve into nothingness with a final echoing cry of pain. Elsewhere, Moron is busy focusing his own magical energy, causing a violent crimson flame to erupt all around him. The fiery aura expands rapidly. Moron completely ignores the surrounding monsters closing in on him, concentrating entirely on his spell. He suddenly roars out for them all to burn to ash. Instantly, a massive inferno erupts from his position. The towering wall of fire instantly swallows the helpless beasts. As the critical situation intensifies with every passing minute, Kim Doohyuk and his loyal disciples move swiftly from town to town, slaying monsters and saving desperate villagers along the way. However, there is a clear limit to how much a few people can do against such an endless tide of enemies. While the disciples guide the crowd, Chang Zhu suddenly freezes. Look at that, the very thing everyone has been dreading. It is the infamous Tower of Destruction. The gathered constellations instantly go rigid, their eyes locked onto the giant monolith. Their bodies stop moving, completely paralyzed with utter disbelief. Even Kim Doohyuk stares in stunned silence, his pupils dilated with shock. The towering dark spire dominates the landscape. Kim Doohyuk stands completely motionless, his lips parting in quiet disbelief. Is this a labyrinth? He has never seen one of this scale. A sudden glint of light catches his eye. A terrible realization strikes him. This has to be the Tower of Destruction. Just then, a shadow falls over him. A massive ogre appears directly behind Kim Doohyuk, its eyes glowing crimson as it lets out a sickening guttural roar. Kim Doohyuk nimbly steps back to avoid its heavy wooden club. He swiftly draws his blade, his expression instantly hardening. As he slashes forward, he realizes they are surrounded. An entire legion of ogres has closed in on him. Facing them alone with a blade and an unyielding will, Kim Doohyuk grits his teeth, ready for the clash. He has cleared most of the surrounding threats, but invading that tower directly right now would be incredibly reckless. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shakes violently. Kim Doohyuk reflexively looks up, feeling another massive shockwave ripple from the tower. Squinting at the peak, his worst fears are realized as the massive gate at the very top slowly swings open. A complete nightmare unfolds as hundreds of monsters begin pouring out like an angry swarm of bees. He can only stare in disbelief at the bizarre, powerful beasts emerging from the portal, feeling the crushing weight of their aura. He wonders how they can possibly survive another massive onslaught of this scale. The beasts begin to scatter in every direction. Dissent and worry creep into Kim Doohyuk's mind. If this massive horde keeps growing, his disciples will not survive. Fearing he might not stop them next time, he checks his system interface, desperately hunting for clues. A single warning pops up on the screen. The Tower of Destruction has arrived, accelerating the world's end. Kim Doohyuk grits his teeth, eyes bloodshot. What should they do? The glowing notification hangs in the air, fueling his anxiety. Kim Doohyuk curses under his breath. Damn it, if they enter the Tower of Destruction, what happens to the outside world? A helpless curse slips through his clenched teeth. He spins around decisively, dropping low to build momentum before launching himself forward. There is no more time left. Monsters pour endlessly from the gate above. A massive dragon leads the charge, baring its fangs at the group below. It targets Sosimi and Chang Juk. He instinctively raises his weapon. Without hesitation, Chang Juk thrusts his blade forward, channeling his divine power to strike the swarming monsters down. But it is useless. As soon as one wave dies, another pours in. Chang Juk is completely thrown off. Staring in disbelief, he wonders how they survived his direct stab. Just then, Kim Joo-hyuk leaps in to save them. He warns his disciples that they only survive because of their sheer numbers. The two call out together, "Master." Focusing on the path, Kim Joo-hyuk swings his magic-infused blade to clear the way. The blow splits the demonic entities right down the middle. Severed limbs rain down, instantly clearing the entire area. So Simi watches in absolute awe. "Amazing, Master. The monsters that were just swarming us are completely gone." Panting heavily, Kim Joo-hyuk warns her that this is only temporary. Once they regroup, they will strike again. He makes sure they hear the most crucial point: the only way to stop them is to take down that tower. They must storm it. Chang Juk and So Simi immediately acknowledge the command. Meanwhile, near the dark ruins of the tower, Guidan's group faces the same nightmare. Savage demons surround them from all sides. He takes a heavy breath and looks over at Moron. This is getting incredibly annoying. These persistent beasts are running them ragged. Even their fourth disciple, who has the best stamina, is exhausted. Guidan looks at Luminous, his worry growing. She is overwhelmed too. This is suicide. Suddenly, Moron hears a noise. Someone is absolutely dominating the monsters. It is Kim Joo-hyuk aggressively cutting through the horde to rescue his disciples. Once the threat is clear, he issues an urgent order. "Follow me, the tower is just ahead." They quickly reach the entrance. Leading the charge, Kim Joo-hyuk throws the massive wooden doors open, ushering his disciples inside the mysterious structure. He looks up at the bleak, cavernous space inside. This entire floor appears to be completely deserted. Kim Joo-hyuk quickly organizes his disciples, telling them to recover first before they head to the next floor. They all agree. Right then, Sosimi hears a sudden click. She spins around to find the entrance slammed shut and locked. It is locked. Sosimi alerts the group, but the massive door does not budge. The heavy wood does not budge. Suddenly, Luminous goes pale, her eyes widening in shock. Kim Joo-hyuk grimaces as cold sweat. One by one, the disciples clutch their chests, gasping. Moron stares in terror. His spiritual energy is dispersing. He panics, yelling to Kim Joo-hyuk that his power is draining. There must be a seal. Someone begs Sosimi to block the sealing magic. She cries out helplessly. She is trying, but it is too strong. Struggling, she explains that the sealing array is being activated from the outside, rendering her counterspells useless. Since her power requires close proximity to the source to seal it, she is helpless. Hearing this, Kim Joo-hyuk can only mutter a curse. Luminous stares at her palms, her mind racing. It is not just their physical strength draining away. Their innate abilities are completely vanishing. She gasps in despair. She cannot even open her pocket dimension. Kim Joo-hyuk asks if everyone else is affected too. She nods grimly. He looks around at his weakened team. It is a bitter truth. Every single disciple is far stronger than he is. That fact is undeniable. Kim Joo-hyuk flashes a bitter smile. Hilariously, the seal barely affects him because he had no powers to begin with. Talk about poetic irony. But with danger mounting, he clicks his tongue and stays focused. The next second, his voice rings out with absolute authority. "We only lost our powers. Are you planning to die? Calm down and focus." Kim Joo-hyuk charges forward, shouting that they will conquer this tower floor by floor. "Let us go." His unwavering grit instantly rallies their spirits. Outside, heavy storm clouds gather, swallowing up the pale moonlight in the sky. Night falls in an instant. Kim Joo-hyuk strides onto the next floor of the dark tower, keeping his guard up. He looks around, scouting cautiously. Is this the top floor? The moment his foot leaves the last step, Kim Joo-hyuk is greeted by a calm figure standing right in front of him. The person slowly turns around, his eyes concealed behind a mysterious mask. Speaking in a chilling voice, he introduces himself as Barch, Lord of the Tower of Destruction. Instantly, Kim Joo-hyuk enters, a high state of alert, narrowing his eyes at Barche. "Do you know me?" he asks, deliberately, replying with a look of pure disdain. Crash! In half a second, Barch completely vanishes. What is even more terrifying is the sword getting violently whipped right out of Kim Joo-hyuk's hands. He is left completely stunned, unable to react in time. It turns out Barche had launched a swift kick, clearly trying to provoke him. Without giving his opponent any time to recover, Barch lunges forward. As he closes the distance right in front of him, he seemingly slows down his movements on purpose. Watching Barch move like lightning, Kim Joo-hyuk cannot help but think how incredibly fast he is. Thankfully, his mind snaps back to focus. He instantly raises his blade to block the kick, Barchi's toe striking the sharp steel of the edge. His power is so immense that the metal bends in an instant and the weapon is ripped from Kim Joo-hyuk's grip. Dislodged by his opponent's whirlwind kick, the blade flies in a straight line, piercing deep into the wall, where it remains firmly pinned. The entire assault took only a few seconds. Such formidable speed was something Kim Joo-hyuk had never even imagined before. Concluding his welcoming attack, Barsh remarks casually that he only kicked it to test himself, but perhaps he went a little too far. Even as the Tower Lord, he has no intention of overpowering Kim Joo-hyuk. Isn't swordsmanship supposed to be your specialty? He asks mockingly. Go pick it up, then it will be a fair fight. Furious at being so blatantly underestimated, Kim Joo-hyuk scowls with absolute rage. This bastard is incredibly strong, he admits to himself, though his pride demands that he maintain a tough and unfazed exterior. Kim Joo-hyuk coldly snaps right back, telling the bastard not to make assumptions. He boldly raises a fist in a cocky display. He laughs out loud, declaring that even without a weapon, he is still incredibly strong. Across from him, Barshi mimics his stance, his tone highly teasing. Is that so? Well, that is a relief then. Their fists collide, unleashing two massive sources of energy. A blinding explosion of light and dust erupts, yet both fighters stand out clearly amidst the chaos, refusing to yield a single inch. Knee to knee, fist to fist, they clash directly, letting their compressed energies explode. With both forces releasing such an intense torrent of power, Barsh is forced to slide back to avoid being overwhelmed. Kim Joo-hyuk shares the exact same survival instinct, pressing his hand against the ground to steady his retreat. A heavy, suffocating silence hangs in the air. Barsh pulls back, nodding in approval. Impressive, he says, never expecting someone of this caliber to exist in this world, smirking with a hint of pride. Kim Joo-hyuk replies that he shouldn't be surprised yet, as that wasn't even close to his limit. However, inside he is deeply concerned. That was a total bluff. He actually threw that punch with every ounce of his power, and yet the enemy blocked it so effortlessly. He genuinely felt like he was about to lose, fearing his own fist would shatter from the extreme impact. Even with his hand coated in defensive magic, the clash was devastating. Using his vast battle experience, he quickly realizes one key strategy. He must avoid a prolonged battle at all costs. Seizing the initiative, Kim Joo-hyuk strikes first, extending his arms straight toward his opponent. His strike is fast, but it is not enough to catch Barsh, who easily dodges with fluid, mocking grace. He even grabs Kim Joo-hyuk's wrist with terrifying, unpredictable speed. Trapped in a vice grip, Kim Joo-hyuk looks on with sheer annoyance and fury. Barsh channels his energy, crushing his wrist with agonizing force. Pain flares, and Kim Joo-hyuk screams as he kicks his opponent's stomach. The precise strike forces Barshi's fingers to loosen, letting him break free. Clinging to his throbbing wrist, Kim Joo-hyuk quickly retreats several steps, keeping his eyes glued to his foe. Grimacing in frustration, he realizes this opponent has top-tier reflexes and incredible tactical judgment. If he had been a second slower, his joint would have snapped. Clutching his abdomen, Barsh speaks in a soft tone. As expected, you are truly magnificent, countering the exact moment I grabbed your arm, he says. There is a hint of genuine regret in his voice, noting it would have been better if they had not met under such grim circumstances. This bizarre, semi-respectful confession only annoys Kim Joo-hyuk. What on earth are you talking about? He snaps. Shrugging playfully, Barsh replies, indifferently, who knows? In a complete turnaround, his tone shifts to deep respect, admitting he regrets having to kill a true warrior. With that, Barshi charges like a violent tempest, his fist hard as solid iron, strikes with immense force on his very first move, slamming Kim Joo-hyuk directly into the stone wall. Wide-eyed in shock, Kim Joo-hyuk coughs violently as the structure cracks behind him. Without wasting a single second, Barshi is already standing right over him, preparing to deliver yet another devastating critical blow. And this time, the strike slams directly into his panting chest. Agony surges through Kim Joo-hyuk's body, leaving him completely helpless and unable to fight back. When Barsh finally stops, Kim Joo-hyuk stumbles and drops to his knees. His remaining energy utterly depleted, he collapses flat onto the cold ground. Barsh stands tall like an immovable statue, looking down with a smug, mocking grin. Baji sneers at his opponent, mocking him for having so little to offer. Seeing Kim Joo-hyuk face down and silent, Baji assumes the match is over and turns to walk away. But it is all just an act. Kim Joo-hyuk silently presses his fingertips hard against the ground. Half a second later, he launches a surprise assault. He closes the distance in a flash, silently sneaking up right behind Baji. Channeling all the anger he has been holding back, he prepares to strike. Kim Joo-hyuk unleashes a rapid power-packed blow, instantly following it up with a fierce kick. Baji is nearly sent stumbling from the sheer force. Having barely dodged the attack, Baji stops and takes a few heavy breaths. Despite his immense pride, he does not hesitate to offer praise. Baji admits that if he had been a fraction of a second slower, he would have lost his head instead of just a few strands of hair. Standing right back up after taking the hit, Baji calls it impressive. But these empty compliments mean absolutely nothing to Kim Joo-hyuk. Kim Joo-hyuk growls back, asking if he looks that easy to defeat, and demands that Baji come at him with everything he has got. But despite his tough talk, Kim Joo-hyuk is secretly burning up inside. He is running on fumes, feeling like he might pass out at any moment. His insides are in agonizing knots, and even breathing is a struggle. Kim Joo-hyuk is deeply frustrated that his desperate gamble failed to land cleanly. He had risked everything on a surprise attack to deliver a fatal blow, yet all he managed to do was cut a few strands of hair. Kim Joo-hyuk's mind is stretched to the absolute limit. He desperately urges himself to think of any possible way to take his opponent down. Dozens of strategies race through his head, but none of them are enough. A head-on clash is impossible given the massive gap in their levels. Another surprise attack will not work again, and he cannot counter Baji's abilities without even knowing what they are. Teamwork is also completely out. Every single option seems like a dead end. But just as despair starts to set in, a new spark of hope flashes in his mind. He needs to reclaim his sword to extend his attack range. Acting instantly on the thought, Kim Joo-hyuk spins around and bolts toward his weapon. Baji stares in disbelief at this bizarre move, wondering if he is running away. Kim Joo-hyuk internally smirks, knowing he never fights a losing battle. But Baji only smirks with cold amusement, declaring that running is not an option. Just as Kim Joo-hyuk eagerly reaches out for his sword, thinking he is finally safe, a terrifying, suffocating aura erupts right behind him. Baji closes the gap with demonic speed. With an eerie voice, Baji mockingly apologizes to the martial god. In a flash, he leaps through the air, beating Kim Joo-hyuk to the weapon. Baji honestly admits that after trading blows, he changed his mind, realizing that letting Kim Joo-hyuk hold a sword is far too dangerous. He kicks the sword, driving it deep into the wall. To make absolutely sure, Baji channels his spiritual energy to shatter it completely. The sword instantly disintegrates into thin air. Kim Joo-hyuk stands frozen in shock, his shoulders slumping in defeat while Baji looks thoroughly satisfied. Baji boasts that he has successfully eliminated all risk. Kim Joo-hyuk's lips dry up, and his jaw twitches as a wave of sheer helplessness washes over him. Gritting his teeth in raw frustration, Kim Joo-hyuk realizes he has never felt this incredibly powerless in his entire life. He clenches his fists as dark, bitter emotions flood his mind. He begins to despise the cheap mental techniques he had to learn out of poverty. He hates his seemingly worthless talent and blames his circumstances. Yet giving up is simply not in Kim Joo-hyuk's DNA. He refuses to throw in the towel here. In an instant, his despair melts away into a confident, defiant grin. Kim Joo-hyuk boldly claims that even without a sword, he is still incredibly strong. But before he can explain why, Baji cuts him off with utter disdain. Baji scoffs in dismissal. But just as the tension reaches its absolute peak, a strategist suddenly appears on the scene. Known as the anonymous strategist of the fourth floor, he serves the Tower Lord. Baji turns to him, asking what is going on. Drenched in cold sweat, the trembling strategist slowly delivers his urgent report, claiming that he was incredibly close to succeeding. But his very next words send a massive shockwave through Kim Joo-hyuk. He casually reveals that they have eliminated all of the martial god's disciples. Kim Joo-hyuk's face goes completely pale as he gasps in horror. Meanwhile, Baji turns and calmly offers his praise, asking if this happened on the fifth floor. The strategist grins triumphantly, boasting that despite suffering heavy casualties, they managed to pull it off. But some people will not be happy. A thick, suffocating wave of bloodlust erupts from Kim Joo-hyuk as he glares at the messenger, demanding that he repeat those words. Shaking with fear, the strategist tries to maintain his composure. He coldly tells the martial god that all of his precious disciples have been defeated. With a smug, cunning grin, he announces that the deed was done by the 4 heavenly kings of the 5th floor. Hearing this, Kim Joo-hyuk's voice cracks. He cannot believe his ears, pointing out there were only 3 enemies. Seizing the chance to twist the knife, the strategist eagerly explains the truth. He reveals that a 4th king was hiding in the shadows, watching everything. Kim Joo-hyuk was simply too exhausted to detect their hidden magic. Baji immediately guesses the culprit's identity, the one who was keeping tabs on the Black Dragon. A sinister fang grin spreads across Baji's face. He confirms the assassin moved the moment the martial god left for this floor. Hearing this, Kim Joo-hyuk's hand slowly tightens into a fist. Kim Joo-hyuk snaps back, refusing to believe his disciples would ever go down so easily. But the strategist only responds with a mysterious look. He cryptically admits that they did put up a massive fight. But then he asks if Kim Joo-hyuk noticed anything strange about his own body. The strategist finally drops a shocking truth, asking if he has already realized the terrifying secret hidden within the tower. He couldn't even use his unique ability. Standing nearby, Bachi nods in agreement. Rumor has it that a massive spell was cast on the tower's outer walls to seal any intruder's powers. The strategist nods, acknowledging how pretty sharp Kim Joo-hyuk really is. His mind pieces it together. The Black Dragon must have swallowed up all those sealed powers. And the chilling truth is that's exactly what happened. But the beast swallowed far too much energy, way beyond its limits. In the end, both the Black Dragon and the martial god's disciples perished together. They took each other down in a desperate double death. Yet Kim Joo-hyuk just smirks his teeth, grinding as if he's completely losing his mind. He suddenly bursts into a wild, hysterical laugh. His voice drips with sarcasm. "You actually lost to a bunch of pathetic losers like them. Weaklings like that aren't even worthy of being called my disciples." The harsh words leave the strategist visibly shaken, completely taken aback. Kim Joo-hyuk sneers, cold and completely indifferent. "Once this fight is over," he says, "I'll just have to find some new disciples. Plain and simple." Bachi is baffled and speaks up. He finds it a bit strange to say, but isn't that incredibly cold? Weren't they his absolute favorite disciples? Kim Joo-hyuk's wild red eyes slide over to him. "They were just tools to make me rich," he replies, "a solid insurance policy for my comfortable retirement." Bachi processes this, offering a simple three-word reply, "I get it." Then without warning, he drives a brutal knee straight into Kim Joo-hyuk's gut. Bachi's face remains totally blank, yet the sheer impact sends the martial god flying. His body couldn't even react. Weightless Kim Joo-hyuk crashes backward, collapsing hard against a pile of shattered debris. Leaning there, his mind begins to drift. Why did he want to get rich again anyway? He had already hoarded more than enough wealth for retirement. A fleeting memory of his childhood flashes by. Ever since he was a kid, he had always been completely, utterly alone. He probably thought that gaping inner emptiness could somehow be filled with piles of cash. Now Kim Joo-hyuk doesn't even want to deny it anymore. But the moment he took in those kids, his perspective shifted. Maybe what he actually needed wasn't money, because hearing about their sacrifice makes his chest ache. Their faces flood his memories. A soft, weary smile tugs at the corner of his lips. Yeah, it was always them. Finally, he accepts his true raw desire. He wanted to make sure they were all so comfortable they would never remember their miserable pasts. They were just a single step away from that bright future. He clenches his fists so hard his knuckles turn stark white. Just a little closer. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the tower, instantly drawing the attention of the two onlookers. A blazing red aura erupts from Kim Joo-hyuk, radiating suffocating pressure. Feeling the heat, the strategist grows deeply unsettled, asking Bachi what kind of magic this is. But even Bachi stands there completely dazed, admitting he has no idea. He can't tear his eyes away from the bizarre crimson light. It's an energy he's never encountered in his entire life, a power so alien it defies any logical explanation. It doesn't even belong to this world. Suddenly, Kim Joo-hyuk vanishes on the spot, catching both Bachi and the strategist off guard. Before the strategist can even blink, a massive hand clamps onto his face. Kim Joo-hyuk has materialized right in front of him. With sickening force, Kim Joo-hyuk slams the strategist's head into the floor, leaving him screaming in agonizing pain. Moving like a crazed berserker, Kim Joo-hyuk tosses the man's flailing body aside. After one brutal savage swing, the strategist's head is completely gone. The explosive display of raw power leaves Bachi utterly shocked, and honestly, can you blame him? The guy's head just exploded. This is far beyond mere physical strength. Feeling the intense heat radiating from the martial god, Bachi warily steps back, realizing he needs to act. He has to suppress this monster before it's too late. But the moment Bachi raises his leg to strike, a hand clamps onto it. Without a word, Kim Joo-hyuk twists his wrists, sending Bachi's entire body spinning violently through the air. Kim Joo-hyuk suddenly releases his grip and drives a devastating axe kick straight down, gritting his teeth with sheer fury. His heel crushes Bachi's spine, shattering the stone floor beneath them. The entire tower rumbles from the shockwave of the blow. The dust settles, and Kim Joo-hyuk slowly regains his senses. Gasping for air, he stares down at the motionless tower master. He wonders if the bastard is finally down. His own body is screaming at him, pushed way past its absolute limits. He has no clue what just transpired. More importantly, what on earth was that explosive power? It felt like his, yet completely foreign. The deep gash in his abdomen tears wide open from the violent movement. Despite the excruciating pain, he forces himself to think of his disciples. He has to cast his doubts aside and check on them while he can still stand. That dead strategist claimed he already dealt with them, but he could be lying. Suddenly, a chillingly calm, familiar voice echoes behind him, calling him incredibly strong. Kim Joo-hyuk freezes in disbelief. Turning around, he can't believe his eyes. Bachi is actually picking himself up, coughing up blood while clutching his mangled midsection. A twisted, bloody smile spreads across Bachi's face as he whispers that it was a great fight. But Kim Joo-hyuk isn't having any of it. Enraged, he delivers a final brutal kick that completely snaps Bachi's neck. A good fight. Not even close. Bachi's body drops lifelessly. With his foe finally down, the heavy toll of the battle catches up. Kim Joo-hyuk collapses to his knees, his vision blurring. Just then, a bright blue system window materializes in front of him, flashing an ominous warning about the impending destruction of the world. The Tower of Destruction is collapsing. The world's rapid demise, which was accelerated by this tower, has finally halted, meaning the massive structure itself is about to vanish from the map. What on earth is happening? Is it crumbling just because he killed the Tower Lord? Damn it, Han-Oh has no strength left to stand. Are his disciples really all dead? Is this real? He should have brought them with him. If only he had not rejected the idea of bringing them along. But no, even if he did, it would have just been a meaningless death. In the end, that bastard, Patchy's strength was the real deal, and he feels incredibly guilty. He is so sorry to his disciples. If only he had been a little stronger. Debris quickly buries his body, but in that very moment, a system screen pops up delivering a belated message to him. I am sorry, Master. Haneul's face turns solemn. For a long while, he remains completely silent, frozen in place. Adelia cannot help but ask what is wrong. Haneul, however, is still completely lost in those intense visions. What were those memories just now? Did the notification window actually call him Master? This whole situation is getting weirder by the second. That memory took place right after his total defeat, just as the Labyrinth Lord approached him. Suddenly, a sudden realization hits Haneul. Come to think of it, those memories might not solely belong to him. The system notification explicitly mentioned facing a lost memory. It does not feel like he simply unlocked a memory by meeting certain conditions, but rather like he witnessed something he never knew existed. His brow furrows even deeper. This particular vision is definitely something he experienced firsthand right before the Labyrinth Lord drew close. Morin speaks up, breaking the heavy silence to ask what the very last system notification was all about in the end. That system window itself only muttered 2 words identical to his master's, leaving them with absolutely zero clues to follow. He is not entirely sure what it is, but he knows it cannot be an enemy. After all, it gave them the key to find each other and expose the Labyrinth Lord's existence in the first place. Adelia has to admit that is true. Haneul decides to put this complex matter aside for now. He can worry about the mysterious system's true identity later. He has been mapping out the next moves for their Constellation alliance. He makes the final call to instruct all his disciples that every allied constellation must reveal the truth to their contractors. They need to officially announce this alliance to the media. But the name of the Musing Gate and his position as the secret leader must remain strictly confidential. Luminous, watching from his own pocket dimension, clasps his hands. If they do that, won't it be hard to gather support from the modern world when the constellations of the Tower of Destruction inevitably descend? But Haneul stands firm on his decision. Right now, the public faces of their group are either the Black Cat or Adelia. Promoting a random high school kid like him, without a solid reason, would just ruin the alliance's credibility and look plain ridiculous. His head aches just thinking about it. Besides, the biggest reason is that it is just too much trouble. He has already drawn plenty of attention as it is. His gaze shifts over to Black Ketch. What reason could he possibly mean? Black Ketch looks back completely puzzled. Haneul's cold eyes reveal his plan is to draw the villains out. Black Ketch's sharp business mind quickly pieces it together. Their past collaboration with Karis was to gather intel on the villainous organization, and this is just an extension of that strategy. Haneul folds his arms calmly and nods. The descent of the Tower of Destruction serves as a warning to the constellations. He points out the nature of these constellation contracts. The entities from that tower are mostly guardians of the wicked. When those constellations fully manifest, they possess the bodies of their hosts. At the same time, he clarifies his primary objective. He wants to locate the remaining villain organization, their sacred relics, and the wicked contractors currently crossing over. If possible, he wants to take them out. Haneul's sharp gaze focuses directly on the 2 people standing before him. Thanks to Karis and Black Ketch, they have identified all the prominent groups, but his real concern lies elsewhere for now. He is worried about the villains flying under the radar, the ones their intelligence network has not caught yet. This puts him in a position to act as bait, waiting for them to realize their true enemy is actually him. Rather than the others, they will target the leader of the alliance, and he will lure them straight into his trap. Adelia quickly summarizes the plan. So the public alliance announcement is just the bait Haneul has set up. He nods with a faint smile. They must execute this plan with extreme care. Among the villains, those capable of ambushing him will surely possess formidable power. He wants to weed out those elite threats early on in advance. Black Ketch agrees without a single moment of hesitation. A small smirk plays on Haneul's lips as he decides to settle something he has put off for far too long. So Simi realizes what he is hinting at and asks for confirmation. He readily admits it with a broad smile. A full-on, no-holds-barred sparring match. Luminous feels a sudden wave of nostalgia. They used to spar all the time in their past lives, but they have yet to have a proper match in this era. It is a bit of a shame. But Hayuno is pleased with his disciples' answer, knowing that even just watching them spar would be highly educational. This would fulfill the request made by Front and the former Guardian. You were the one who asked, right? You wanted me to train all the Guardians. The man nods, confirming it. Yes, he says. Because of this, the priority of the Constellation Alliance has been noted, and he will look into it first. For now, everyone just needs to remember the upcoming plan. With nothing left to discuss, they dismiss the meeting as the other 2 answer in unison. The outside world remains peaceful, but things take a sharp turn in China. A heavily cloaked figure quietly walks down a busy, crowded street. The sword god grits his teeth, absolutely seething with bitter rage. Damn it, he growls, how did I end up trapped in this god-forsaken labyrinth? To understand his fury, we have to go back to earlier. He had confronted Changjuk in a treehouse, deep inside the forest, his face completely frozen. Was that a touching reunion with your master? He asks coldly. But the young warrior has absolutely no intention of answering such a mocking question. Changjuk merely frowns, clearly annoyed by this uninvited guest. What a pain, he thinks, wondering how long this guy has been eavesdropping on them. He did not sense his presence at all. Suddenly, a razor-sharp blade tears through the air as the sword god strikes forward without a second thought. The sword is pressed tight against the boy's neck, but Changjuk does not even flinch. He looks back with complete cold indifference, provoking a hiss. The sword god is furious, but stays rational. I want to plunge this blade into your throat right now, he sneers, but you would just survive. You would just get right back up. Then I would never hear the full story. His commanding tone leaves absolutely no room for any refusal. He demands they explain everything to the Labyrinth Lord. Secretly, Changju's mind is racing. This is bad. Really bad. No matter what, he cannot drag his master into this mess. Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes, something that might actually save him. There is a way to hook his interest. Changjuk immediately speaks up in a very calm, steady voice. Sword God, I am just as confused as you are, he says. He is undoubtedly my master, and the moment I saw him, my memories returned. My old memories from before I became a spear guardian flooded back. This crucial detail catches the intruder off guard, but there is still more. As those old memories returned, he realized something bizarre. Both he and his master actually originated from over 300 years in the past. He confidently turns the question back on the sword god. Now that they have become lords, their physical bodies are no longer bound by time. But as for his master, even if he gets dragged to the Labyrinth Lord, he asks, do you really think I can answer that? The sword god grimaces in sheer frustration but remains stubborn. That is not for us to worry about, he insists. The Lord decides everything. Changjuk lets out a long, weary sigh. Fine, he mutters. Suddenly, his gaze turns razor-sharp, staring straight into the other man's eyes. If you want to plunge that blade into my neck, go ahead, he challenges. This nonchalant attitude completely pushes the sword god over the edge. You complete bastard, he roars, feeling insulted. He presses down hard, but Changjuk calmly swats the sharp blade away. Suddenly, the force in the sword god's hand is deflected. Seizing the opening, Changjuk swings his spear with incredible speed. He gracefully drives the blunt end of his weapon directly into the man's stomach. But this is no ordinary strike. It carries devastating power. And just like that, the arrogant warrior is brought to his knees, spitting blood in absolute agony as he loses his balance. He is reduced to a miserable wreck in seconds. You bastard, he coughs out, looking up in complete disbelief. What kind of insane strength is this? You were never this strong when we fought the other day, he wheezes. Beings like us cannot possibly grow stronger through simple everyday training. He demands to know the secret behind this massive power-up. Did you receive some kind of special boost from your master, he asks desperately. But Changjuk simply stares at his own hands with a completely calm expression. He knew he had improved, but even he is quite surprised. He shakes his head, stating clearly that he never received any external power. He casts a cold, indifferent look down at the defeated warrior. The only thing that changed after meeting his master was the return of his memories. Reclaiming his past self was apparently more than enough. At this point, Changjuk decides to offer some crucial advice. Did you know that normally constellations cannot grow stronger after they achieve their status? But if your entire perception shifts, you can break past those limits. Hearing this, the wounded sword god struggles to stand back up. Of course, he knows exactly why his rival spends so much time locked away in the armory. He was desperately searching for more power. Yet no matter how hard he trained, his level never budged. Don't you think you finally understand the reason why now? He asks calmly. These words completely shatter the sword god's entire worldview. It turns out that before they became lords, their precious memories were sealed away. He keeps speaking even though he knows the other man might find it hard to believe. I know exactly how deeply you crave power, so Changjuk makes a surprising and direct offer. He promises to personally handle the report of today's incident to the Labyrinth Lord. In exchange, if he stays out of his way, he promises to help the sword god break through his current limits and become stronger. The sword god looks back, highly suspicious. How, he asks. He gets a tempting offer he cannot refuse. He offers to help him recover his lost memories. Back in the present, a cloaked figure in black walks down the busy street. This is none other than the sword god. He suddenly bumps into a random pedestrian, causing Lan Kai to startle and turn back around. A guy behind him grumbled with a deep frown. Hey, do you even know how to apologize? The sword god pondered. He muttered a quick curse to get lost. Lam Kai was surprised by that harsh attitude. But then the guy left. Well, only after muttering a quick apology. The sword god watched him go. Suddenly, an enemy holding a massive club rushed him. Splat blood splattered everywhere. Shortly after the sword god fell forward with his head hanging low. A sudden scream snapped him back to reality. Waking up, he found himself tied tightly to a chair in front of three brutal thugs. He frowned, looking down. Spotting feet on the floor, he turned his head. Lilia was also locked inside a cage. His face remained completely cold as he stared directly at her. No emotion, just a silent glare. A voice broke the silence. Sitting arrogantly on a chair, Li Ji demanded to know why they brought him here. Lam Kai quietly pointed at a bag next to him, whispering the name Kang Hai. Chen Jin quickly hauled the giant black bag up. He guessed the heavy case was probably meant for a sword. Lam Kai instantly confirmed it, and they prepared to unzip the bag. The sword god tried to warn them. He grimaced and gave a threat to stop right now if they wanted to live, but Chen Jin laughed. Mocking a guy who went down in a single blow, Chen Jin ignored him. He unzipped the case and grabbed the hilt. Chen Jin respectfully presented the weapon to his boss. Li Ji unsheathed the blade, admiring its deadly edge with a nod. He muttered that even a non-swordsman could see it was a masterpiece. Lam Kai quickly agreed, bowing respectfully to his leader. He added that he brought the guy along in case he turned out to be a hunter or contractor. Li Ji smirked. He praised the smart thinking, glad to receive such a fine tribute. But then his eyes shifted to Lilia with absolute disgust. He scolded them for bringing such a useless captive. Sweating bullets from sheer terror, Chen Jin stammered out a quick apology. He explained he had heard she was an elite instructor from Vale and never expected her to be worthless. Li Jie stood up. Resting the blade on his shoulder, he decided she would make a fine dessert after he finished absorbing the other guy's mana. Talk about overconfidence, he mocked the captive, telling him his luck ran out when he crossed the Red Dragon Association. They were the Red Dragon Association, a massive and feared syndicate. Li Jie thrust his hand forward, gathering a crimson glow. He offered mocking thanks for the blade before activating his Red Dragon devouring skill. The sword god responded with a simple smirk. That casual reaction immediately drove the boss into a rage. He barked out, "Do you think this is some kind of joke?" The sword god laughed, calling the divine skill nothing more than a mana-sucking red salamander. Li Jie gasped in absolute shock. He demanded to know how the captive knew their constellation's true name. The sword god scoffed, telling him not to make him laugh. He spoke with brutal honesty, pointing out how desperately they envied the other constellations in the tower. They even went so far. They even copied the Black Dragon title of the 5th floor. Suddenly, his heavy chains fell away, but his chilling voice kept talking. His words echoed coldly through the space. He admitted he only played along with their little game to see if they had anything useful. But he realized these small-time thugs serving a garbage constellation had absolutely nothing to offer. He stood up with a dark glare. His imposing aura sent shivers down their spines. He reminded them he had warned them to stop, which would have saved their pathetic lives. Li Ji desperately tried to unleash his power, screaming at him to shut up and hand over his mana right now. His eye flared with crimson energy, but his entire body suddenly froze up as he realized his mana-draining power was completely failing. Talk about instant karma. The sword god stepped forward with pure disdain, asking if he really thought he could drain his mana. Terrified, the boss screamed at him to get back, frantically commanding his lackeys to do something and capture the monster. Chen Jin and Lam Kai charged forward on command, shouting their agreement, but the sword god remained perfectly calm, ready to strike. With a simple cold flick of his wrist, his sword instantly flew back into his grip. He reared his blade back. He roared at them to get lost, unleashing a devastating strike that enveloped the entire room in a grid of red energy. The massive attack tore right through Li Jie, leaving him barely enough time to scream for help before the base went up. A series of massive explosions rocked the entire facility. As the heavy smoke slowly cleared, the sword god stood amidst the rubble. He looked down at the severed limbs scattered on the floor, realizing these thugs had been kidnapping innocent people to drain their mana. It was a fitting end for such cowards. Meanwhile, Lilia was still trapped, struggling against her heavy magic-binding chains. A sudden flash of sword light severed her metal restraints in an instant. He called out to her to wake up. Lilia blinked in complete shock as she came to. She immediately threw herself forward, hugging his leg and shouting out his name. She asked how Yu Wu knew she needed help when she had not even called him yet. The sword god stood there, utterly confused. Hearing his reaction, she looked up and noticed his voice sounded a bit different. Blushing, he snapped at her to let go immediately. He threatened to chop her into pieces. She sheepishly let go of his arm, apologizing because she thought he was someone she knew. The sword god turned away, utterly embarrassed, his heart pounding like crazy. He stole a quiet glance behind him, wondering if he had not met plenty of women back when he was king. Why on earth did he feel like this? The sword god frowned and asked, "What is your name?" He offered to take her back just in case she got into more trouble. Wiping the sweat from her face, she replied, "Thank you, I am Lilia." Before she could ask his name, he cut her off, telling her to call him Sword and that he cleared them all out. Lilia followed him closely, wondering if he really did all that with just his blade. No wonder his nickname had the word sword in it, but what actually happened here anyway? He coldly replied that he simply wiped them out. Staring at him, Lilia pointed straight ahead, guessing he did it all with that weapon. It made sense why they called him Sword. As the sky grew dark, she chatted happily, deciding to call him Mr. Sword. The sword god quietly muttered that she could do whatever she wanted. Before long, he looked up to ask if they had arrived. Rubbing his chin, the sword god admitted that to him, this did not look much like a home. She agreed, admitting she never planned on going home in the first place. Lilia stared at the massive fortress and continued explaining she was heading to the labyrinth. A dark, heavy atmosphere hung over the area. Lilia fell silent, and the sword god suddenly turned to say goodbye and walked away. Taken aback, she reached out to stop him. Then Lilia grabbed her own wrist, realizing she had not even told Doohyuk she was here yet. Deep grief washed over her heart. After all, Lilia stood before this labyrinth with nothing but pure hatred, knowing this place had completely ruined her life. She looked up, contemplating for a moment, while the sword god walked away behind her. Gritting his teeth, he muttered that it was impossible to recover his memories with something like this. He cursed that labyrinth master for throwing his mind off balance with such absolute nonsense. Meanwhile, deep beneath a giant ancient tree, inside a secret chamber, the labyrinth master materialized and demanded to know if someone had actually invaded his territory. Shang Zhu bowed in confirmation, answering yes. Watching them, the sword god tried to guess if he was really going to confess everything. Shang Zhu continued, reporting that the intruder was no ordinary person. The labyrinth master asked what he meant by that. Shang Zhu explained that the intruder seemed to have memories of the past, making the master realize it was an irregular. The labyrinth master gestured, explaining that these individuals could possess immense power regardless of their bloodline, could even recall their previous lives. His voice grew dark and raspy. Even though he controlled this labyrinth, some exceptions still managed to slip past his grasp. But then a realization struck him. This was actually a brilliant opportunity. Those who are extraordinary always have the potential to make a massive name for themselves. Both of them quickly bowed their heads in deep respect. He wondered, though, since this was the first time an intruder had ever penetrated this deep, what exactly had happened to them. Shang Zhu quickly reported that they only observed the labyrinth through hidden eyes to minimize direct contact, so they did not know the exact details of the subjects inside. They only had a single clue about where they went. The labyrinth master muttered that since they observed through hidden eyes to avoid direct confrontation, they could not know exactly what went down inside. They could only track the locations of the constellations and names they had sent down. He wore a look of sheer amusement. How did that irregular somehow find this hidden chamber? It was absolutely fascinating. Xiang Zhu closed his eyes and reported a clue left behind. He explained that when the intruder turned back, one of the monitored areas suddenly lit up. The master demanded to know where, and Shang Zhu pointed to the largest nation in Southeast Asia. The labyrinth master instantly knew it was China and asked if they had sent anyone down there. Xiang Zhu replied no. The master decided they would have to investigate themselves. Meanwhile, the sword god was lost in his own thoughts. 30 minutes prior, he had gasped in surprise when hearing about China. Shang Zhu confirmed it once more, explaining that from what he gathered, there was a clue to his past there. Shang Zhu continued, explaining that when he reported today's incident to the labyrinth master, he would mention China. He told him to step in and volunteer to investigate. He frowned, filled with intense anxiety, asking if a clue in China could truly restore his memories. The other narrowed his eyes and replied that while he lacked his name, the clue was guaranteed. Hearing this, the sword god raised his voice and barked that trying to find his name was strictly forbidden. Xiang Zhu flatly fired back that recovering his memories was also forbidden. He chided him, pointing out that he only listened because he wanted to grow stronger. Xiang Zhu closed his eyes, arguing that he had no intention of rebelling against the labyrinth master by seeking those forbidden names. He was simply securing a backup plan. The sword god puzzled over that phrase. Xiang Zhu, believing this was a tool they could actually use, a place to stand tall against all kings, he still found himself completely lost in confusion. You are speaking nonsense, Shang Zhu brushed it off. Does that not basically mean you are planning to start a full rebellion? Think whatever you want, since it is none of my business, but I still cannot find any name and all I have are these few clues. He directly asked if he wanted to keep listening, which immediately piqued the sword god's curiosity, prompting him to tell him to continue. Shang Zhu laid out his strategy, saying he would suggest China to their master and the other must step in and volunteer to go. Back in the throne room, the sword god played his part perfectly, declaring that he would personally head down to investigate the situation. The labyrinth master gasped in amusement, granting him a temporary name to enter the dungeon, but in reality Shang Zhu's warning kept echoing. He was told to keep moving once inside, so it looked like a search while Shang Zhu worked on disrupting the hidden eye. By jamming the master's vision, he would keep him safe, advising the sword god to simply follow his own instincts while down there. Whether he met a contractor or chased a dungeon, whatever pulled him in the most was bound to be tied to his lost memories. The sword god blushed deeply, debating if he should just follow his heart, while nearby Lilia stood anxious in front of the gate. Her head was lowered in deep sorrow as her body trembled, having stood there countless times yet still unable to overcome her fear. Lilia knew that if she missed this rare chance, it might take several decades before she ever encountered this magical labyrinth again. Just as she slowly raised her hand, someone suddenly grabbed her wrist, making her jump in shock when she saw who it was. It was the sword god, demanding to know if she had any idea that this dungeon was only meant for high-level S-rank adventurers. He loudly warned her that the dungeon only materialized briefly in completely random locations, and entering unprepared would mean getting trapped. Lilia gasped in surprise, asking how he could possibly know secrets that were restricted to the elite members of the Monster Association. She was highly skeptical, pointing out that he definitely did not look like a registered member of that global group. This left the sword god completely speechless as he frowned, knowing that his connection to the labyrinth master gave him special instincts. He could sense the overwhelming chaos inside with a single glance, looking at her innocent face and realizing how dangerous this was. Swallowing hard as a cold sweat rolled down his face, he remembered Shang Tzu's advice to just follow his own path. Steeling his resolve, the sword god gripped his hilt and unleashed a blinding storm of crimson slashes that instantly tore through the air. The massive door came crashing down with a heavy thud, prompting him to offer her an escort while she focused on the search. Lilia gave him a deeply grateful look, thanking him for the help, though she noted he could have easily walked away. The sword god coldly asked how far she intended to go, and she bluntly replied that she was heading straight to the very end. Right on cue, growls echoed as a massive pack of muscular beasts bared their fangs, completely surrounding them in a flash. He ordered her to get behind him as he swung his blade back, unleashing a few swift cuts that instantly blew them to pieces. With absolute determination burning in his eyes, he held his weapon tight and unleashed a devastating chain of explosive strikes on the pack. He took a cautious step back, but a sudden, terrified scream from behind made him whip his head around in utter panic. A monster was lunging directly at Lilia, causing him to shout her name in panic, but she kept her cool. She swiftly dodged to the side with furrowed brows, clutching several sharp throwing needles in her hand, ready to strike back. She threw them with precision, catching the beast completely off guard as the needles sank deep, forcing it to halt with a low growl. Moving quickly, she let the beast stumble for a few seconds before it crashed heavily to the floor, leaving him highly impressed. He admitted he thought she was just an uncontracted civilian, but she smiled, noting that she might not look the part. She was actually a professor specializing in labyrinth ecology, capable of easily taking down most of these low-tier monsters. This highly reassured him as they resumed their dash through the dungeon, but they did not get very far before another ambush. A monster lunged at him, but with a cold expression, he unleashed a sharp wave of red energy that cut it clean. Its body was sliced into four, leaving Lilia utterly stunned by his raw power as she eagerly struck up a conversation. She asked which constellation he had signed a pact with, but he quickly clarified that he did not have any contract at all. When she wonderingly asked if he had achieved this strength solely through raw training, he hesitated, his eyes suddenly widening. Memories of his past flashed by, showing him standing before a simple straw dummy, landing endless heavy slashes onto its worn frame. He had trained relentlessly, day in and day out, yet looking at his calloused hands, he wondered if he was being too reckless. His palms ached from the impact, yet the sturdy target remained completely unscathed, prompting him to wonder if his stance was simply wrong. Just as he resolved to try a different approach, a familiar voice called out, carrying a small basket of hot food for him. He was playfully scolded for still using that wooden sword, but the sudden flashback faded, pulling him right back to Lilia's curious gaze. Sword God snaps out of it when she calls him. He apologizes, saying he was just overthinking this dungeon, and tells her to keep moving. She nods. But questions are swirling in his mind. What was that vision just now? Could it really be a lost memory? Sword God tries to recall that half-hidden face. Who was that woman? A strange wave of nostalgia hits him, though he cannot explain why. He narrows his eyes as a cold sweat drips down. Meanwhile, Lilia has absolutely no idea what is happening to him. He is deeply confused. How was Lilia tied to his memories? The woman in that vision had the exact same presence, yet she was definitely someone else. Turning to her, he suddenly asks why she came to this dungeon in the first place. Taken aback, Lilia gasps. Clutching her chest, her voice softens as she admits she has never shared this with anyone before. But since he helped her this far, she will tell him. She explains while running that she was born in a very unique village. Her village had a sacred mission. Intrigued, Sword God repeats the word. Lilia looks up and confirms that yes, they had a duty. They had to guard this place long before it became a dungeon. She reveals it was once known as the Nameless Cemetery. Shocked, he asks if it was really a graveyard. Lilia nods. She explains that until she turned 6 years old, things were quiet. It seemed like a normal cemetery her village tended, but maybe not so normal as generations of villagers kept guard over it. They protected that grave for generations, yet they never knew whose body was buried inside or why it even needed protecting. She once asked her mother, the village chief, but was given no real answers. She hesitates, admitting she never found out. Sword God asks why. Lilia thinks back to when she was 7 years old, remembering the tragic sight she had to witness. The entire cemetery was swallowed whole by this dungeon. Hearing this, Sword God gets even more curious about what happened next. Monsters poured out and attacked the village. To stop the horde, her mother took their sacred family relic and entered the dungeon. The surviving villagers scattered in all directions. Lilia looks over, sharing how she later joined the World Monster Research Association. She researched this place and discovered it pops up across the globe for brief periods before vanishing without a trace. Shocked by this global phenomenon, he stammers, asking what that meant for her mother after she went inside. She sadly guesses her mother is likely gone. Otherwise, she would have closed the dungeon and returned home by now. That is why she rushed over the moment she heard this dungeon appeared in China. There were major setbacks, but she made it. She is grateful he was there to help. Sword God asks if she is truly sure about going deeper. She reassures him. She wants to confirm her mother's fate for herself and hopes to recover their sacred family relic from the depths. Lilia pauses. She admits she also wants to know what her mother was trying so hard to protect. Suddenly, he interrupts. He suggests they pick up the pace, and she agrees. Yu So-yeon, shattered rocks and monster corpses litter the path ahead. Both of them are utterly exhausted after a long day of non-stop fighting. Panting heavily, Lilia brushes back her hair. She gasps, asking if they are close to the end. Sword God hesitates, agreeing that it seems to be the case, but he tells her to stay calm and look ahead. Get ready, because what they see next is absolute madness. Frowning, Sword God points out that someone is standing right in front of them. Lilia looks over and instantly freezes up. He senses a familiar blood-red spiritual energy radiating from the woman. If it is who he thinks, then she must be. Now, inside a ruined structure, Labyrinth stands face to face with Sword God and Lilia. A heavy, murderous aura fills the room. Labyrinth grins like a maniac, aiming her blade directly at them with eyes burning with sheer madness and bloodlust. Looking at this crazed opponent, Lilia feels no fear at all. Instead, she is completely bewildered by the face before her. She stammers, calling out to her mother. Hearing this, a worried Sword God yells back, warning her not to get close. Confused and anxious, Lilia asks what he means. Sword God's gaze turns ice cold as he warns her about the entity. She looks exactly like Lilia's mother, yet Labyrinth's crazed expression shows she has absolutely no humanity left in her. He senses she might be a constellation. Intrigued, Labyrinth smiles, noting he recognized her with just a single glance. She assumes that is why he was chosen by the Dungeon Master, the Sword King. A puzzled Lilia repeats the title. Sword God admits he cannot explain everything now, but this enemy clearly knows him. Suddenly, Labyrinth radiates a strange light. She grins, stating that is not all, before instantly reverting to her cruel, manic self with a loud, chilling laugh. She swings her blade, shouting that there is some bad blood between them. Labyrinth slashes through the air with insane speed. Her attack leaves a crimson afterimage in her wake. The brutal shockwave forces both Lilia and Sword God to their knees. Neither dares to let their guard down. Sword God looks dead serious, telling Lilia to stay back as she cannot handle this. Lilia is terrified, but staring at Labyrinth's crazed face, memories of her mother suddenly flood her mind once again. Her mother's shadow from the past, so warm and gentle. It leaves her frozen, unsure how to strike. She bites, her teeth, shoulders shaking violently under the emotional weight. Choking back tears, she tells him she understands, leaving it to him. The Sword God turns back with a determined look to comfort Lilia, telling her not to worry. He promises to find out what happened before ending this. Looking ahead, he says the creature must know why this labyrinth appeared and how that constellation possessed her mother's body. Lilia wipes away her tears, looking at the Sword God with deep gratitude. She softly thanks him, trying to steel her resolve. She gets serious, adding that she doesn't know if it helps, but that Constellation is wearing the exact gear her mother wore in here. Pointing at the blade with a grave expression, Lilia explains that the weapon in its hand is actually her family's sacred relic. She has no idea how that constellation usually fights, but there is no way it should be so familiar with that specific sword. Hearing this, Labyrinth smirks. She swings the blade, unleashing a deadly red slash, tearing straight toward the two of them. Mockingly asking if they want to bet, she forces them to leap back. The red energy wave streaks past, destroying the area. It completely shatters the stone wall behind them. Lilia mutters in horror, or maybe not. The Sword God looks at her, nodding solemnly. He silently analyzes the strike. That slash was powerful but clumsy, as if the creature could not fully handle the weapon. Lilia was right. Stepping into a combat stance, the Sword God realizes his opponent might know swordsmanship but still lacks real synergy with this specific blade. With that opening, he charges straight at Labyrinth. She sneers mockingly, swinging her blade to swat him away like an annoying fly. She expects to deflect his strike, but his blade moves way too fast. Get ready because she didn't see this coming. Unable to parry, she has no choice but to dodge. The sword god's blade thrusts forward clean and lethal. It grazes past Labyrinth's ear, leaving a deep, bloody gash. Keeping his focus entirely locked, the sword god immediately presses his advantage. Unleashing his signature technique, he fires a relentless barrage of slashes, forcing her onto the defensive as cuts open on her face. With blood dripping from her fresh wounds, he drives forward without a single shred of mercy. Labyrinth struggles desperately to keep up. She barely dodges, panicking over his overwhelming power. Before she can recover, the sword god brings his blade down in another brutal sweep. The edge tears right across her chest. Shocked, she stumbles back as a strange blue aura suddenly erupts around her body. Knowing she cannot survive another direct hit, Labyrinth channels her energy, swinging her sword down in a desperate bid to block. She barely parries his strike, but the sheer force of the impact heavily drains her energy. The sword god glares at the light, that familiar blue glow. Labyrinth retreats to the ground, panting heavily as she struggles to keep her balance under the immense pressure. Staring at her trembling arm, she mutters that this physical vessel cannot handle the strain. Suddenly, a calm voice breaks her focus. The sword god notes he finally understands what is happening here. He points out she only wears the mother's skin. That is why she avoids using her true power, which is highly unusual for an incarnated constellation. This human body clearly conflicts with her constellation nature, meaning she cannot even withstand a tiny fraction of her original cosmic power. Still, that distinct blue flame gives him a pretty good idea of her true identity. The sword god grows quiet, remembering. He recalls the last time he saw that flame. A scarred knight with a massive greatsword had fought him to the death for the prestigious title of Sword King in the arena. Labyrinth laughs mockingly, saying she is honored he still remembers her. She screams in pure madness, demanding to know how it felt to become the supreme king after crushing him so mercilessly. To enjoy keeping his own physical form while the knight faded away without a name or shape, the sword god looks at her, replying that she talks as if he was living in paradise. In truth, he is no different from any other constellation. Labyrinth looks confused. The sword god explains he has no name. As a king, his only duty is to watch over things. He merely possesses a few auxiliary skills. Trembling with rage, she points a finger at the sword god, calling him a liar. She demands to know how he explains the physical body standing right before her eyes. Patiently, the sword god breaks down. The truth, saying this body came with his temporary title. It is merely a privilege, allowing him to reclaim his original form and wield his signature weapon. But his expression suddenly darkens, and he states they can discuss that matter later. He demands to know what she truly is. Since this is a dungeon, there should be a core stone or a master. Yet only a single constellation is present. He firmly demands an explanation for this bizarre anomaly before her temporary vessel completely collapses. Hearing this, Labyrinth grins, her laughter growing increasingly manic by the second. She sneers that he has misunderstood the entire situation. There is absolutely no need for a dungeon, core, or a master here because she is the labyrinth itself. The sword god is left baffled, demanding to know what she means. Smirking with absolute triumph, Labyrinth offers to spell it out simply for them. She calls them fools, mockingly explaining that what they see is their ultimate fate, to make the failed constellations kings. From what she remembers, all the constellations that lost to him had their physical bodies destroyed in the arena. Since then, they became spirits drawn into the roots of some giant tree. Her voice grew sharp as she continued. Without any will or purpose, they simply drifted in that state. After some time had passed, they descended to the mortal realm. It was not their choice, but the will of another, turning them into mere seeds. From those seeds, labyrinths sprouted. Hearing this, the sword god said seriously that he was aware of that mechanism. It was part of what they had managed as kings, but Labyrinth looked highly skeptical. The scene shifts to Labyrinth's perspective, revealing her deep mental suffering. In the memory, she looked completely broken. Standing exhausted behind monsters, she had become the labyrinth itself, forced to spawn beasts against her own will. She had no control, existing as nothing more than a core, a mere cog in a much larger machine. Then one day, a group of adventurers arrived to cleanse the dungeon, wielding an absolutely overwhelming and fierce amount of power. A labyrinth normally collapses the moment its core stone is shattered, but back then dungeons were still rare. So they challenged her, their pride swollen from hunting down her weak monster lackeys. As the adventurers attacked, she suddenly regained her focus, broke her paralysis, and wiped them all out. They were pitiful, and she finished them in an instant, but then something strange oozed from their bodies. Her survival instincts as a dungeon told her those were the names of the deceased, ascending to become another's power. She realized she was nothing but a tool designed to collect and harvest those souls. She knew she had to collect them to fulfill her duty as a labyrinth, but something stopped her. A voice told her not to let them go because doing so would make her mindless again. Driven by a fierce desire to avoid a nameless, formless existence, She gathered those soul fragments and absorbed them. Then a miracle happened. She regained full control and became herself once more a free-willed being. Returning to reality, and this is where things get truly dark. Labyrinth explains that survival came with a major catch. Even though she was the Labyrinth, she almost faded away as her physical body began dissolving into the dungeon once more. Her weapon shattered and dissolved completely during the process, but that was when she spotted the corpse of a dead adventurer on the floor. She decided to use it, wearing the dead explorer's skin, to finally halt her body's decay. Yet her suffering was far from over. Sensing Labyrinth's deep anguish, the sword god spoke up. That stolen body must have started rotting, he noted. She agreed, saying she tried stabilizing it with mana. But mortal flesh always decays within a few years, so she chose to hide this entire labyrinth away. She had struggled desperately to survive as a conscious being, explaining her precautions to keep it undisturbed. It would only manifest when she needed to lure people in for a new vessel. Lilia intervened there. Based on her research, the dungeon used to appear more frequently, even showing up in her village. It took exactly 15 years to reappear. Lilia questioned, but Labyrinth merely answered casually. She explained that her current vessel lasted this long mostly because of the strange sword it was carrying. The blade was not possessed by any constellation, yet the weapon and the body seemed to resonate with each other. This resonance prevented rot, allowing her to maintain her form. Lilia fell dead silent. Could it be impossible? Sensing her shock, the sword god gently called out to her. Anger and sheer anxiety took over. Lilia's hands trembled as she pointed directly at Labyrinth, bringing up her family's sacred artifact. That relic was passed down through generations of village chiefs, yet Labyrinth was now claiming it was entirely empty. No constellation resided inside despite all the sacrifices her people made to protect it. Lilia screamed out in frustration. She fought to reclaim it, hoping to understand her mother's words. She believed the constellation would explain their destiny. That was why she never contracted with any other spirit. Labyrinth brushed her off coldly. Lilia could not accept this reality, choking up as she refused to believe her words. Accepting this meant she had wasted her entire life chasing an empty, meaningless shadow. As she spoke, tears began rolling down her cheeks. Seeing her pain, the sword god intervened. He urged her not to jump to conclusions, pointing out a key detail in the room. The tombstone behind them resembled those in her village's nameless cemetery, hinting that the constellation might have left a clue. Something changes when he mentions the sword. Even without a constellation inside, it is resonating deeply, not just with that physical body, but with the ancient grave itself. Lilia stammers out a question, and the sword god answers her as he suddenly charges straight toward Labyrinthine. He mutters that he might learn something if he claims it. The sword god strikes, forcing Labyrinthine to desperately block the blow. She fights to hold him off quickly, assessing the situation and realizing that she cannot defeat him in a direct head-on sword fight. With no other option left, she decides to discard this body anyway, determined to force an opening even if this physical vessel shatters completely. Suddenly, a strange green light begins radiating from Labyrinthine, prompting the sword god to sense that something is seriously wrong as he asks what is happening. A blinding flash of light erupts next, forcing the sword god to shield his eyes as he growls angrily about her playing such underhanded tricks. But mid-shout, Lilia screams for Mr. Sword from the distance. The sword god snaps his eyes open, looking wildly toward her desperate voice. He cries out her name, but it is already too late. Lilia coughs up blood, her face frozen in absolute terrified shock as Labyrinthine's blade drives straight through her torso, leaving both her and the stunned sword god in complete breathless shock.